Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Charles Allen. I'm the Ward 6 Council member and chair of the Council's Committee on Transportation and the Environment. Today is Monday, July 13th, 2026, and we're meeting both in room 500 of historic John A. Wilson Building, as well as over the Zoom virtual platform. The time is now 9:44 a.m., and I'm calling to order this public roundtable of the committee. Today's hearing is going to focus on Bill 26-684, the Autonomous Vehicle Deployment Authorization Amendment Act of 2026. I, along with Councilors Pinto and Fruman, introduced Bill 26-684 on May 1st, 2026. The bill is referred to the committee on May 5th, 2026. The advancement of autonomous vehicles is a watershed moment in the world of transportation. AV companies are offering rides in about 11 American cities, and you can bet that they all want to boast that they offer rides in the nation's capital. Given the advancements we've seen, I don't think it's a question of if AVs are coming, it's when and under what conditions and how they would work for our local roadways and our local economy. Despite what I see as the inevitability of this technology, I also don't want to rush the process by which these vehicles begin operating in the district just for the sake of it. At the same time, if my tenure as chair of the committee has shown me anything, it's that many, way too many, human drivers cannot safely operate a motor vehicle. If there is a new transportation option that can save lives and prevent injuries, then we owe it to our residents to explore that option fully and with an open mind. Today, I believe we'll hear proponents of the technology argue that AVs improve traffic safety and consumer choice in the district. If structured the right way, AVs can also provide more equitable access to rideshare services as they can better accommodate some people with disabilities. In our previous hearing on autonomous vehicles, we heard directly from people who are blind or have low vision about the independence and transportation access that autonomous vehicles have provided. But the disability community is not a monolith. In more recent conversations, I've heard from a lot of people who use wheelchairs or experience other mobility challenges about potential shortcomings of autonomous vehicles and the need for regulations to ensure better service for that population. There are other legitimate concerns about autonomous vehicle deployment. The deployment of AVs on district roadways could exacerbate traffic congestion or increase demand for limited curbside space. It could draw riders away from public transit. Commercial AV operations will also compete with existing taxi, rideshare, and delivery workers, potentially displacing those jobs. Crashes or traffic violations involving AVs present novel questions regarding who's responsible for any resulting civil or legal liability, as well as potential privacy issues with reports of companies alerting authorities and observing rider behavior. And some people are just simply skeptical that AVs improve traffic safety based on recent incidents, including a recent fatality in Texas involving a Tesla. Other notable incidents include a power outage in San Francisco or reports of AVs driving into floodwaters in Texas. But to be sure, I could make a list of crashes, injuries, and dumb or dangerous human driver decisions as well. Currently, the district only allows AV companies to engage in testing with a test operator physically present in the vehicle. That is, the vehicle is operating autonomously, but the human can take over the steering wheel at any moment. The District Department of Transportation has been tasked with developing a driverless testing permit for years now, but that progress has stalled. Bill 26-684, the Autonomous Vehicle Deployment Authorization Amendment Act of 2026, would pave the way for deployment of commercial AVs through an iterative process. And let me specifically walk through some of these provisions. First, it establishes a commercial autonomous vehicle program within DDOT that will issue commercial AV permits. Applicants must have a record of safe testing and must submit a first responder interaction plan that ensures law enforcement and emergency personnel can safely interact with AVs on the road, as well as a continuity of operations plan that explains how AVs will maintain operations or otherwise respond to challenges like power outages or network failures. It also creates a phased timeline for the deployment of commercial AVs. The bill sets deadlines by which DDOT must begin offering a driverless testing permit and the commercial AV permit. Until January 1, 2028, commercial AV operators' fleet size will be limited to 200 vehicles. After January 1, 2028, commercial AV operators can submit an on-demand vehicle network comprehensive plan that, if approved, will allow the operator to increase their fleet size. The comprehensive plan explains how the operator will lawfully park and store their vehicles, minimize passengerless vehicle trips and the associated traffic congestion, ensure riders from all 8 wards have equitable access to AVs, and develop a user interface that allows people with disabilities to request a ride. The bill also establishes clear rules for when an autonomous driving system can be engaged. The bill broadly allows for the use of level 1 and level 2 autonomous driving systems, which are driver assistance systems that still require the human driver to remain in control. The bill generally restricts the use of level 3, 4, and 5 systems, except when an operator has received a permit for either commercial operations or testing. To ensure the district is aware of vehicles with semi or fully autonomous driving systems, manufacturers of levels 3, 4, and 5 systems must also register their products with DDOT. The bill also establishes a vehicle miles traveled tax. The bill establishes a vehicle miles traveled, or VMT, tax for commercial AV operators of 15 cents per mile. The VMT encourages AV operators to minimize passengerless operations and circuitous routing. I'm hoping today's conversation will include some discussions of how we can strengthen the VMT, whether it should replace some of the existing surcharges, and whether it should be extended for other for-hire vehicles. The bill also improves public transit by investing a portion of the revenue collected from AV operations into public transit infrastructure and service investments. The bill also encourages AV operators to collaborate with WMATA to develop a system that offers discounted fares for AV rides that connect to public transit. We have a representative from WMATA that'll be joining one of our panels, and I'm excited to learn more about how this technology could support, not pull, riders from public transit. It also supports existing taxi and rideshare workers by requiring that DDOT, in collaboration with the Department of For-Hire Vehicles and the Department of Employment Services, publish a report analyzing the impact of AV deployment on taxi and rideshare industries. The bill invests the remaining portion of the revenue collected from AV operations to support taxi and rideshare drivers through education, vocational training, and workforce development. We're going to be joined by several labor leaders later today, and I look forward to learning more about their concerns and potential solutions. And finally, the bill clarifies how existing traffic safety laws and liability rules apply to autonomous vehicles. The bill provides guidance for when the human driver or the autonomous driving system should be considered the driver for the purposes of liability, tailored to the vehicle's level of automation. This clarification will help litigants avoid lengthy product liability disputes. And our third panel of the day includes several legal experts, including the law professor whose work on the topic helped inform those portions of the bill. Now, if I have learned anything over the last several months, it's that very few people are ambivalent about autonomous vehicles. There are strong feelings both for and against AVs on our roadways. I'm looking forward to today's conversation and hearing the recommendations on how the bill can be strengthened to achieve the goals that we want here in the district. I do believe we're going to be joined by colleagues of the committee and council over the course of the day, and I'll turn to them for any opening statements they have at that time. With that, a couple of quick comments on the format for today's hearing before we get started. ANC commissioners that are testifying will have 5 minutes each. Public witnesses testifying on behalf of an organization will each have 5 minutes. Those testifying on their own behalf will have 3 minutes. Now, if multiple witnesses are testifying on behalf of the same organization, only one will have the full 5 minutes. The others will have 3 minutes. We have over 80 registered witnesses today. That's great, but that means I'm going to be using a timekeeper to try to keep us all on schedule. For witnesses that are testifying in person, please take a seat at the table when your name is called. We've tried to structure our panels so that there are only 4 in-person witnesses per panel and everyone has a seat, but we may need to pull up a seat or ask a witness to make room for one more, so please be a little flexible with me. For witnesses testifying virtually, you're going to receive a prompt via Zoom to accept a promotion to panelist. After finishing your testimony, please remain seated or in the Zoom in case council members have questions for you. And anyone who's interested in submitting testimony, for the record, the committee will accept written testimony through the council's hearing management system at lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings, and the record closes on July 27th, 2026. Before we turn to our panels, I do believe Councilmember Lewis George is with us online. So Councilmember Lewis George, if you had an opening statement, I'm going to turn to you before we call up our first panels.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson Allen, and good morning to our witnesses joining us both in person and online. I'll keep my opening remarks brief so we can get to our witnesses. This hearing marks an important moment for the district. Emerging technologies present tremendous opportunities, but they also reshape how our residents interact with the built environment and with one another. We saw this more than a decade ago with the arrival of rideshare platforms like Uber, and we should keep those lessons in mind as we consider the potential deployment of autonomous vehicles. DC is also distinct from the cities in which AVs have already been deployed. We have unique public safety concerns, such as motorcades, and specific security measures that must be taken into care and consideration, especially because safety has to be a cornerstone of our unique city, given that we are the capital city of this country. I will be listening closely today to how these issues will be addressed. I'm interested in hearing all the perspectives from industry leaders, from technical experts, from advocates from the disability community, from our labor partners and workers, and many others about the deployment of autonomous vehicles and the legislation before us today. Thank you, Councilmember Allen, for hosting this hearing, and I look forward to a robust conversation and dialogue today. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, let's call our first panel, which is going to be a combination of folks that are here in person as well as online. Got Matthew Walsh, who's the Regional Head of State and Local Public Policy for Waymo. David Marginis, Director of Product Management for Waymo. Marissa Tuel, Senior Public Policy Manager with Lyft. India Herdman, Senior Policy Advisor with Tesla. And Harry Hartfield, Director of AV and AI Policy with Uber. How many people do I have here in person? I need one more chair. Okay, I can make this happen. Thank you very much. The camera will catch everybody. If we want to stay here, we just have to slide the microphone a little bit over, but otherwise we should be in good shape. It's a nicer chair, so we'll make sure you have that. All right, good morning to you all. Matt Walsh, we're going to kick off with you. So when you're ready, if you'll just push the button so the red light comes on.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Matt Walsh, and I'm pleased to be here today on behalf of Waymo, where I serve as Regional Head of State and Local Policy. I'm also joined today by Waymo's Director of Product Management, David Marginis. We appreciate the opportunity to participate in this hearing as the Council considers a comprehensive framework for the commercial deployment of autonomous vehicles in the district. I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your leadership in restarting this incredibly important conversation. This proposed legislation is one of the most robust AV frameworks in the nation, and the first to focus on workers, transit, and equitable transportation. We strongly support the bill's objectives, and we know from our experience that Waymo service can help accomplish them, making roads safer, creating new opportunities for district residents, and making ride-hail more accessible and equitable. Waymo currently serves the public in 11 major cities, providing 500,000 fully autonomous rides every week. In DC, we have operated with professional test drivers in our vehicles for the past 2 years, as that is the maximum operating authority currently allowed by DDOT. We have spent this time validating the technology across all 8 wards of the district, autonomously driving more than 300,000 miles with trained professionals behind the wheel. Compared to human drivers, the data shows we are reducing injury-causing crashes in cities where we operate. With 220 million miles of driving, we've helped prevent more than 700 injury crashes, including nearly 50 that could have caused serious injury or worse. At our current scale, that means we are avoiding about 13 injury crashes every single week. Our technology alone won't fix all of DC's road safety challenges, but it will absolutely contribute to the safe systems approach outlined in the district's Vision Zero plan. Waymo's automated driving system increases safety for all road users. It is designed to follow traffic laws and travel at safe speeds. Waymo can build upon the success that the district has made in reducing serious injuries and fatalities on its roadways. In addition to safety, Waymo will bring new opportunities to DC. Our commitment to the district is built on direct, large-scale investments in a local workforce and infrastructure. Traditional ride-hailing networks push heavy operating costs onto their drivers while taking more money out of their pockets. We take a fundamentally different approach and recently committed tens of millions of dollars in wards 5 and 7 to build service centers and charging facilities to support our fleet. If the council can provide additional regulatory certainty, our current local workforce will grow from dozens of people today to hundreds of personnel who will provide day-to-day operational support. The construction of our facilities will also create hundreds more jobs, and the maintenance of our fleet will bring more business to the local automotive supply chain. And this is only the beginning. If the district chooses to become a regional leader in this space, Waymo will match that vision with long-term investment and jobs needed to support it. These investments are crucial for operating a robust service that addresses transportation equity challenges in the district. Transportation is the gateway to employment, education, healthcare, and participation in community life. Our technology does not consider a rider's race, income, disability, or destination. We offer a safe space where people can feel inherently secured and a dignified option for people, including those who are blind or low vision, who still face illegal service denials and barriers to getting around every day. A scaled AV fleet supported by significant investment in local jobs and infrastructure will offer predictable wait times and uniform service across the district. helping address the geographic inequalities that have historically impacted residents east of the river. And we look forward to developing deeper partnerships with the district and community organizations to fill transportation gaps as we have in cities where we serve. In Los Angeles and San Francisco, we're proud to partner with city agencies like LA Metro and community organizations, including the Homeless Prenatal Program, to provide subsidized rides to underserved communities. In the Bay Area, we are exploring partnerships with major transit systems to connect our riders with bus and train networks. We want to bring that same collaborative approach to the district. We are optimistic about this legislation, and we are eager to deepen our partnership with the district. We consistently hear from thousands of Washingtonians who are excited to have the opportunity to choose Waymo alongside the other great transportation options available to them. We are also proud to have the support of dozens of organizations representing a diverse range of Washingtonians who believe Waymo will be a positive force in their community. These include the National Council on Independent Living, New Futures DC, the ARC, NFB of DC, and many others who I am proud to see in the room today. If the district establishes this framework, Waymo is ready to deliver safer roads, remove transportation barriers for residents, and back it up with hundreds of local jobs. We look forward to working with this committee, the Department of Transportation, and the community to get this right and build a safer, more sustainable, and more equitable transit ecosystem. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Marginis, attorney next.
I've yielded my time to my colleague, Matt.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. Then Marissa Tuel. Did I pronounce that correctly? Tool.
All right. Good morning, Chairman Allen, members of the committee.
That way we'll be able to hear you.
Good morning, Chairman Allen, members of the committee. My name is Marissa Toole, and I'm pleased to testify today on behalf of Lyft, where I'm a senior public policy manager. Lyft has operated our rideshare platform in the district for over a decade, and we also operate Capital Bike Share, giving us a unique vantage point on how new mobility technology fits into the district's broader connected transportation network. We thank you, Chairman Allen and DDOT, for the deliberate approach the district has taken towards autonomous vehicles, studying deployment in other markets rather than rushing to be first. Today, 26 states have opened the door to AV deployment, and the lessons from those markets, including new business models, are now available to the district in a way they weren't just a few years ago. That puts DC in a position to act from strength and to lead by example for the DMV region. We support the bill's goal to bring AVs to DC and believe the best way to realize that goal for equity, resiliency, transit, and workforce is to make sure that the bill clearly accommodates hybrid network deployment structures. On a hybrid network, human drivers and AVs operate side by side on the same platform, sharing supply and demand and reaching more people, more places, more of the time. As introduced, the bill is silent on whether a permitted AV operator may dispatch through an existing rideshare platform. This creates real ambiguity for companies like ours and risks foreclosing a hybrid network model from operating here. We'd urge the committee to add clear enabling language for hybrid networks and make sure the bill doesn't unintentionally rule out hybrid networks from operating in DC. Lyft already operates this model. In Atlanta, riders access AV rides from our partner, May Mobility, on the Lyft platform, and later this year, Waymo AVs will be available for matching on the Lyft platform in Nashville, where our FlexDrive subsidiary is building a purpose-built AV depot and a driver-to-employee pipeline that's already created 70 local jobs, more than half of which have been filled by current or former Lyft drivers. The district has been clear that it wants AV deployment to expand equitable transportation access. AVs don't need to solve every mobility challenge on their own. Like DDOT's own multimodal approach, no single mode fits every need. AV fleets, at least in the near term, will be limited to specific service areas and a fixed number of vehicles, and situations like an extreme weather event could require them to pause service. A hybrid network drawing on human drivers who can serve any ward and keep operating through those moments is well positioned to deliver consistent, resilient, and district-wide service from day one. It also preserves choice for riders like older adults or those with mobility challenges who may prefer the assistance of a human driver, while also providing new options for riders who are excited about the benefits of AVs and don't feel like their needs are well met by the district's existing mobility offerings. The disruption drivers feel from automation isn't new. ATMs, self-checkout didn't eliminate tellers and cashiers. They gave customers more ways to bank and shop, with both options continuing to operate side by side. We expect to see the same here. AVs and human drivers coexisting and complementing each other to meet more rider needs than either could alone. On early hybrid networks on another platform, the number of human drivers and their average earnings per hour have both grown year over year as AV scaled alongside them on a shared platform. This transition also creates new opportunities. AV fleets need fleet managers, technicians, stable skills-based roles that offer full-time opportunities, and that's the same pipeline we've already begun building in Nashville and one we look to replicate with AV partners here in DC. We appreciate the committee's openness to building an AV framework that works for district residents, visitors, drivers, and the companies ready to invest here. Equity, resiliency, transit connectivity, and workforce continuity are 4 benefits of the same design choice. A framework that treats hybrid deployment as a core option, not an afterthought. District is taking time to get this right, and we believe that patience puts DC in a strong position to lead by example. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I have India Herdman. Good morning.
Good morning. Chair Allen, members of the committee, my name is India Herdman and I'm Senior Policy Advisor at Tesla. Autonomous vehicles represent a transformative opportunity for DC residents. I'm excited I was born and raised here. AVs promise to dramatically improve road safety, create new jobs, and expand accessibility for aging and disabled Americans. In June 2025, Tesla began operating Robotaxi, our commercial autonomous ride-hailing service in Texas. Today, rides are available to the public in Austin, Dallas, Houston, and Miami. Safety is our top priority. Tesla's vision-based automated driving system, powered by an advanced neural network, is designed for superior safety, delivering deeper scene understanding, faster reaction times, and more reliable decision-making. The Tesla ADS is trained on over 11 billion miles of real-world driving, including events that most drivers never experience in their lifetimes. Tesla's ADS system performance is rigorously validated against a wide range of scenarios through on-road, closed course, and simulation testing. AVs also represent tremendous economic opportunity. Research shows that AV adoption could create 3 million new jobs in the United States by 2035. Tesla, with over 100,000 US employees, builds AV technology in-house to scale production and create high-quality American jobs. And AVs expand access for everyone, as my colleagues have mentioned. Tesla Robotaxi vehicles support service animals, screen readers, verbal location assistance, and information in 29 languages. By removing barriers to mobility, AVs provide communities with greater independence and access. While Tesla supports the intent of this legislation, we believe significant amendments are needed to ensure DC can fully capitalize on the economic, safety, and mobility benefits that AVs offer. First, we urge the committee to strike the 180-day mandatory testing requirement and clarify that testing miles from other jurisdictions count towards the mileage threshold. The combined 180-day waiting period and 250,000-mile requirement creates an unnecessarily burdensome barrier to entry. Second, the proposed permit fees are extraordinarily high and out of step with the national market. A $1 million non-refundable application fee plus a $5 million operational permit fee, followed by $1 million renewals. This far exceeds any other US jurisdiction. For context, Nevada caps its one-time permit fee at $500,000. We urge the committee to substantially lower these permit fees to levels that are reasonable, proportionate, and aligned with national benchmarks. Third, we urge removal of provisions in the bill's proposed reporting requirements that unnecessarily overlap with data already mandated and made public by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Fourth, Tesla opposes levying a 15-cent per mile vehicle miles traveled tax on AVs. Any new tax deserves rigorous scrutiny, particularly one that adds a significant per mile cost to a technology specifically designed to provide more affordable transportation. Notably, no other jurisdiction has imposed an AV-specific tax of this nature. Finally, Tesla strongly opposes the litigation and liability provisions in the bill, which present a significant departure from established product liability principles. Most concerning is the provision that imposes tort liability whenever the automated driving system is engaged, without the necessity of pleading or proving a product defect. ADS engagement alone should not absolve a plaintiff from the fundamental requirement of proving a product defect under applicable products liability law. These provisions dramatically expand manufacturer exposure and risk chilling innovation by creating unpredictable and unlimited liability. We urge the committee to substantially revise these provisions. Tesla is committed to working with the committee to ensure that legislation promotes both the highest standards of public safety and continued innovation in AV technology. We stand ready to partner with you to ensure safer roads, expanded mobility, and economic growth for the people of DC. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much. All right, and then I've got Harry Hartfield.
Chairperson Allen and the members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Harry Hartfield. I lead Uber's autonomous vehicle policy. We support the expansion of autonomous vehicles, and we appreciate the council's willingness to engage on this issue and ensure the district remains a leader on innovation. AVs have the potential to make our roads safer, accelerate electrification, expand access to transportation, and lower costs. As you very correctly pointed out, the question before the council is not whether autonomous vehicles should come to the district, it's when. The question instead is how best to balance innovation in a way that benefits riders, drivers, and all Washingtonians. We believe this bill gets that balance wrong. The future of transportation is not a binary choice between human drivers and autonomous vehicles. The future of transportation will be hybrid, human drivers and autonomous vehicles operating side by side, each filling different needs and making the overall transportation system more resilient. Drivers provide capacity during peak demand, serve trips that autonomous vehicles cannot, and help ensure transportation remains available across more communities and operating conditions. Public policy should be designed around that reality, not an AV-only future that does not exist. Unfortunately, this bill does the opposite. First, it limits competition. By requiring companies to build autonomous technology and operate the rideshare platform, the bill effectively narrows the field to a small number of vertically integrated companies. The result is a framework that's hostile to startups and small businesses and forces drivers to compete directly with autonomous vehicles rather than grow alongside them. Second, it contains no requirement to ensure service reaches all 8 wards. Without any regulation, AVs will focus on well-resourced areas. For example, in the Bay Area, AV operations have expanded in San Francisco's wealthiest neighborhoods while remaining absent from traditionally underserved communities in the East Bay. The bill also does not provide a framework for accessibility, including requiring investments in a purpose-built vehicle for mobility disabilities, or a mandatory wave supply. Accessibility cannot be an afterthought. We also need to accept that this technology is still in its infancy. Autonomous technology is learning how to manage situations that humans intuitively understand, like blackouts, rain, or large events. When total failure happens with AVs, even if rare, the outcomes impact not just AV passengers, but residents across the city. That risk is magnified in the district with motorcades and frequent unexpected road closures. Finally, the bill largely ignores the workforce transition. There are tens of thousands of drivers in the district. Workforce disruption is not a reason to stop innovation, but we should be honest about the trade-offs. AVs can grow the pie when rolled out in partnership with drivers, but we've seen firsthand the impacts when AVs and drivers compete directly. In San Francisco and Los Angeles, where drivers compete with AV-only fleets, driver utilization and earnings declined last year. One AV in California now performs the work of roughly 4 drivers. Uber believes there's a better path forward, one that supports autonomous vehicles while preserving competition, ensuring accountability, protecting workers, and delivering benefits to every community in the district. That's how the district can lead, not by moving first, but by getting the framework right. Thank you for your time. I look forward to your questions.
Great. All right. Thank you all very much. We've got a lot of questions for this panel, so thank you very much. So bear with me here. All right. So I'm going to start probably, Mr. Walsh, with a few questions for you, but I'll sprinkle them across to the whole panel, I promise. All right. How many vehicles are currently deployed in your testing phase today?
Here in the district, you're asking?
In the district. Sorry.
Yeah, it's currently 25 vehicles.
Okay. And what is their level of automation right now using the SAE level system?
That would be level 4.
Okay. All right. And does anybody else have, the answer I think is no, but just make sure. Does anybody else have any vehicles testing currently?
We're not testing level 4, but we are doing data collection at level 2.
Okay, thank you. All right. Mr. Walsh, how many miles of testing have you performed in the district? So
over 300,000 miles in the last 2 years.
Okay. What is the breakdown of testing miles by ward, for example?
I don't have the exact mileage breakdown by ward. We can follow up with your office on that. What I do know is that we have mapped the entirety of the district. So all 8 wards we have mapped and or tested in. So there's not a single ward that we haven't been in. And I think we've said from the get-go that our commitment is to serve the entirety of the district. So we can follow up with your office on the specific mileage breakdown.
Should I hear that to mean that your test vehicles have driven every block of every road in the entirety of the district?
That is correct.
Okay. And then obviously some blocks you've driven many more times over.
That is also true.
Okay. When we think about a testing regime, should driving, for example, downtown over and over and over again is certainly going to tell you something. But if I'm looking for a system that is across the whole city, should the legislation not just require a total number of miles tested in the district, but to have some type of geographic distribution such that any AV operator, you're obviously speaking for Waymo, but any AV operator should have to be able to show they've tested in every corner of the ward, every neighborhood, the unique characteristics that go with those roadways?
Mr. Chairman, I think it's an important question. I think that we would be interested in having a conversation with you and your team over the summer about exactly how is the best way to achieve that. What I think is important is, regardless of how we ensure that testing is being done in every district, there has to be a commitment for AV operators that they're going to provide a service in every ward of the district. I think that is something that Waymo has been committed to and continues to be committed to. Certainly, we've shown that through the testing and mapping that we've done, but I do think it's an important part of this conversation that all operators should be committed to providing an equitable service. But we can certainly have more discussions this summer about how we should ensure that in the testing regime.
Okay. Do you have a breakdown of testing miles by condition? So if what I mean by that is by night, by day, by rain, by snow, by ice, to get a full testing experience of what the conditions would be like in the district?
Yeah, I think over the last 2 years, we have seen pretty much everything that the district has had to offer us in terms of weather and traffic conditions. And so we definitely have that. Again, I don't have those exact breakdown figures in front of me, but happy to follow up with your office on that.
I guess, do you categorize your testing though by condition? Like, is that
Yeah.
you don't have that at your fingertips, but is that a known answer you could get back to us on?
It absolutely is.
Okay.
We do characterize those, and we seek to get as much of a variety as possible, just so that when we do deploy, when we do start to scale, we are prepared for anything that a particular geography is going to throw at us.
Okay. Have there been, or how many collisions have there been during the testing phase with your vehicles?
There have been a handful of collisions. Most of them have been the fault of other human drivers, from what I understand. And those have been reported to DDOT as required, but there has been no sort of serious major collision that we're aware of.
Okay. And does that report distinguish whether, does it assign essentially fault of where the fault lied in that collision?
To the best of my knowledge, the report details the facts of the incident, but I do not believe that when we put that report in, we are not assigning fault from Waymo. I think that there are generally accompanying police reports that NPD files that may have some indication of fault in those reports, but we as Waymo do not assign fault in our reports.
Okay. And this will bring in a couple other folks on this. I wanted to kind of pull the thread a little bit on understanding the app. Be it a hybrid model versus a vertical integration. The legislation as is, I think as Ms. Toole pointed out, is kind of silent to it. We didn't legislatively specify what the actual integration has to be. Sometimes we don't want to over-legislate sometimes and be overly prescriptive because that can lock things in. At the same time, if I understood, Ms. Toole, your testimony, you feel the current language is ambiguous around a hybrid network deployment in such a way that it could be interpreted as to disallow that from taking place, which I understand your argument is we don't want to disallow it. Does Waymo operate a hybrid network platform in other jurisdictions, or is it mixed based on which jurisdiction you're in?
So, Mr. Chairman, I think a better way to sort of is to zoom out and talk about the fact that I think when we talk about a hybrid network, which has been said multiple times today, as well in other hearings that your colleagues have had, this idea of a hybrid network is a problem in search of a solution. It's not, a solution in search of a problem. The reality is, in the 11 major cities that we operate in today, there is a ecosystem of transportation options. People can choose to take a Waymo. People can choose to take another one of the ride-hailing apps. People can choose to take Metro Transit. So the idea that this legislation has to be specific in statute as to needing a hybrid network, I just don't simply understand that. I think that as written, there will be the same transportation ecosystem that operates here, that operates in any other city that we currently operate in. So I just don't, I'm not quite sure, and I don't think your colleagues also have understood what this hybrid network truly is.
Okay. Well, let me use this chance to pull in Mr. Hartfield and Ms. Toole on this, because I think both of you kind of testified to this point. All right. When I take an Uber, I pull up my app, and I have different types of choices of what type of vehicle am I looking at. It provides me with an approximate time and approximate cost. Then I can make a choice. But if I'm not going to take an Uber, because actually I'm going to go jump on a bike share, I don't go to my Uber app to get my bike share. I pull up my bike share app on my phone, same phone, seconds apart, and I take a look and say, okay, where are my bikes that are available? I kind of prefer an e-bike, so let me check to see if that's close to me. Like, why do I need a hybrid model? Why do you think that's advantageous and you're advocating for that compared to, I probably have all the apps on my phone right here, and I can choose which one am I looking for that best suits my transportation choice that I'm trying to make? I'll give both a chance to respond to that.
Sure. So today, if you open your Lyft app in DC, we have human-driven rides available, but we also have bike share available on that app. So you type in your destination
That's a
and
fair
you
point. Lyft is going to be unique in my example I just gave. Yeah.
you assess how am I going to get there based on wait time or proximity of a bicycle cost. When we bring AVs onto our platform, that will be a new added choice that we also believe will meet needs of riders today that see human-driven ride or see bike share ride and say, hey, my needs are not being met. So that's the big opportunity for us there.
Okay. Mr. Hartfield?
Yeah. One quick clarifying thing, and I think that sounds like us, and let's see it differently, but the way we read the bill is it actually wouldn't allow Uber or Lyft for that matter to have AVs on our platform because only, and again, happy to talk offline about this, but the way we read it is that only an AV developer, manufacturer, operator can get the AV permit to dispatch those vehicles, which means that Uber and Lyft couldn't get the permit. And so we therefore couldn't dispatch AVs on our platform. So if we went to go work with a company with AVs to put on our platform, we wouldn't be allowed to do that. I don't know if we might just be reading it differently.
Right. Just to be clear, I don't believe that would be the legislative intent, but that's also the point of hearings where we're able to hear different perspectives and readings, and then we work on bills following the hearing.
I think zooming out, the benefit of the hybrid network is, yes, I do think from a customer experience, if I'm going to the airport, I might want a driver, not an AV, right? And it's nice to have that option in one app. I think that's a positive customer experience. But I think for the city, for the district, for drivers, the benefits are, we run a fairly reliable rideshare network. We can always be better, right? And we should be better. But we don't need thousands of AVs to run a reliable rideshare network, right? Hundreds of AVs can help meet demand. They can provide reliability. They can sort of meet people where they are. But if you run an AV only network, you really need 1,000+ AVs to meet demand, or else your ETAs are too long, so nobody uses an AV, and then you don't have enough supply to meet demand, and sort of like a reverse flywheel, if you will. A hybrid network allows you to scale slowly. It allows you to have a phased transition. Drivers sort of are to have a little more time to make an adjustment. And I would say, over time, drivers will start to leave the platform, right? There'll be less work. That's the nature of this, and not a reason to stop it, but it is something we should keep in mind. And as drivers leave the platform, that means traditional rideshare might be a little less reliable. And when an AV can't operate or isn't able to operate in a certain place, that means that the sort of fallback network isn't there the same way. And so we think that a hybrid network allows you to scale better. It also, we serve all 8 wards, and we did that on day one, right? I think you should have to serve all 8 wards on day one. You shouldn't say, like, I'm going to serve this area and then we'll get to all 8 wards. Because, AVs will be safer. They have an incredible safety benefit. We won't realize that safety benefit unless we're in all 8 wards on day one. I'm happy to keep talking about why the hybrid network is great, but I'm sure you have other questions.
Well, I also am over my time and I want to turn to my colleague for a round of questions. I'm going to come back for a second round. I do think, and again, happy to work with folks after the hearing as we think in the weeks and months ahead. But I think part of what the legislation is trying to contemplate is that a company requesting the AV permit, we also want to be one that's directly managing the fleet. And so I hear, and I'm going to wrestle with this a little bit around what does the user interface look like in a way that is as consumer friendly for that choice as possible. But I do think we also are trying to create a system that has that direct management of the fleet. So we'll come back to that and keep working on it. I want to turn to my colleague, Councilor Lewis George, if she's got a round of questions now.
Thank you so much. I really appreciated the robust conversation around the hybrid models. And so thank you all for that. Ms. Toole and Mr. Hartfield, how many drivers do you have on your app in the DC region? And how many drive more than 20 hours per week?
I don't have an official number in front of me. I can say we have tens of thousands of drivers in the district. And in general, about 80% of them drive less than 20 hours a week. I'm happy to come back to your office with a more official number, though.
Thank you.
I have this number. About 87% of drivers on the Lyft network work fewer than 20 hours per week. That is national, not DC specific, but it gives you an idea.
And how has this changed in jurisdictions where AVs operate?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen in places where AVs compete with human drivers, like San Francisco and LA, earnings for drivers were down last year. They were up in most of the rest of the country, and they were down in LA and San Francisco. There are a whole host of reasons for that. I don't think we can say it was just one thing, to be clear. But clearly there is an impact. There's an impact on how many trips drivers get. And as you get fewer trips, you make less money. And we don't have great data yet on sort of the long-term impact on people who drive more than 20 hours or less than 20 hours. But we should expect that, people who use this as a flexible way to make money, the college student trying to work a little bit after school, or a parent trying to make some extra money for Christmas, those people who have a little less time and ability to work longer hours to make the same amount are probably going to see the consequences first.
Gotcha. Thank you for that. And Mr. Walsh, I wanted to come to you around, can you speak in greater detail about the number of employees you have in other regions of comparable size? And what kinds of jobs do you generally bring into markets with AV deployment?
Yeah, I appreciate the question, council member. Typically, we're seeing hundreds of jobs in similar larger metro markets. These types of jobs range from things like our autonomous specialists, where they're behind the wheel during the initial phases of testing and development. We also have fleet managers, we have vehicle technicians, we have individuals who are responsible for cleaning and maintaining the vehicles, charging the vehicles. And then, of course, there's the broader automotive AV ecosystem that builds around that, right? We will require suppliers for things like tires. We go through an incredible amount of tires traveling 24/7 a day. So there's a whole ecosystem that's built around that, but those are the types of jobs right now that we see being created.
Okay. And Ms. Hermden, did I say right? Same question. Herdman, thank you so much. What the same question for Tesla? Can you speak to in greater detail about the number of employees you have in other regions of comparable size, and what kinds of jobs do you all generally bring into markets with AV deployment?
Yes, very similar to my colleague at Waymo, we hire for the same types of positions to support fleet operations, including specialists, remote operations, in-field rapid response teams, anything to do with the depot, charging, cleaning, all of that. We're also unique in that we are the manufacturer of the vehicle as well. So we've hired thousands of people down in Texas to support our manufacturing processes for our robotaxi vehicles, and we continue to be hiring. So please look at our website. We're hiring a lot of jobs right now. It's a very, very competitive market.
And what are the wages for those positions, generally speaking?
Yeah, so all Tesla employees for Robotaxi are in-house, so they get full benefits. The salary depends on the specific position. They also get equity in the company as well. All Tesla employees get equity.
And Mr. Walsh, what about for Waymo? What are the wages for those positions generally speaking, and what type of benefits do those employees get?
Yeah, I appreciate the question, Councilmember. Again, I think a lot of those wages are dependent. Those are a different classification of roles and skills that are needed for those roles. There is a mixture of both full-time employees, both in-house at Waymo as well as through our partner vendors. But again, these are full-time employees with benefits.
Okay. And I guess how many, I guess because one of the concerns is just making sure that our workforce remains within the district and there are jobs available for them. I know some of the jobs are temporary, but how many of them, the temporary jobs, because I guess the initial deployment versus individuals who then end up with long-term jobs, what does that transition look like?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. I think a lot of our autonomous specialists who are, involved in the beginning phases of those of the testing and validation, they then transition into autonomous specialist trainer jobs where they are going and training other autonomous specialists, or they move into more fleet management roles. So these are not just test driver roles. These are roles that really give people an opportunity for career development. We've been really proud to be able to hire a majority of our current testing and autonomous specialists that are DC residents. And I think we're committed to continuing that local hiring as our service grows. The one thing I will just say, council member, is that the size of our operation here in DC is going to sort of dictate what the size of our workforce can be. Right now, there's some discussion about vehicle caps in this legislation. The larger an operation that we can have here in DC, the bigger that our footprint can be, and the more people that we're going to need to support that service. So eager to have that conversation with you and your colleagues.
Okay, I appreciate that. As I've mentioned, DC is unique in its safety concerns. What have you all been doing during the testing phase to take into account some of those safety concerns? And by that, I mean, as you know, we are home of many embassies and diplomats, not only the President of the United States, but also many congressmen and women, a lot of high security traffic, as well as our on our roadways. And so what have you all been doing to take into account the unique security concerns that face the District of Columbia? And what can be done to address the unique security concerns that face the District of Columbia as the capital city?
This has been part of our approach and thinking ever since we entered this area and started driving with our autonomous specialists here. We recognize the uniqueness of the district before we even entered here, and coming in to validate and improve our software to be able to drive successfully in the district was a key part of our approach. What we have seen is that our software generalized extremely well to the district, and there were great opportunities to observe these situations that you speak of, things like motorcades, things like unplanned road closures, et cetera, and validate that the more than 200 million fully autonomous miles that we had seen in our other cities translated well here. When you talk about safety concerns, I think it's also important to calibrate on some numbers. We transparently release all of our collision data through NHTSA and the Standing General Order. And what we have demonstrated over a track record of 220 million miles is a 94% reduction in serious injury collisions. The other thing that I would mention that I think is unique to this district and that we've heard from other officials in our other districts is that the privacy that Waymo vehicles offer is a key factor in them selecting their own transportation options because they are able to hold personal conversations in the vehicle and essentially extend it into a workspace because of the privacy that offers. So I think that the Waymo service is actually uniquely suited to the needs of the district, and we look forward to being able to demonstrate that through a scaled and methodical deployment.
Okay. And if I can get one more question about that, what caused the autonomous vehicle to drive into the flooded roadway, prompting the recall of 3,500 vehicles? Could you just talk more about NHTSA's letter you received regarding ongoing issues AVs are having with complying with emergency and police situations on roadways, and what you all are doing to address NHTSA's concerns?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a couple of topics within that question. So let me try to tackle them all. NHTSA did release a letter emphasizing the importance of autonomous vehicles to be able to comply with first responders and essentially keep them moving on roads. This is a position that we wholeheartedly agree with, and something that we have espoused since we started as a company over 16 years ago. We've worked with NHTSA throughout that period to make sure that they understand our technology and that we're taking feedback from them throughout. So the content of the letter was certainly no surprise, and something that we agree with. Furthermore, just to calibrate on kind of the scale and size of operations and our level of performance, Waymo interacts with 68,000 active emergency vehicles every single week. And the overwhelming majority of those are complete non-events. We're able to move to the side well ahead because we're paying attention 360 degrees. We're able to reroute to get away from active emergency scenes, et cetera. And the San Francisco Fire Department even went so far as to tweet out a video of a Waymo vehicle getting out of the way of an active fire truck and saying, essentially to human drivers, drive more like this vehicle. So I think our track record here is generally excellent. That being said, there are always going to be opportunities for improvement, and something that we continue to work with the departments and agencies in all the cities that we're at, including at the federal level, to make sure that we continue to improve our software.
Thank you. I'm over time. If you all have I don't know if you all did an official response to the NHTSA concerns, or if you're going to do that. If so, if that's something you can share with the committee.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and follow up with you, Councilmember. Appreciate the question.
Thank you, Chair Allen.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember. Let me stick on safety for a little bit as well. So basically, I think every AV company we have heard from touts safety record. We are going to be safer than a human driver. So can you talk more about how you quantify the safety of the vehicle, and how is it measured? Because being safer than the worst driver on the road out there is not a very high bar. Why shouldn't it be safer than even the safest driver that's on our streets? Can you talk about how you actually measure and quantify what safer means, and who are we measuring against?
Yeah, it's an excellent question, and thank you for focusing on kind of the holistic approach here, right? I think it's important to measure given actual results, kind of transparently reported, rather than looking at kind of individual events. To get to your question, we have released our safety measurement methodology in a peer-reviewed white paper. It's available on our website at waymo.com/safety. And so I'd encourage you to get the full answer there. But just to summarize for here, we take an extremely apples-to-apples approach in measuring our vehicle safety against human-driven miles in the same geographies and on the same types of roads that humans are driving on. And that last piece is absolutely critical, because if you are enabling your software or predominantly driving on one type of roadway, say a freeway, but then measuring against the holistic baseline, including roadways that include many more pedestrians or cyclists or just vehicles generally, it's easy to produce a number that purports to be much safer without producing any safety benefit at all. And that's why when we looked at our own methodology and how we were going to measure things, we made sure that we were doing something that was truly intellectually honest and that could be shared with the world, which is why we've released that data, and we release unredacted collision reports when they do happen. What we have demonstrated with that, and all of these numbers are available at waymo.com/safety/impact, is that we enjoy a 94% reduction in serious injury collisions. We also have numbers that show the the performance of the Waymo driver as compared to the human baseline with regard to different collision types, like within intersection or front to rear, head to head, et cetera, and also against vulnerable road users, which is an area that we take very, very seriously and where we see, some of our highest impact numbers. So hopefully that sheds some light on it. There's a lot more in the paper, so I'd encourage you to take a look there.
Yeah, absolutely. Ms. Herdman, similar question for how Tesla evaluates this. Obviously not testing in the district in the same way, but as you look at other jurisdictions, how is Tesla measuring? Is it similar, comparable, or what's unique about your system?
Yeah, it's very similar. We have to measure against human benchmarks. Otherwise, everything is just imaginary. So we have that collision reporting done by the U.S. Department of Transportation, and then we can take collisions per miles traveled in our robotaxi fleet and, produce that data as well. Just like my colleagues as well, we transparently submit unredacted reports to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. So you can actually go in and read. Since launching robotaxi in June 2025, we've had 18 events that necessitate reporting. 10 of those were at fault of a human driver. The remaining incidents involved minor events with stationary objects like curb rash, hitting a chain, nothing that has resulted in an injury or fatality from the Tesla robotaxi fleet.
Okay, all right, thank you. Kind of following this thread a little bit longer. So there was a forum about a week ago or so by Families for Safe Streets on autonomous vehicles. And during the forum, one of the folks kind of challenged us to think about what level of safety is a fair expectation or demand for autonomous vehicles. And they were talking about specific numbers. Should we be saying that an autonomous vehicle is 10 times safer than humans? Should it be 100 times safer than humans? You've given numbers of saying 94% fewer collisions. Is there a measurement or a metric that exists to say an AV is 10 times safer than a human driver, 100 times safer? And what would be a reasonable threshold to hold AVs to?
Yeah, it's a very interesting question. It's not something I think that we've considered deeply, but maybe some of the considerations that you might incorporate as you consider the path forward here. At Waymo, we have safety built into every aspect of our culture. And one of the things that we talk about internally is that safety is urgent. 40,000 people die on our roadways every single year, 1.2 million internationally. And it is the number 14 leading cause of death amongst people. It's the number 2 leading cause of death amongst our young people. And so what Waymo is offering is a 94% effective cure, if you will, to that public health crisis. Now, it's not a 100% cure, right? There's still 6% left there, and we're working hard on improving that. But if you are offered a 94% cure to that number 14 leading cause of death, I think that the approach should be to try and take that as soon as possible. Because today, right now, somebody is going to experience an untimely death, a serious injury collision that's going to keep them from being able to go to their job, play with their kids. It's going to change their life. And if we have the opportunity to prevent one of those, if we have the opportunity to prevent 10,000 of those in the future by acting faster, then I think that's an opportunity that we should take.
Yeah. All right, devil's advocate, when we think about changing behavior to have safer driving. So I've heard folks say, all right, from an impairment standpoint, this is a great option. Someone has gone out, they've had too much to drink, they're impaired in some way, they can get home this way. Most impaired drivers, though, are driving because they don't think they're impaired. So folks that are going to go to a bar or restaurant, drink too much, and then get back in their car and drive home, today they have the option, in DC at least, I could call an Uber or a Lyft right now. So the cynic would say, are you really going to change behavior? To the 17-year-old kid who's going to make a really dumb decision on a roadway, they could make a different choice right now. So how do you help answer that cynic that comes and says, I don't know if we're going to really get that impaired driver off the road because they have options. They are choosing to get behind the wheel. for whatever the variety of reasons are, but they're making that choice today. Why would they choose to get a Waymo?
It's an excellent question. We approached this through a study that we did a number of years ago where we worked with the city of Chandler, Arizona, and examining accident reports recreated every single fatal collision that had occurred over a certain period there. And then we used our extensive simulation capabilities to replace the actors in each of those accidents with the Waymo driver to see how well it would have performed in those scenes. We did that both for the primary actor, so essentially the actor that was the cause of that accident. We also did it for the secondary vehicles in that collision. And what we found was that when the Waymo driver replaced the primary actor, 100% of those collisions were avoided. When we replaced the secondary actor, in other words, the vehicle that was hit, more than 85% of those were avoided as well. And so what we see is that the Waymo driver is able to prevent not only the primary cause of the collision, say, that person making a better decision because Waymo is available in the district, but also the secondary collisions as well. We have videos of what this looks like on our website, again, at waymo.com/safety, where you can see the Waymo driver swerving out of the way of red light runners or potential T-bone collisions, drivers that just aren't paying attention. And I think that would be demonstrative of the level of safety that the district would enjoy, even if we're not convincing that potential drunk driver to take a Waymo instead of driving home.
Okay, that's helpful. Ms. Herdman, do you want to jump on that?
Yeah, if I could just comment as well. A lot of this burden is on the manufacturers to incentivize the behavior to call an autonomous vehicle, right? The way that Tesla thinks about this is by providing the most affordable option for our vehicles. Our goal is to get the cost per mile down to 30 cents per mile to the customer as we scale. So you can see why I have concerns about the 15-cent per mile number, since that is half of what we would be charging as a fare per mile to the customer.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Lewis George, I have a couple more specific questions on this thread, and then I'll turn to you for another round and give you extra time as well. One of the things that I think we've heard around arguments for the AV driver is that we can program it to be safer. So is there any scenario where we would say that you can program an autonomous vehicle to exceed the speed limit? Or should the speed limit's the limit? It's not 5 miles per hour over it. It's not 2 miles per hour over it. The limit's the limit. Would we program our autonomous vehicles to operate at the speed limit and no greater?
That is the way that Waymos are currently programmed. Waymos are designed to drive safe and compliantly. That includes speed limits. They can, for very brief periods, exceed the speed limit only if they are attempting to avoid a collision. But that would be the only instance in which that occurs. That's Waymo's approach. Different autonomous vehicle companies might take a different approach.
Okay. Ms. Herdman?
Yes, our vehicles are designed to comply with local traffic laws. The vehicle can go faster than the speed limit in the event of a safety critical situation, as well as to keep pace with the traffic surrounding it. We've found that there are actually additional incidents if a vehicle is going too far below the speed limit as well. So we've done a lot of testing with speed.
Okay, but why would I allow it to go over the speed limit?
In the
If
event,
dangerous drivers are going around. I understand for the safety incident, that
Yeah.
makes sense. But flow of traffic, if there's a whole bunch of people are just driving dangerously above the speed limit, why would I allow an autonomous vehicle to do that?
it won't necessarily mimic the speed that the other drivers are going, but be within a specific margin between the traffic law with the speed limit posted, as well as what's going around behind the vehicle and to the sides of the vehicle in the event it needs to swerve, make
Okay.
an evasive maneuver.
Got it. I feel the evasive maneuver, the safety response, a quick momentary piece, I can wrap my head around that one. I'd feel pretty strongly that we set a speed limit for a reason. That's the limit. We can't go over that. So similarly, I've had a lot of conversation around how do you manage curbside, pick up and drop off, but also you can't park in a bike lane. That's the bike lane's travel lane. So is the programming such that the vehicle cannot stop and impede the travel within a marked and designated bike lane?
Yeah, I think the discussion of curb usage is always a very interesting one in, dense urban environments like the district. The Waymo vehicle prioritizes, safe and compliant roadway usage, including the use of curb space. Generally, I think that I know that the council has opinions about how to collaborate with autonomous vehicle players. That's a conversation that we are excited to have with you, so that we can understand the district's needs, as well as make sure that we're programming our vehicles to be able to take the most advantage of curb space, get people, safely and rapidly where they need to get to.
Ms. Herdman?
Thanks for the question. Yes, the Tesla ADS is specifically designed to never stop in a bike lane. Curbs are super important for a variety of reasons as well, particularly for blind and visually impaired customers. So we need to be able to make sure that pickups and drop-offs are perfect, essentially, and be able to give that guidance in-app to where the vehicle is located. Another really interesting conversation that we're having with other jurisdictions is pickup and drop-off locations for extremely busy areas. So I'm thinking, U Street, 14th Street. Perhaps it makes sense to have a conversation with the committee and DDOT about setting something like that up in the district as well.
Okay. And curbside management is something that is really important, whether it's our AV conversation or anybody else. We're going to continue to follow this after the hearing, obviously. I think there is a healthy discussion to be had. When I take an Uber or a Lyft, for example, and it's dropping me off at my house, it's not an unreasonable thing that it's going to stop in the roadway, let the passengers out, and the driver makes a decision around that. I don't believe it should stop in a bike lane, but I do believe there are going to be instances where there's a reasonable standard of I do that in an Uber and a Lyft, and I think that's not an unreasonable expectation that I'm going to be able to walk out, get in that vehicle or not. So this to me is an area where after the hearing, as we work over the next weeks and months, we got to kind of fine tune that. But I do think safety around not blocking a bike lane is going to be very important, and for multiple stakeholders in the district as well. But I can also understand we've got to find the reasonableness of when a vehicle is going to drop me off, for example, outside my door, which is not an unreasonable expectation when I'm doing this. I've gone well over though, Councilmember Lewis George, so let me tack on plenty of extra time for you as well for this round.
All good. Thank you. My next one, I want to talk a bit more about infrastructure and how you all plan to manage the specific ways the district is different from other jurisdictions. These questions are primarily for the folks from Waymo as well as Ms. Herdman, but all are welcome to respond. In preparation for deployment, what will your companies do to set up infrastructure you need within the district? Where would you look to set up depots with charging infrastructure? I'm assuming those would be sites where jobs for district residents would primarily be located.
It's a great question. Councilmember, right now, as I said during my testimony, we have made initial investments in wards 5 and 7. And those are for both service depots as well as charging facilities. And we're excited to see those become open hopefully in the future. And those again will be where district residents will be able to have career opportunities. The other thing I will just note, just tying back to the piece about equity, is that what we have found is that the areas in which our depots are located tend to have a higher rate of accessibility to the Waymos. There's shorter wait times. There's a more prevalence of Waymos because they're coming in and out of the depots. So specifically for Ward 7, we're excited about the possibility that those residents will have unfettered access to Waymo, which I think is a pretty stark departure from their current transportation options.
Ms. Herdman.
Thank you for the question, council member. So outside of our hiring for our data collection operations in DC, we have not made any hard investments in the community yet. Transparently, it's kind of all about whether we'll be able to come here, right? This is the purpose for this conversation. When there is a clear deployment pathway for commercial operations, that's when you would see Tesla make investments in the community.
Got it. How do you all expect this infrastructure to impact our electrical grid capacity? Rising electricity rates are a top of mind concern for our residents and for us as leaders. So understanding these impacts are really critical for us.
Thank you again for the question. Yes, as you know, Tesla manufactures a range of products outside of vehicles, including solar equipment and utility scale batteries. We think about this question a lot, so we need to be very diligent about what times of day we are charging to avoid high usage times during the day, as well as investing in our supercharger network. Tesla operates the largest charging network in the world. And we understand that those continued investments are really important. I actually spoke with your office prior to this hearing, and I'm going to come in and talk to you about our battery management systems so we can chat further about what we can offer.
Waymo is also proud to operate a 100% battery electric fleet. As America continues its transformation towards electrification, the types of questions that you just asked are absolutely coming up. We've had extensive experience doing this in other metros that we've been operating in. And we also recently introduced a program that takes the batteries out of vehicles that we have retired to add to the grid and supplement grid level storage so that we can reduce usage during peak times. That said, this is a challenge, broadly that the industry, I would say the automobile industry, not just Waymo, is facing. And we look forward to, working with you in your office to understand DC's unique challenges and make sure that we are building towards that, more electrified future that I think we're all pushing for.
Yeah. How can your companies, because I'm hearing a lot about how you can plan to offset, but can you speak more about the way the grid itself is impacted and how your companies can offset the cost and how you all can help us as a district meet our clean energy goals?
Because we do not have commercial operations in the district yet, I'm not extremely familiar with
it would be for you more so yeah.
Sorry about that stuff.
It's all good.
I can't speak to that. I'm happy to follow up with your office and give some more information on that.
I appreciate it.
Councilwoman, do you mind if I add something? I apologize. Do you mind if I add? This is Harry from. I think getting back to something you said before, like under the current version of the bill, sort of a network. I think Councilman Allen, you were saying you want a world where the manufacturer also operates the fleet, and by necessity, that means multiple depot. Like Waymo needs a depot, Tesla needs a depot, Neuro needs a depot, Wave needs a depot. Everyone needs their own depot pulling from the grid individually. In a hybrid network, you might have 2 or 3 depots, but there's multiple companies pulling from the grid at the depot. So you're reducing your footprint, you're potentially reducing your grid usage, which again, I know I keep coming back, this is another a long-term benefit there.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Mr. Walsh, thanks for speaking to the locations in wards 5 and 7. I'm wondering how you see that impacting traffic patterns coming in and out of the district. The roadways that run through these wards are extremely congested and represent high traffic areas. How will Waymo adding vehicles along these routes change these patterns, and what are you all doing to help support those issues that are unique to Ward 5 and 7?
Appreciate the question. So, Councilmember, before we finalize any specific site location, we are going through an extensive review process of not only the site, but the surrounding community. Traffic assessments are being conducted well before we move forward with our plan. So I think right now of the sites that we are moving forward on, we feel very confident that the addition of the Waymo facilities will not negatively contribute to traffic congestion. The other thing that we have implemented in our facilities is our staff are constantly aware of making sure that the flow of vehicles is smooth and efficient. Certainly, we don't want those vehicles blocking any of those streets. And I think if you look at the facilities that we have in other markets, you will see that these facilities are fairly seamless operations. And so the other last thing I'll just say is that as those facilities begin to near further stages of completion, the Waymo team will be interacting with the surrounding communities, engaging with them so that they have an understanding of what these facilities look like, what they can expect. But lastly, and probably most importantly, what can those members of the public and local businesses do if they need to contact Waymo about any concerns with these facilities? So looking forward to engaging with the communities deeply in the coming weeks and months.
Got it. Thank you. I appreciate that. The district is also unique also in being such a bounded area. We are surrounded by multiple states, counties, and cities on all sides. As we think about this legislation, how do you all see the varying laws in those jurisdictions impacting deployment? Do you expect deployment here to align with deployment in neighboring jurisdictions?
Yeah, a really good question. I think the regional aspect of this has been part of the conversation from the early days 2 years ago. So where things stand right now, I think that the district is in a position to be a leader on this subject. And so should this legislation move forward, Waymo, our initial service will be operated within the confines of the district. Virginia and Maryland are in different stages of their sort of legislative development on this policy area. While we are incredibly proud to be able to hopefully be the first AV operator here in the district, we also understand the realities of ride, hail, and transportation patterns. A service that begins and ends at the border of the district is not going to be able to efficiently serve people here. So I think we are actively involved in conversations both in Virginia and Maryland. I am very optimistic that both state legislatures will act in 2027 to catch up with the district. And then eventually we will have some type of broad policy across the DMV region so that people can use AVs to get to all of their destinations.
Okay. Yeah, my question really is like, do we have to move as a region given the unique nature of the city and what or can one piece of the region move forward without the other pieces being aligned, or if this is we have to sort of move together as a region on this issue for it to be successful?
I would say that I think the district is well poised to continue this legislation. Of course, I think there's going to be some future conversations over the summer, but I think Washingtonians are excited about having Waymo as an option, and we're certainly ready to make the investment. I would not want to see the district wait for the other jurisdictions to act. I think that you all have certainly taken a strong interest in this policy area, and we look forward to keeping things moving here in the district.
I am currently the chair of Office of Disability Rights, Disability Services. So I do want to end on questions around accessibility when deployment takes place. How will your companies ensure equal access to those services? And what will your deployment plan to be to ensure that service is available for disabled residents, residents who are from our deaf, blind, and hard of hearing community, individuals with mobility aids? How have you all been able to meet, and you will hear from our ODR director, we will hear from them at the end, but I just wanted to get a sense of how you all can and will respond to accessibility issues, especially for our disabled residents and across the district.
Appreciate the question, Councilmember. I think that you're going to hear a lot from individuals today who are from the disabled community that use Waymo and are looking to use Waymo here in the district. So I don't want to get ahead of them, but what I can say is that we have long developed our product in partnership with members of the disability community. I think particularly those in the low vision or blind community use our service every single day. And quite frankly, in a lot of cases, it represents the first time that they have had fully independent mobility. And so I am certainly personally incredibly proud of that product and that fact that we can give that mobility to people. In the cities that we operate in several of those cities, we offer a fully wave accessible option. I think as we look to future cities where we're going to be deploying, we're actively trying to figure out what those options will look like. Currently, we are a technology company, so we're in active discussions with vehicle manufacturers to identify future vehicle platforms that may meet better needs. But of course, I think serving all riders has and continues to be a priority for Waymo.
Thank you for the question. This is a super important part for Tesla. For our current fleet using Tesla Model Y vehicles, there are many accessibility considerations for blind and visually impaired folks, but we know that doesn't go far enough. So we are also in development for a purpose-built wheelchair accessible autonomous vehicle. We know that, paratransit can be very difficult, and people who are confined to wheelchairs permanently should still be able to move around freely. So that is an active product being built by Tesla in Texas.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Chairman Allen. I will follow up with this panel witness for any additional questions and meetings so that we can gain further clarity, but I really appreciate the expertise that you all provided.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councilmember. One of the great things about having a smart colleague is they ask a lot of the same questions that I had prepped, but I'm going to pull that thread a little bit further because I was going to go right to accessibility as well. So I appreciate Councilmember Lewis George covering some of this. So for our DC taxi fleet, for example, we recognized we did not have enough wheelchair accessible taxi cabs. And we said we have to use the power of our legislation to say this is how many we have to have in our fleet. Now, I will probably hear from folks who say, even that's not enough. It's, that we don't hit the threshold that even is in law. We put it there to start creating the incentive and a little bit of the carrot and the stick to say, we got to make sure we have this fleet. Why should we not treat our autonomous vehicle fleets the same and say there needs to, in statute, be a certain number, whatever that percentage is, have to be a wheelchair accessible vehicle?
I appreciate the question, Mr. Chairman. I think, as I said, from the Waymo perspective, we are a technology company. We do not develop our own and manufacture our own vehicles. So I think from a certain part of this, we are restricted by the vehicle platforms that we can source. And to date, it is my understanding that we have not been able to identify an electric vehicle platform that is fully wheelchair accessible while also meeting the very sort of unique specifications that we need to retrofit that vehicle with our technology. Now, I don't want that to sound like a cop-out because I don't think that is. And I think the reality is we are trying to find that vehicle platform. What I do think there is opportunity for here is, though, that the Waymo vehicles as they exist today may be able to take other rides, for example, within the paratransit program that do not require wheelchair accessible vehicles that can lessen the burden on the fleet of wheelchair accessible vehicles that does currently exist so that those vehicles can go and do more rides for people that necessarily need them right now. But as far as whether to require those in legislation, I think that's an area of discussion that we should have. And to make sure that we find that right balance while not restricting certain operators, but also ensuring that there is a commitment to offering wave service in the district.
I think, having been here back in some of those conversations, our taxi cab fleet, we heard similarly, there's just not, it's hard to source those vehicles, it's hard to find them. And the legislation kind of acted as a way to say, yeah, I think we can. Now, I don't think we're hitting our marks in terms of being able to make sure we have the wheelchair accessible fleet within our taxi cab, but the legislation can be a pretty strong incentive to say we got to find that and work toward a solution. So just want to flag this as something I want to continue to work on. I appreciate the purpose-built kind of concept that we have to work on. Mr. Hatfield?
One thing I'd also add is I think
Hartfield, sorry.
AVs can deliver tremendous value for individuals with accessibility needs. But I think we should broaden how we think about accessibility here, right? Because today, whether you get a taxi or an Uber, if you need help getting in and out of a car, there's somebody there who can help you get in and out of a car. If you think about, my parents are a little older and they just don't always want to walk to a pickup point, or they just have difficulty getting out of an SUV. That obviously doesn't exist with an AV. And so making sure we have some way to ensure if I need a person, I continue to have that service.
Yeah, I think that speaks to why the choice is an important piece for what the rider needs and what they're looking for. Yeah. Let me move on to a couple other topics I want to make sure we cover. One of the things I've heard globally, there have been concerns around racial bias that exists in sensing. And what I mean by that is, I think it's well documented and true in technologies like facial recognition, for example. The technology that is used both in cameras, LiDAR, radar, what has been the intentional testing to look for, examine, and ensure there is not racial bias in the data that comes back into the vehicles and systems?
Yeah, absolutely. We looked into this a while ago with our own sensor suite and did not find any evidence of systematic issues in detecting pedestrians based on race. For a little bit of context, we employ 3 visual sensors in our vehicles. We use cameras. We also use LiDAR, which is a technology that bounces laser points off of objects to measure how far away they are. It brings its own light source, so it doesn't rely on the sun or street lighting, and works, equally well in perfect darkness as it does during the day. And then radar, which is critically important for being able to see through things like fog and rain. Our perception system on the car uses all 3 of those to do detection of all objects. Pedestrians are some of the most important objects out there to be able to recognize. And we look for any sorts of deficiencies that might cause us to not be able to recognize pedestrians. And to date have not found any sort of bias related to race.
Okay. And Ms. Herdman?
Similarly, we have not found anything that would indicate that our vehicles are discriminating on the context of race. And in fact, we go out of our way to make sure that our neural network is trained on a generalizable data set, both across states, cities, and the world. So when we're talking about keeping a vehicle safe and ensuring that we're delivering for our riders, there is nothing to indicate that the Tesla ADS would discriminate on those grounds.
Okay. Sticking with that for a little bit, another concerns I've heard related to imaging and data privacy. So I'm walking on the sidewalk, I'm in the crosswalk in front of one of your vehicles. There are images, radar, LiDAR being taken of me as I walk through. I've heard some people say, is this similar technology to when I'm in an airport getting scanned and I don't want those images shared around or being held? Can you talk about if I am a person who is having an expectation of walking on the sidewalk and not having images too close to me, what images are captured? What is the data that is held, and what are the privacy protections in place?
Yeah, thank you for bringing up that important topic. Privacy for our users and really all users of the road is paramount to our goals. It's something that we have espoused ever since our founding, and something that we take very seriously. I mentioned our 3 visual sensors. Let me first talk about the non-camera sensors. And one of the benefits of those is that they are essentially already anonymized. Looking at a LiDAR scan or a radar scan, you can't tell who a person is. You can tell that they are a pedestrian. And so that's a technology that already enjoys that benefit. But we don't stop there. On top of that, we automatically blur all of our images of pedestrians' faces and license plates as we drive by them, as a nod to privacy and to make sure that even our engineers who are working on analyzing events or our logs are not able to tell who a particular individual is.
But is it recorded or is it blurred? And what I mean, so let's say let me give a hypothetical. Let's say there's a crime takes place right in front of a Waymo. MPD comes to you and says, did your cameras capture the license, the tag, that vehicle? We were trying to help investigate this case. Was it recorded, or is it, no, our camera blurs it intentionally, so we don't have that?
Well, there are many different levels to consider here, right? So the perception system on board the vehicle doesn't blur its own images. It'd be fighting with one hand tied behind its back. And so it uses all of those pixels in its own driving. We have blurring protections that occur at the point of offloading and processing those logs. And then the vast majority of our driving, that data is just thrown away or not even offloaded off of the car. The reason for that is that we simply generate way too much data for our system or for any system for that matter to be able to handle. And so generally that's thrown away. If there was no reason to record the crime that you refer to in your hypothetical scenario, it's reasonable to suspect that the detailed data from that might be thrown away. In other cases, if the crime impacted the Waymo's driving, right, then it might have been logged. But I think to your broader point, Waymo also makes sure that it would only reveal the existence of that data or turn over that data to a law enforcement department only in the presence of a lawful subpoena for that data. So once again, we take those privacy protections very seriously, both at the technological level as well as at the legal level.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Herman?
Yes, the Tesla ADS does automatically blur the surrounding imaging. Although you do not have a reasonable expectation to privacy when you're walking along the sidewalk. That's a choice that the developers make. Tesla is also unique in that all vehicle computations are done on the actual vehicle, so nothing goes into the cloud on a given drive. And Tesla itself accesses that data upon lawful request or a legal event that would trigger accessing that data, such as a crash or an attempted carjacking of a Tesla robotaxi vehicle, for example. We take privacy extremely seriously. The actual vehicle controls are hidden in 2 different command and control centers that you would have to have double encryption keys to be able to access, as well as we are never selling our data to third parties ever, regardless of the Tesla product, whether it be robotaxi or otherwise.
Okay. I think, and you brought up a good point of the when in public, reasonable expectation of privacy. I think that's what I heard from folks saying. I'm walking down the sidewalk. I can't have a reasonable expectation to being in a public space. But I do have a reasonable expectation that the technology you're using isn't seeing through my clothes. Like that's, I think, what I'm hearing from folks saying. I need to understand what level does this LiDAR and radar technology impede upon what I think is reasonable versus what you can have as a reasonable expectation of privacy.
I mean, just to address that point directly,
Yeah.
No, it cannot see through your clothes.
Okay. It is a actual question I've gotten many times. So I
Absolutely,
think it's
yeah.
actually helpful to go ahead and just state it out loud.
Hopefully it's helpful to give you a definitive answer.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And also definitive, because you said, you anticipated one of my questions, you do not sell data to any third parties. Do you sell any data to third parties?
We don't sell data to third parties, but we did recently announce a program where we are sharing some ancillary data that we collect to cities in order to help them. So we have recently started releasing data about where potholes exist in cities through the Ways for Cities platform. And this is a way that cities can get some additional benefit from all of our vehicles driving around, understanding where potholes are, where new ones may have been developed. And that's something that we are seeking to expand to provide additional benefits to cities. So I know the spirit of your question was in a very different direction, but I think that there's a lot of benefits that can be created from that data that is being collected.
I appreciate you take the advantage to lob that one in there. That's good. All right. A couple more questions, and then I want to make sure we move to some other panelists. So Councilor Lewis George talked through a couple of my questions I was going to ask around impact on workforce. And I don't think it's an if, it is. There will be an impact to workforce. And it's important that we not pretend that there isn't somehow going to be an impact on workforce. There will be. So as we think about how we prepare for that impact, part of what the legislation is attempted to do is both say, let me have our Department of Transportation, Department of For-Hire Vehicles, and our Department of Employment Services work together to help write a report and guide us in saying, this is what we think the impact is going to be, and here's strategies and how we're going to be able to affect that. The legislation says, let me take some of the fees that are coming in and say, again, how do I use these fees to help transition a workforce, help train a workforce, help with that impact? So there's intentionality that we have within the legislation to recognize this. What are the ways, and I might actually start with Ms. Toole, I think in your testimony you talked about a transition of some of the Lyft workers into a different space. What are some of the intentional ways that you recommend if the district's going to move forward with this legislation? And let's be very clear, even if we pass this legislation tomorrow, there will not be commercial operation of AVs the following day in DC. So there still is an on-ramp time. But what are some of the ways that you think the district needs to be very intentional about workforce training, workforce transition, and support for workers who will be impacted?
Yeah, and that is basically why hybrid network is so important to us, because on the one hand, we have not brought fully driverless vehicles onto our platform yet, but we're seeing what's happening with hybrid networks in places like Austin and Atlanta, and happening to the impact to rideshare drivers in cities where AVs operate in competition with human drivers. We see you're growing the pie, like Harry said earlier. When you can bring more demand and supply onto one network, it can help improve driver earnings opportunities on that same network. At the same time, a lot of our drivers are in this earnings opportunity because it's flexible work. They potentially are driving on the weekends or at night to save towards a house, to save towards tuition. A lot of them have also told us in our annual surveys, they don't see themselves driving for the platform this time next year. This is a temporary flexible job. So I think there's a big opportunity here to take the skills that a rideshare driver has around hospitality, around vehicle, and put them in that pipeline and prioritize them in hiring for these AV depot roles or AV support roles. And we're really excited about that, and something we've been able to do in our first AV hybrid market in Nashville, where we've already hired 70 staff to work at the depot, and our hiring team moved any Lyft driver to the front of the line when it came to interviewing for those roles. There are definitely skills from the rideshare driving role that are directly transferable and should be celebrated and promoted into that pipeline.
And were those types of efforts, were they legislated? Were they parts of an agreement with a jurisdiction or a city? Or were those practices that just Lyft said, we're going to put this in place?
Yeah, so in Nashville, we are the operating partner for Waymo. So we handle all end-to-end fleet management. And that was a Lyft-specific practice that we put into place around hiring. And we also, leading up to the launch in Nashville, we've been hosting Lyft autonomous driver forums, where we meet with some of our 5-star drivers regularly to hear what they're excited about when AVs come to market, like the potential to even just try one on their own, but also what they're concerned about. And there's obviously concern around impact on their earnings opportunities. And we've been able to talk through too what we are seeing, again, small markets where there's hybrid, Austin and Atlanta, but the potential opportunity to actually improve their earnings opportunities and help them choose the rides that they want to take, and an AV can take other rides.
Okay. All right, Mr. Walsh.
Yeah, appreciate the question, Mr. Chairman. I think workforce has always been a huge component of the conversation around AVs in every city, but certainly particularly here in DC. I think on the proactive sense, Waymo has been committed to expanding our workforce development programs. We have scholarship programs across the country through Tech United. We have developed first of a kind community college vocational training programs like the ones that we've just established in New York. Here in DC, we have begun conversations with UDC and DOES about how we can build out that pipeline. I think that the reality is right now, we have not seen that direct job loss that is being sort of illustrated today. And I think you're going to hear from other people today that are going to talk a lot about the loss of driver earnings as a result of the arrival of AVs. In the long term, will there be job losses? With any other technological shift, I think the answer is likely yes, which is why I think that the workforce fund that you have put in this legislation is an important one that Waymo supports. In terms of the funding mechanisms and how much funding goes into that, I think that's a conversation we're eager to have. But, Mr. Chairman, in the near term, if we want to talk about driver earnings, I think we would be remiss if we did not point out the fact that there are companies seated at this table today who control how much earnings drivers take home. And we have seen reports as of recent that these companies are taking nearly 40% of those earnings for the company and leaving the driver with less. So if in the near term we want to talk about improved driver earnings, then I think the companies seated at this table should engage in that. But again, we're committed to expanding workforce opportunities here in the district.
Thank you. Mr. Hartfield.
Yeah, I'll start by saying drivers in the district make more than $30 per hour on utilized time. There are tens of thousands of them. I think the depots, to their credit, is 100 plus people. So that's about 9,900 people who could stand to lose access to work. People work on their own schedule on our app. If you work at a depot, you're a full-time employee. So if you want to go on your app to make some extra money to pay for school or get gifts for your kids at Christmas time, that's not really an option to go work at a depot. This is very valuable work to a lot of people. I'm happy to talk about the insurance when it comes to a take rate. I don't think that's really important here. These are also people who live in the district, right? If you work on our app and you live in the district, you pay tax in the district, you go to your local restaurants, you go to bars, you see your friends. If you give money to Tesla or Waymo, both great companies, that money ends up in Texas or California, right? There's no, that's where their headquarters are. And so we should be honest that depot jobs, I think there's 20 scholarships they're working on. 20 scholarships and 100 depot jobs is not a replacement for tens of thousands of people who drive on our platform and enjoy the flexibility. That's not a reason not to have AVs, but it is a reason to be thoughtful about how we do a workforce transition. I think, in general, reskilling and training programs haven't always delivered the value that workers really need. And I think we should be transparent that there will be, especially, we see in California, drivers make less money and one AV takes the work of 4 drivers. And that's real. And we should expect that in 2028, there will be thousands of AVs in the district. And that will mean less work for a lot of drivers in the district.
Well, I'm going to try to keep us constructive. I'm also going to try to keep us, since we are sliding behind schedule, but this panel has been a lot of expertise that we needed to tease out and flesh through. I was here when Uber came into the marketplace. If we were to pretend we didn't see a loss of earnings for taxi cab drivers, we wouldn't be honest, right? That doesn't mean that having Uber and Lyft come into a marketplace and be a disruptor, but in a way that created more choice and more options for ways to get around my city. At the end of the day, it's a net benefit, I think, to my transportation choices in the city. But I can't say I didn't see people who had earned a living as a taxi driver see their income diminished, right? So when I think about this, we're not going to do right by the city or by our workers if we say, there might be an impact, I don't know. There will be an impact, there will. But now we have the opportunity to also be very intentional in trying to think about what does workforce transition, what does workforce loss mitigation, what are the different strategies we can use to help think about that. It doesn't mean we say no to innovation and technology, but it does mean we have a responsibility to think about what this looks like to do right by the men and women who move our city around. And that's kind of been my approach. I think it's probably consistent with what most of the council wants to look at. And so I'm really grateful that we're going to continue this conversation in the weeks and months to come to really try to think about how we do this and do it right. That said, this panel been great. Been about, I think, over 2 hours though. So I know I have a lot of witnesses I want to make sure I get through today. So I want to thank all of you for your testimony today and look forward to following up with all of you. So thank you. All right, I'm going to move to our second panel of witnesses now. I have Jabari Cooper, who's the Director of State and Local Government Affairs with the Chamber of Progress. I have Sean Townsend, the President and CEO of the Restaurant Association of Metropolitan Washington. Daniel Flores, who's the Vice President for Regional Engagement with the Greater Washington Board of Trade. Crispus Gordon, Vice President Government Affairs with Monumental Sports Entertainment. Engineer Hubbard. Ms. Hubbard, we have you signed up as public witness, but I'm not sure if that's right. Okay, all right. Ms. Hubbard is with the Chamber of Commerce. And since we had 5 chairs last time, Ms. Hubbard, we're going to just make 5 chairs work this time too. So please come on up. All right. It is still morning, so good morning to all of you. Mr. Cooper, we'll start with you.
Good afternoon, Chair Allen, members of the committee. My name is Jabari Cooper, Director of State and Local Government Relations for the Chamber of Progress, a tech industry association supporting public policies to build a more inclusive society in which all people benefit from technological advancements. We strongly support this legislation with 4 targeted amendments that we believe will help the bill better achieve its own goals of safety, equity, and successful deployment. Chair Allen, after more than 4 years of delay, you've developed the district's first serious framework for commercial autonomous vehicle deployment, and that leadership deserves real credit. Autonomous vehicles are already demonstrating remarkable safety performance, recording 94% fewer serious crashes than human drivers across more than 220 million rider-only miles. Meanwhile, the district recently experienced its highest traffic fatality rate in 16 years. Every year we delay deploying safer technology has real human consequences. Our recommendations are intended to help this bill succeed. First, the vehicle's 200 vehicle fleet cap. The bill requires service across all 8 wards, yet a 200 vehicle cap makes that goal difficult to achieve. Operators will naturally concentrate limited vehicles where demand is highest, likely downtown and not in Ward 7 and 8, where nearly half of households do not own a vehicle. For those communities, autonomous vehicles are not just about innovation, they're about expanding access to reliable transportation. We recommend replacing the cap with a performance-based expansion tied to measurable safety and equitable service milestones. Second, the per mile tax on empty rebalancing miles. Those trips are essential to moving vehicles between neighborhoods and providing citywide service. Taxing those miles on top of the district's existing 6% TNC tax will discourage service to underserved communities, reduce ridership, and ultimately shrink the very fund the bill is designed to support. Third, deployment model neutrality. The bill's definition should accommodate all autonomous vehicle business models, including hybrid networks, so companies can compete on equal footing and the district isn't locked into a single approach. Finally, the arbitration provision. As drafted, it is likely to conflict with the Federal Arbitration Act, creating unnecessary litigation that could delay implementation before a single passenger is served. Riders are already well protected because the bill makes AV companies legally responsible whenever autonomous drivers or systems are engaged. Chair Allen, we believe this legislation can make the district a national leader in autonomous vehicle deployment. These amendments don't change the bill's vision, they help ensure it succeeds. We respectfully urge the committee to adopt these targeted amendments, and we have submitted a more detailed written testimony that goes into more detail on more for those points. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. Next, I was going to Mr. Townsend. I'm just going to follow the order here.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Allen and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm Sean Townsend. I have the pleasure of serving as the president and CEO of the Restaurant Association of Metropolitan Washington. For more than 100 years, RMW has represented more than 1,500 restaurants and hospitality businesses across the Washington region, from neighborhood favorites and family-owned establishments to local restaurant groups and national brands. Before joining RMW, I served as the district's first director of nightlife and culture. And even earlier in my career, I worked part-time as an Uber driver to earn extra income. Like so many people in hospitality, I picked up additional work to help make ends meet. Those experiences give me a unique perspective on how transportation, economic opportunity, and public safety all have interests. That's why I believe good transportation policy is good restaurant policy. For our industry, transportation is economic development. The easier it is for people to get to our restaurants, the more likely they are to dine out, explore new neighborhoods, and support local businesses. Autonomous vehicles have the potential to remove some of the biggest barriers customers face, including traffic, parking, and the hassle of getting around the city. Reliable transportation is just as important for our workforce. Restaurants operate early in the morning and late into the night, often before Metro opens or long after it closes. Thousands of hospitality employees rely on rideshare services to get to work and home safely. Expanding transportation options isn't simply about convenience. It's about making these jobs more accessible. I've also had the opportunity to see this technology firsthand. Early this year, I toured a Waymo operations facility in Phoenix to better understand how autonomous vehicles are deployed and managed. I came away impressed by the company's focus on safety, training, and operational oversight. I know there are some concerns about how this technology may affect existing jobs, and I don't want to minimize those concerns or debate them today, but I do think it's equally important to recognize the jobs this industry is creating. I've learned about the wide range of positions needed to support autonomous vehicle operations, from fleet operations and vehicle maintenance to charging infrastructure, logistics, customer support, and safety specialists. These are good-paying jobs that include training and career advancement opportunities. As this technology grows in the district, those employment opportunities deserve to be a part of the conversation as well. We support the overall framework of this legislation, including the creation of DDOT's Commercial Autonomous Vehicles Program and the phased deployment process tied to DDOT approval and safety oversight. It's a thoughtful and responsible approach that allows innovation while maintaining accountability. Our primary concern is the proposed 15-cent per mile vehicle miles travel tax. As drafted, that tax would apply to every autonomous vehicle trip, including trips that help someone get home safely after dinner, or help a worker get to work before sunrise or home after a late night shift. Those are exactly the kind of trips we should be encouraging and not making more expensive. If our shared goals are improving mobility, reducing impaired driving, supporting workers, strengthening our local economy, and encouraging innovation, we should be careful not to create financial barriers that discourage people from using these services. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify today. RMW looks forward to working with the committee as this legislation moves forward and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Flores, we'll turn to you next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee for the opportunity to submit testimony. My name is Daniel Flores, Vice President of Regional Engagement for the Greater Washington Board of Trade. The Greater Washington Board of Trade brings together leaders from across business, government, academia, and the nonprofit sector to advance policies that and partnerships that support economic growth, innovation, and opportunity across the Washington metropolitan region. We are committed to a district that is safe, competitive, and prepared for the future. The Greater Washington Board of Trade supports the bill's central purpose. It is creating a clear pathway for the responsible deployment of commercial autonomous vehicles in the district. Autonomous vehicles technology is no longer a distant possibility. It is an operating in major American cities under structured regulatory frameworks and jurisdictions that provides clear, predictable rules are positioning themselves to attract investment, research, partnership, and the jobs that accompany emerging mobility technologies. Greater Washington has the assets to participate in that growth. Our region's strength in artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, logistics, research, and advanced technology make it well positioned to lead in the next generation of transportation systems. As the region works to strengthen and diversify its economy, transportation innovation is part of the broader competitiveness conversation. The district should help shape the future of mobility rather than wait for the benefits of that innovation to accrue elsewhere. At the same time, safety must remain central. Concerns about recent incidents involving autonomous vehicles are understandable, particularly in a city with dense streets, significant pedestrian activity, major events, emergency operations, and the complex transportation network. New technology requires clear expectations, public accountability, and safeguards that build confidence among residents, first responders, businesses, and policymakers. We believe those concerns can be addressed throughout thoughtful policy, but not delayed. The district should establish a framework that holds operators accountable, protects public safety, and gives the city the ability to respond when standards are not met. It should also create an environment in which responsible companies can enter the market, test, learn, and grow. As the bill moves forward, we encourage the committee to ensure that its final requirements remain balanced and workable. A framework intended to authorize deployment should not impose costs, reporting obligations, or operational restrictions that make the district an outlier among peers jurisdictions or discourage responsible investment before it begins. Requirements should protect the public and recover appropriate administrative costs while remaining proportionate, predictable, and aligned with established national standards wherever possible. The district also has an opportunity to shape deployment in a way that supports the entire transportation ecosystem. Autonomous vehicles should complement public transit, improve access and mobility, and fit within a regional approach to transportation economic growth. The district's decision will not occur in isolation. Businesses, workers, residents, and transportation systems move across DC, Maryland, and Virginia every day and the region. will be a better place served by policies that recognize that reality. The Greater Washington appreciates the commitments, leadership, and thank you for the opportunity to testify and for the consideration of this bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Flores. Next, let me turn to Mr. Gordon.
Morning, Councilmember Allen, Mr. Chairman, and members of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment. My name is Crispus Gordon. I serve as the Vice President of Government Affairs for Monumental Sports and Entertainment. I'm here to present testimony on Bill 260684, the Autonomous Vehicle Deployment Authorization Amendment Act of 2026. And I'm thrilled to be on a panel with illustrious individuals like Sean Townsend, whose board I serve on, Daniel Flores, Monumental is a member of the Board of Trade, and Janae Hubbard, Monumental is also a member of DC Chamber of Commerce, and Mr. Cooper as well. The District of Columbia has always been a place that shapes the future and embraces technology and supports innovation. The same should be applied to autonomous vehicle technology. Autonomous vehicles represent one of the most significant leaps in urban mobility in a generation. They offer, for those who cannot drive due to age, disability, or economic circumstance, a safe, affordable, on-demand vehicle to get to various places. As an anchor for downtown, we want to see as many people have the ability to attend the 200+ events that take place at Capital One Arena. This will continue to bring DC residents and visitors who are in the city to the many restaurants and retail establishments that support our local economy. We desire to ensure that all of our fans, no matter where they live in the district, have accessible ways to attend Caps games to see Ovechkin, Wizards games to see AJ, or come to various concerts. We believe that autonomous vehicles will be a part of the overall renaissance of downtown that is still recovering. DC cannot afford to be the last major American city to embrace autonomous vehicles. The talent, the investment, and the economic activity that follows this technology will flow to cities that welcome it. The Autonomous Vehicle Deployment Authorization Amendment Act of 2026 creates a clear, accountable path for the future to arrive here in DC. The DC Council should pass this legislation in earnest and give the district a competitive advantage over its surrounding neighbors. Thank you, Councilmember, for introducing this legislation and holding the hearing, and I'm available to answer any questions that you or the committee may have.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Hubbard, we'll turn to you. And while you are a public witness, you were also the president and CEO of the DC Chamber of Commerce. So I want to make sure I know.
That's all right. Thank you so much, Chairman Allen, members of the council and staff. My name is Chinyeri Hubbard, President and CEO of the DC Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for pointing that out. And on behalf of our 1,000 members across all 8 wards, employers, large and small, I thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I am pleased to appear on behalf of the district's business community to express the Chamber's strong support for the proposed legislation enabling autonomous vehicles in Washington, D.C. And we appreciate, Mr. Chairman, your support and leadership on this bill. It represents a transformative opportunity to strengthen public safety, improve transportation reliability, and stimulate economic growth across our neighborhoods and commercial corridors. And the D.C. Chamber's support for this bill is grounded in 4 areas. First, safer DC streets. As you heard from the previous panel, autonomous vehicle technology has been shown to reduce severe crashes by 94%, pedestrian injuries by 93%, and cyclist injuries by 84%. And for Washington, D.C., this means safer commutes along corridors like Georgia Avenue, Benning Road, and Pennsylvania Avenue, and greater confidence for residents in all 8 wards. Second, mobility and equity. For many district residents, the ability to get to work on time, attend a doctor's appointment, or access essential services really depends on reliable transit options. And when transportation is unreliable or unaffordable, it becomes a barrier that limits opportunity and deepens inequities. Autonomous ride services offer a consistent, safe, and inclusive option, a driverless alternative that supports local businesses and offers residents, especially women and vulnerable populations, a safer alternative to traditional ride hailing. This technology can be a powerful tool in advancing equity for those who have historically faced transportation challenges, strengthening access to jobs, retail, and services across the city. And when people have another trusted way to get around town, they go out more, stay out later, and spend more money at local DC businesses. Third, proven readiness. Waymo's extensive experience, including mapping every ward, driving hundreds of thousands of miles here in the district, and operating in 11 major U.S. cities with more than 500,000 rides weekly, underscores the technology's reliability and readiness for deployment in the District of Columbia. And fourth, economic development. Waymo's investment in local infrastructure and job creation in vehicle maintenance and fleet operations aligns with the DC Chamber's mission to foster workforce growth and expand opportunity in the district. Notably, this investment is happening even before official authorization to serve the public here, and it will only grow as Waymo expands. Autonomous vehicles won't eliminate jobs, they'll create them. These fleets require technicians, as we've heard, vehicle maintenance specialists, fleet operators, and safety monitors. Each role represents a pathway into stable, high-demand careers that align with the district's workforce development priorities. And while the Chamber supports the bill, we do recommend 3 adjustments to ensure it delivers maximum benefit for all Washingtonians. First, a fair tax structure. The bill's high per-mile vehicle miles traveled tax layered on top of DC's existing fees would make the service 30% more expensive before the first ride even starts. Replace it with a modest per-trip fee to keep rides affordable for residents and visitors, especially those who rely on the service to get around. And second, fleet expansion. Remove the restrictive cap of 200 vehicles, along with the city's permanent authority to impose new caps later, and allow expansion based on safety milestones. This ensures reliable service across all wards, including underserved neighborhoods east of the river. And third, a timely launch. The bill bans paid rides until January 1st, 2028, even though the city is required to establish rules and permits within months. Eliminate this delay and allow paid rides to begin as soon as safety and operational standards are met. The district shouldn't wait years to benefit from safer and more reliable mobility. Autonomous vehicles are important, an opportunity to make Washington, D.C. a more connected, economically vibrant. The D.C. Chamber urges the Council to adopt this legislation with the recommended modifications so that our city can lead the nation in innovative, equitable transportation. Thank you, and I look forward to working together as this legislation moves forward, and happy to answer any questions.
Excellent. Thank you all very much for your testimony. Let me work through a couple of questions here. Mr. Flores, let me start with you. The Board of Trade works regionally, correct? So we heard a question earlier, which I think is correct. If I wanted to catch an AV, let's go and assume we've flash forwarded and it's in operation right now. I want to catch it to go to National Airport or BWI. I can't. And it's not going to just let me out at the state line. That trip's just not going to exist. It won't be an option once I plug in my destination. What is the Board of Trade doing in terms of reaching out to colleagues in Maryland and in Virginia? In other words, how much do you think the eyes are on DC to set the tone for the region around what this looks like for our neighbors in Virginia and Maryland?
Yeah, thank you for that question. It definitely is something that we have looked in the past, but also is up to the elected officials to make sure that something like this can go across jurisdictions. And like you mentioned, if you take a taxi to go to the airport, you can't take one back, or that taxi can't pick up a fare back into the city, which I think is, for lack of a better word, a waste and a lost opportunity. Because right now, in talking to some folks that work late at night in the restaurant or similar industry, sometimes it's difficult to get across jurisdictions because of that similar problem. But yes, it's something that we would like to see, that, you know, buses and metro just get around well, but we have different bus systems that we would like for them to work together to make sure that we serve everybody, not only in Maryland and Virginia, but also in the district, and make sure that it's a seamless connection from one jurisdiction to the next.
Yeah.
So that's a very good question. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's important that you'd be able to move regionally eventually. I've yet to be able to write the laws of Virginia and Maryland, maybe one day. But I also want to make sure I give a shout out to my friends at WMATA, of course, which is the fastest and most affordable way to get to any of their airports is through WMATA.
It is, yes.
So let me work through a couple of the issues that you highlighted as well, though. Mr. Cooper, the 200 cap, you brought that up. So the way the legislation is crafted right now is kind of a tiered approach to essentially continue to show proof of concept. This is new technology. It is going to be something that is disruptive in some ways, but also innovative in a way that comes into our market, right? So the idea behind it is, let's start with the 200 cap. It also says, which is about 10 times the number of vehicles we have right now if we're testing with about 25. It also says you've got to make sure your wait times across the city are relatively equal, which is an important part. I think what I hear you saying is not too convinced that you're going to be able to achieve that with a cap of 200. And so should that cap go up to be able to better accomplish our policy goals? I think that's worthy of debate. We're going to kind of wrestle with that as we go. I don't believe we should just eliminate a cap, but I think that's a fair point to say, are you going to reach your policy goals of ensuring that equitable reach across the city with a 200 cap? Is that kind of the way I should hear your testimony?
Yeah, I think that's
Okay.
a great encapsulation of what we're kind of trying to emphasize here. And I think that the 200 cap is just, I think we're trying to work at with like performance-based caps as well. I think that's kind of like what you're kind of like getting at as well. And I think we just want to make sure that this policy kind of just gets off the ground. And so I think we would be able to work with, 200, but we're trying to kind of increase and want to make sure that all wards are served by the policy.
Yeah, because the legislation requires every ward to be serviced to the same level. But I think what I'm hearing you say is we should really think long and hard. Are you going to be able to accomplish that in a meaningful way at 200? Or should it be upped a little bit, show that proof of concept, and then continue? Okay, all right. I think you also testified about the hybrid network. We heard about that in the first panel. On one hand, we do want to create a structure that the autonomous vehicle permit holder is directly managing the fleet that they are responsible for, that we're holding them to these standards. I think one of our witnesses testified about, would that preclude, for example, shared resourcing of a hub, right? I don't read the legislation that way, but that's why we hold hearings, right? Is kind of explore that. Because I don't think being able to have separate AV permit holders let's say they get into a contractual relationship where they share one site and they have their charging infrastructure and all the different pieces there, but they take advantage of multiple companies kind of pooling into one resource they're all going to draw from. I don't think the legislation prohibits that. It's really more about the direct management of the fleet, but that was really good testimony from our first panel. You kind of brought it up too, so we're going to kind of work on that too.
Yeah, I was going to say, I kind of really thought that was a great job done on the first panel, kind of highlighting the need for the hybrid model. But like I said, it's really just about making sure that DC is like making it accessible for all types of models and this as it relates to AVs, and not just kind of just making the certainty. I think it's more the legislative certainty that is looking for within this legislation. And like you said, we want to continue to have these conversations and make sure that certainty is there. And I did provide more written testimony that kind of goes into more depth about kind of the specific provisions within the legislation.
Yeah, okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to pick on one thing. Mr. Flores, you said you don't want DC to be an outlier compared to other cities. There's only 11 other cities where this operates.
For now.
Correct. But I would reframe it. I don't want us to be an outlier. I want us to be a leader. We're not just any other city. We're the nation's capital. Everybody is watching to see what do we do with this legislation. I guarantee you, whatever this council passes, if the council passes legislation, whatever version of it, other cities around the entire country are going to be looking at what we do, because we all know, because we live it every day. Sometimes we're the District of Columbia, sometimes we're the nation's capital. This is an example where we are the nation's capital. And what we do will set precedent for a lot of other cities and jurisdictions.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because we are looking for the district to be a leader, and for other jurisdictions, states, counties, whatever it is, to copy what the district did and how well they put it together.
So let me go into one of the recommendations you had, which I respectfully disagree with. The VMT. It is an important component of the legislation. Why? So right now, Waymo operates an all-electric fleet, which means they don't pay a gas tax. Every other vehicle that would be operating that's not electric is paying a gas tax, which helps us pay for our roads and goes back into supporting our roadways. Why would I exempt them from that? Why would I exempt them from other fees and surcharges? A VMT is one of the ways we make sure there's an equitable charge coming in. Second point, if I were to move to a per trip charge, I'm not getting at my other policy goals, which is I want to reduce deadheading and I want to reduce the amount of time that a vehicle is adding to congestion. So if I do a per trip, that's absolutely just going to be a fee assessed to the rider and it increases the cost. I don't assume that a VMT gets passed on to the rider. Why should it? The companies that were at this table, Tesla was sitting in that seat. Zoox, owned by Amazon, chose not to show up, but they're submitting testimony. Waymo is owned by Alphabet, which owns Google. These are not benevolent nonprofit organizations. Like, they're here to make money and a profit, right? So why would I be concerned that somehow they just wouldn't be able to absorb a fairly modest charge to make sure that we're achieving our policy goals? Because I'm going to wager none of you are going to tell me traffic is great in DC right now. So none of us want to see more congestion added, right? So we can use policy ideas to try to help manage the impact on congestion, as well as make up for, we're not going to get a gas tax on a vehicle like that. So why should I exempt them from a VMT, from that type of surcharge?
It's not that it's being exempt from BMT, but it's something that the federal government has been looking at it because we are having more electric vehicles, and more electric vehicles will grow into the population that come into the city as well, that they're not Waymos. Waymo is going to be a very small number of electric vehicles, that the ones that come into the city. What keeps you from taxing other ones that come in here?
There you go.
The federal government,
Mr. Flores.
the federal government is the one working towards this, because we need the Transportation Trust Fund to stay, to have funding for us to fix infrastructure. But the way it is coming right now, that it's going to be piecemeal, I will say. But if you look into that, I think it will be a good thing to reconsider how you're approaching that and how the federal government will come with that number.
I think all these fleets thus far, and I think it's a trend that will continue, are electric, right? Waymos are all electric. Zoox, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, are all electric. Obviously, Tesla, electric. That's what the fleet we're going to see, right? So they're not going to pay a gas tax. And I do agree with you. Let's, for the sake of argument, pretend we keep the 200 cap. 200 vehicles is not even remotely, it's a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of the total number of vehicles on the roadway. But it begins to start the conversation, which we do need to have, frankly, as we are seeing greater and greater uptake of electric vehicles. We are going to have more of a VMT conversation at some point around how do you create parity between those two because of that. Anyway, I think that the legislation is very important from the standpoint of working with innovation and technology, which the district needs to be, should be a leader on. I don't think a 15 cents VMT is a deal breaker for being a place of innovation. And in fact, I think that it actually is a smart policy choice that helps us achieve some of our goals. Because again, I know everybody at this table cares about making sure that we reduce congestion in our roadway, that we help make sure people get around. So that's part of what I think allows us to help create a financial disincentive to adding to that deadheading and that congestion. We're going to certainly take the feedback from today's hearing, keep working with stakeholders around it. But that is one where I think a lot of the points, and several of you kind of hit on some of the same recommendations. There's several of them that I think make some sense. We're going to work with you on that one. VMT one, which will be very transparent, probably not going to agree on that one because I do think it's an important policy goal that we're trying to achieve with that. Anything else that you wanted to add on that regard? No? Okay. Mr. Gordon, one of the things, you're a huge hub. I mean, Monumental and Cap One Arena, like you said, 200 plus events per year, crucially important. Sitting right on top of Metro, which is great. everybody should take Metro to get to Cap One Arena. But for those that aren't, what are the types of things you would think about as monumental around, we talked earlier about curbside management. And I asked earlier to the first panel, as someone who's going to jump in an Uber or a Lyft, it's a fairly reasonable expectation in my experience that the vehicle, the driver is going to stop. It's not going to always have a curb space to pull over to, and I'm going to be able to hop out quickly. Oftentimes that driver's actually helping look at the mirrors and kind of check and be like, yep, you're safe to get out, or like, don't go on that side, get off on this side. What would be your expectation or maybe your desire from a curbside management for autonomous vehicles? Do you want to see dedicated curb space just for AVs to be able to pull up to? Like what would help make that work for you at Monumental?
So one of the first things that we do, just to walk back, the original point is we encourage rideshare in Metro for everyone who's coming to a concert or a game. And reason being is first to reduce congestion in downtown. The second is our parking garage, as you know, is very limited. And even through our renovation, for all those who don't know, we can't expand because of the old Metro building next door and the money train line. We get to that later. We would want to work with the Department for Vehicle Hire Agency to make sure that we have a dedicated space. And we do that right now for Uber and Lyft and other rideshare. If you try to get an Uber or Lyft to Capital One Arena, it can't drop you off on F Street. It can't drop you off on 6th Street. They may try to do it and may just violate rules, and we have people out there to enforce that. But a dedicated place for rideshare, which I think is important for curbside management. So it doesn't create that long line of cars stopping in the middle of the street, people trying to get into the arena. But this all will fit in with the arena transformation by 2027. So that's our outlook for, an AV vehicle is to have a dedicated space along with other ride sharing.
From your experience, or maybe if you've talked to colleagues in other cities that have started to implement some of this, the 11 other cities so far, do those type of main venues, do they create that type of, I may not be using the right terminology, but kind of geofencing of kind of your Ubers and Lyfts?
That's what we use, yes.
Do they geofence also autonomous vehicles into the same space? Or would it make sense to have autonomous vehicles geofenced for pickup and drop off in one location on the curb?
Yeah, you're asking a very great question. Yeah, and I need to talk to our folks at Chase Center in San Francisco to see how they do it for Golden State. But from our just experience, just looking with the ride share here at Capital One Arena, like it said earlier, we're a unique city. We're not New York City. We're not San Francisco. So the approach really is like apples to oranges. But I would check with our team, our colleagues over in the West Coast, see how they manage it. But from here, maybe a dedicated place, because we're just set up differently than maybe another.
It'd be helpful if you're able to do that.
I actually utilized Waymo for the first time going to Chase Center in San Francisco for an All-Star game a couple years ago. It was much more vehicular and pedestrian traffic. And I used Uber to get there. The drop-off zone was completely different from where I had to meet the Waymo vehicle at to leave. So completely different zones, but it was easy to get to.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be curious as we learn from maybe some other places, what are the pros and cons versus either mixing your Ubers and Lyfts and autonomous vehicles in one drop-off space, or does it actually make a little more sense that you have them in two separate spaces to manage that a little differently? Okay, that'll be helpful. And then from a workforce perspective, any recommendations that you have, like, for example, should we be saying that a certain number of jobs have to be DC residents? Certain number of jobs have to be transitioned from previous drivers. What are some of the recommendations you have, not just about saying, here's an investment in innovation that's a good thing for the district's business economy overall, but when we think down to the workforce, are there any recommendations you have about how we ensure those are DC jobs, those are careers? You heard, I think Mr. Walsh was talking about the outreach with UDC, for example, to create some training programs. Ms. Hubbard, I know you work a lot trying to think through how you mix that business and workforce. Anything you wanted to add in that regard?
Yes, absolutely. Especially as a DC resident, I do believe that we should work together on strategies and workforce transitions and ensure that DC residents there are a portion of jobs that are allocated for DC residents. As we try to embrace this next generation of mobility and create a tech hub here in DC, attract new businesses, retain businesses, I do think it's important for businesses of all sizes this will help strengthen, I think, our value proposition, but workforce is a huge part of that, and ensuring that DC residents are assured jobs, or at least even considered as transitions maybe from other rideshare companies for opportunities with Waymo.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And I know you mentioned, I took a note here about timeline. We'll certainly take a look after the hearing at this. I'll just share, if we assume a best case scenario, legislation passes sometime in the fall. Let's assume it's signed by the mayor. It's going to have to go through congressional review. It doesn't take effect really until even the spring of 2027. Then there's the other continued testing and other pieces that have to happen. So the reason why, January 2028 maybe feels like a long way off. I think from the legislative calendar and the steps necessary, it's somewhat reflective of just the reality of the timeline it would take. Part of what I was hoping to do, and we'll go back and take a look at this legislation, we also want to give some certainty to companies that are thinking, am I going to invest here? Is this the investment I want to make in the district? Creating the hubs, creating the workforce, creating the jobs. And so part of the legislation using timelines is trying to give some certainty to folks where I think the last couple of years have been defined by uncertainty. And so I think that's a little bit of the goal there. We'll certainly take that feedback and look at it. But that's one of the legislative goals here, is try to create some certainty in a space that has just felt like nothing but a couple of years of uncertainty, which I think has been very difficult to then attract people who want to make that investment in the district. Exactly. So I appreciate everybody's testimony. Thank you all very much. And we'll make sure we follow up with more questions too.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's look to panel number 3. Let me call Will Hubbard, Christopher Nace with the Trial Lawyers Association of Metropolitan Washington, D.C. I've got Drew Laframboise. Drew, I mispronounced that. President of the Trial Lawyers. Catherine Chase, President of Advocates for Highway and Auto Safety. And Drew, I apologize. I mispronounced your last name. Can you say it for me again? Laframboise. Thank you very much. I'm sure you have. With a last name like Allen, it's pretty boring. Yeah.
Moved her up last minute. So
okay. We had called Catherine Chase, but I don't think Catherine Chase is here, but we can always come back to Catherine Chase later if she's able to join us. All right. So Will Hubbard, we'll start with you.
Good morning, Chairman Allen, members of the committee. My name is Will Hubbard, and I'm a professor at the University of Baltimore School of Law. My academic research focuses on legal aspects of innovation, including the regulation of AVs. I'm here in my individual academic capacity, and I thank you for this opportunity to speak. I support the passage of the Act and want to highlight 2 key points today. First, as an innovation scholar, I applaud DC's continued efforts to support the deployment of new technologies like AVs. AVs have great potential for making our roads safer, expanding access to convenient transportation, and reducing driving hassles. Second, I want to highlight and support one aspect of the Act, the definition of driver to be applied to AVs. This is a critical issue. Every jurisdiction, including the district, has enacted numerous laws that ensure that motor vehicles are operated in a safe, predictable fashion. Many of these laws, like speed limits, are familiar to anyone who drives. Importantly, these laws often target the conduct of drivers. For example, DC law states, quote, drivers of vehicles proceeding in opposite directions shall pass each other to the right, end quote. These rules of the road both establish legal standards for operating motor vehicles and identify a person who is legally responsible for violations, the driver. It is the driver who gets a ticket for speeding, and it is the driver who can be sued when there is an accident. Naturally, this system encourages drivers to operate their vehicles in compliance with the law. Unfortunately, the meaning of the term driver is unclear when applied to AVs. The whole point of AVs is to relieve humans of many of the tasks we think of as driving. Consequently, updating the meaning of the word driver is a crucial step in developing effective laws for AVs. The Act addresses this issue in two provisions. For commercial AVs, the Act defines the driver to be the entity that has obtained a commercial AV permit. For private AVs, the driver is the manufacturer who has registered the AV model. In my scholarship, which I have linked in my written testimony, I have explained why defining the driver of an AV using a permitting or registration system should be considered a best practice. This approach ensures that DC's laws regarding drivers apply to AVs and clearly identifies who will be legally responsible if those laws are violated. In fact, similar approaches have already been adopted in at least 3 states, Arizona, Louisiana, and Pennsylvania. For these reasons, I support the Act's definition of driver. In my written testimony, I also highlight one looming problem with the Act's implementation regarding private AVs, but in the interest of time, I will stop here. Overall, I support the Act in its current form, largely because the other issues can be addressed down the road, so to speak. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Next, we have Christopher Nace. Who do you want, Drew, to go first? All right, Drew.
All right. Good morning, Chairperson Allen and members of the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today on Bill 26-684, the Autonomous Vehicle Deployment Authorization Amendment Act of 2026. My name is Drew Laframboise. I'm an attorney who has practiced and resided in the District of Columbia for more than a decade. I'm testifying today in my capacity as president of the Trial Lawyers Association of Metropolitan Washington, D.C., or the TLADC for short. The TLADC is comprised of more than 500 members, all of whom advocate for victims of negligence and civil wrongdoing in the district, including those injured on DC roadways. As an organization, the TLADC's top priority is ensuring that victims of negligence and their families have fair and equitable access to justice through our court system and appropriate recourse when they suffer loss at the hands of individuals and corporations who act unlawfully and unsafely. We start from the recognition that autonomous vehicle technology is here. AVs are present on our roads today, and we strongly assume, and I think safely assume, that this technology will become more and more commonplace. In the face of this rapidly advancing technology, we believe that it is the responsibility of this body to ensure that strong protections exist for all road users, drivers, passengers, bicyclists, and pedestrians alike, through public policy. Chairperson Allen, we've worked closely with your office to ensure that this bill provides appropriate avenues of redress for victims of AV-involved crashes, and we sincerely appreciate your commitment to this critical public safety issue. In addition to ensuring that victims and their families have proper recourse, the bill needs robust and clear standards for determining when and how autonomous vehicles can take to our streets, and what guardrails should be in place to reduce instances of injury or death on DC streets. For the purpose of determining civil liability for an AV-involved crash, the TLADC has consistently held the position that the bill must make clear who is responsible for the behavior of an autonomous vehicle. Public policymakers, researchers such as Professor Hubbard, and national groups such as the American Association for Justice agree. In order to ensure accountability when an autonomous vehicle violates the law and injures someone, AV companies must be considered drivers under the law. In this bill, the autonomous driving system manufacturer is considered the driver of an AV for such purposes, a best practice that we fully support. But from a public safety perspective, the TLADC believes that the bill is in need of some improvement. And we want to point out 2 primary areas. In the first instance, autonomous vehicles should be required unequivocally to follow all traffic safety laws to operate in the district. It is crucial that the bill is explicit about this requirement. To that end, the law should not settle for AVs being merely as safe as, quote, the human driver of average competence, unquote, an ambiguous standard that the bill references when defining what constitutes an unreasonable risk to public safety. To set the bar so low is to normalize the high volume of crashes, road deaths, and serious injuries that we have today in the district. It is to accept much less than the promise made to us by AV companies themselves, and such a standard needlessly puts human lives at risk. We ask that the committee reconsider this language and make much clearer the safety expectations that we have for AVs in our community. On the back end, a safety enforcement mechanism should be indispensable to this bill. In our view, this legislation lacks appropriate enforcement and escalation for those AV companies that violate traffic laws in the district. In the event of unsafe AV behavior, we recommend the creation of an escalation structure that provides clear warnings, opportunities for remediation, and ultimately cancellation of permits for those who refuse remediation or whose remediation is insufficient. Specifically, we recommend an enforcement and accountability framework to include: 1, a formal review by an independent regulatory agency when violations cross a certain threshold or when a serious violation occurs; 2, suspending the permittee's authorization when violations go uncorrected; and 3, revoking authorization when suspension fails to produce improvement. My colleague Christopher Nace is prepared to testify about some of the TLADC's additional positions with respect to this bill, particularly with respect to the bill's liability framework. In the meantime, I thank you again for your dedication to this issue and your work on this legislation. I look forward to answering any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Nace?
Good afternoon, Chairperson Allen and members of the committee. My name is Christopher Nace. My law firm in town, Nace Law Group, is a DC-based small business. But today, I'm here testifying as co-chair of the DC Trial Lawyers Legislative Committee. Our organization represents attorneys who advocate for injured people and their families in the district's courts. But in reality, our voice is for citizens of the district and victims of negligence. We come to testify on matters that affect the safety of district families, and the issues before the committee today certainly impact safety. So I want to be clear at the outset, the TLADC takes no position today on whether autonomous vehicles should operate in the district. Our comments are limited entirely to the liability framework that's in this bill. What happens after an AV hurts someone? When a human driver injures someone, the victim knows who to sue. We have a license plate number, insurance card, you can get a police report within a few days. AVs sort of remove the human from that equation. And this bill needs to replace those basic building blocks of a lawsuit with equivalent or better tools. In several respects, it does do that, the bill as it's drafted now. Real insurance floor, a ban on forced arbitration for commercial riders and for privately owned AVs, a direct claims process against the manufacturer with a data-based presumption of engagement and no need to plead a awfully expensive product defect claim. The framework that's contained in Section 3J, in other words, is what I'm referring to, and we think it does most of these things quite well. I also want to talk about data transparency. Attorneys who represent victims who have been injured through autonomous vehicles in states throughout the country where AVs are operating have reported spending years trying to access crash data because those states didn't include something that would require it at the time that they passed legislation. This bill should require AV companies to submit the full, unredacted, federal standard general order data made available to the public. Each vehicle should also carry a separate read-only sensor recorder capturing at least 30 seconds before any crash that can be retained until extracted by appropriate agencies and available to plaintiffs in litigation. Third, insurance. We are glad the bill sets a $5 million floor, but permit holders should also be required to carry $5 million in uninsured and underinsured motorist coverage, since many AV riders don't own cars of their own and don't have any other policy to rely on. Finally, data privacy and passenger safety. A vehicle that collects this much information about where people go and what they do needs enforceable privacy protections. We heard some questions and answers on this earlier today. So that's something that we want to make sure remains at the forefront of the committee's thoughts. In sum, the promise of AVs is still just that. It is a promise. We've heard similar promises before from other technology companies that eventually succumb to market pressures. If the district is going to let autonomous vehicles operate, this committee should make sure the liability rules hold companies to these promises that they're making. We look forward to working with your office on specific language to help keep DC families safe. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Excellent. Thank you all very much. Let's see here. Professor Hubbard, let me start with you. You actually joined one of our roundtables a couple of years ago on the same topic, and you talked about, if my recollection is right, how do you resolve the legal uncertainties regarding driver within the law? So from your testimony, it sounds like this legislation largely is successful in resolving those issues. Is that a fair characterization in terms of defining driver?
So the short answer is yes, and that's why I think that this is an act that should be enacted. There is a looming problem with implementing the bill regarding private AVs. And that's because the enforcement mechanism heavily depends upon the SAE classification of the level of the vehicle. But the problem is that determining the SAE level is fraught with all kinds of challenges. To start, the SAE level cannot be determined through technological testing. The same J3016 standard that defines the levels also says, quote, as a practical matter, it is not possible to describe or specify a complete test which can be applied to a given ADS feature to conclusively identify or verify its level of driving automation. In addition, a single AV might be level 2 in one context, like high-speed traveling on a highway, and then level 3 in another context, like driving in a parking lot. And that's why the SAE classifications refer to features, but the Act refers here to the ADS itself as having a single level. So it's not clear for the purposes of the Act how you would categorize this. Now, the Act suggests that AV manufacturers might self-certify, self-identify the SAE level of their vehicle. And I think sometimes this will work very well. When there's no human sitting behind a steering wheel, there's generally going to be no dispute that this is a level 4, level 5 vehicle subject to the regulatory regime of the Act. Where it gets harder is distinguishing between level 2 and level 3. So AV companies might assert to regulators that these privately owned vehicles in particular are only level 2, thereby avoiding the regulatory structures of the Act. But those companies can then advertise those vehicles to consumers with terms that imply greater levels of autonomy, like self-driving or autonomous, something like that. So this problem has been dubbed in the literature the level 2 loophole. Now, the Act does limit the loophole by imposing fines on AV companies that do not register level 3 AVs, but the Act doesn't address how DDOT would know which vehicles to go after for failure to register. So additional provisions might be added to address this problem. For instance, California has a law that prohibits an auto company from marketing vehicles in a way that would lead a reasonable person to believe that the vehicles are AVs. A similar provision could be added to the Act. Alternatively, the Act could empower DDOT to come up with regulations for identifying when a vehicle must be registered. But to your initial point, despite these concerns, I think the Act is frankly groundbreaking, and I think it's an excellent piece of legislation. I know there's a lot of moving parts that make it hard to identify whether it should be enacted as it currently stands. But that core issue of liability, I think you've done a good job of.
Okay, thank you. And to your point then around private vehicles, then would the California, I don't know if you'd go as far as to say that's a model legislation on that, but that's, I guess, one, is there a model that you point to, or two, you would just point to the California example as just one way to get at the issue around how a private AV is going to be advertised to a consumer?
Sure. I think there's two ways I know of addressing this. One is the California way. Now, the California way might be something that you can't simply redeploy to other jurisdictions, because what California law says explicitly is that marketing a conventional vehicle in a way that suggests to a reasonable person that it's an AV violates California consumer protection laws regarding deceptive advertisements. So it enlists a whole legal regime, and we would have to look to see if there's similar legal regimes in different jurisdictions to know whether or not that could be brought to the district.
Okay.
Another approach would be to focus on the substance here of reasonable beliefs of consumers. You could simply cut through it and say that when there's a reasonable belief by a consumer that a vehicle operates as an autonomous vehicle, then it is subject to the required registration described in the Act as level 3 or higher.
Okay. And then complicating even further, there aren't that many car sales that actually take place in the district. There's some, but a good number of car sales to DC residents actually takes place in Virginia and Maryland. And as we've discovered, I can't write their laws. Okay. Let me turn, Mr. Laframboise. We heard earlier testimony that criticized provisions in the bill banning forced arbitration as a condition of service. If we were to knock that out, what would happen? Why would that be bad?
Mr. Chairperson, I think that would be deeply problematic. I mean, it would effectively close the courthouse doors on victims of AV-involved crashes. And of course, that's what these companies seek to do. They seek to limit their liability exposure here. If there is forced arbitration, of course, the victim of negligence or their families, they are forced into a binding arbitration procedure. They don't have access to the courts. They don't have access to juries. They get potentially limited discovery, if discovery at all. It becomes a much harder road to hoe in terms of obtaining the equitable damages. And we have the jury system in place for a reason. And it's an evisceration, in our view, of the 7th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. So we think, I mean, if you really want me to do a full deep dive into the problems with mandatory arbitration, I can. But in this particular bill,
we got that on the record.
Right. We think it's fundamental that mandatory arbitration stay out of the text.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure we got that on the record, so that's helpful. You'd also testified that you felt like we needed to have clear language around the traffic safety laws have to be followed. And what I mean by that, and I think you were here, I asked our first panel, for example, do you ever allow the autonomous vehicle to be programmed to exceed the speed limit? And I think both answers were, well, no, sorry. Waymo said no, except for in a safety-specific response. Tesla said, which was more concerning to me, depends on the flow of traffic. If people are going faster around it, it can exceed the speed limit, which seems like it's entirely counter to the purpose. How do I draw the reasonable if there is a safety maneuver that needs to be moved, right? So the vehicle is trying to make the safest decision possible for its riders, passengers, or others, and it may need to have that temporary acceleration. Do you have any feedback about how you draw or how do you write that in a defined way to allow for that discrete example, but also say at all other times you cannot exceed the speed limit or you have to follow traffic safety laws?
Mr. Chairperson, I think it's a tricky issue. We're certainly happy to work with your office over the coming months on better defining the precise language. I will say, though, to the broader point, we see no reason why an autonomous vehicle outside of potentially an evasive maneuver to avoid injury or death would need to exceed the speed limit under any circumstance.
Agreed.
And I did hear the Tesla representative's testimony on that, and it struck me as odd. But as to your more precise question about evasive safety maneuvers, first of all, and I don't have the DC traffic code in front of me, but if there's a maneuver to avoid injury or death, it may very well be in compliance with the law.
Yeah.
As a practical matter. But beyond that, like I said, I'll reiterate that we're more than willing to work with your office on digging into that issue and coming up with some really good, precise, definitive language on that.
Yeah, obviously, we still have some work ahead of us in the weeks to come, but we want to be as precise as possible. For example, I said earlier, you can't just stop the AV in the middle of a bike lane. At the same time, there's going to be a reasonableness that we have to try to figure out, because I think it is actually fairly reasonable that the vehicle would stop in a travel lane on a residential street in front of my house. In the same way that I don't think twice about it if an Uber driver stops to let me out or let me in. So fine tuning that to where the reasonableness works, but also the legislation is precise enough to say what isn't allowed. Because technically, double parking to out there in the middle of my residential street might not be in compliance with the safety law, right? So like we're gonna have to spend some time working on that. Mr. Nace, you also talked about say a little more about this full unredacted data. I think you were talking about in event of a collision or crash.
That's right. We just want to make sure that when in fact there is an event or a crash, that victims have access to that data, that they don't have to jump through unbelievable hoops and over hurdles to find out what the vehicle knows about that crash. We know the data is collected. We know it's there. It shouldn't be held back. This also ties in a little bit with the question about arbitration and all the data collection in general. The vehicles, we've heard testimony that they're 10 times safer, right? 94% safety. Okay, then if that's the case, when there is something that goes wrong, let's share that information. And it should certainly be available to the victims, the people who are hurt in an accident. But by putting something, and this is the arbitration part of it, arbitration proceedings are not open forums like court proceedings are. So when we have the technology companies coming in and saying, this is safer than people, this is safer, it's going to make people safer, okay, fine. But when something may go wrong and does go wrong, and that's 6% of time, everybody ought to be able to have that data and information as to why and how, and then looking more globally, how often things are going wrong, how often people are being hurt. So I just think that data sharing is one of the ways, and transparency is one of the ways you gain confidence in these vehicles.
Yeah. Okay. That's helpful. I appreciate it. I'm out of time this round, but I want to note we've been joined by Councilmember Christina Henderson. So Councilmember Henderson, let me turn to you, and we'll certainly tack on some additional time as well if you have an opening statement you'd like to make.
Thank you, Chair Allen. I don't have an opening statement. I've been listening. I don't think you saw me before. So you've asked a lot of the questions that I had for this group, but I want to thank everybody for their testimony. Mr. Nace, I think it was you or either you or Mr. Lamframbosi, who said that you felt like the bill was good, but that there were some things that were missing. Can you say a little bit more about that? Because I don't think I heard you say like what were the 2 or 3 things additional that you wanted to see.
Councilmember Henderson, this is Drew Laframboise. It was actually me who raised those 2 issues, and I'll just briefly restate both of them. One issue that we think needs some better precision is defining explicitly that, or stating explicitly that AVs are required to comply with all traffic laws in the district, which goes to.
Okay, so that's what you were talking about in terms of.
Yeah, and specifically, if I may, that we have a problem with the definition of an unreasonable risk to public safety, which is used throughout the bill, and that is defined as something lower than, quote, the average driver of quote, the human driver of average competence. That's what's used in the bill to define an unreasonable risk to public safety, and that's really that definition is really so vague as to kind of be without meaning. And we don't know how you would apply it in the first instance, but also we should expect more out of our AVs, that they not just be better than the average driver or the average competent driver, or whatever the term is, but that they comply with all traffic laws. And if they don't, there need to be repercussions. So that is really, that's the first issue. And then on the back end, we do think there needs to be a better and clearer tiered enforcement mechanism to make sure that when AVs fail to comply with traffic laws, and there should be a record of all of those failures, that there be repercussions. And we've put out, and this is in my written testimony as well, but we've put out kind of a three-tiered framework for what that might look like. And we're certainly happy to work with the committee on more detailed language.
So when you say repercussions though, so for instance, right, we have automated traffic enforcement. So if there was a situation where you had an AV that ran a red light or happened to be going over the speed limit, the company would still receive a ticket. They have a license plate. You're suggesting something more than what a typical driver would face?
Certainly, under this technology, there should be no reason that the AV runs a red light. They should be designed not to run a red light. So if they're running a red light, that shows us that something is wrong with that AV. And I think it's incumbent on the district to figure out what that is. So what that would mean is a formal review to figure out what happened immediately, a suspension of that AV on DC roadways, and if there is determined to be a significant problem or a systemic problem with that AV or that AV company, a potential revocation of the permit.
Got it. Okay. Councilmember Allen, or Chair Allen rather, I know that we're running a little bit behind. So those are all the immediate questions that I have for this panel. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councilmember Henderson. And I think to that last point, we can sort of take a look at it because the legislation, in many places, we're trying to figure out where does the legislation become very prescriptive, and then where do we try to give discretion to the Department of Transportation to lay out what that looks like. And there are some elements where a AV permit, obviously based on safety track record, can be suspended, then can be essentially revoked. But we'll take a look at this afterwards to make sure that the language again is as precise as it can be. Want to give some flexibility to the agency to be able to set their parameters and not be overly prescriptive on some elements, but we'll work on that too. So thank you all very much. I appreciate everyone on this panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let me turn to our next panel of witnesses. I have Kelly Mack, who's a member with the DC Multimodal Accessibility Advisory Council. Heidi Case, the co-founder of the DMV Disability Senior Community Meeting. C.T. Tyson, Government Affairs Liaison with the Disability Rights Education and Defense Fund. Theo Brady, Executive Director with the National Council on Independent Living. And Kafi Ato, Public Witness, and I apologize if I mispronounced that. All right, so I see that Kelly Mack is here. Heidi Case, I'm sorry, what's your name? All right, CT is here. Is Theo Brady okay, Theo's online. And then Kafui Atoa, also online. Okay, great. All right, so we've got 3 people in person and 2 on Zoom for this panel. So Kelly Mack, we will start with you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Kelly Mack. I am a disabled DC resident who uses a power wheelchair, and I'm a member of the Multimodal Accessibility Advisory Council, or MAC, which advises DC on improving transportation accessibility. Like the majority of disabled people, I do not drive, and I rely on publicly available transportation services, including cabs and ride shares. For years, I have spoken about the many persistent problems with on-demand wheelchair accessible vehicle, or WAVE service, and recommendations for improvements. Disabled people are generally enthusiastic about the potential for transportation safety and accessibility promised by autonomous vehicles. However, we must learn from the example of rideshare deployment in DC more than 10 years ago. That bill had no WAVE minimum requirements, and when rideshare operators entered DC, the already limited number of waves declined even more. Unfortunately, there is no example in history where an entity has voluntarily offered to make their transportation services accessible. The only approach that has ever worked is through mandates, either legislatively or through costly and lengthy litigation. Federal and multiple DC laws already support the legal standard of full accessibility and equity that is yet to be experienced by disabled people seeking on-demand transportation. Following years of persistent outreach from disabled advocates, there is no credible excuse for AV companies to say they were unaware or unprepared. What has been missing is the will of AV companies to adopt inclusive design practices that would accommodate all customers, including those with disabilities. We must take their actions as the truth of their intentions. AV companies will not voluntarily adopt accessibility, so it must be mandated. The MAC sent a letter advising that any legislation permitting AV deployment must include accessibility requirements and warned against permitting referral to another service. Essentially, AV companies are asking they be allowed to violate existing law and refer disabled customers to the same exact providers that their business model aims to replace. The growth of inaccessible waves will lead directly to the destruction of the already meager number operating here. The MAC recommended two concepts be included in the AV legislation: a requirement for compliance with non-discrimination laws that specifically names disabled people, and a requirement that all AV service operators must provide accessible service directly, including wave minimums that scale up over time with enforceable milestones. The MAC also recommended DC agencies granted oversight regularly engage with disabled stakeholders, and that legislation explicitly permit and encourage pilots of automated transit buses and shuttles. To achieve comprehensive AV accessibility for disabled people, 4 categories must be added to the bill. 1, wheelchair accessible vehicles for loading and securement. 2, installing accessible human-machine interfaces. 3, detecting and responding appropriately to diverse disabled pedestrians. And 4, protecting the safety of disabled riders and pedestrians. A more comprehensive list was included in my written testimony. Disabled advocates are rightfully concerned about legislation allowing AV service without baseline accessibility requirements because it is repeating the calamitous historical mistakes that have resulted in slow or no adoption of transportation accessibility. To be blunt, 36 years following the Americans with Disabilities Act, separate and unequal transportation service for disabled people is just not acceptable. DC Council has a vital role to play here, and we welcome further engagement and discussion to make this legislation optimal for our city's needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Heidi Case.
Good morning, Councilmember Allen and Henderson and Nadu staff. My name's Heidi Case. I'm a person with a disability, and part of my story, like many people with disabilities, is I particularly moved into a DC and cities people with disabilities do because of the accessibility options that cities provide, particularly around public transportation. Even DC is even a greater hub for that because the federal government for such a long time has employed so many people with disabilities, and the equity that is required around that. So there is an even higher population of people with disabilities in cities. And part of my work as I did that as a disabled person to ensure, as I came here and realized I have been a member of Metro's Accessibility Advisory Committee during the period of time when Transport DC accessible taxi programs. I have been a part of the DFHV Accessibility Advisory Committee for 10 years, chaired it on and off, and I have chaired the MAC for several years also. So this is my work and what I do, and reiterate some of Kelly's point. Plessy versus Ferguson over 100 years ago said separate but equal was okay. It's not coincidental. That was about public transportation in trains. Civil rights legislation has gone through the public transportation, the bus boycott in the 60s, all of that. And I was part of the initially named defendant against the Uber lawsuit. Unfortunately, this is deja vu all over again with what happened when TNCs came into DC and there were no accessibility requirements on them. That Uber lawsuit, and they did exactly what Waymo is suggesting, refer to taxis. And they lost that lawsuit because testing proved that people paid twice as much and waited 5 to 6 times as long. The resolution to that lawsuit has required Uber, under their own company, under their app, they provide wheelchair accessible vehicles and hire staff to drive them. That's a way they provide equity, and that way you can match time, weights, costs, etc. So let's avoid all of that and put some of those requirements in legislation. At this point, separate but equal ain't and never has been. The other things that Kelly mentioned, exactly what the history, and DFHV has the data to prove, as we had such robust wheelchair accessible taxis after Transport DC, TNCs came in, and ever since then, number of wheelchair taxis on DC streets has dropped and dropped and dropped. They're required to provide monthly data on how many. Now, yes, there was legislation about a percentage, and you questioned them. Here in DC, that was 20%. The thing is, they allow that 20% to be met by taxis sitting in garages with no drivers and never on the streets. So that actually, if you want a percentage, I was in New York City for Pride. United Spinal sued them. 50% are wheelchair taxis. I hailed a taxi on the street. They have a wheelchair symbol on the front of the taxi. You can see when it's coming and be able to do that. So there are some models to make this better. I wanted to briefly I will have to put in the disability community, the ADA is history of the blind and wheelchair drivers and wheelchair communities disagreeing on curb cuts. And quickly, blind said, well, all of it, we're going to end up in the street and die. Wheelchair says we have to have it. What I call bumpy domes was the solution. There are solutions where both our communities win and have access and safety. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to CT Tyson.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to testify on the eve of the 36th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act. My name is C.T. Tyson. I am a white person with short hair, an amputee, and a crutch user. I am the Government Affairs Liaison for the Disability Rights Education and Defense Fund, or DREDF. I am also a former chair, 2014 to 2016, of the Department of For-Hire Vehicles Accessibility Advisory Committee, so here during the early Uber years, and a proud Ward 4 district resident. DREDF is a national civil rights law and policy center directed by individuals with disabilities and parents who have children with disabilities. Our mission is to advance the civil and human rights of all people with disabilities. My colleagues are based in the Bay Area in Los Angeles, so we have extensive experience with AVs and AV policy. DREDF demonstrated an early interest in the development of AV policy in its drafting of the 2015 National Council on Disability Report, Self-Driving Cars, Mapping Access to a Technology Revolution. We participated in 3 days of AV accessibility workshops in 2019, hosted by the Alliance of Automobile Manufacturers, an organization preceding the Alliance for Automotive Innovation, with government, industry, and disability stakeholders, and U.S. Department of Transportation and U.S. Department of Labor listening sessions, and an entire year of the U.S. DOT Transforming Transportation Advisory Committee. Policymakers in the AV industry have acknowledged and discussed the need for AVs to be fully accessible for more than a decade, though little progress has been made. In 2022, DREDF published a brief on addressing disability and ableist bias in autonomous vehicles. There has been modeling and anecdotes of AVs failing to stop when they encounter a wheelchair or service animal user. AV software is trained to detect people outside the vehicle with sets of data that are often not inclusive, as was mentioned earlier, of people with darker skin tones, but also of many people with disabilities, including wheelchair users. We urge this committee to consider the following in a future version of the bill. First, and just because this was said in the previous panel, we fully support mandatory or forced arbitration appearing nowhere in this bill. Please, I see it. I work on federal policy and transportation. It just doesn't work. It's not good for our community. Please do not do that. Clear accessibility requirements and standards for AV operators in the district should be set, including minimum numbers of wheelchair accessible AVs in an operator's fleet in the future. To qualify for a permit, because I understand this is a tiered sort of system, operators must adopt zero-tolerance anti-discrimination policies, citing the DC Human Rights Act and Americans with Disabilities Act. This is already required for TNCs. Commit to providing equitable, safe, and accessible service to all district residents and visitors. Have in place wheelchair accessible service options. Report to DDOT and the Department of For-Hire Vehicles documenting the numbers of accessible ride requests, rides fulfilled, wait times, and days of time for each, as well as comparable data for inaccessible rides requested to ensure equitable service is provided. Report to DDOT and DFHV crash and near crash data involving people with disabilities, including damage to mobility devices and repair efforts. And provide proof of successful testing for detection and response to a variety of people with disabilities at the outset while they're here. To qualify to increase their fleet sizes, operators should include in their comprehensive plan that includes safety and equity already, when and how they will ensure the human-machine interface in their vehicles is fully accessible for all people with disabilities, and the required number of vehicles are accessible for wheelchair users and automated securement provided. Regular reporting to and interactions with the DFHV Accessibility Advisory Committee and the MAC, response to recommendations, requirements, and ongoing consultation. Failure to comply with these policies and their provision of equitable service should result in suspension of a permit. In addition, tech companies providing transportation service are still required by law to ensure equitable service is available for all disabled people. They should not be rewarded with partnerships with MATA. They should not be rewarded for cherry picking and providing service to the easiest people to serve. I see I'm out of time, so thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony. DREDF looks forward to ongoing discussions and supporting your efforts to ensure equal access to all modes of transportation in the district. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Theo Brady, who's online, I believe.
I'm not able to come off camera. There you go.
There we go. We can both see and hear you whenever you're ready, sir.
Awesome. Thank you. I do appreciate the fact that you all made these accommodations for me to provide comments. I'm providing comments in support of B 260684, the Autonomous Vehicle Deployment Authorization Amendment Act of 2026. My name is Theo W. Brady. I'm the Executive Director of the National Council on Independent Living. My visual description, for those who might need it, I'm a black man with a bald head, with a salt and pepper beard, blue glasses, and I'm a C4 quadriplegic who uses a complex motorized wheelchair. Chairman Allen and members of the committee, I am here again to support this legislation. The National Council on Independent Living, the oldest national cross-disabilities grassroots organization representing people with disabilities, and the nation network of Centers for Independent Living and statewide independent living councils appreciate the opportunity to submit comments in support of this particular legislation. For people with disabilities, transportation has never been simple about getting from one place to the other. It's about independence, employment, healthcare, education, civil engagement, and the fundamental civil rights to participate fully in community life. For decades, inaccessible or unreliable transportation has remained one of the greatest barriers to achieving the promise of the American with Disability Act, 36th anniversary coming up. We believe this legislation represents an important step towards removing those barriers. The National Council on Independent Living supports the bill through a thoughtful approach to creating a commercial autonomous vehicle program within the district. The phased deployment of autonomous vehicle, combined with requirements related to safety, emergency response planning, continuity operation, equitable access throughout the 8 wards, and accessible rider interface, demonstrate a commitment to ensuring that the innovation and the public safety advances together. These provisions provide a strong framework for responsible deployment while recognizing the importance of accessibility from the onset. Autonomous vehicle technology has the potential to transform transportation for millions of Americans. It can be a game changer, no doubt about it. Waymo's existing services has already demonstrated in other states meaningful benefits for a broad cross-section of the disability community, including people who are blind, low vision, people who are deaf, hard of hearing, individuals who use and can walk, use canes, walkers, crutches, and other walking aids, and many other disabilities that traditionally transportation were very difficult or inconsistent or inaccessible. Many riders, autonomous transportation providers, something that cannot be measured simply in miles traveled. It provides freedom, dignity, privacy, and predictability. That is so important to people with disabilities. The District of Columbia is uniquely positioned to become the national leader in accessible autonomous transportation. Washington is not only home of the federal government, but also serves as the main national center for disability policy, advocacy, civil rights leaders, and leadership, and so forth. Every year, thousands of people with disabilities travel to the district to participate in Congress, meet federal agendas, attend medical appointments, engage in national organizations. In addition, Washington hosts a national disability conference that we put on every year that bring in thousands of people with disabilities, including policymakers and international guests from out of this country. Reliable, accessible, autonomous transportation has the potential to dramatically improve the experience of these visitors. NICA also recognized, and this is important, that Waymo's commitment to engaging directly with disability communities throughout the development of services. Waymo has established an accessibility advisory network made up of individuals with diverse disabilities who provide ongoing feedback regarding accessibility, usability, rider experience, and continuous improvement. Nickel believes that this proposed act provides an opportunity for the district to build upon this model successfully. Accordingly, Nichols strongly recommends, and I can't say how important this is, that the council include language directing the District Department of Transportation to establish a permanent accessibility advisory committee to advise DDOT and other commercial autonomous vehicle operators on accessibility issues related to the autonomous transportation. Now, you will hear from local individuals with disabilities today, just like you have just heard from Carol Tyson, providing much-needed comments on who should be invited to be a member of this essential local advisory committee. I can't implore you enough how important to have that kind of feedback. I have heard many of your participants here today use the term all of Washingtonians, all of Washington, D.C. citizens. Unfortunately, when people use that terminology, they don't always include people with disabilities as citizens. You all right now have an opportunity to ensure that people with disabilities, including people with wheelchair users, as well as motorized wheelchair, to be included in regard to creating wheelchair accessible vehicles. And for the first time, we will see that game changer in regard to everyone having an opportunity to fully participate happen. And I think you all have an opportunity here because I've seen what I've been sitting here listening, and there's a lot of great comments coming in. And this is an effort, it's a major effort, Councilman Allen. But one of the things we cannot do is to continually to leave out folks who are wheelchair users and motorized wheelchair users.
Yeah.
It
Thank
is
you, Mr.
just
Brady.
too important.
Thank you very much. All right, and next let me turn to Kafui Atoa. And if I mispronounce that, please correct me.
It's Kafui, but I'm used to it. So good afternoon, Chairperson Allen and members of the committee. First, let me say thank you for the opportunity to offer this testimony. My name is Kafui. I am a professor of urban studies at the City University of New York, and for more than a decade, along with my colleagues Katie Wells and Declan Cullen, who couldn't be here, my research is focused on the relationship between urban platforms, transportation, and how cities govern emerging technologies. So this very issue. This research, just to do a shameless plug, has yielded 2 books, Disrupting DC, The Rise of Uber and the Fall of the City, as well as Rights in Transit, Public Transportation, and the Right to the City in California's East Bay. I should start by saying that I do appreciate the effort that has gone into crafting this legislation. The bill reflects, in some ways, a thoughtful attempt to regulate an emerging technology. With that said, however, I urge the council to reconsider or to go back to it. The question is not whether autonomous vehicles can be regulated, but whether their commercial deployment advances the district's public policy goals. The district should first be cautious, and this was already covered by C.T. Tyson and Kelly Mack, about claims of accessibility. While AVs are frequently promoted as expanding the mobility options for older adults and disabled people, accessibility is, of course, more than the ability to request a ride. True accessibility requires reliable wheelchair accessible vehicles, affordable services, equitable geographic coverage, and the integration with existing paratransit and public transit systems. The district has yet to demonstrate that commercial AV operators can meet these obligations at scale, or that they will improve upon existing ADA services. Accessibility should not be assumed simply because a vehicle is autonomous or because a company claims as much. More broadly, we question whether autonomous vehicles are really the answer to the district's broader transportation priorities. These priorities include improving metro reliability, expanding bus service, building safer pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure, and ensuring equitable transportation access across all 8 wards. Commercial autonomous vehicles address few of these priorities directly. Instead, they risk diverting public attention, and this is the bigger issue, and regulatory capacity toward a technology whose principal beneficiaries may be private firms rather than district residents. Of course, we've seen this movie before, and it's actually a movie we've written about in our book, Disrupting DC. Over a decade ago, ride-hailing platforms transformed the city. But since then, they have fulfilled few of their early promises to reduce inequality, solve transit issues, or serve all wards. As autonomous vehicles emerge, we should not repeat the same cycle in which technological change is celebrated while its economic and social costs are externalized onto workers and vulnerable communities. The question, therefore, is not whether autonomous vehicles can be safely introduced under a permitting framework. The question is whether commercial deployment by one of the largest tech firms in the world is sufficiently aligned with the kind of broader goals of equity, accessibility, and democratic accountability and sustainability to justify authorizing their operation at this time. I and my colleagues, we still need to be persuaded. Once commercial deployment begins, the district streets, and this is a topic I think that came up in an earlier panel discussion, become part of a privately operated mobility platform where owners have proven, like Google, have proven to be less than politically scrupulous. It is not hard to imagine how AVs could become roaming surveillance systems. And under the current political climate, that's incredibly scary. The district has every right and indeed every responsibility to ask whether this technology solves problems that its residents actually face before opening its streets to commercial deployment. So I'll end my comments there. Thank you for the time, and I'll submit the written record into the written testimony into the record. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And thanks to everybody on this panel. All right, let me go through a couple of questions. And I might start Kelly Mack and Heidi Case and CT Tyson with you, since you're just right here in front of me. When I asked the question to the earlier panel of our AV operators, so Waymo in particular, the distinction that was interesting that I thought was Tesla talked about, well, we're working on a purpose-built vehicle. And Waymo's answer, when I talked about ensuring greater wheelchair accessible vehicles, Waymo's answer was, well, we're the technology company. We don't actually make the vehicles. I don't disagree, like they don't make the vehicles, but we wrote into law a requirement around taxi cabs. The taxi cab driver didn't make the vehicle either. So I'm not sure that's good enough of a reason to say, well, you can't say you've got to have a better representation within your fleet. What were your reactions when you heard that? And do you see parallels to the conversations and the fights we had previously around accessibility with our taxi cab fleet?
Yes, it is a direct parallel. I can't believe I have to live this again. Please, can we have a different response by the district? I am begging you. I think Heidi can attest. I was in the motion to dismiss hearing during the Uber lawsuit where Heidi was the plaintiff, and now Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson was the judge. And they said, the Uber lawyers said, we are just a tech company, and we provide Uber Eats. We should never have to comply with the ADA. I have never been more happy to see a judge's jaw drop. it was amazing. And I was a fan ever since. But it has been shown in court that that's not going to hold up. And I'd ask you to please require them to do it, because otherwise it's putting the onus on my community to have to litigate. And we don't have the money, we don't have the time, and we're getting beat up on all sides by the federal government, and now just feeling very left out and invisible in all of this. So yes, no, they absolutely have a responsibility. It's in law. They know it. It's been litigated in the courts. We have been talking about this in rooms with them, as I mentioned, for a decade, and they have admitted that they are obligated. So that's my not short answer.
Exactly. I mean, that's exactly what TNC said. We're technology, not that. And there hasn't been a single court case where that stood up. DC is not the only place that has taken Uber, for example, to court to force this. And as I mentioned, the option then is, the settlement of that is they are buying wheelchair accessible vehicles, paying drivers, and that's part of their whole service. But sending it to another is simply not. And the biggest thing, just to say again, the problem is, Kelly said it beautifully, they're taking the jobs from the accessible vehicles. Wheelchair drivers, for the job to be viable, they take people who aren't.
Right.
And AVs and TNCs took those jobs away. And that's why it limited. They're actually, it doesn't stay the same, even what we have. And that's the concerning thing.
Okay, thank you. This question is my own ignorance. Are we aware of a wheelchair accessible vehicle where it does not require a human operator? And what I'm getting is I've had some people say, well, you want to have a driver because that driver can help assist with getting in and out of the vehicle. If the wheelchair or other devices need to be stored in a certain way, an autonomous vehicle doesn't obviously have the other person there. Is there, just my own ignorance, is there a vehicle that anybody's aware of where that doesn't require another person?
If it may, yeah, go ahead.
So I would look to May Mobility. They have provided sort of shuttle AV service for quite some time, and I hold them up as a standard of a company who recognize their need to commit and provide accessible service. So they do have AV shuttles that don't require a driver and are wheelchair accessible. A purpose-built versus retrofitted, that's been the ongoing conversation for decades, including in the taxi and the TNC space. We'd love to see a purpose-built. Companies, various operators have committed to, and then we've seen the plans fall apart when leadership or accessibility teams have changed or left over and over again. So I think it's going to, as Kelly said, it's going to have to be required for it to actually happen. And we might have one company that says, like Tesla, like we have something in the works, but that doesn't mean that any of the other companies are going to do it. So it's really important. And I know Heidi talked about our experience in New York City. We know we have accessible taxis and TNCs in Europe. So it is possible. It really has to be required and force them to put the money into it.
And then, Mr. Brady, I'm gonna come to you just one second. I see your hand is up. One other question, and then we'll pull in Mr. Brady here as well. From your perspective, would a vehicle have to be autonomous, or is it more that the fleet operator has to have a fleet of vehicles that could actually be a subset of their vehicles have a human driver in it and is providing that wheelchair access vehicle? Like, Is that a distinction without a difference?
We
Like, be
need,
curious what you think.
it's a distinction and we need both. We need the first and the outset, the human direct, because they don't have a wheelchair accessible AV right now with the automated securement. And there's a Secure Ride Coalition. And I believe somebody is going to be testifying about that later today. So you can ask Kent more when he talks. So I don't want to steal his thunder. So that if the companies are coming, they should be required, absolutely required, to provide at least the driver, wheelchair accessible service with the driver. They can't come in and provide an accessible service. It's just, they're violating the law, quite honestly. But they need to be at least doing that. But whether or not AVs are equitable, we'd say they're not. If you are, and this is why we're really asking you to get them to report on the wait times and service availability, because if they're relying on a driver, is that going to be available 24/7 like you would with an unmanned AV? I'd say probably not. Are the wait times going to be the same? Probably not. But if AVs are also supposed to be safer for people outside the vehicle, safer for passengers inside the vehicle, then why are we not requiring that for wheelchair users as well? I really hope that the district will take this opportunity to ensure that same level, that same quality of service across the board.
And let me turn to Mr. Brady before my time runs out here. Mr. Brady?
Yeah, thank you. I do agree with what was just said. It's going to require both. But I was working with a company called Cruise, and they stopped work on a wheelchair accessible vehicle simply because it was a regulation that required a steering wheel, and they couldn't get past that. But they had developed a wheelchair accessible autonomous vehicle. And because it had so much problem in DC in regard to regulations, in regard to that one particular thing, in regard to having a steering wheel missing, they ran into a roadblock. I will add to this, autonomous vehicles are coming, whether we want to admit to it or not. And it's important for us to do it the right way and be on the right side of history. I see so many times people being on the wrong side of history when it comes to this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And then, Mr. Brady, one more question for you. It's possible I didn't hear your testimony the right way, but I think I heard you recommending that DDOT needs to have a permanent advisory committee on accessibility issues. And I guess I was kind of trying to understand, we have the MAC, and were you recommending something different than what we have? I didn't quite follow.
If you write into it that they should use the MAC, then I'm pretty sure that was would be okay. But it got to be in it. You got to get feedback from the people that these programs and companies are designed to use.
That's helpful. I didn't understand that. I now understand what your recommendation was. I don't think I followed it the first time. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you very much. And then, Ms. Case, you pointed out, even though we have a law that says what the percentage of vehicles needs to be, you're flagging for us. That doesn't mean that's the number of vehicles that are in the fleet in operation on the street. That could count as a vehicle that's just in a garage somewhere, right?
That's the way it is. If the company has to have that many vehicles, and it's only required of companies in the legislation, by the way.
I want to add also about service hours are much more limited. You can get a waive during the day, but say you go out to dinner and a show, good luck. So I think that's another thing as far as service requirements that we need to be looking at for AVs, that it's the same hours, the same wait times, that kind of thing.
All right. So you didn't buy the argument that Waymos or autonomous vehicles are going to free up the other accessible vehicles.
Not what happens. The drivers leave because they can't make the money, the trip limits.
Yeah.
That is a 2013 argument. It's quite dated.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, this is a space where I think we have a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
I think we've got some time, obviously, in the next couple of weeks and months to kind of really work with you, work with the MAC, work with others. I know, and thank you for hosting the conversation just last week that my community director was able to join. And so we'll stay engaged on that as well. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Council member, Chairman, I had this to bring. I brought with it, I have it on my own. It's a Be Fierce sticker. And in these days with big money's impact on policy and politics, I call for all of us to be fierce. And I would like to give that to you because
Thank you.
you are and have been. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right, I'm gonna call our next panel of witnesses. Just give us a moment too as we transition over the witness table. But for our next panel, I've got Connor Cummings, who's with the ARC of Northern Virginia. Claire Stanley, who's with the Director of Advocacy and Government Affairs, the American Council of the Blind. Kent Kaiser, a policy fellow with the United Spinal Association. Scott Thornhill, Executive Director with the American Council of the Blind. And Anna Torres Davis, Executive Director with the National Council on Disability Independent Federal Agency. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Connor Cummings,
Okay.
I'm going to have you go first, and then after that, we'll go to Claire Stanley. And then after that, do I have Kent Kaiser here? Might have a couple of folks that are online too. So Mr. Cummings, we'll start with you.
My name is Connor Cummings. I am a self-advocate, proud to be autistic, and I'm representing the ARC of Northern Virginia. I found a lot of this with my mom in autonomous vehicles. Here are some main reasons why this technology is so important to me and my community. I am so excited for an AV as we match up your needs for understanding the unexpected surroundings and responding quickly and appropriately. 1, better mobility. People like me who can't drive will be able to get around much easier. 2, predictable and comfortable. Many autistic individuals will feel far more comfortable inside a vehicle where we don't have to share space with a stranger driving them. 3, broad benefits. AVs won't just support people with disabilities, they will also be a lifeline for seniors who can no longer drive. 4, greater independence. This technology will provide massive independence for people who are blind, as well as those with night blindness who can safely navigate the day but lose their freedom after dark. 5, new opportunities. Personally, I will feel an incredible sense of independence because an AV will give me the freedom to go anywhere I want. 6, safety first. Autonomous cars will get me to my destination safely. They won't speed and they won't run through red lights. We must ensure that they are adaptable to any possible situation and to real-time hazards. 7, no fear of getting lost. I wouldn't have to worry about losing my way or getting disoriented. 8, fewer human errors. I truly feel AVs will be safer than regular cars because they eliminate drunk driving, human errors, and unpredictable driver micro emotions, ensuring implementation mentioned under safety first. This autonomous vehicle opens a feature for so many of us. I also have a few final thoughts and suggestions for developers to consider. AAC integration. Will the vehicle understand augmentative and alternative communication? Well, many individuals use apps or devices to speak. The vehicle's interface and the passenger's AAC device must be fully accessible and compatible with each other. Ensure that AV can listen to a person in the vehicle no matter how we speak, whether with AAC, typing, or per mouth. Also include wheelchair accessible vehicles. Environmental impact. Because these are electric cars, they will provide cleaner air for our communities. Communicate community training. Disability organizations can provide lessons on how to understand and successfully ride in the Navy. My mom and I can even help train. Please and thank you, Connor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cummings. Next, let me turn to Claire Stanley. Yep, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here this afternoon. My name is Claire Stanley, and I'm the Director of Advocacy and Governmental Affairs for the American Council of the Blind. The American Council of the Blind, or ACB, is the nation's leading member-driven organization of and for individuals who are blind or have low vision. Founded in 1961 and comprised of over 65 state and special interest affiliates, ACB strives to increase the independence, security, equality of opportunity, and to improve the quality of life for people who are blind or have low vision, including our thousands of members. Our national office is located right here in Old Town Alexandria, Virginia, and we routinely travel to Washington, D.C. to carry out advocacy work on Capitol Hill or with the numerous federal agencies. Transportation remains one of the biggest barriers for persons who are blind or have low vision. Because our community cannot drive, we're dependent on alternative forms of transportation. If a person does not have access to transportation, they can't perform essential tasks like traveling to work, accessing medical care, or engaging in community activity. Imagine if you needed medical treatment, but you couldn't access it because you had no way to get there. But autonomous vehicles will offer an invaluable form of transportation for persons who are blind or who have low vision. This form of transportation will help to erode the access barriers that so many of us face because of transportation issues. Washington, D.C. is well respected for its public transportation system. Many members of the disability community applaud the metro system for being one of the most accessible systems in the United States. However, its reach is limited. There are still portions of the district that the Metro Rail does not reach to. Additionally, the hours of operation are limited. Access to autonomous vehicles around the clock and in all parts of the district will be another form of transportation option. The more options we have, the more mobility we can have. Additionally, blind persons who use guide dogs to travel around the city are repeatedly denied access to rideshare companies. As a person who has a guide dog myself, she's right under their table, I have lost count of the number of times I've been refused access because of my guide dog. Both federal law and rideshare policies prohibit such denials, but regardless of the laws, the problem continues. I have found myself in situations where it was raining, extremely cold, or where I had an important meeting to be at, and I was repeatedly denied rides by the drivers. One of the most ironic and hurtful rideshare denial took place right in front of the Supreme Court of the United States. But with autonomous vehicles, there's no driver to say no. I can travel confidently in an autonomous vehicle, knowing that no human being can say no and violate my rights to access transportation. To learn more about my experience, you can read the Washington Post op-ed that was published on December 5th, 2025. Finally, the freedom offered to persons who are blind or have low vision through autonomous vehicles cannot be understated. As an adult who could never drive, the first time I took an autonomous vehicle in Phoenix, I experienced freedom. I was in a vehicle all by myself. I had autonomy. I did not have to deal with drivers who would deny me because of my guide dog. I did not have to drive with the driver who made me uncomfortable because of the things he said to me. When AVs come to the district, I will have the resource that will give me autonomy, freedom, safety, and peace. Blind individuals will have more transportation options, and the more readily available we have with different options will be more safe and likely not to receive ride denials. I urge you to approve this legislation that will bring AVs to the District of Columbia. The more options that blind and low vision community have to access accessible transportation, the more involved we can become in our community. This is a tool we can use to be more independent and engage in the essential activities of life. So please move forward with this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stanley. Next, we're going to turn to Kent Kaiser, who's joining us online. After that, we'll turn to Scott Thornhill. Mr. Kaiser, if you can hear me whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and council members. The United Spinal Association represents our nation's 5.5 million wheelchair users in their quality of life issues, like transportation. We fully support autonomous vehicle deployment, the testing, even the deployment of commercial operations. Every AV mile traveled adds to the body of AV safety knowledge. We take it as an article of faith that wheelchair accessible AVs are earnestly being developed by industry. We are speeding up that day with our Secure Ride Coalition's work on an automated wheelchair securement, which we would be happy to share with you in greater detail. We urge you to consider including the following components in a future version of the bill. Please incorporate zero tolerance anti-discrimination policies citing the DC Human Rights Act and the Americans with Disabilities Act. As you know, the district is not an island unto itself. We urge you to work in tandem with Virginia, Maryland, and the Council of Governments on our community to ensure seamless regional AV legislation for the DMV. As a decades-old commuter myself from Northern Virginia, almost 20 years as a wheelchair user, there are only two things I don't like about the district: getting there and getting out of there. AVs can change that. And with the district's challenging street configuration, the DMV is a prime location to demonstrate to the world how AVs can improve people's lives. Those challenging streets also mean that safe, accessible, reliable, and on-demand pickup and drop-off spots need to break ground, well, in the last decade. And please, forget the idea that accessibility is just for wheelchair guys or folks with disabilities. Accessibility serves absolutely everyone. Conduct a needs assessment with AV operators, tech companies, and us on accessible infrastructure and public rights-of-way, such as sidewalks, curb cuts, and pickup and drop-off spots. The place I'm almost always dropped off or picked up at our office on L Street Northwest is the entrance and exit of a parking garage. How safe is that? Considering the district has almost 37,000 people with ambulatory difficulties, respectfully, you have more work to do. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Take your time.
Okay, thank you. The district must build an infrastructure to address the statistic that wheelchair users are approximately 36% more likely to die in traffic collisions compared to the general pedestrian population. Importantly, when our AV arrives, we must be able to safely identify it and communicate with it. Once we are moving, we require complete access to any features available to the able-bodied, the human-machine interface. And in the event of an emergency, there must be redundant ways for us to be safely evacuated. In fact, require AV operator access and safety plans. And at a minimum, and prior to major deployment, establish a program that's transparent for the public on how any incidents with an AV injuring or harming disabled pedestrians or riders and or their service animal, mobility devices, wheelchairs or scooters, etc., will be processed, compensated, and a time frame for doing so. In lieu of the current lack of wheelchair accessible AVs, please help ensure separate but equal is in fact equal. Okay, we know that's impossible, as we've heard this morning, but please help make it as equal as it can be by requiring key data to be religiously reported. At a minimum, please require AV operators to regularly report DDOT and the Department of for Hire Vehicles. The reporting should include the documenting of the numbers of accessible ride requests, rides fulfilled, wait times, days and times for each, as well as comparable data for inaccessible rides requested to ensure equitable service is provided. Please know that I'm not reducing my brothers and sisters to a data set. Just like the able bodies, a minute waiting for a pickup or a drop-off time is time and money wasted. Thank you also for remembering the value of our drivers in the bill. Experienced drivers are a vast treasure house of knowledge about when, where, and how traffic moves. They are a human transportation asset that can drive circles around the best transportation tech out there. Given the opportunity, they can assist AV operators tremendously. Please track their job transitions and fully report the efforts to assist them. Thank you very much and happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Scott Thornhill. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Chairman Allen and fellow members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Scott Thornhill, and I am the Executive Director of the American Council of the Blind, a national membership organization representing individuals who are blind or have low vision. I'll begin with a confession, Chairman Allen. Like most teenagers of my era, I could not wait to drive a vehicle. Unlike most teenagers of my generation, I was losing my sight. It was due to an eye disease called retinitis pigmentosa, or RP for short. I did sneak behind the wheel a couple of times. I don't recommend that for people who are losing their sight, and thankfully, it didn't become a habit. The point is this: I never qualified for a driver's license due to failing the eye test. For most people in the district and across the nation, driving represents independence. For those of us who are blind, transportation has always depended on the options available to us. Driving represents independence. For those of you who are blind, transportation has always depended on those options available to us. I use rideshare regularly. I rely on public transportation. Both have expanded opportunities for people who are blind, and I value them tremendously. But independence is not created by having one way to travel. It's created by choices. The American Council of the Blind has long advocated for those choices for people who are blind. We view autonomous vehicles as the next step, important step in expanding those choices. For many people, autonomous vehicles are just another way to get from one place to another. For people who are blind, they represent something much more significant. They have the potential to expand access to employment, education, healthcare, community activities, and countless everyday things that other people take for granted. And because Washington is our nation's capital, this extends beyond the district's residents. Every year, millions of people who are blind travel here for work, for advocacy, for visiting for tourism, enjoying the monuments and the museums that belong to all of us. Expanding accessible transportation helps make the district more welcoming and more accessible to those visitors as well. Most people don't plan their day around transportation, they plan transportation around their day. Those of us who are blind often have to do the opposite. We think about whether a ride will be available, whether transit schedules line up with our plans, or whether we need to ask someone else for assistance. Transportation shapes many of the choices we make before we even leave home. Autonomous vehicles will not replace public transportation or rideshare or taxi services, but they can become another important transportation option, one that gives people with disabilities greater flexibility, independence, and opportunity. As you consider this technology, we implore you to make sure that accessibility remains at the forefront and that you continue to consider it in everything that you do around this subject. Autonomous vehicles won't change the fact that I am blind, but they can change what blindness means when it comes to getting around. They have the potential to give people who cannot drive something many others rarely think about: the freedom to choose how and when we travel. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thornhill. And then last on this panel, let me turn to Anna Torres Davis, who's joining us on Zoom. There we go. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, whenever you're ready.
Chairman Allen and members of the committee, my name is Anna Torres Davis, and I'm the Executive Director of the National Council on Disability, NCD, an independent federal agency that advises the President, Congress, federal agencies, and state and local governments on disability policy. I am here today to share information from our 2025 report, which examined the current state of ground transportation for people with mobility disabilities, particularly wheelchair users, and offer recommendations to ensure that the needs of this population are addressed in this AV bill. In our report, titled Ground Transportation for People with Mobility Disabilities 2025, Challenges and Progress, NCD found that wheelchair users that require wheelchair accessible vehicles with ramp access, which I'll refer to as WAVES, have been consistently left behind in the ability to use the most common transportation options available today, like ride shares and taxis. While most people can get a ride within minutes of using an app and benefit from this convenience, wheelchair users requiring a WAVE are largely not benefiting from the advances in transportation. In our report, we examined the accessibility of taxis and Ubers in DC, and we found that there is a substantial shortage of WAVES, and that this shortage has been longstanding and has negatively impacted residents, visitors, and workers in the district. The inability to access common on-demand transportation puts this population at a significant disadvantage in life. The result is isolation, the inability to meet employment responsibilities and educational goals, to attend family functions and recreational events, to reach medical care. In short, the ability to live a full life and meet the obligations that come with it. Instead, they are often left waiting or left without any transportation at all, upending plans and even putting them in danger. NCD's report discusses the promise of autonomous vehicles to expand access to transportation for all people with disabilities, and the critical need to ensure that that access for wheelchair users is at the forefront as AVs are developed and deployed. When you introduce this bill, you observe that AVs could provide more equitable access for wheelchair users. We agree that this is true. But to do this, it must be inclusive of wheelchair users. While certain portions of the disability community, as we've heard from today, benefit and can currently access and benefit from AVs, wheelchair users who require WAVES are not being served by this technology. The businesses that currently provide transportation to the public in fully autonomous taxis like Waymo are using small vehicles that do not have any WAVES. Instead, they rely on local providers with limited non-autonomous WAVES like they do in DC, like Uber does in DC. To the extent that AV companies plan to rely on existing non-autonomous WAVES provided by local providers to offer accessible transportation in the district, we found that this model worsens WAVE service because it relies on a limited local supply of WAVES that's already overstressed. An example of this already exists in DC. Uber does not provide WAVES. It refers passengers who need a WAVE to local providers, often DC taxis that are accessible. Due to the small number of WAVES in DC and the limited hours that they are in service, wheelchair users experience long waits if a WAVE is available at all. Adding hundreds of inaccessible AVs to the roads with no option but to call local WAVE providers will do nothing to help provide better WAVE service in DC. The DC AV law should require AV companies to provide a percentage of their own waves when they begin serving DC, not rely on the supply that is already overburdened. And I would love to be able to respond to the questions that you asked the previous panel, because there are options available now for autonomous vehicles that are accessible, that also have a safety driver. As C.T. Tyson mentioned, May Mobility, and this is a company that can easily be contracted with to bring vehicles with these autonomous fleets into the district so that they're adding waves to what currently exists in the city rather than relying on what is there now. And my time is up and I will leave it at that, but happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you again for the opportunity.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thanks to everybody on this panel. Let me jump in with a couple of questions, especially Mr. Cummings, Ms. Stanley, and Mr. Thornhill. Can I hear your testimony with a little bit of enthusiasm about autonomous vehicles? That they can help restore travel independence to people who are blind, have low vision, individuals with autism. Like, those are some opportunities, right? Despite the advances, are there any gaps that you would identify as we look at the legislation, not just to create a pathway for their eventual commercial operation, but in your support for them, are there also recommendations you have that we should be keeping an eye out for, be thoughtful about what is necessary to make sure that they can fulfill the promise that I think you're certainly hoping that they can do? Ms. Stanley?
Yeah, so of course, we always want to make sure that as new forms of autonomous vehicles come out on the streets, they are made accessible for the blind and low vision community. We have had the opportunity to work with all of the what I'll call mainstream autonomous vehicle companies that have actually been on the road in cities, such as Waymo and Zoox. And we thus far have had wonderful experiences with seeing how the apps for the apps themselves have been accessible with screen reading software, the vehicles themselves putting out things like audio sounds so we can locate them independently. I myself have taken them without a single person, just me and my dog, using the accessible functions and features put in both the app itself and then the car. I've been able to do it independently. So of course we would love and be happy to see that language in the bills ensured that those kinds of things are put into place. But we have, knock on wood, thus far had wonderful opportunities with the main companies out there that we've seen, that the Zoox and Waymos have put those into place.
Mr. Thornhill? Mr. Thornhill?
Yeah, sorry. I want to make sure there's always a balance, as you've been seeking here today and being here and listening to the previous panels. And in this case, you ask about gaps. So you ask about that. I think the balance of safety and functionality or ease of use, whatever terminology we put to that. I think certainly, as we've helped advise and helped work, and we are willing to continue that in terms of an advisory network or advisory council for sure, any work that would be done in the district. Certain things that I can speak to specifically with Waymo, having ridden in Waymos several times now, that the features that Ms. Stanley spoke about in terms of how to locate the vehicle and while you're inside the vehicle and doing that, that balance of safety in terms of where you're dropped off, like you mentioned earlier about your residential street, for example, how that's done, what we expect today from an Uber or a Lyft and those kinds of things, right? Double parking, quote unquote, in certain cities is not feasible. So there'd be pickup at corners and things along those lines. And so being able to navigate to the vehicles, for example, for us is crucially important, not being able to see where they are. And so being able to do that. And then of course, where you get dropped off at the end of the ride. And so that balance of that functionality of making sure that we're at a place where we can navigate well. And then the safety of where those vehicles would be allowed to drop off and pick up is going to be something that we're going to be wanting to follow closely. But the gaps as they exist today, I believe, are the things that everyone would be aware of. And it would, they've done so much work in navigating the streets and gathering information that it feels like the gaps now are fine tuning some of those elements we're talking about.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cummings, anything you wanted to add to that about gaps you might see?
Well, sure. I just wanted to say that autonomous vehicles will not only be safer and have more freedom for those with blindness or the elderly, and of course those with autism and disabilities, but they will be but may provide cleaner fuel because they're electric cars. Electric cars. And although my communication style is that I time my words when I read them after I have time to process. I can happily respond later to you with written words. So thank you for your accommodation.
Absolutely, thank you. Mr. Kaiser, online, did you have any thing you wanted to add to what we've already heard?
Well, just that we would, as wheelchair users, enjoy the same freedom, because as it is now, when we ride, we have to be secured by another person, and that person has to be trained and competent. So we're in the hands often of strangers, supposedly trained strangers, but that doesn't always go well. So that's removing that human element is a modicum of safety that we would enjoy, as well as the freedom on the road.
Yeah. And Ms. Torres Davis, you had, I think you might have run out of time and you were looking to share some additional information you had around AV options. So I want to make sure I gave you some extra time if there was anything you were trying to help identify different alternatives. I think you were identifying a couple different models that could be pursued. Just want to make sure you had enough time for that.
Thank you so much. Yes, in our report, we examined a lot of the AV companies that are providing rides to the public right now, and working on new models. And one of the things that we found that was a very bright light was a company called May Mobility. I'm not here to promote May Mobility. I do not work for May Mobility. But what we found was that this is a company who contracts with cities, municipalities, localities. They modify Sienna vans and for accessibility with ramps, and then they provide services to cities, specialty services just to pick up people with disabilities, and it's on demand, just like an Uber would be. And this company is doing it now on small scale. And so, like C.T. Tyson mentioned earlier, this is probably a really good option for companies like Waymo, who says, well, we are a tech company, not a developer of the vehicle. You don't have to be a developer of a vehicle. You can use what's out there now. Right now, what we're aware of is May Mobility. I'm not sure if other companies have joined in producing or deploying that type of a van. But my bigger point is that if Waymo, for example, comes into the city and they bring 200 vehicles, it would be great if there was a requirement that they bring with them a percentage that are accessible by contracting with an outside vendor and not using what we have here in the city, which is already so very limited, as we have heard from the advocates today.
All right, thank you very much. And Ms. Stanley, one more question for you. Trying to also make sure I understand kind of the world as it is today. So you mentioned some of the challenges of navigating for-hire vehicle service options today with a guide dog. How do you typically communicate the need to have a vehicle that allows a dog to join you? Is that even an option? Are you kind of rolling the dice to see who shows up and if you can have a conversation? Is it kind of a flag on your account so the driver of the account knows? How does that work today?
How long do you have? There's been many discussions about this issue. The long and short of it is there's been much debate in the blind and low vision community, and I'm sure persons who use service animals for all other disabilities, whether you want to disclose or not to disclose. Currently, with the two major rideshare companies, Uber and Lyft, they have developed a policy where you can identify if you want to ahead of time. And there are different, what I'll call layers of identifying, whether that be before the driver picks you up or just having it in your profile. So if you're denied a ride, then it kind of pings that you have a service animal and they can start the process. This is totally optional, and there's a lot of opinions out there. Some people don't want to identify at all because they are afraid that if they do, the driver will say no ahead of time. Some people like the idea of identifying because it's just going to get, the elephants in the room anyway, so it's going to get it out there. And some people just like the idea of having it on their profile so that when undoubtedly they are denied at some point, I've lost count how many times I've been denied, at least it's in the system and the ball can start rolling more quickly as far as denying the right, processing the denial. The jury is still out on all of these. Which one works the best? We don't know. We've had great relationships with Uber and Lyft. They're counting the data, they're processing it, but all of this is still fairly new. And so whether it works or doesn't work, I can't definitively say yes or no. And so as a result, if you ask any blind person if they like the idea of getting in a car where they don't have to deal with somebody saying you can't have your dog, every blind person I know who uses a dog has said, yes, please, because it's such a burden that all of us face on a daily basis.
Yes, sir.
I'll share real quick. So Ms. Stanley and I would, work together quite a bit at the American Council of the Blind, travel, conferences, things along those lines. We have literally at times been in a situation where to avoid her being denied with her guide dog, she would wait behind me. The rideshare would pull up, for example. I would greet the driver, get the door open, and then she would quickly join me at the vehicle in hopes that by sort of overwhelming them in the vehicle, she would not be denied. And so it becomes at times, right, if you miss that ride and you wait another 11 minutes or whatever it might be for meetings, doctor's appointments, whatever it might be, right? And so it is a no-brainer for us that we would prefer not to have our members across the nation, including our affiliate Guide Dog Users International, not have those denials on a daily basis.
Yeah. All right. That's incredibly helpful, and thank you for sharing that. All right. I'm going to move on to our next panel of public witnesses, but really appreciate all your testimony today and look forward to following up as well as needed. All right, I'm going to go ahead and start to call our next panel of public witnesses. I have John Pear, public witness. Sandra Nuzil, public witness. Olivia Norman, public witness, who I think is joining us online. And Sean Calloway, public witness, also joining us online. Sandra's also. All right. Mr. Pear, why don't we start whenever you're ready?
You called on me?
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Allen. Thank you for having me. My name is John Perret. I'm the Executive Director for Advocacy and Policy at the National Federation of the Blind. In the spring of 2001, I lost my job due to my blindness. In part, it was many reasons, but in part due to lack of transportation. I did later get a job and became with the National Federation of the Blind and worked my way up to executive director, where I am now. Last week, I was at our national convention in Austin, Texas, and interesting, on July 4th, was with a group of blind people, and one of them ordered a Waymo. And in that case, you can indicate that you hope to get an autonomous vehicle. We checked that box. We did get an autonomous vehicle, because there you order it through Uber. So that's why you have to indicate the preference. But then it was satisfied with the Waymo, just to give you that detail. And the three of us rode. I rode in the front seat, front passenger seat, and the two of them rode in the back. And we had an exceptional ride, and maybe just that it was just like any old ride. I felt very safe, very confident in both getting to the vehicle, the ride, and at the destination, our hotel. We, the National Federation of the Blind, really support autonomous vehicles. We're very excited about autonomous vehicles, and we support your legislation. There are two, I want to comment on some of the things you've heard today to maybe add a little bit more color. One of the things on all blind people that have a guide dog who have ever used rideshare most likely have experienced the rideshare denial. One thing to make sure it's clear, it's absolutely illegal for a driver to deny somebody with a guide dog. It's in violation of the Americans with Disabilities Act. The rideshare companies, Uber and Lyft, would say that's in violation of both the law and their policy. There's no disagreement on that. It's the U.S. Department of Justice, Department of Civil Rights would say under the current administration would say it is a violation of the law. In fact, they've sued Uber over this issue, and it's the drivers who are violating the law and creating the discrimination. This can leave people stranded, and it would be so helpful to have autonomous vehicles that didn't have the drivers, because it's the drivers that are doing the discrimination. Approximately 2.5% of people in the District of Columbia are blind or low vision. A total of 25% of the people in the District of Columbia do not have a driver's license. That's a lot of people that don't have a driver's license that have to do something other than drive themselves to wherever they need to go. So similar to blind people, all these other people are using other types of transportation. There's been a lot of talk today about employment, and I want to talk about the impact that lack of transportation options have on employment. I once experienced that. It helped contribute to me losing my job one time. Many of the people who are not employed in the District of Columbia, with and without disabilities, probably who do not have a driver's license. The lack of transportation options could be impacting their employment. Not always the case, but could be impacting their employment. There is good transportation, mass transit and other transportation options in the District of Columbia, but having more options is a good thing. The autonomous vehicles will not be a panacea, but it will create another transportation option. When I travel, I live in Baltimore. When I travel to Washington, D.C., which I do on a weekly basis, I come in a variety of ways, probably like other people do. It's not always the same. I match the best transportation to the situation. And in some cases, if we had AVs, especially say to get around DC, that could be one of the choices that I would try to evaluate that would help me get around and could improve employment, which I urge you to keep in mind. The one gap you asked in the legislation, the previous panel, I agree, they agreed the importance of the accessibility of the app and but they didn't specifically mention there's a standard called the Web Consortium Accessibility Group, WCAG, and that WCAG, and the 2.2 level AA, which we can send to you afterwards. But that would be the appropriate standard to require. That's the one that these companies would say they strive to meet. If they do strive to meet it, why don't you go ahead and put it into law? That would be a good thing. We would appreciate that. And I don't think they would disagree with that. That's what they strive to do. And it's what the Department of Justice regulation that almost went into effect on April 20th of this year. It was postponed by a year, but it's going to require the district, well, not, this would be private, but it requires all state and local government entities to meet YCAG, WCAG 2.1 level AA. I would just say now the most current is 2.2 and would urge you to do that. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pare. Next, let me turn to Sandra Nuzil, who's joining us online.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Okay. Councilmember Allen or Chair Allen and other council members, thank you for this opportunity to speak today. My name is Sandy Nuzell. I am speaking on my own behalf and on behalf of all people who have disabilities. I'm a resident of Fairfax County for 49 years. I worked within 2 miles of my home for 32 years, which made my commute easier. For the past 10 years, I've been volunteering and working part-time throughout the DMV. I'm unfamiliar with the streets and layout of most of DC and frequently find myself going to new locations where I've never been before. I've been legally blind my whole life and thus have never had the opportunity to drive a car. I rely on public transportation, friends and family, and metro access to go where I need to go. However, each of those modes of transportation require a significant amount of time to plan, strategize, coordinate the trip, and then wait for the ride or rides from my starting location that will take me to my destination. An on-demand ride in an autonomous vehicle would greatly improve my commutes. Public transportation may require multiple rides and transfers followed by walking to the destination, allowing time to catch a bus or metro, plus more time if I must transfer and wait for another bus or metro takes longer than hopping in a car and driving somewhere, which has never been an option for me. Further, public transportation may only get me close to my destination. With my blindness, in a new and unfamiliar area, that last walk from the nearest public transportation stop to the exact address I need to go to is often challenging and stressful. A ride from a friend can take up more than twice as much of their time as mine. They need to pick me up, drop me off at my destination, and return home. That does not even include the back and forth time spent asking a friend for a ride and juggling their schedules and possibly mine to accommodate where I'm going when. Friends may be willing to do this, but they have their own lives and needs and don't always have the time. Metro access is a lifeline for me. However, it requires planning ahead by more than a day. Also, Metro access only claims to get me from my door to my destination in a time equal to that of public transportation. There's a lot of anxiety and time involved in the process of booking the ride, verifying the ride was booked correctly, wondering, will it pick me up when promised, and waiting for the ride to arrive. If I could hop in an autonomous vehicle whenever I want to go, wherever I am in DC, for example, at a metro station where I've arrived from Fairfax County, where I live, and go wherever I want to go in DC for work or pleasure or whatever on my own without hours or days planning and coordinating, it would save a tremendous amount of time and significantly reduce frustration and stress for me. I'm running out of time, so I will say thank you very much for this opportunity and happy to wait and answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Olivia Norman, also joining us online.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Charles Allen. It's wonderful to see you again. My name is Olivia Norman, and I am representing myself today. I'm a DC resident of 20 years. I am also totally blind. I have been since birth, and I am a guide dog user. No one with a disability is a monolith, as you so rightly pointed out this morning. In addition to my blindness, I'm also a cancer survivor and I have anxiety and other chronic illnesses. And the result of those is that I just simply, most of the times, do not have the energy to mess around and take metro and do that kind of planning on transportation. So as a result, unless it's a straight shot for me downtown or somewhere that I know well, I have to rely on ride shares or friends, most notably a friend's Tesla. And I have experienced the self-driving of a Tesla in that way, and I would love to have that kind of freedom. I get about a 50% refusal rate from Uber and Lyft, but I would also say that this happened in the days of taxis in DC as well. Interestingly, similar story to what Scott Thornhill just told you. In about 2012, I was downtown and it was raining, and this person had stopped because I had kept getting passed over by taxis. I was hailing on the street because at that time that is how you got the cabs. And I didn't know this. And this man stopped and he said, "Hey, two cabs have just driven past you. Hide behind this tree and I'll get you the cab and I'll put you in it to get you home." And so it worked. The guy didn't want to take my guide dog, but he couldn't really say no. And when I went to pay for my cab, he said, "Don't worry, the gentleman who helped you took care of it." In that moment, I think I saw the best and worst of humanity. And I'm really hoping that autonomous vehicles will help level my playing field because they cannot deny my guide dog and I the amount of stress this causes me. I just can't describe it. It has a huge impact on my mental health. I get a lot of my treatments for my various illnesses at Sibley Hospital, which is in Ward 3. It is not accessible via Metro, even if I could do it that way. So I mostly have to rely on my friends or Ubers and hope that they don't deny me when I go get my treatments. And this is just, I really hope that we can get to where we can have autonomous vehicles on our streets that will give me and others more flexibility and more choices as to how we get around the district. And I'm running out of time, so I'll be happy to answer any of your questions, and I thank you for your time.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Ms. Norman. All right, next let me turn to Sean Calloway.
Good afternoon, Councilman Allen, Chairman Allen, and the rest of the committee. My name is Sean Calloway. I serve as president of the National Federation of the Blind of the District of Columbia. I am a DC resident. Also am employed in Washington, DC. I'm also do my entertainment in DC. I'm a proud Washington Wizards season ticket holder and also attend Washington Nationals games as well. And I'm also a parent of a 11-year-old. I'm married as well. So I am responsible sometimes of taking my daughter to and from school. You heard the words independence and options today, and options is the key word. I can't tell you how many times, Chairman Allen, where I will try to obtain an Uber during rush hour, okay, wait 5 to 6 minutes to find out if I'm gonna get a ride, and then find out that there are no Ubers available at this time. This has happened several times this year. And what makes it even worse is that you have an option once they tell you that there are no vehicles available. You have an option to get a priority vehicle, which costs maybe $5 or $6 more than the actual ride itself. Also, when it comes to options, you've heard the denials of blind individuals who have guide dogs, but I've been denied as a blind person multiple times. A driver will see me and he will ask me, "Are you blind for real?" and will drive off. Also, I want to ride these vehicles without judgment. Oftentimes, I've been questioned about my blindness. I mean, this is no braggadocious point. A lot of us blind people love to dress nice and look nice, okay? And we are very independent. But we have often been questioned by drivers about our blindness and if we're blind for real. And I don't think we should be subjected to such actions in regards to what we do and how we do things. We just want to ride and get to point A to point B. And to point out, the last thing I want to mention is the option of something other than Metro Access. Of course, you have to plan, as one panelist said, in regards to utilizing Metro Access. However, there are some days where I have to use transportation the day of, and I rather, quite honestly, want to use an AV because, again, there may be some issues with Uber or Lyft that I just do not want to have to deal with. So I'm pretty much excited about AVs coming to Washington, D.C., and I'm looking forward to this bill passing. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Mr. Callaway. All right. A couple of questions. Ms. Norman, I might start with you. I was really struck in your testimony as you talked about just the sheer amount of time, energy, mental energy, it sounds like, to be able to plan for just even the basic type of trip you've got to take. And it leads you essentially to then just say, I'll just stay home. That's not the choice we obviously want people to feel like they must make or have to make as we think about these trade-offs. Does the experience you've shared, is that cut across both taxi, for-hire vehicles, metro? In other words, is it all of your transportation choices really? And did I hear your testimony correct that you really feel like it's the autonomous vehicle is the one that really opens up your options and independence?
Yes, you did, and it does cut across all modalities. Metro, not quite so much, but Metro works for me if I'm going downtown, if I know where I am and I don't have to expend a lot of energy on transportation. But if I have to walk somewhere and try and some days I just don't have the energy, and it's like, well, I'll just stay home because when I get denied by the ride shares, or the taxis or whoever drivers, that is a whole nother energy drain. And so unless I can get a private driver, which I actually went to a party in Rockville that Miss Stanley held the other week, and that worked for me because I was able to get a private driver, but it cost money, but it's like time or money, and I had a great time. But if I had not been able to get a driver for that event, I would have just stayed home. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's the autonomous vehicles are going to help me a lot because I won't have to worry about being denied by a driver, and I can spend my limited energy on things that I enjoy doing instead of transportation. I think that's key.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Callaway, and then Mr. Perry, I'll ask you the same thing. I think you've been listening to a lot of the conversation in the course of the day. One of the things I'm also interested in trying to think through how we balance is the precision we need to give autonomous vehicle operators of not breaking traffic safety laws, meaning speed limit, red lights, stop signs, et cetera. And then the reasonableness of where drop-off and pickup locations are. Oftentimes, if we're talking about be it a commercial street or a residential street, it's a reasonable expectation that pickup is going to take place and the vehicle double parks momentarily. Technically, that's going to be against the traffic safety law. But it's, I think, what most people reasonably assume would take place. Do you have any thoughts about how we strike that balance, especially when we think about blind or vision impaired? Where is the most appropriate place for that pickup and drop off? Or is it just the same as any other pickup and drop off, and it's just the balance that we're seeking?
I will go with the latter on that one. I mean, as you well know, I mean, it's the streets are pretty different in DC. But for us, and I hope I'm answering your question correctly, I just believe that just trying to locate the vehicle, if it's double parked, if it's on the corner. One thing I do know about those vehicles, the autonomous vehicles, it does have a sort of mechanism where you can locate that vehicle. So if it's across the street or if it's down the street, you are able to navigate to locate that vehicle. So,
okay.
Yeah.
And Mr. Perry, anything you want to add to that?
Maybe Just to give you some context, with typical ride share, it's not unusual for a blind person to call the driver and try to negotiate to help find the vehicle. So with Waymo and Tesla, and it was also Cruise, the National Federation of the Blind said, well, now there'll be no driver to talk to. It'd be very helpful because a lot of times this is what we do is we say to the driver, could you just toot your horn softly? And we hear that and we can maybe say, toot it again, and then we can move towards the vehicle and find the vehicle that way. So the AV companies have instituted in the app so that you can toot the horn from the app. So that really makes it easier to find the vehicle. So finding the vehicle through the auditory method of where you touch the thing and you're actually tooting the horn in the AV works pretty well. The drop off can be trickier, but it isn't necessarily that much harder than when we have maybe a ride share where there's a language barrier or just a person who's not necessarily very helpful. I took 2 ride shares to get here. I'll be taking two ride shares to get home, and to go to Union Station. Not sure where they kind of let you off all kinds of places at Union Station, but blind people then use their travel skills to help find where they need to go. So we don't have to have specialized places, but if there are specialized pickup drop-off places, they don't have to happen. They are helpful.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That's helpful. And Ms. Nuzil, anything you want to add to that from your experience?
I'm familiar with the MAC trying to coax the DC into assessing where they could have pickup drop-off zones on the core blocks in DC where it's very crowded. And I think that would be helpful to avoid the double parking and to avoid pulling into, a dangerous crosswalk at the corner of a block. But yes, I have a lot of trouble finding my vehicles, negotiating with the driver, where are you? And they tell me I'm in the red car. And I'm like, I don't see a red car. I don't see.
Yep.
So it's tricky. It's perpetually tricky.
Yeah. Can I add to that as well or no?
Yeah, sure, Ms. Norman.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing for me. I guess I worry a little bit because I live on Connecticut Avenue and it's a very commercial strip, and you're correct in that they have to sometimes double park, and I worry also that there might be multiple, what happens if there's multiple Waymos or Teslas or what have you at the same time. I'm not sure how that kind of thing would work, and I would worry a little bit about being left off in a travel lane of Connecticut Avenue. So I think we would have to adjust some of that for commercial or busy business areas. I wonder how that would work.
Okay. Got it. All right. Well, I appreciate it. Well, thank you. Appreciate this panel for all your testimony and recommendations. Thank you very much. And we'll follow up with each of you as needed. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Let me call our next panel of witnesses. I have Emma Cleveland, who's the state and local political coordinator with Amalgamated Transit Union, also ATU, I think is joining us online. Brian Wavell, who's the director of special projects with ATU Local 689. Crystal Middleton, member with SEIU Local 32BJ. And Jaime Contreras, who's executive vice president of SEIU Local 32BJ.
So Emma Cleveland will actually not be joining us today. So
I thought Emma was online.
Is she?
Oh, nope. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Chair Allen. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, hang on one second. All right, and Mr. Contreras, and then I have Crystal Middleton. I got somebody else.
Helen Rainer, I think she was supposed to be in this.
Yes, okay, that's right. So, yeah, you're right, because Helen, we had you lowered down and hadn't had you grouped with this SEIU panel. Okay, we got you now. Okay, now, Brian.
Sounds good. Thank you very much, Chair Allen. My name is Brian Wyville with Amalgamated Transit Union Local 689. By way of introductions, we represent about 16,000 transit workers and retirees throughout the kind of DMV area. So you can see our full testimony that we submitted written, but to just cover a bunch of different points that have been raised today over the several hours of this hearing and the several hours that I anticipate many other additional points will be raised, I'm just going to try and go and summarize some of those. So first off, I just want to say part of the reason why this whole debate is going on right now is because ultimately I think a lot of us are recognizing that this is not simply about the future of robo-taxis. This is not about Waymo. This is not about Uber and Lyft and the future of TNCs in this region. This is about setting a precedent for what happens for large-scale labor automation. And the precedent that this council takes up and sets, we hope to see as being one that takes care of workers and ensures that they have a safe, just transition to other employment or that their employment is protected. And as we look at this bill, there are definitely steps, clear intention taken to pay attention to that issue, but we think there needs to be more. So I think it was kind of funny that it was brought up earlier, a reference to, automated checkout and tellers and cashiers and stuff like that. If anyone honestly tells me today that they believe the consumer experience has been improved by the removal of a large number of cashiers and clerks from stores, I think they're lying to you. We have to recognize that by the own admission of the companies Uber and Lyft, there are thousands of workers in this region that work more than 20 hours a week doing rideshare work. That is thousands of people that may lose their employment in this industry if we do not correctly set up the infrastructure and the incentives for this. Additionally, speaking as a public transit worker union, we view autonomous vehicles as the anti-public transit embodied in one vehicle. If you look at the way that land use has been shaped and development has been shaped by the type of transportation technologies of that time, we obviously had an era where people were only able to live right near where they worked because they had to walk there. Then, you had horses, then you had streetcars, then you had then you had buses. And with each one of those technological changes, it changed the way that people lived around where they were able to work. And as we consider allowing a technology that will allow someone to do a 30 to 45 minute drive without having to talk to a single human being and they can work the entire time, we are going to watch sprawl on a level we have never seen before. And I think it is completely antithetical to the goals that the city has put forward for transit-oriented development. As we also look at, there have been many issues raised about, the roles and responsibility of paratransit and wheelchair-assisted vehicles. We want to say that most of the issues found within the TNC system for WAVs has been explicitly because of the under-regulation of transportation network companies. Additionally, many of the concerns raised about the current system of paratransit, we actually share those concerns, but those are because paratransit is provided to the absolute minimum legal level necessary to provide those services. And if you want to get the high quality paratransit that doesn't require calling in 24 hours in advance, if you want the high quality paratransit that doesn't require staying within a 3/4 mile catchment zone, it requires additional expanded funding to make that possible. Also, we have extreme concerns about DC's road peculiarity, namely around First Amendment activity. It's often said about autonomous vehicles that obviously they might be able to detect a pedestrian, but can they detect an elephant in the roadway? If they see an object that they are not expecting to see or have not been trained on a data set, I will let you know, there are weird protest type activities that involve gigantic marionettes. Are they trained on that type of activity? Are they going to be able to adequately recognize what the object in front of them is and safely stop? We also want to point out just some general skepticism of claims that have been made by the companies. They keep raising the fact that they do 500,000 trips a week. WMATA does 340,000 on Metrobus in a day. So we're talking about scales of magnitude where this is just not truly the type of fully tested system that they claim. Now, additionally, I want to end on good job creation. Good job creation is ultimately the responsibility of the council, as I'm sure you know. If you want these to be good jobs, the council has to mandate that they are created as good jobs. That requires labor peace requirements. That requires retraining through joint labor management apprenticeship programs, not just, the company saying we got, Waymo University. We need those retraining programs to go through joint labor management registered apprenticeship programs. And ultimately, this is going to be de-skilling on a level we have not seen yet. And I look forward to hopefully answering questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then for SEIU, did y'all have a preferred order that you want to go in? No? Okay. All right. So then I've got Crystal Middleton, then Helen Rayner, then Mr. Contreras. Okay.
Great. So good afternoon. My name is Jaime Contreras. I'm an Executive Vice President for SEIU 32BJ. I oversee the DMV, which our union here represents 22,000 airport workers, commercial office cleaners, security officers, and other property service workers. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on this important bill. This autonomous bill cannot pass as it lacks the kinds of guardrails necessary so that the new technology would actually benefit the residents of Washington, D.C. And workers instead of hurting them. Instead, the legislation will send, as you've heard from other testimonies, will send money that should go into the pockets of D.C. Residents out of our communities into Silicon Valley mega corporations. We believe that it lacks protections for working people, and this reminds us as a union of another bill that destroyed unimaginable numbers of jobs in our country called NAFTA. If the council passes this legislation, your legacy will be introducing that kind of massive threat to jobs in our city and our economy. No city on the East Coast, not Baltimore, not Philadelphia, not New York, not Boston, no city has done this. And you must not be the first one on the East Coast to do such a thing. AVs threaten to destroy the jobs of thousands of workers across the district, not only rideshare drivers, but also taxi drivers, but also truck drivers and public transit workers, as you've heard in the previous testimony. This is what we're seeing in other cities. In San Francisco, Waymo absorbed 30% of all the rideshare market in just 20 months. And in most cities where autonomous vehicles have been introduced, driver pay is already declining. Now, these wages not only go to drivers, but they stay in our community, in our businesses, paying rent, purchasing in local businesses, investing in our families, and funding our public services. Many of these drivers are immigrants in communities of color. Many are people who our economy has left behind, supplementing day jobs that don't pay enough of a living wage or juggling caregiving responsibilities, which require flexible schedule. These are people who will be severely harmed if we pull their jobs from under them to benefit high-tech corporations. Let me be clear. We are not opposed to innovation in our union. We support innovation 100%, but it has to strengthen public services, and it has to create good union jobs, and it has to protect people. But with any innovation, we must also ask who stands to benefit and who stands to lose when we introduce this type of legislation in our communities. Who benefits? Who loses? DC is a union town, fueled by working people. We answered our neighbors, the truckers and shop workers who keep our shelves stocked, the rideshare drivers who get us from where we need to go, and the first responders who show up at a moment's notice. It is up to us, the working people of Washington, D.C., to decide when and how to introduce technology into our community and allow it to shape our lives. It shouldn't be Silicon Valley executives, it should be us. To ensure this vehicle serve us, any rollout needs to have strong protections for workers. Cities like San Francisco and Phoenix which did not have a chance to create guardrails around commercial robotaxis in advance, are now struggling to regulate the industry. This bill calls for a study of the impacts of on the taxi and rideshare industries and the jobs that those industries create, and also supposedly creates a fund for displaced workers. But at the same time, it extraordinarily authorizes, inexplicably authorizes the mass use of robotaxis blindly without waiting for the results of this study, without understanding the impacts on jobs. Finally, DC does not need to follow that path. It must not follow that path. When we can chart a different course. We need strong measures that protect drivers in the city and everything they contribute to our economy. Until those are included, we ask that you reject this dangerous legislation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Middleton now.
Yes. Hello, how you doing? My name is Crystal Middleton. I was born and raised in DC. I also work in the district as a special police officer, and I also drive for Uber and Lyft. I'm a mother and a grandmother. Recently, I've had to drive for Uber and Lyft more frequently to support my family due to the skyrocketing bills and expenses. I used to be able to get overtime at my full-time job as a special police officer in the district, but now that has been cut due to federal budget cuts. Rideshare has provided me the flexibility to earn extra income, which I need with my children and my grandchildren that rely on me. Every day I finish my 9-hour shift as a special police officer in the district. I still get in my car and do a ride share, driving anywhere from 4 to 6 hours per day to make money just to stay afloat. And this income supports my weekly groceries and essentials for my families. I cannot understand why, when DC is in the middle of an unemployment crisis, the council is considering bringing Waymo, a company that will put thousands of drivers like myself out of work and devastate the local economy. When drivers lose income, our whole local economy suffers. Gas stations, car washes, convenience stores, restaurants, etc. We depend on those things just as well as they depend on us to support those local businesses. Robo-taxis also don't pay taxes. They don't raise families here. They don't vote. They don't make judgment calls when someone is in trouble. This isn't just a public safety issue. It's all about profit. Profits that won't get reinvested into the district, but instead go straight to Silicon Valley. But it's not just about the economy, it is about people. As a driver, I always help people on a daily basis in my regular job and in ride sharing, including those coming from hospitals, blind or deaf passengers who need assistance, and people with special needs through Metro Access. Sometimes passengers, especially elderly passengers, tell me that I am the only person that they've actually spoken to that day. So, and at night, I receive multiple requests for women leaving events that want women drivers to safely take them to their homes from events. And robo-taxis will not do any of that. I would like to extend a sincere invitation to any council member to join me on the shift behind the wheel, so you can see yourself how human, providing a human service is an invaluable service to our community. I support technology and innovation. People are skeptical. People were skeptical of Uber and Lyft when they started, but they created new jobs in the area and a new way of working. But driverless cars like Waymo are different. They don't create an opportunity for our neighbors, they just erase it. If rideshare opportunities vanish in DC, families, including myself, will struggle to make ends meet. And the shift towards robotaxi benefits only a few CEOs in Silicon Valley while harming many right in the district. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
So thank you very much. Ms. Rayner?
Good afternoon. Forgive me if I go off script a little bit. My name is Helen Rayner, and I've worked in Washington, D.C. for for over 20 years. I'm also a proud member of SEIU 32BJ. In addition to my full-time job, I've been driving for Uber and Lyft through the DC metro area since 2019. The income I earn from driving helps me make ends meet and support my family. Without that extra income, I honestly don't know where I would be. If autonomous vehicles are allowed to operate in DC, drivers like me will lose rides and see our earnings decline, which we already are fighting. That would have a serious financial impact on me and my family. We cannot rush to bring autonomous vehicles into our city without first making sure they truly benefit the people who live and work here, not just the companies introducing them. I'm also deeply concerned about the safety issues autonomous vehicles have already had in other cities. There have been reports of crashes, traffic disruptions, and situations where these vehicles fail to respond properly to pedestrians, cyclists, and other drivers. As a mother, those concerns hit especially close to home. I work near daycare centers where young children are often on crowded sidewalks and crossing some of the busiest intersections in our cities. How can we be certain a driverless vehicle will recognize and safely respond to children in these situations? Our city is not ready for autonomous vehicles like Waymo. They threaten the livelihoods of hardworking people like me while also raising serious public safety concerns. One thing I question is also identifying signs of human trafficking. I don't see where Waymo is able to do that when we are out there, we're talking to people, we're seeing people. Sometimes we have people who are going through mental distress, and although I am not a professional, sometimes we're the ones there to talk them off the ledge. I urge you to put the people of Washington, D.C. first by protecting our jobs and ensuring our streets are safe before allowing autonomous vehicles to operate here. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Right. Thank you all very much. Let me start, Mr. Wivel. We met maybe a month or so ago, time's a flat circle, but at the time, ATU had shared a memo outlining several kind of recommendations. Would it be fair to say this is still consistent with the concerns and recommendations?
They are slightly expanded.
Okay.
I believe the updated testimony we submitted included maybe an additional 2 or 3 items on there.
I will make sure I agree with that. I'm not gonna have time today to go through every single one of them. There were a couple that I did want to ask you about just on the record to make sure we went through. I think your first one, for example, was saying, and I realize you're couching this as if the legislation moves forward, that vehicles requiring a CDL should not be included. And I think we keep using the phrase robotaxi.
Correct.
And I think that the common assumption we're all saying is passenger vehicle, not freight vehicle. But I think your recommendation is be specific with that, and a CDL would be one way to do that.
Correct. It is ATU Local 689's position that any vehicle over 10,000 pounds, or using an additional definition that we provided, any vehicle requiring a commercial's driver's license that includes transporting hazardous materials, stuff like that, should absolutely not be proactively permitted by this type of legislation.
I would 100% agree with you that I have no concept in my mind as allowing hazardous materials through, but fair point. It doesn't explicitly say not to, so you're trying
to be on the safe side.
I hear you. One of your recommendations had to do with remote operator assistant requirements.
Correct.
So for anybody who's not deep in this, so there are the remote workers who have the ability to actually help operate the vehicle remotely.
Correct.
As the name would insist. And your recommendation is any remote worker should have taken and passed DC's driver's test.
Correct.
Are we aware of examples where there's a remote operator operating a vehicle in a different jurisdiction?
We are aware of examples. That is because Waymo had to deal with an incident where its remote operations facilities were located in the Philippines. So the goal with our proposed amendment would be that if you're going to be doing a remote operator assistance, moving vehicles on DC streets, you should probably have a DC driver's license.
All right. That's common sense there. Okay. I thought you also had a really interesting point. You kind of phrase it as a backstop for the VMT.
Yes.
Obviously, in the District of Columbia, we're not a huge location. So a trip that might take a long amount of time is not actually traveling a long distance. And so your recommendation is consider a vehicle hours traveled. In other words, to take into consideration the distance may not be that long, but the time actually might be. Right.
So we actually use a really good comparison back to the old days of taxis, where when you were waiting and not moving, all of a sudden a little switch would flip and the number would still keep increasing for the amount that you were getting charged, but it would go into wait time. So part of the issue is obviously your proposal around VMT is to deal with the fact that they're electric vehicles, so they're not paying gas tax, and we need to fund this system that we're paying for collectively. But the issue with VMT is, like you said, this is a district of 10 miles by 10 miles squared. Not a whole lot of distance you can really travel. So the VMT that you're collecting might not be sufficient to offset the congestion effects of these vehicles. So if your goal is to mitigate congestion, to mitigate the fact that these vehicles, might be everywhere, which is a major concern of a public transit union, we propose what's called a VHT, vehicle hours traveled, as a backstop measure to make sure that basically whichever is the higher of the two would be what the district ultimately collects.
Got it. Okay, thank you. And we'll definitely take a look at that after the hearing too. And again, I'm not hitting every one of your points, but the other one I wanted to make sure I asked you while I have you here. The intention around a WMATA transit incentive program is trying to say, all right, I think big claims have been made, right? Of saying, I'm not going to pick on one. I think any AV operator is probably going to say, no, we really connect people to transit. But let's use our Capital One example earlier. You could drop me off at Capital One Arena, didn't necessarily jump on Metro. I might have been going to a game. I might have been going to a restaurant. It turns out transit hubs are hubs of economic activity. So there's no actual link to that. And I think what you're saying is make sure that discount actually only works when you use the transit system, not just get dropped off near transit.
Our fear would be that people are using AVs to substitute what could have been public transit trips. Hence why we called this dismissively, AVs as anti-public transit. They are moving people potentially into single occupancy vehicles, taking up more of the roadway and being less of a public transit option. So the way to prevent any type of transit incentive program or discounts being offered is you want to make sure the person actually taps their card and actually takes a trip. So any type of transit incentive that doesn't involve that risks accidentally subsidizing a really nice trip to Capital One Arena.
Yeah. Exactly. And I think, again, and that's why we hold a hearing on bills, that what you're describing, I believe, is the intent of the legislation.
Definitely.
But hearings help us narrow down and get precise with the language. Okay, that's helpful. Mr. Contreras, SEIU 32BJ does not currently represent Uber and Lyft drivers, correct?
Not in DC, no.
Okay, good point. Not just in DC. Can you say where do they represent Uber and Lyft drivers?
Boston,
okay.
Massachusetts.
All right. And part of the conversation has also been, you talked about labor peace, for example. When you say that, do you mean and again, I respect and recognize you're kind of saying if the bill's moving forward, you're not advocating for the bill. If the bill moves forward, your recommendation is labor peace for things like fleet maintenance, for all workers with an autonomous vehicle operator. Are you going beyond that also to other labor peace? Like, help me understand what you mean a little bit more about what you are recommending when it comes to having a labor peace agreement.
Well, it's what you said, but also, we believe that if this is going to go forward at some point, whatever small number of jobs are going to be created should be good jobs, good union jobs with benefits, good wages, and worker protection. And yes, I mean, at some point we would want those jobs to be covered by labor peace, but also Uber and Lyft. I mean, there's they also need to do right by their by the workers who work for them. Right now, those are considered independent contractors. They have no benefits whatsoever, and they're 1099 employees based. So it should be pretty broad.
Yeah.
Who is covered? Yes.
I think that's an incredibly important point in that Uber and Lyft take about 50% out of every ride back into their pockets. And the workers who are doing the driving don't have health insurance, don't have retirement, don't have benefits. They're independent contractors. One of the things that the legislation is attempting to do, and again, acknowledging you're not necessarily supportive of every element here, but one of the things we're trying to do is have that revenue that does get generated goes back to try to help a workforce that will be impacted, displaced. I said early on, no one should kind of say if workers will be impacted. It will impact workers.
Right.
And so we need to be clear-eyed about that. I can think about the fact that I don't get a newspaper on my doorstep anymore. I read the newspaper digitally. Doesn't mean that that's necessarily a negative thing. I like to get my news in a digital format, but somebody somewhere was impacted with that transition, right? We want to move towards more clean energy creation. Well, that probably means a coal miner somewhere is being impacted, right? So we can acknowledge that different technology innovation will have impacts. So we try to set up the ability to have 50% of these funds go into some type of, and we leave it intentionally vague to start with to get the feedback, some type of fund to help with workforce transition. That could be everything from direct compensation to people that lose their jobs. It could be everything from workforce transition and workforce training. What are ways that you think the council can best try to get ideas, feedback, recommendation around ways to be impactful so that funds generated actually can be helpful for workers?
So, I mean, you're right. I mean, automation has never been good for workers. That's just bottom line what it is. And whether you're at a grocery store or at a toll booth, right? Those jobs are no longer or they're almost extinct. And so our position is that if there's going to be a study, we should let the study go forward and not rush into bringing AVs into our city before the study findings are public to all of us. And yeah, so I mean that's our position as a union. And we're not. I mean, like I said, we're not opposed to innovation. But it has to benefit the public, and it has to benefit workers. And whatever small number of jobs are created, they should be good union jobs.
Okay. So in specific to that study, your recommendation is, while the legislation requires this study to help inform what we do with the fund and what the impacts are going to be, your recommendation is essentially trying to tie that report to any permit being issued. Am I hearing that correct?
Say that again, the last part of your question.
Am I hearing your recommendation is that while the report's in the legislation, am I hearing you correctly? Your recommendation is don't allow a permit to move forward until that report has been completed.
Correct. Yes, that is correct. And we also sent you a set of recommendations. If you are, once the study comes out and you're going to move forward with any legislation like this, we send you some recommendations that I think will be useful for future discussions as well.
Okay. Devil's advocate here. I mean, we've been waiting for a DDOT report for quite a long time. There is a concern that if we tie something and say we have to wait until the report gets done, one strategy is just that report just kind of sits on a shelf and never actually moves forward. I don't think a report should take that long to be able to come up with. It needs to be done right, but I don't think it could take that long. I mean, one idea could be a report has to be done by a certain deadline to ensure that it is completed. I have a hunch that the incoming mayor in January will not sit on a report like this, but that's one way to kind of look at it, is to think about what that could be. Okay.
Yeah, and we agree. I mean, I think our concern is that we allow AVs to operate without a full report on what the impact is going to be, both to public safety and the people that it's going to hurt.
Yeah. I think part of what this committee is trying to balance is, we've had lots and lots of folks come in and tell us how they are excited about autonomous vehicles. They believe it opens up independence for them. And then we also, of course, have folks come and say, I think it's have a negative impact for us. As I kind of said at the opening, I don't find much ambivalence around this. People are either really in support, they're really concerned in opposition. And what we're trying to do is get this feedback to see what we can do. And so the testimony is really helpful. And it is a lot of balancing that we are trying to do. Your advice and recommendations, even if you don't support the overall bill, but if you say, if it's coming, these are the things that we believe need to take place, I think that makes whatever decision we make a better one. So I appreciate it.
Greatly appreciate
Yeah,
it. Thank you.
absolutely. All right. Thank you all very much. Appreciate your testimony. Let me move to our next panel. And I've got Jessica Kelly with the Teamsters Local 639. Damani Petron King with Teamsters 639. And Thomas Doyle, State Program Director with International Brotherhood of Teamsters. Okay. So Jessica's not here. Okay.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon. When you're ready.
All right. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Damani Patron. I'm a UPS driver with Teamsters Local 639. I'm here not just as an individual, but as a representative of tens of thousands of drivers in the District of Columbia who keep our economy moving. As a UPS driver, I play an essential role in district supply chain. Every day, I safely deliver packages to homes and businesses across our city. This work is more than a job. It's a career that provides a fair wage, supports my family, and enables me to contribute to our community. I'm a proud Teamster. This union has secured a livelihood that many district residents rely on and has helped create a middle-class backbone for our economy. Replacing my job with driverless vehicle would not only put the district at risk, it would undermine the middle class that sustains local services, schools, and neighborhoods. There are clear real-world implications behind tech enthusiasm. Jobs and local economy. Driverless vehicles threaten tens of thousands of driving jobs in our district and ripple through related sectors: maintenance, fueling, logistics, coordination, and route planning. When working people lose good jobs, consumer spending declines, small businesses suffer, and tax revenues shrink, hurting public services we all rely on. Driverless technologies is still maturing. Even with testing, autonomous systems must navigate unpredictable urban environments, construction zones, and weather. In dense districts like DC, the reality on the ground includes pedestrians, cyclists, and delivery bottlenecks that require human judgment and accountability that cannot be fully replicated by machines overnight. Our city depends on a reliable delivery network to keep essential service flowing, especially during emergencies, holidays, and disruptions. Over-reliance on automation without robust human backup can create single points of failure that affects families and business alike. UPS drivers and other frontline workers operate under established safety, wage, and benefits protections negotiated through collective bargaining. Allowing driverless vehicles to replace these roles risks eroding hard-won protection that supports worker safety and family stability. Professional drivers bring expertise in route optimization, security, and customer service, which translates into fewer damaged goods, better last mile experiences, and higher overall efficiency. Technology alone cannot guarantee these outcomes, and scale without substantial investment, monitoring, and continuing human oversight. Waymo has demonstrated impressive capabilities in controlled scenarios and specialized routes, but real-world urban deployment has faced extensive testing, regulatory scrutiny, and ongoing safety questions. Claims of seamless wide-scale replacement of human drivers do not reflect the full scope of trials, edge case failures, and continued need for human monitors and operators in many settings. Even when autonomous systems perform well, complexity in urban driving means accountability. Who is responsible for the errors, maintenance, insurance, and incident responses? These questions remain unsettled in many jurisdictions and require thoughtful policy design that protects workers and the public. Large-scale substitution of driving jobs with autonomous vehicles would demand massive capital, charging infrastructure, maintenance ecosystem, and continuous software updates. The labor disruption is real, and rushed rollout could leave vulnerable workers without viable transitional paths. What I'm asking today, protect good jobs in the district. Do not eliminate driving roles without concrete, fair, and timely transition plans for workers, including retraining, income support, and opportunities to move into higher wage roles with transportation and logistics sectors. Embrace responsible innovation. Encourage policies that prioritize road safety, accountability, and resilience while ensuring workers and their families aren't left behind. Innovation should lift communities, not hollow out the middle class. Require meaningful stakeholder engagement. Before approval, pilot programs or scale-ups of autonomous delivery require robust consultation with labor, small businesses, and community representatives. Public safety and economic stability should guide any deployment decisions. I want us to demand clear criteria for deployment. If autonomous delivery is pursued, insist on transparent milestones, safety audits, independent oversight, and performance metrics that protects workers, customers, and taxpayers. Ensure a robust transition framework. Any move toward automation must include retraining opportunities, wage integration guarantees, and a clear path to affordable, stable employment for current drivers and related workers. Thank you. I urge you to oppose measures that threaten these livelihoods and to support policies and preserve and create good family-sustaining jobs for district residents.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Petron King. And next, Mr. Doyle.
Good afternoon, Chair Allen, members of the committee. My name is Thomas Doyle. I serve as the State Program Director for the International Brotherhood of Teamsters. Here in the District of Columbia, Local 639 represents about 9,500 members across the DMV. Nationwide, the Teamsters represent 1.3 million members who operate every classification of vehicle, from large 18-wheelers, which we are historically known for, to ambulances, school buses, garbage and recycling receptacle vehicles. And it is our members who have to face the consequences of what the deployment of these vehicles look like in the real-world scenarios. And I want to thank you for holding this hearing. It has for a bill that will have a tremendous impact on the lives of our members. Our members here in the District of Columbia live, work, and raise their families, and each of them start their workday by turning the key in an ignition. These Teamsters and all professional drivers are relevant stakeholders whose concerns need to be heard when examining this bill, and we thank you for that opportunity today. I want to be perfectly clear that the Teamsters do not oppose new technology that would make our roads safer. Over the years, our drivers have trained and adapted to work in vehicles that are equipped with automatic emergency brakes, lane departure tools, speed limiters, electronic logging devices, and much more. However, this legislation, as it is currently written, would give the green light to autonomous vehicles of any size and weight. And I understand your intent is not that, but as a union, the contract language is what matters, and same for legislative matters. So we're happy to work with you to try and address that. Of the most pressing issues we've identified in the legislation is the statement that a permittee can dispatch autonomous vehicles for the transportation of goods. This comes into direct conflict with the livelihoods of thousands of our members across the DMV who make deliveries to homes and businesses across the district. In the district, Teamsters keep our grocery stores fully stocked at Giant Foods. Our drivers at WMATA's Metro Access keep our community connected and accessible across all 8 wards. Freight drivers deliver to hospitals, DC public schools, thousands of small businesses, and our UPS members in the familiar brown uniforms deliver long-awaited packages directly to our doors. Each one of these members has comprehensive health care coverage. They have retirement security in the form of a defined benefit pension plan, and they take home family-sustaining wages. As a union, we must treat legislation that would allow the transportation of goods via an autonomous vehicle for compensation as an immediate and direct threat to the jobs of these members. We urge the members of this committee to continue bringing relevant stakeholders together, professional drivers, including Teamster members, representatives from public safety and law enforcement, and the small businesses across the district who would face an economic impact for further examination of these issues before we push unproven vehicles onto our roadway. I also think it's important to note that this legislative session, every single legislature that had the opportunity to expand AV operation within their state has decided to wait. We believe that there's simply no reason to rush to deployment of such of these vehicles in a broad-reaching bill. And I think that the experience that our members around the country bring forward is part of the reason that many legislatures have decided to wait. I appreciated you mentioning earlier that we have an expectation that these vehicles should be better than a human driver. The track record that we have seen is that they're not meeting that standard of being better. Throughout the country, there are many videos that circulate of these vehicles passing stopped school buses with their crossing arms deployed. Our representative members in the San Francisco Bay Area who drive trash and recycling trucks have reported firsthand that these vehicles are interfering with them as they do their job. Collecting the garbage is a very dangerous job. You're exposed to many carcinogens. You're out on the streets every single day. And when these vehicles block a trash receptacle in an alleyway, it causes delays. Who's the first person who hears about the garbage not being picked up? It's the city council. So you can appreciate these are real concerns that our members are bringing forward. But we want to thank you again for having us all here today, and we'd like to have the opportunity to answer questions you may have. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you both very much. Couple of quick questions. One, you heard me mention the totality of our conversation has been around what people will call robo-taxis, meaning passenger service. Fair point, though. The legislation actually is not precise with that. So understandably, that could be interpreted to mean freight. It could be too expansive. So I want to make sure you hear me. The intent was talking about our passenger travel. And so if, as ATU had suggested, going at the CDL language or something else kind of helps give us the precision that we would need, or maybe it's the weight limit of the vehicle, we'll work on that after the hearing. But I think our intent is consistent with what you want to see, which is not freight vehicles. I was curious, and Mr. Doyle, you also mentioned the language around transportation of goods. We can work as well around the kind of the precision of that. I think the idea behind it, from an introduction perspective, was talking about, I'm getting in and I have my groceries with me from a grocery store, or it's I've got my meal with me. That it's not an 18-wheeler of goods that we're transporting, but we can work afterwards on that. I would be curious, and Mr. Petrin-King, you might be the best to answer this. We obviously have some AV operators that are in a testing phase right now. So there's at least 2 companies that have been testing in the district for a while. Have you, in your own operation of vehicle, have you had them kind of come down the street, or have you had any interactions yet? It sounds like some of your members or colleagues have. Just curious if you've had any interactions where the driverless vehicle is navigating the same roadways you are and trying to help make deliveries.
Wait, are you asking, have I witnessed the Waymo try to deliver or just seen it in my route or something?
Because they can't deliver right now, they're just driving around testing. Just curious if you've seen them on the route, how they operated.
Yes, I see them on the route. They're just driving around with someone in the seat. They're not really doing anything, just driving around.
Have you had any negative interactions, or kind of seen them not know what to do, or?
I mean, other than them stopping and waiting for a long time to decide what they're going to do, I've seen that. I've seen them in pause mode when they're trying to figure out what their next step is. Yes, I've seen that.
Okay, and that's like in the middle of the street while you're.
Yes, it's like waiting for the Waymo to decide what it wants to do. Yeah.
Okay.
While we're sitting at the intersection. Yeah, I've witnessed that personally.
Okay, that's helpful. And then the other piece, and you have to have answer right now, you can also follow up, but part of, again, what we're trying to do is, should the bill move forward, 50% of the revenue that gets generated is set up into a workforce fund to help support workers either with retraining, again, could be direct compensation to a displaced worker. Any thoughts or ideas you have about what would make the most benefit out of a fund like that? Or if you don't have an answer right now, can also get back to us or any recommendations you would have.
I think it would be beneficial if the actual fund be used for what it's there for. I mean, we can come up with funds all day. Does it mean that it's actually going to get to the people that really need it? That's would be my biggest concern.
Okay.
And I think I would just underscore the family sustaining wages and the benefits that our members currently take home. We view as irreplaceable at this time. And, the intentions of a fund we appreciate. For many of these drivers at UPS, these are lifelong careers. And we think it's going to take much more than just a fund to replace such a career. But we'd like to work with you to make sure that the fund is accessible to our members or to any member, any professional driver who is facing replacement by technology.
Yep. I hear you. And again, just to make very clear, UPS, FedEx delivery, that type of freight delivery is not what we're looking at within this legislation, but the language could be more precise to make that clear. So I appreciate it. All right. Thank you both very much. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
All right. Let me move to our next panel of witnesses. This is going to be a combination of some people that are here in person and some that are online. I've got Reem Rayev, who's a project manager with the Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority, otherwise known as WMATA. Laura Miller Brooks, Director of Transportation Infrastructure with Federal City Council. Seth Grimes, the Washington, D.C. organizer with the Washington Area Bicyclist Association. Seth. Cheryl Adams, public witness. And Cheryl Court, who is the D.C. and Prince George's County Policy Director at the Coalition for Smarter Growth. And I think Ms. Court's online. All right, excellent. All right, 3 o'clock, we're there. We're getting there. All right, thank you all very much. Reem, we're going to start with you if you're ready.
Awesome. Good afternoon, Chair Allen and members of the committee. My name is Reem Rayev. I'm a project manager in the Government Relations Office at WMATA, or Metro. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on this bill. Metro is proud to move the district on our train, bus, and paratransit service, and our purpose is to provide great public transit to the region. The district is a transit-first city where more often than not, Metro is the best way to get where you're going. This is because of the work of legislators like yourself who provide Metro with the funds and policy environment we need to run great transit service. Our streetscapes of bus priority lanes, transit signal priority, transit-oriented development, and transit-connected bike lanes and sidewalks tell a story of city leadership that understands the importance of a robust transit system for DC. We believe this bill lays the groundwork for thoughtfully incorporating AVs into the district. We have 2 recommendations that could help make AVs a complement to transit, not a replacement. Number 1, limit congestion and interruption of Metro bus service through a required transit interaction plan or through the existing comprehensive plan framework. Well-enforced bus priority lanes and bus stops are the most important factors determining Metro bus reliability. They support buses to move through traffic congestion so that they can remain on schedule and avoid bunching and gapping. And they also ensure our buses can get right up to the curbside so that children, wheelchair users, people with vision impairments, and people using strollers can safely get on and off the bus. The district's investments in camera-enforced bus lanes and transit signal priority have meant faster trips for DC bus riders. However, introducing AVs to the district's streets has the potential to exacerbate a trend of increasing traffic congestion and slowing bus service since the pandemic. As such, AV operators must credibly demonstrate their ability and intention to complete trips without obstructing bus lanes and bus stops through the submission of a transit interaction plan. At minimum, the plan should outline how commercial AV operators will collaborate with Metro to ingest data about our bus service on an ongoing basis to account for our bus service changes. AV operators should program their vehicles to abide by DC's protective driving, standing, and parking restrictions without exception. The plan should also establish pathways by which commercial AV operators communicate with Metro regarding Metro bus detours due to construction, shuttle service, and other deviations from standard bus service. Number 2, support future transit planning and transit-first policy by requiring AVs to share trip-level data with implementing agencies. Metro and DDOT are reliant on close collaboration and data transparency to enable good decision-making. Understanding when AV trips are in demand, which neighborhoods they're serving, how they contribute to congestion, how they interact with the curbside, and where they conflict with other modes like transit will enable implementing agencies to learn about mobility needs in the district and make wise investments accordingly. Sharing trip-level data could even provide the basis for a partnership between AV operators and Metro, facilitating smooth AV to rail trips for people who want to use Metro Rail but don't have good options to get to the nearest station, for example. Partnerships like this are reliant on strong data sharing agreements and ongoing transparency, as is already required of Uber and Lyft in the district. This legislation should make AV's legal operation in the city contingent on their provision of granular trip-level data that the district needs to accurately understand these vehicles' impacts on transit ridership, curbside use, congestion, and more. With these two adjustments in place, we believe DC could be the first city in the US to meet AVs with a clear perspective of how they should fit into the city's mobility needs. Like Uber and Lyft did more than 10 years ago, AV operators state that their objective is to provide last mile trips to transit, not replace transit trips. It is worth noting that only 2.8% of the population, or 19,000 DC residents, live more than 1 mile from a rail station and 1/4 mile from a bus stop. Metro's expansive coverage of the district is thanks to this council's ongoing investment in transit. We appreciate the inclusion of Metro as a beneficiary of this bill's revenues and consider it a reflection of the council's commitment to keep DC transit first. At Metro, we're no strangers to innovation. We're currently modernizing our rail system to improve safety and efficiency and appreciate the potential for street-level safety improvements that could come from vehicle automation. Safer vehicles that rigidly abide by traffic laws, including bus infrastructure, have the potential to improve bus operations. We look forward to operating great transit service in a district that balances the needs of all, from transit riders to pedestrians to drivers. Thank you for the opportunity to comment and welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll turn to Laura Miller Brooks.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Allen and members of the committee. My name is Laura Miller Brooks, and I serve as Director of Transportation and Infrastructure for the Federal City Council. I'm here to testify today on behalf of Federal City Council's 250 trustees, civic and business leaders who are deeply invested in the long-term success of the District of Columbia and its residents. Federal City Council applauds Councilmember Allen for introducing and Councilmembers Pinto and Fruman for co-sponsoring the Autonomous Vehicle Deployment Authorization Amendment Act of 2026. This thoughtful, evidence-based bill properly positions the district to transition from autonomous vehicle testing to commercial deployment with the goals of enhancing traffic safety and consumer choice in the district across all 8 wards. Embracing smart city technology is a proven economic multiplier, and its adoption is more critical now than ever. As the district navigates structural economic disruptions, particularly the long-term shrinking footprint of the federal government, now is the time for DC to embrace new industries and advanced technologies to diversify our economy. This bill is an opportunity not only to improve daily mobility, but to firmly secure DC's competitiveness as a resilient, self-sustaining global hub for next-generation industries. In the past, the district was a national leader in urban mobility and transportation innovation, yet in recent years, we've lost some of our luster. But with U.S. Department of Transportation headquartered here and Congress, the city is naturally positioned to showcase transportation innovation on the national and global stage. This legislation, thanks to your leadership, signals that DC is actively pivoting toward the future and is again ready to be positioned as a national leader. While the current draft provides a solid foundation for the district to be a leader on AV policy, specific provisions regarding taxation, fleet sizes, and timing of deployment may in fact stifle the very aspects and goals of this legislation focused on equity, growth, and innovation. To ensure this technology can scale successfully, operate reliably, and remain accessible to all, we recommend the following minor adjustments, but I think important adjustments to the current legislative text. The Vehicle Miles Traveled Tax, VMT tax, threatens to increase costs and price out lower income residents. We recommend replacing this with a cap fee that mirrors the local gas tax rate, or at least has parity with gas-powered TNC and delivery trips. The shift from fleet caps to performance milestones with the the proposed 200 vehicle fleet cap may artificially constrain the ability to meet demand in the market and could create unreliable wait times and restrict service availability, disproportionately harming residents in outer wards. And finally, we request that you remove the 2028 paid ride moratorium. This legislation currently blocks paid rides until January 2028. We recommend removing this and actually allowing any commercial service that is ready to launch as soon as operators meet all of the stringent safety needs this legislation outlines. Federal City Council applauds your leadership to introduce this act, and we're confident that the district's agencies at DDOT and the Department of For-Hire Vehicles will be able to deliver these programs effectively and make sure that we're serving residents with the maximum benefit of commercial autonomous vehicle technology. I welcome any questions you may have, and thank you again for hosting this very productive forum to provide us with the opportunity.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Seth Grimes, let's turn to you next.
Thank you, Chair Allen. My name is Seth Grimes, representing the Washington Area Bicyclist Association. You will not hear from me a statement that WABA supports or opposes this legislation. You will not hear a line-by-line analysis of changes. That will come later. Instead, you will hear a statement of our values, I hope shared values, my organization's concerns, and steps that we believe will address those concerns as embodied in the legislation that you have introduced. Thank you. The Washington Area Bicyclist Association, or WABA, envisions a just and sustainable region where walking, using mobility devices, biking, and transit are the best ways to get around. These modes are the greenest, most affordable, and most helpful ways to travel in Washington, D.C. They're often also the fastest due to backed up traffic on frequently congested streets. That they are not also the safest. 22 individuals have died on D.C. streets so far in 2026, including 8 pedestrians, 1 scooter rider, and 1 bike rider, none of them killed by a bus or bicyclist, is an artifact of a transportation system that focuses on motor vehicles and prioritizes them over transit and active transportation. Our over-reliance on cars backs up traffic and slows surface transit. Bill 260684 would set rules that govern the widespread deployment of a new type of commercial vehicle, or more specifically, a new type of driver to the district streets. WABA applauds the legislation's careful, cautious approach, an approach that covers multiple dimensions, including safety, congestion, and environmental impacts, including due to deadheading, equitable access across all 8 wards for persons with disabilities, and AV's repercussions for transit, curb space utilization, and workers. AVs must improve the transportation system for everyone, and regulators need to ensure that AV profitability is tied to advancing the public interest. The Council should advance a legal, regulatory, and accountability framework that ensures AV deployments demonstrably achieve the following criteria when operating on the district streets. I'll offer these in bullet form except for the last couple, which I'll elaborate on. AVs should improve safety. They should reduce emissions. They should reduce car ownership and have a neutral or positive impact on transit ridership. Access to for-hire AVs must be equitable, including for underserved communities and people with disabilities. There must be strict liability for manufacturers and fleet operators. There should be uniform operations across the district, and especially coordinated as these are deployed in other jurisdictions outside the district. And there should be transparency about operations. Regulations should include mandatory transparency about the decision-making algorithms, independent external verification that the code in these vehicles prioritizes safety for vulnerable road users and adheres to traffic and parking regulations over speed and rider convenience 100% of the time, with mandated performance and compliance reporting and appropriate enforcement tools. And finally, there should be transparency about impact. Regulations should require public mandatory reporting about trips, vehicle miles traveled, safety issues, emissions, and impact on transit ridership. Without these factors, AVs just exacerbate the safety and climate challenges of our car-dependent transportation system, while putting gig workers like ride-hailing and delivery workers out of work. On the safety front, WABA endorses Families for Safe Streets criterion that, quote, where they operate, AVs must be at least 10 times safer than human drivers on average across their operational design domains, and never worse than human drivers in any single one of them, end quote. Noting again that 22 individuals have died on DC streets in 2026, we cite Families for Safe Streets Policy Council Mark O'Connor's statement that, quote, the standard must not be as safe as a human driver's. It must be to set us on a trajectory toward eliminating traffic deaths. That is what commercial aviation has largely achieved. It is what we must require of AVs, end quote. Toward that end, WABA supports FFS's call for, quote, a tiered traffic law compliance framework that escalates regulatory intervention up to the suspension or revocation of operating authorization when AVs accumulate persistent violations, end quote. This applies to violations such as passing stopped school buses or blocking crosswalks, and will add stopping, standing, or parking in a bike lane, which is illegal in the district, even if the violations do not cause measurable harm. Where there's harm, manufacturers and operators must be held liable and accountable. Thank you very much for this opportunity to share WABA's views on this important legislation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grimes. Next, let me turn to Cheryl Adams.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Allen and members of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment. My name is Cheryl Adams. I live in Ward 6, and I serve on the DC Pedestrian Advisory Council. Today, I'm testifying as a private resident regarding Bill 26-0684. 33 years ago, I was struck by a vehicle while waiting to cross an intersection in DC, downtown DC. That near fatal incident fundamentally changed my life and drove me to pedestrian safety advocacy. While AV technology aims to reduce human error, technology is never objective. Without explicit safety oversight, it risks turning our neighborhoods into unsupervised corporate testing grounds. Our streets are filled with children, parents with strollers, elderly pedestrians, physical and sensory impaired pedestrians, tourists darting out between parked cars, and crowds crossing active intersections. While Bill 260684 takes positive regulatory steps, it contains a critical gap. It fails to require rigorous, real-world adverse weather and edge case testing data before deployment. Companies must prove to DDOT how their sensors perform in dense fog, heavy DC rainstorms, and dark intersections, and exactly how their algorithms react when a child steps off a curb. When an AV fails, a vulnerable pedestrian pays the ultimate price. The asymmetry of risk is staggering. Between January and July of this year alone, DC Vision Zero data showed the district has already lost 7 pedestrians with 42 major injuries and over 300 minor injuries. Nationally, recent data reveals the ongoing volatility of this technology. Just this year, a Waymo AV struck a child near a school in Santa Monica. A software flaw triggered a massive NHTSA construction zone recall. And recent outages in San Francisco and lane errors in Los Angeles caused several intersection gridlock. We cannot build public safety policy on self-reported corporate metrics. I urge the council to strengthen B 26-0684 by embedding 5 non-negotiable mandates. Require independent real-world DC testing prior to any deployment. Mandate continuous safety updates and standardized vehicle-to-pedestrian communication interfaces. Eradicate ghost vehicle congestion by heavily penalizing empty cruising. Protect public space from chaotic passenger drop-offs, and enforce strict separate oversight of level 5 driverless systems versus driver assistant software. Let us measure the success of Bill 260684 not by corporate revenue generated, but by human lives protected. Thank you, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you very much. And last on this panel, let me turn to Cheryl Court, who's joining us online.
Thank you, Chair Allen. My name is Cheryl Court, and I'm representing the Coalition for Smarter Growth. We advocate for walkable, bikeable, inclusive, transit-oriented communities as the most sustainable and equitable way for the Washington, D.C. region to grow and provide opportunities for all. We've been working in the District of Columbia for 29 years. The Coalition for Smarter Growth supports Bill 26684, in particular, the important provisions for reporting operations and safety data, including VMT and zero passenger miles, the VMT tax, supporting public transit, serving all 8 wards, and user interface for individuals with disabilities. CSG believes that autonomous vehicles have the potential to improve roadway safety and provide additional transportation options for persons without a car or who are unable to drive, especially in areas with limited transit options, and that AVs also have the potential to degrade our cities and towns by adding more traffic, car dependency, and control of public streets and curb space to unaccountable private companies. We appreciate that this bill seeks to address these issues. The District of Columbia must manage AVs to support adopted district policy. To support district policy that prioritizes people over vehicles. For instance, in Move DC, policies such as design and manage public space and space along the roadway to be people-focused, promoting livability and public health by improving equity, sustainability, safety, and placemaking. Multiple studies have concluded that unregulated AVs would have major impacts on traffic volumes. A recent synthesis of 26 studies found that AV adoption would increase total city traffic volumes by over 5%, measured by VMT. This increase is enough to jam up key intersections and busy urban corridors. In 2020 DC scenario study of AV proliferation in the District of Columbia likewise found that VMT and congestion would rise significantly without strong policy measures like congestion pricing. AV legislation must discourage excess traffic, support transit, help travelers with disabilities, and ensure accountability and transparency by AV companies. Thus, we return to the specific provisions of the bill that we support and urge the council to move forward with strongly regulating this emerging technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Appreciate everyone's testimony here. Let me start, Ms. Raff, I was going to ask you about the partnership with WMATA. I think you were here when we talked about that a little bit a moment ago with the ATU representation and recommendation. So the bill directs AV operators to partner with WMATA to develop a system through which riders could receive discounts for trips by autonomous vehicles that connect to a ride on public transit. I'm not looking for a discount that just kind of gets you close to transit. It's got to be on transit. So do you agree that the only way that makes sense is if we're actually connecting you to transit, it's got to be connected to that tap in some way? I can't remember. I think I saw your head nodding when ATU was talking about this, but I want to ask you your thoughts. Does that make sense that it really has got to be connected in a meaningful way, not just hey, you got close to a metro station?
Yeah, I think that's correct. And I think it points to the urgency of securing really good data sharing agreements, in addition to being able to confirm that, somebody tapped their card after taking a metro trip or taking a Waymo trip to a metro station. Really getting good data transparency agreements from Waymo or whatever AV operator it is. Sharing trip level data about where exactly these trips are coming from and where they are going.
Could you say a little bit more about that? Like, what does that look like in terms of getting that type of agreement? Is that an expectation that that trip level data is being shared with DDOT, who's then sharing it with you? Is it an AV operator sharing it directly with WMATA? Can you share a little more about what you're thinking?
Yeah, as an example, currently my understanding is that Uber, Lyft, other TNCs share trip level data with Department of For-Hire Vehicles, which shares them with DDOT, and we have an MOU with DDOT and can receive that trip level data, and it really informs how we plan our service. For example, we've used Uber and Lyft trip level data to gauge demand for our overnight bus service. We've used it to model what TNC trips will look like at RFK based on what occurs at game time at Nats Stadium. And we've also examined TNC use from DCA to areas near the yellow and green line to help us understand what TNC trips are happening that really should be yellow and green line trips. So we make significant use of the data that we got from TNCs to plan our service and to adjust our service where needed. And securing something like that, a trip level data shared with DDOT that we could then access through an MOU is really important for us to really understand the impact of AV operators on our service.
Okay, got it. All right, so essentially trying to build off the model that exists for TNCs is kind of the way to go, you think?
Correct.
Okay, that's
and I know DDOT is speaking a little bit later, but I understand that there is a kind of an issue with the level of granularity of even the data provided by TNCs. So we'd love to see something even more granular so that we understand someone's taking a trip not from the L'Enfant Plaza area, but from the L'Enfant Plaza station exit.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, all right, that's helpful. And then you made a really great point around the investments we're making in bus rapid transit, and everything we do there helps move our buses faster, more reliably. It saves money, it saves time. Have you had a chance to see what the experience has been in other cities that also have a transit system, none of which are nearly as good as ours, of course, and running an automated vehicle? Are we seeing friction points that already exist? Is there something we can point to and see that helps then inform how we want to craft ours?
I would have to get back to you on that. We have discussed with other transit operators in other cities across the country, including in San Francisco, their experience of operating around autonomous vehicles, primarily in relation to the extent to which AV trips replace transit trips. What they've reported is that they have insufficient data to make real conclusions about the impacts that it's having on their service. But again, another reason why good data sharing is important is to understand the level of interaction between bus service and transit trips, or excuse me, bus service and AV trips, as well as AV trips and rail service.
Okay. All right, that's really helpful for us to look at. We'll do everything we can there. I mean, you know, my metro trip to work today, this morning was fast, easy, relatively cheap. I could count on it, and I was here. If I had gotten in a Uber or a Lyft or a potential AV, I guarantee you it would cost more, take a longer amount of time. So I think our transit system is the best way to get around. So I don't know why I would ever replace my trip on transit with a autonomous vehicle, because it's going to take more out of my pocket and take longer. But at the same time, we want that data to be able to help show what it looks like in the whole system. So I hear you on that. Laura Miller Brooks, thank you for your testimony. Let me dig in with you for a little bit on one part of your testimony around the VMT. So if I understood, you were saying the VMT could raise costs on low-income riders taking an autonomous vehicle. The autonomous vehicle companies are, right now at least today, we had owned by Tesla, owned by Amazon, and owned by Alphabet, which also owns Google. I'm not convinced that they're doing all of this because they really want to lower costs for riders. I mean, let's just be honest, like there's a lot of money to be made in this space. And so these are movers who are looking to get into a market, test new technology because they see what they think is a really strong business plan, in addition to solving different transportation problems. So I think a VMT is very important in terms of both being able to help focus on what a gas tax that these fleets wouldn't be paying, but also our goal around reducing deadheading, avoiding other costs. Why would I just eliminate a VMT?
So great question. I think your bill does a great job in stating out front that you are here to help consumer choice in the district. So our goals are very much aligned, I think, in the testimony. The VMT, as it's currently written, would be just for autonomous vehicle trips, right? So you have a lot of other trips occurring in the district, private-owned vehicles, TNCs, deliveries. So personally, I think the spirit of your VMT, capturing the cost of that trip is very fair, but you'd want to see that be implemented across the market. in a way that I think certainly, Daniel Flores earlier brought up the gas tax. But I think even concerns as we look, when you have both the cap and the VMT tax, the deadheading question, I think, really is kind of,
The
yet
cap-
to be seen.
Yeah,
on
I think
how much these vehicles have to
I
circulate.
think the cap conversation, at least for me, I'm much more, I'm able to hear that conversation actually a lot easier. Because I think that logically can make some sense, right? Is we're trying to strike the right balance, but in terms of if we say it's a cap of 200, but you've got to meet these minimum thresholds. You've got to have, time has got to be equitable across all 8 wards. I can actually hear the argument that says you may actually have the cap too low to be able to achieve those other policy goals you're trying to create. So we want to kind of, I think that'll be definitely an area we want to take a look at following the hearing to say,
Right.
how do you strike that right balance there? Okay.
But back when I was at Lyme, I think in the early days of deploying scooters across the district, when we had a very limited fleet of vehicles and trying to get coverage in all 8 wards, and then also providing, a trip that is, Capital Bike Share even is more expensive these days than we were back in 2018, 2019 at the start of the industry. So I think finding a way in which I agree that everyone is here to make money. This is a top TNC market for Uber and Lyft. I assume it would be, we're seeing that in San Francisco. So I think a question is really, if the goal of the bill is consumer choice, just making sure that the VMT tax is applied in a way that's both getting to your climate and equity goals, but also not impacting that consumer choice element that's so core to the goal of the bill.
Okay, got it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Mr. Grimes, thank you for your testimony. And I think you've been here for a good chunk of the day. Hopefully you heard when I talked with some of the AV operators as well, that I think both said, when I specifically asked, like, does your program treat parking in a bike lane as you can't do it? It is not allowed. And both said yes. So that's going to be something we kind of work on to make sure, again, language in the bill is precise. You had, I think in your recommendation though, and it sounds like it's consistent with the Families for Safe Streets, you were talking about a tiered escalation approach, right? Such that, I think we had an earlier conversation, if it runs a red light, it's not supposed to ever program to be able to do that. So if we start to see these types of safety elements or blocking the bike lane, you want to see a tiered escalation of the accountability, either to fix the system so it doesn't happen again, or if you're not taking those actions, you start to put your own permit at risk. So am I hearing that correctly when you were testifying to that?
You'll excuse me as I answer your question by bringing up a different program.
You're allowed to.
The District Department of Transportation is currently engaged in a pilot program with Amazon for cargo e-quads for last mile delivery out of a distribution hub in Southwest. And WABA has received a number of violation notices from residents taking pictures of these vehicles parked in bike lanes. And we have a very good relationship with DDOT, and DDOT is working with Amazon, which as part of their pilot agreement is that they will not have the vehicles parked in bike lanes. They're doing it anyway. On my way over here, and by the way, I traveled on Metro Rail and bike share today and got around very quickly, as you did. On my way over here, I observed a FedEx truck parked in a bike lane on L Street. Of course, illegally, we know that these operators do that and will continue to do that. We would hate to see another set of operators, I won't mention companies, the ones that are talking to you today, cavalierly disobey the laws they know exist in the name of expediency. And it's more than just parking in bike lanes or blocking bus lanes. It is also occupying commercial loading zones. We hear over and over again opposition, or rather concerns from business improvement districts and businesses about the lack of loading solutions that leads their vehicles to park in bike lanes. We need holistic solutions, which I know, I'm sorry, you are fully aware of that in your aiming toward that, toward the district's transportation needs. And we need especially to make sure that new operations do not degrade the situation. So yes, tiered enforcement, you know how to implement that, as does DDOT and the rest of the district administration.
Yeah, excellent. All right, thank you. And then real fast, Ms. Adams, your recommendation on, if I heard, quoting this correctly, pedestrian intent interfaces.
Yes.
Can you just say a little bit more about maybe an example of what that means. And then I know I'm out of time, so I'll turn to Councilor Lewis George right after that.
Yes, so that would be something similar to, and well, we do, currently we have the walk signs. So if there were some sort of integration in AVs that were keywords like pedestrians crossing, for example, at the barn dance at 7th and H Street. If there were like some sort of warning that says the barn dance is in effect, AVs in all directions must stop. There needs to be some sort of interfacing between the AVs and whatever the hub is that would be in that area to just provide some sort of notification that this is a pedestrian crossing. It's stopping traffic in all directions, including diagonally, and that there's some kind of mechanism that's indicating to all, for example, if there were 4 robo-taxis on every, on 7th and H, on all 4 of those intersections, if they're all there at one time, there's some sort of interfacing that lets everyone know that there are 4 robo-taxis in place that must stop when pedestrians are all crossing at one time at, for example, the barn dance at H and 7th Street.
Okay.
So there would be some sort of mechanism and some type of keywords that these robo-taxis are being programmed with that lets them know in that specific area, it's pedestrian dense and there's a barn dance there.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate that
Thank you.
example. Councilor Lewis George, welcome back.
Thank you. All right, I want to start with WMATA. Is it Miss Raif?
Rayef.
Rayef, I want to say it correctly. Thank you so much. How does WMATA view its relationship with autonomous vehicles?
I think we see that the district is a place that with a lot of different mobility needs, and we see ourselves as a part of a tapestry of mobility solutions in the region, including, of course, cars and rideshare and bike share and so on. Our chief interest is in making sure that AV trips do not replace transit trips and that we don't see significant declines in ridership and increases in congestion that make it harder for us to run our bus service. It's why we want to make sure that we have good data about where AV trips are happening, the extent to which they are kind of running along our rail lines or major bus lines. And it's why we want really good assurances from the AV operators that they're going to abide really strictly by laws that keep cars out of our bus lanes and away from our bus stops. That's super important because the quality of our bus service, which we are constantly working to improve, is completely dependent on how congested our streets are and the extent to which our buses have clear lanes and clear bus stops in which to operate. And when we have cars that block our bus lanes and bus stops, which happens all the time, we get bunching and we get delays. And at our bus stops in particular, when blocked by vehicles, our buses can't get to the curbside, which makes it impossible for the driver to lower the ramp, the wheelchair ramp for a wheelchair user or a stroller pusher or anybody who needs kind of that smooth transition onto the bus can't get onto the bus anymore. So making sure that all cars stay out of our bus lanes and bus stops is one of our chief priorities here.
Yeah. And with that, as we agree and are aligned on continuing to strengthen our bus network here in the district, how does WMATA see itself working aggressively to protecting our dedicated bus lanes and ensuring those projects are successful in making our public transit the fastest and most reliable way to move around the district and the region?
Well, the council has been an amazing partner in providing resources for us to improve our bus service. And we know that we have a lot of friends on council who want to provide us the resources to increase our bus service. The Clear Lanes program, which enables us to use cameras on our buses to supply tickets to drivers who are blocking our bus lanes, is also a really essential provision that allows us to actually enforce our bus lanes is something that was enabled by legislation and which really is essential to those bus lanes actually making a difference for bus riders.
Is WMATA planning on experimenting with autonomous vehicle technology in the Metro bus, Metro Access, or maintenance fleets?
I can't speak to that, but I can get back to you.
Okay. And is there any sort of things the council can ensure as a part of this legislation that will ensure some of the data collection that is necessary for WMATA to continue to achieve its goals?
I think ensuring that the data collection provisions, basically the data that is required to be shared with DDOT, making sure that that is airtight and really provides granular information such that we can see if a trip is ending not in kind of Southern DuPont Circle, but on a specific corner, so that we understand exactly where a trip is beginning and ending and what the curbside use looks like, whether or not it happened at a bus stop. That is really, really essential, and ensuring that that information is, protective of privacy while also being sufficiently useful.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Mr. Grimes, thank you for speaking about the frequent issues we see in the district with vehicles parked in bike lanes. I know you spoke a little bit about the tiered approach you mentioned earlier. I also wanted to make sure some of the concerns we've also heard from pedestrians about ways we can continue as a district to ensure that both our pedestrians and our bikes are able to continue to be the primary users of roadways and prioritized in safety.
Thank you. As I mentioned at the start of my testimony, WABA aims to ensure that walking, including users of mobility devices, biking, and transit are the best ways to get around. They operate extensively. We are very sensitive to concerns about bicyclists on sidewalks. It's allowed outside of the district's central business district. It is highly undesirable that bicycles, especially as we get more e-bike riders, and for that matter, scooters, are on sidewalks. We need a separation of infrastructure. So I suppose one of my key messages here is that we appreciate innovation in all forms, including the introduction of autonomous vehicles, but we have to ensure that there's continued sufficient, robust funding for infrastructure improvements that support transit, that support walking and use of mobility devices, and that support bicycling, that separate different modes appropriately across the district. Enforcement is important, but design of infrastructure is essential.
Yeah. Laura, I spoke a little bit earlier during the first panel about how there are things we can do as a city, and then there are things we must do regionally in order for this to be successful. What would have to happen on a regional level for us to be successful in moving towards this happening in the DC area?
Well, great question. As you know, the Federal City Council is focused on the district and the federal relationship. And so I actually think this is a great opportunity, because Virginia and Maryland did not pass legislation this year in their legislative cycles, for DC to lead and set the standard, and also for us to set the standard in the areas where we can for a working, productive relationship with the federal government. Both USDOT and bipartisan members of Congress have expressed an interest here. And so I think the district being proactive, taking this opportunity to show that we understand all of the externalities that might be risks here, and then showing how we and our incredible staff at our agencies are able to overcome that, work with our transit agency, and really set that standard, I think is a huge opportunity for setting the benchmark for the region.
Yeah.
There's the coordination with airports. Obviously, I think that's something Councilmember Allen had already noted, but there are a lot of other ways in which the region, I think COG has already been focused on kind of how to maybe help cultivate some of the jurisdictional conversations that happen once state level legislation is passed. But again, I think this opportunity of DC being both a state and a city, and then also having that federal apparatus and attention where we can make that productive, is a really unique moment that I'm excited that this legislation kind of rises to that opportunity.
And what is the federal landscape regarding this technology and legislation as far as where does the federal city council see both Democrats and Republicans in the House and Senate falling on the issue currently?
So I'm not an expert and I can get back to you on that, but I will say what I'm aware of in conversations where this has come up that I've been a part of have been USDOT is incredibly interested in this. Secretary Duffy mentioned this actually when in his hearing when he was sworn in. This continues to be an issue that House Oversight Republicans are aware of. So I think if there's a world in which this could be a productive olive branch to the federal government in a world where they're looking at taking away red light cameras, and we could talk about automation in a productive way and keeping some of the many ways in which we're using automated enforcement to clear bus lanes, to keep our roads already safe. I think this is an opportunity to kind of, again, proactively maybe meet them where we're seeing some negative movement from congressional stakeholders on other issues.
Yep. Thank you. I appreciate
you.
that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, everybody, for your testimony in this panel. All right, next I'm going to move to panel number 10. Let me call Colin Mortimer, who's the founder and director of DMV New Liberals, who I think is joining us online. Alex Baca, DC Policy Director with Greater Washington. Margaret Durkin, Executive Director for Pennsylvania and the Mid-Atlantic region with TechNet. And David Alpert, Public Witness. All right, and I'm just going to go ahead since I got 2 empty seats. I see Emeka Manome, President and CEO of the Navy Yard Bid, and Colleen Hawkinson, Executive Director of the DC Bid Council. So I'm just going to call an audible and pull you both up since you're on the next panel. And I got 2 seats. All right, Colin Mortimer, I think we've got you online. So why don't you kick us off when you're ready, and then we'll go to Alex Baca, Margaret Durkin, and then we have Emeka and Colleen after that.
Wonderful. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, Chairperson Allen and members of the committee. My name is Colin Mortimer, and I testify on behalf of the DMV New Liberals today. We are the Washington area chapter of the Center for New Liberalism, pragmatic liberal neighbors across the district, Maryland, and Virginia, organizing for innovation, road safety, and cities built for people. Thank you for moving this bill in a fraught political moment and for sitting through 9 hours of testimony to do it. We testify today in strong support of Bill 26684 with 2 amendments, raising the 200 vehicle cap. San Francisco, a city our size for reference, is already served by 1,000, and moving the January 2028 launch date ahead. We don't need to speculate about how safe Waymo is or other autonomous vehicles. In the vast majority of situations, Waymo has proven to be safe, reliable, and predictable. Waymo has now driven over 170 million miles, for example, with no one behind the wheel. The result is 92% fewer serious injury crashes than human drivers and larger reductions still for pedestrians and cyclists. The last technology with this potential to bend the curve on road safety was the airbag, which saved 50,000 American lives. In the past 5 years, more than 200 people have died on district streets. Rarely does the council have the opportunity to vote on a bill that will save so many lives and prevent so many deaths in the future, like the ones we have suffered in recent years. I'm a daily Capital bike share rider. I ride on Connecticut Avenue each and every day. I'm still waiting for my bike lane. And I want to thank the council and Chairman Allen for making cyclists such an important part of this conversation and ensuring that autonomous vehicles continue to prioritize cyclists as part of the rollout plan. But at the end of the day, I have cycled in Los Angeles. I have cycled in San Francisco. I have seen how autonomous vehicles interact around me, and I see how human drivers interact around me when I go down Connecticut Avenue each day. I see people changing lanes without signaling, making illegal turns on red, watching YouTube videos while driving. This all happened last week, by the way. Driver errors and distracted driving are the reason people die on the road, and Waymo simply doesn't do that. Yes, last fall, Waymo wrongly passed a school bus in Austin, and we have seen unfortunate incidents across the country. But with Waymo, we are able to do updates. We are able to train the cars to do better. We're able to ensure that mistakes never happen again. Autonomous vehicles can be regulated like airplanes, where one mistake ensures that similar incidents never happen again. Airplanes are now far and away the safest way to travel in the entire world, and we can do the same with automobiles. On jobs, it is somewhat of an ironic stroke of luck that almost 14 years ago to the day, the council debated the Uber Amendment, a price floor to protect taxi drivers from rideshare. Now we're being asked to protect rideshare from what comes next. We didn't ban the automobile to save the stable hand. We built better jobs on top of it. This next leap forward will be no different, and this bill's workforce fund ensures that displaced workers will receive more protection than they ever had in any technological innovation before. At the end of the day, autonomous vehicles are coming to this region. This bill decides whether they arrive on the district's terms. One day, I think we're going to look back on humans piloting 2 tons of steel through crosswalks the same way we look back on the frequency of airplane crashes in the mid-20th century. Report this bill favorably, and I am open to any questions or follow-ups that you may have. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Alex Baca. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. My name is Alex Baca, and I am testifying on behalf of Greater Washington, where I serve as the DC Policy Director. We do not support the bill as written and find it flawed in its conceptualization of the means by which the district should regulate for-hire autonomous vehicles, and we don't feel that it sufficiently mitigates their negative externalities. The bill puts the District Department of Transportation in charge of the regulation of AVs. I understand why to this committee that is an advantage. It's within your remit, and should this bill pass here, you get to be the committee of jurisdiction. I know this is a salient issue. A lot of prominent commentators have said a lot about how we need to do something about this as soon as possible, lest we stifle innovation in private industry. But no operator is suggesting that personal autonomous vehicles are immediately forthcoming. The matter at hand is one of carriers for hire, which are clearly within the scope of the Department for Hire Vehicles. We struggle to see a compelling reason for assigning AVs to DDOT rather than DFHV. The district is still on its back foot with TNCs, which are not as practically regulated as taxis as a result of Uber's early 2010 strategy of begging cities for forgiveness rather than permission to operate. I was around in 2012. I know you were too, probably in this room talking about this. I know a number of other folks were as well. We're running back the tape a little bit in a bizarre way that I never expected, I guess. But right now, the district does not require TNCs to share comprehensive real-time data or identify their operators, who are subject to less strict background checks than taxi drivers and do not have to complete safety checks. Unlike taxis, TNC's fares are not regulated and their fleets are not required to include wheelchair-accessible vehicles. DFHV and some corners of the council are in the process of critically appraising whether this 2-tier system is serving or harming district residents and visitors. In the meantime, autonomous vehicles and their operators are stepping into a really, really generous breach. But more importantly to us as urbanists, AVs are just cars, and the district is not particularly good at managing cars, regardless of who or what is driving them. And that makes this a worse place to live, work, and visit than it could be otherwise. Traffic congestion makes everyone's trips less reliable and less safe, and EVs, while better than gas-powered cars, are not a panacea. Those who drive when they could take transit, walk, or bike make it harder for those who really do need to drive or be driven. We've advocated for fewer trips by car in the region since our inception in 2008. And district policy and politics is not that divergent from our stance. Sustainable DC calls for a reduction of dependence on single occupant vehicles, and no candidate for office here, in response to our questionnaire, has ever indicated that they'd like more trips by car. AVs will result in more trips by car. The district's own report concludes this and recommends road pricing as an anecdote. We wish there had been more interest from the council when given the opportunity during FY27 budget negotiations to fund research on a range of demand management options, including road pricing and their revenue potential. Without a holistic understanding of how curbside management, parking, and road access policies can work together, not necessarily solely to contribute to the district coffers, but to ensure that our built environment is a safe, healthy, and enjoyable one for the people in it. My testimony contains some asks, but none are as specific as what we've heard from ATU, from the trial lawyers, and from, I think, the excellent witnesses on panel 4. So I do defer to them as well as to DC Families for Safe Streets. I want to reaffirm what they've had to say, and we back that up. Ultimately, and I appreciate Councilmember Allen, you recognizing this in your opening remarks, that there's not a need necessarily to rush to pass legislation regulating AVs. I do want to urge that we enable broad regulatory powers that allow the district to pivot as needed when new features, desires, and pressures emerge from and on AV operators. I don't think any of the concerns today were anti-AV or anti-innovation, and it just seems broadly understood that AVs are coming, broadly held that the district has not done the necessary work to prepare for their arrival, and broadly true that this is a fast-changing space where the contours are not clear yet. We didn't get TNC regulations perfectly right in 2012, and we've taken some time before revisiting them. Doctrinaire legislation passed largely so we can say that AVs are operating here sooner rather than in other places is not likely to age well. Cars, regardless of whether they are driven by people or robots, may benefit some individuals, but they aren't a public good, and we need fewer of them in the district. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Margaret Durkin next.
Good afternoon, Chair Allen and members of the committee. My name is Margaret Durkin, and I'm the Mid-Atlantic Executive Director for TechNet, a tech trade association. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today on B260684. We believe that autonomous vehicles bring tremendous societal benefits and provide access to transportation for those with disabilities or those who can't drive themselves. I will note that TechNet is a membership organization, so we have a sizable amount of members who are in the autonomous vehicle space, and the concerns I'm speaking on today are those that I have been made aware of. First and foremost, we are concerned about the high application fees. The bill as drafted has a $1 million initial permit fee with a $500,000 subsequent fee, as well as a post-approval $5 million fee and then a $1 million renewal fee. This is out of step with other states that have enacted authorizing AV legislation. For example, California charges $3,600 for a testing application and $3,275 for a deployment application. In New York City, the annual fee is $5,000. We believe that these high fees will set a harmful precedent and would discourage AV investment and deployment in the district. We're also concerned about the prohibition on permittees and customers agreeing to real and potential liability as a condition for service. Prohibiting arbitration agreements would be a first in the nation requirement and lead to potential costly litigation. Regarding accident reporting requirements in the bill, we believe that the 8-hour window is burdensome. Our members are already required to report crashes to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration per their standing general order. And this bill already requires the submission, and we believe that it's adequate and interoperable with other jurisdictions. We request that this 8-hour window of reporting in the bill be removed. Regarding rules in the bill, we believe that rules in any jurisdiction can run far afield of the underlying statute, so we request that the provision to promulgate rules and regulations also be removed. Finally, the proposed vehicle miles travel tax, 15 cents per mile. It's important to note that TechNet as an organization works to ensure that tax structures create a level playing field. And this 15-cent tax on commercial AV operators will place an unfair burden on an emerging industry in the district. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. David Alford, I don't believe is here, so if he's able to join us later, we'll bring him on to another panel. So Emeka Manome, who's the president and CEO of Navy Yard Bid.
Good afternoon, Chairman Allen and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Emeka Manome, President and CEO of the Navy Yard Business Improvement District. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of Autonomous Vehicle Deployment Authorization Act of 2026. I will not read the text of my testimony that I will submit. I'll just speak to a couple of points I wanted to share with the committee in this discussion. I'll start with the district has a long history of embracing transportation innovation while maintaining strong public oversight. Through the leadership of DDOT and other agencies, we've successfully developed public-private partnerships for the delivery, operations, and regulation of transportation infrastructure, systems, and services. Solutions like design build for mega projects, car sharing and bike sharing, the nation's largest micromobility program, and smart curb management. They've improved the mobility and quality of life in the district. I believe that AVs could be the next chapter, or can be the next chapter in that tradition. In my opinion, the relevant question to this legislation before us is not whether or not AV technology is coming, because as we know, it's already here. The question is whether the district can help shape its deployment in a way that advances safety, equity, accessibility, and public benefit. I support this bill because it takes a measured and thoughtful approach. It establishes a phased deployment strategy, requires robust safety planning and reporting, and includes important provisions to ensure equitable access across all 8 wards for residents with disabilities. It also recognizes the importance of supporting public transit and helping workers adapt to the changes in the transportation sector. I would further encourage DDOT and this committee to leverage the DC Mobility Innovation District, a partnership first created by the Southwest Bid and now done in partnership with the Navy Yard Business Improvement District, to make ourselves a national test bed for new mobility technologies, public-private partnerships, and services. As you know, we've been doing that for several years and stand ready to partner with the city if you move forward or when you move forward with this legislation. The bid can help the district compare and evaluate safety performance outcomes, accessibility outcomes, service equity, and impacts on congestion, all of which can lead to smarter policy decisions now at the beginning, and obviously as we go forward and make changes to the policy and for the experience for residents. And then finally, as a former DDOT director and experienced P3 professional, I want to offer this perspective, particularly for services that touch district residents. Education is essential and key, and I'll just share some of the comments and questions and perspectives that I've heard during the testimony today reflects that we actually have not told people about this experience enough. I encourage you to do that. I mean, not only for public officials, it's good we're doing it here for members of council and for city agencies, but for the users, the employees, future employees, and anybody that's going to be impacted by this innovation. It's coming, and we need to explain to people how it works, how it doesn't work, the things that are reasonable to be concerned about, and the things that we have data and fact to support whether or not it works or not. AV technology is new, very different. If you've ridden, you know it's very different, and it will be disruptive to the status quo. Education engagement will be essential for managing that introduction. Disruption can be okay because we've learned and got better, done things better than we did them in the past. And so I think that this bill positions the district to lead and not react to ensure this innovation serves the public interest. Thank you for your consideration. I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. And Colleen Hawkinson.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Allen and members of the committee. My name is Colleen Hawkinson, and I am testifying on behalf of the DC Bid Council, which unites the district's 13 business improvement districts to champion vibrant, inclusive, and thriving mixed-use neighborhoods. We applaud Councilmember Allen for introducing and Councilmembers Pinto and Fruman for co-sponsoring the Autonomous Vehicle Deployment Authorization Act of 2026. This legislation marks a pivotal moment in the district's 14-year regulatory journey by building upon the frameworks established by the council in 2012 and 2020. This thoughtful, evidence-based bill properly positions the district to transition from AV testing to commercial deployment. Years of rigorous on-road operations, millions of driven miles, and exhaustive data collection have proven that AV technology is no longer experimental. Commercial AV deployment aligns seamlessly with the district's core goals for safety, equity, and economic growth. Regarding safety, AV technology removes human error from the equation, resulting in 94% fewer severe or fatal crashes, 93% fewer pedestrian injuries, and 84% fewer cyclist injuries compared to human drivers. AVs do not discriminate based on a passenger's identity, destination, or physical ability. Furthermore, current AV operators have already mapped every single ward in DC to ensure equitable access. Fleet operations require a robust local footprint. Industry leaders are already investing in DC by creating stable, good-paying jobs in vehicle maintenance and logistics. While the current draft provides a strong foundation, specific provisions risk stifling the very innovation, equity, and growth the bill aims to achieve. We recommend the following adjustments. Remove the 2028 paid ride moratorium. We recommend removing this delay and allowing commercial service to launch as soon as operators meet all stringent district safety and operational benchmarks. The shift from fleet caps to performance milestones. The proposed 200 vehicle fleet cap will create unreliable wait times and restrict service availability, disproportionately harming residents in outer wards. The council should allow fleets to scale dynamically based on proven safety milestones. And the vehicle miles travel tax that we've heard about already. We recommend replacing the VMT tax with a capped fee that mirrors the local gas tax. Embracing smart city technology is a proven economic multiplier, and its adoption is more critical now than ever. As the district navigates structural economic disruptions, particularly the long-term shrinking of the federal government footprint, now is the time for DC to embrace new industries and advanced technologies to diversify our economy. We already have blueprints for this transition through 2 existing innovation districts, the Penn West Equity and Innovation District and the Mobility Innovation District. The former initiative is managed and operated by the Golden Triangle bid, and as Mecca mentioned, the latter is a collaboration by the Southwest and Navy Yard bids. With a few refinements, this bill is an opportunity not only to improve daily mobility, but to firmly secure DC's competitiveness as a resilient, self-sustaining global hub by incorporating next generation industries into our ecosystem. Thank you for your leadership and for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Mr. Mortimer, let me start with you. I don't think we have a copy of your testimony. So if you have not already, well, I don't think you have already. So if you could submit your testimony, that way it becomes a part of the record. That'd be helpful.
Wonderful. Happy to do so.
Okay, thank you. And then did you have any, I heard your support for the legislation overall. Was there any recommendations or changes that you were advocating, or are you just testifying to help make sure you're saying you think the council needs to move forward with this legislation?
Yes, at the top of my testimony, I stated my support for the bill and also expressed my desire to see the council remove the 200 car cap and have a cap that is more similar to San Francisco's, which is 1,000 for a similarly sized city, and also move forward the 2028 launch date.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Then let me touch base on that quickly. And Ms. Hawkinson, you also touched on similar pieces around the date. We're happy to take a look at the date after the hearing. Part of the reason that the 2028 date is selected is, let's play a little hypotheticals here. If the legislation were to move forward this fall, after 2 readings and a mayor's signature, and then the always lovely congressional review, best case scenario is that the law's effective date would be sometime next spring, maybe even late spring. And then from that point, you've got DDOT who's having to go issue the next round of permits. They're having to go through the process to be able to do all the different checks that they have to do. So January 1, 2028, which doesn't feel, it maybe feels like it's a far off date. In reality, from the legislative timeline, I would be hard pressed to think anybody could actually get done before January 1, 2028. But we'll go take a look at it to kind of see if there's any spaces there. I do think there's a decent point that's been made around the 200 cap that we have in the introduced legislation. I'm not sure, Mr. Mortimer, if I'd go all the way to 1,000 as the first step, but from the 200, I think that if our policy goal or one of our policy goals is we want to make sure we've got equitable distribution serving all neighborhoods across the entire city, you could make a pretty strong argument that if you only have 200, you're going to have a hard time being able to manage that. The flip side to a cap is this is new technology. It is disruptive. And so we do want to take a tiered approach as we phase in this new technology in our city. So it'll be one, you're not the only ones who's kind of raised that over the course of the hearing today. So it'll be one we take a look at and see where the number is the right one. I don't know if 1,000 is the right number, but I think we've heard from a lot of folks that 200 may actually cut against some of the other policy goals we're trying to achieve with this. So I appreciate that. Ms. Baca, I hear your point around Department of For-Hire vehicles versus DDOT. To some degree, we kind of started down this road years ago with AVs going through DDOT. We will later tonight, we'll have DDOT and Department of For-Hire vehicles here, so we'll be able to kind of have a conversation. And if the will is that at some point, once this moves into a commercial operation, it probably is better suited in a different space, then happy to have that conversation. You mentioned some of the specifics of recommendations, and based on your testimony, it sounds like you've had a chance to take a look at ATU's memo and recommendations. There's a lot of them, really thoughtful, good stuff. Were there any that you specifically wanted to highlight as kind of your top one or two that you think are the best?
Sure. I appreciate the sort of reframing of VMT to, if not even vehicle hours traveled, something else. We've talked a little bit about the VMT charge in other places. I'm very supportive of it in theory. I think actually the dial needs to be turned up a little bit. It's not just AVs, it should be all TNCs. And maybe VMT is not correct. The district is very small. I don't say this to gouge operators. This is fully intentionally on how are we going to reduce congestion. The potential benefits that we heard about these earlier today are not going to be realized if people are sitting in traffic, and we are guaranteed to have them sit in traffic. So, we're pretty closely aligned with ATU on this. Really appreciate the work that they've put into it. But I would just emphasize that I don't think the VMT charge is maybe not the right modality. And we need to figure out, not necessarily for revenue purposes, but for congestion reduction purposes, like how we are going to handle this. I would also, there's a whole separate conversation to be had about curbside, which we just have not been able to figure out. And that is really critical for DDOT. If I could apply DDOT's energy anywhere, I would love for it to be to a comprehensive curbside management program. We're not where we need to be to prepare for the deployment of AVs. So
yeah, well, that's curbside management. Exactly where I was going to bring in Emeka and the Navy Yard bid. I mean, I know you and I've had these conversations around a very dense environment, a lot of foot traffic, but it is a challenge to manage the curbside throughout Navy Yard bid. I went to the ball game on Saturday. Of course, I'm smart enough to know, don't dare try to drive there. So my son and I biked on down, had a great biking experience down to the ballpark, as we always do. Please bike to the ballpark. Bike Valley was not nearly as full as it normally is either. Don't know what was going on there. But the curbsides were packed, jammed, double parked. And when we think about if somebody were to say, I would encourage them to take Metro or to take a bike, but somebody out there may say, let me get an AV and I'm going to go to the ball game. I don't know where they would even be able to, I don't know where the vehicle would pull over. And so as you think about you're managing and working with all these different stakeholders around that curbside space, what are some of the tips or pieces of advice that you have for DDOT to think about that curbside management as a former DDOT director yourself?
Well, I think the one thing about regulation, you can craft the most elegant regulation solution, but if you can't enforce it, it doesn't exist. And so I think the challenge here is the ability and capacity of DDOT to enforce those regulations. And so this is where I think technology and potential public-private partnerships, where you say the outcome goal is X, we want you to bring your technology, your solutions to achieve that outcome, and you give room for those solutions to be crafted. Because I think that over the many years, I want to admit that I've been around DDOT, this issue of enforcement has been a sticking point. We just can't do it. We don't have the bodies. We don't have the coverage that we need to protect a neighborhood or support the experience that people want there. So I do think that this is the type of idea where, even as it relates to road user charging, or VMT as we're calling it here, or curbside enforcement, technology is a really powerful multiplier and expander of that enforcement capability. That's what keeps people honest. If you know for a fact there are consequences and a value attached with that choice, you'll factor it in, versus now we all play the numbers. I think I'm going to be able to get down there and they may or may not enforce it.
Yeah. Well, when I think about, to bring back our Department of For-Hire vehicle, we have very specific rules about Department of For-Hire vehicles and what's allowed for people to come drop off, for example, around the ballpark. Should the same rules apply for any AV operator that needs to align with Department of For-Hire vehicles rules around where you're dropping off and picking off? Picking up and dropping off.
Right. So I have a perspective on this because when we drafted the transportation plan for Nats Park, we did identify specific places to drop off vehicles and for bicycles to be able to park at the stadium. We just don't enforce it.
Yeah.
We just don't.
I do see some
consistently.
I was gonna say, I see some enforcement happening from time to time. Okay.
Consistently.
Yeah.
And I think if you're a driver that's ever tried to park in a dense urban environment, you figure that you can game the system and you take the risk. But if you know that there's certainty of that price being levied, you make a different decision.
Yeah. Okay. Ms. Durkin, I was going to ask you, I was trying to follow your recommendation around that we should not have the reporting requirement around a crash or collision within 8 hours because we have, and correct me if I didn't follow your testimony correctly, but because there's a NHTSA requirement, it would be redundant. Did I hear that correctly from your perspective?
Correct. And 8 hours right after a crash, we believe that would be burdensome for our member companies to get that information reported in. We would rather it just be reported within the time frame to NHTSA and the bill follow that per the standing general order.
What is the timeline for a NHTSA report?
I have to double check that. I believe it's 24 hours, but I will get back to you.
Okay. And does NHTSA then call up DDOT and let them know that they've received a report?
I will check on that process.
I guess what I'm getting at is, wouldn't it be in my own self-interest as a local government? I'd want to know about a collision or crash as soon as possible. And I don't entirely trust NHTSA to contact local DC and say, here's what took place. But we have a vested interest, obviously, in knowing a crash or a collision took place. So we can certainly look at how do you help align reporting? I'll be honest, 24 hours feels too long to me from a local perspective. So I'm also not sure if that 24-hour business hours or is that 24 real hours?
I will find out those specifics and get back to you.
All right. I think you hear what I'm saying is from a local perspective, we have a very vested interest in wanting to know as quickly as possible if there's a crash or a collision. And so if there are ways that that type of reporting can align so we're not making operators go off in different directions, I'm all for it. But I also don't want to sacrifice that we need to have things reported to the district if I don't necessarily know that federal DOT and NHTSA is going to come back to us in a certain way.
Understood.
But we'll take a look at it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. All right. Thank you all very much for your testimony. Appreciate it. All right, let's move to our next panel of witnesses. I've got ANC Commissioner Eric Heller from ANC 4C07, who is joining us online. Samuel Littauer. We had ANC Commissioner Joe Bishop Hinchman, but he contacted us and is not able to make it. All right. Faith Gibson Hubbard, who's the interim president and CEO of Greater Washington Urban League.
She's supposed to be online.
Okay. Anwar Salim with Executive Director of H Street Main Street. No, he's right here. Aman George, Public Witness. Rochelle Nigro, who I do believe is online. So we'll promote you online. Michael Cohen, Public Witness, who's also online. Is Greg Rogers here, founder and executive director of the Innovation Majority? Okay, online. Is Talithia Washington here, executive director of the Center for Applied Data Science and Analysis?
I think Talitha.
Oh, all right, Talitha, come on up.
Just joined online too.
All right. So I might stop there. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Yeah. All right. So for this panel, we've got 2 witnesses that are here in person, several that are online. So Commissioner Eric Heller, I think I see that you're online and ready to go. So why don't I turn it over to you for your testimony? Thanks for joining us.
Absolutely. And good afternoon, Chair Allen and fellow council members. Thanks so much for the opportunity to testify before the committee. As you mentioned, my name is Eric Heller. I'm ANC Commissioner for Single Member District 4C07 in Ward 4, and I'm pleased to testify on behalf of our ANC 4C Commission. I'm here testifying in support of the Autonomous Vehicle Deployment Authorization Act, or rather Amendment Act of 2026. This position is rooted in the underlying problem that I and we think we should be focused on solving, which is how do we reduce the number of deaths, injuries, and acute dangers to pedestrians, cyclists, and motorists alike on DC streets. The role of driverless vehicles, including the pros and the cons, follows from that problem framing. Every day around 8 a.m. or 5:30 p.m., I watch New Hampshire Avenue and Quincy Street Northwest become a game of chance. Drivers gunning a left turn through the crosswalk while a cyclist is trying to swerve, scooter jumping curbs, parents pulling strollers back from the curb. I've reported this corner to DDOT for almost 4 years. I know many other neighbors have as well. And this is just one kind of anecdote that plays out across the district. Those human-driven interactions are the most dangerous thing on that street, not potential driverless vehicles. That being said, let me be honest with what I hear at my meetings. My neighbors are not sold on driverless vehicle technology. Their concerns deserve to be addressed and allayed. They point to many of the other topics that have been raised in this forum: vehicles disabled in a power outage, the ones that have passed a stop school bus. And when a machine fails around children, no press release or anything else is going to erase that fear. The mechanism that, all of these concerns deserve responses and conversation. The mechanism that matters for kids and other vulnerable residents fundamentally is that an autonomous vehicle, unlike humans, doesn't drink, doesn't text, doesn't speed through a yellow light, and doesn't get impatient about being late for work at a crosswalk. Those are the human behaviors that kill pedestrians, children, and other vulnerable residents every year. On the plus side, this bill introduces a number of really solid requirements around miles of testing, capping the fleet size, giving DDOT a number of abilities to pull a permit of operators that are creating unreasonable risk. And all that's grounded in evidence-based oversight as opposed to marketing. Now, recognizing that different community members have different concerns and assumptions about driverless vehicles, I consistently ask our neighbors and would ask this committee and DDOT staff and anyone else who wants to understand the capabilities and limitations of this technology to do one thing that I have done and certainly was eye-opening for me, and that is ride in one. This is by no way an endorsement. It's just because you can't judge these types of systems from a hearing room or from social media. You don't grasp the problem or how these types of technologies actually handle these complex interactions on the street outside of real-world experience. Beyond autonomous vehicles, history is kind of rife with these types of kind of learnings from experience, whether it's automated elevators, trusting your route planning in Google Maps, automated train signaling. Really, that most relevant trust in automation and autonomy comes from that direct experience. All this being said, the bill certainly has room for improvement. And so what our commission would ask in advance is 5 specific provisions to be added. First, add real-time transparency. While the bill already makes operators report crashes and disabling events to DDOT, require that each report be made public, geospatially mapped, so that wards can search the dashboards, and that data is available to the public the moment it reaches the agency. Second is an automated stand down. Any fatal crash involving a driverless vehicle triggers an immediate suspension of those operations, no shorter than 30 days, pending a full investigation. Third is public findings. Make sure any findings from those investigations be released to the public, not kind of distilled into a press release after cars are back on the road. Fourth, protect civil liberties. We recognize each one of these vehicles is a rolling camera. Its footage can be subpoenaed, and residents deserve to know when that happens. And so with that, we would propose requiring each operator to publish an aggregated monthly report of all law enforcement requests for footage or data, regardless of the agency that is sourced from. Fifth and final is fund the agency to do the work. This bill hands DDOT a ton of responsibilities already on a tight budget. Oversight that's not appropriately staffed really just becomes oversight in name only. And so agency slowness should not become kind of the operator's reward and the public's risk. With that, I recognize I'm over my time, and I'll say thank you. Would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Great. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Next, let me turn to Faith Gibson Hubbard, who's also joining us online.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Allen and members of the committee and staff. It is my distinct pleasure to testify before you today virtually on behalf of the Greater Washington Urban League. My name is Dr. Faith Gibson Hubbard, and I serve as the interim president and CEO. For almost 90 years, the Greater Washington Urban League has worked to advance economic mobility, strengthen families, and expand opportunity and address racial and economic disparities across the District of Columbia and this region. Every day through our Community Cares model, we work to strengthen financial empowerment, workforce development, entrepreneurship, housing, and we see residents working to build stability, opportunity, and a better future for themselves and their families. And we know just how critical transportation can be to a family or resident's ability to be able to do so and access opportunity throughout the city and region. That's why this legislation is so important to us. For us, it's not simply the lens of policy itself, but around whether or not this policy actually will expand economic opportunity and strengthen pathways to opportunity for those who have been furthest from opportunity for so long. And that is the way that we see this legislation. We believe that autonomous vehicle technology has tremendous potential in the city. And while it can be thoughtfully implemented and can improve mobility and strengthen connections to public transit, it has to also create greater opportunity, access to jobs, and meaningful investments in the district. And that is what we care most about. That is why the question before us is not whether or not this innovation is coming, but the question is, will the benefits broadly be shared? And many times it is not. As someone who lives in a part of the city where Metro is not easily accessible, and as a parent of a child who takes public transit to and from school every day and also from summer camp, I understand the potential of how important reliable transportation can be, especially for residents like me who live in wards 5, 7, and 8, where transportation is often not simply a matter of convenience, but is the difference between us accessing opportunity. So for this legislation, we are very interested in how autonomous vehicles can strengthen the first and last mile connections for residents, how it would improve access to jobs and community resources and serve as a complement to public transit rather than replacing it. We also are encouraged by the economic opportunities that this industry could create. Reports that we've already seen have shown how it can really strengthen our local hiring and partnerships with many of the programs that we all love and enjoy. But district residents should not simply be riders in this new economy, but we should be prepared to maintain it, build it, manage it, and benefit from it in all of the ways. That is why at GWL, we believe that workforce development, career pathways, local hiring, apprenticeship opportunities, and opportunities for CBEs and minority businesses have to be central to this conversation. While the overall direction of this legislation is something that we are excited about, we believe that there are 3 important changes that we hope that the committee will continue to look at. First, to adopt a more equitable approach to pricing that does not disproportionately burden residents who rely on ride-hailing services to access jobs, childcare, grocery stores, and other essentials. Second, to replace the proposed fleet cap with a performance-based growth model tied to measurably safety, service, and equity outcomes so that residents across all 8 wards can have reliable access. And third, that it's more explicit that that it's more of a hybrid transportation through networks that preserve rider choice while also supporting workforce continuity and earning opportunities for drivers of other ride-hailing services. Finally, we encourage strong accountability measures that include public reporting on service levels and wait times and local hiring, workforce participation, equitable deployment across the district. We look forward to the success of this legislation, not only being measured by how many vehicles are on the street, but also through the opportunity and pathways that it creates for district residents. Because we know that technology alone cannot create opportunity, but that intentional policy does. And many times we've had policy that starts intentional and then moves in a different direction. So I have submitted a much more detailed testimony for the record and respectfully ask to continue to be a part of this conversation like many of the others who have testified here today. Again, thank you so much for this opportunity, and I welcome any questions you might have.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Next, we turn to Anwar Salim, who's here in person. Sorry, Mr. Salim, can you push the button so the red light comes on? There you go.
All right. Good evening, Chairman Allen and members of the committee. My name is Anwar Salim, and I'm the Executive Director of A Street Main Street. I'm also a lifelong Washingtonian, a business owner of A Street for more than 3 decades, and a former transportation professional with WMATA. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on Bill B 26684. I've submitted my full written testimony for the record. This evening, I'd like to briefly highlight what I believe are the 4 principles that should guide the district's implementation on autonomous vehicles, which is safety, access, opportunity, and equity. First, safety public confidence is essential. Residents need to know that AV vehicles can safely operate alongside pedestrians, bicyclists, emergency vehicles, seniors, children, and people with disabilities. Public trust will ultimately determine whether this technology succeeds. Secondly, is access. Transportation is about connecting people to opportunity. It connects people to jobs, healthcare, education, restaurants, entertainment, and neighborhood commercial quarters. As Executive Director of A Street Main Street, I see every day how transportation affects whether customers visit local businesses, whether employees can get to work, and whether residents choose to spend time in our commercial districts. I don't see autonomous ride hailing as replacing existing transportation options. I see it as another tool that complements our transportation network by giving residents and visitors more choices. It can make it easier for people to reach neighborhood commercial quarters throughout the district while also providing another safe transportation option, particularly during evenings and special events. I also believe that there is an exciting opportunity for thoughtful public-private partnerships that introduce people to autonomous mobility while encouraging them to discover neighborhoods like A Street, Minnesota Avenue, Anacostia, Georgetown, Brooklyn, and many more. Transportation should be more than a way to get somewhere. It should also help connect people to small businesses, restaurants, arts venues, entrepreneurs that make neighborhoods unique. Third, opportunity. Before leading A Street Main Street, I began my career with WMATA as a bus cleaner, later worked in scheduling, and ultimately retired as a diesel mechanic. That experience taught me something I've never forgotten. Transportation systems don't just move people, they create careers. When I recently toured WMATA operations, I saw many of those opportunities reflected in modern transportation. From fleet operations, maintenance, to technology, to logistics, to facility, safety, and technology again. Through A Street Main Street, we prepare opportunities. We prepare approximately 80 to 100 summer interns each year through workforce development programs that expose them to artificial intelligence, robotics, motorsports, innovation, and career readiness. I believe the district has a tremendous opportunity to connect those young people to careers supporting the future of mobility. Finally, equity. One of the most important provisions of this legislation is it emphasizes on comparable wait times and equitable geographic coverage. Innovation should not be limited to a few neighborhoods. Every resident should have the opportunity to benefit from new transportation options, regardless of where they live. Mr. Chairman, throughout my career, I've learned that every major transportation investment has the power to shape communities. My hope is that autonomous mobility will do more than move people. It would expand opportunity, strengthen neighborhood commercial quarters, and help prepare the next generation of Washingtonians for careers in the future of transportation. The future of transportation should not simply arrive in Washington, D.C. It should create opportunities for Washingtonians to participate in building it. As often said, I'll say it many times, that it isn't about moving vehicles, it's about moving communities forward. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Salim. Next, let me turn to Aman George, who's joining us online.
Thank you, Chairman Allen. My name is Aman George. I'm a resident of Petworth and a former advisory neighborhood commissioner. I'm a frequent driver, bicyclist, and pedestrian in our city. These days, more of an occasional transit rider. I'm also the father of 2 young children who get to and from school and daycare by bike most days. Like many people who care about safer streets, I'm very hopeful that AV adoption will eventually make our streets a lot less chaotic and less dangerous, particularly for vulnerable road users. But I believe that as the district begins to welcome AVs onto our streets to operate at scale, it needs to exercise even tighter control of these companies than what's proposed in the draft act. Once these companies are operating in the district, it's going to be very difficult to adjust the governing regulatory structure to be more strict, even where there's a demonstrated need to do so. I'm also concerned that I think a huge amount of the training experience fed into these vehicles come from places that are much more car-centric than DC, like Phoenix and LA, where cars are expected and allowed to dominate the roads because they don't really have to meaningfully share space with pedestrians, cyclists, and transit riders. What works on an Arizona road might not work well on 8th Street. Indeed, Waymo effectively acknowledged to you this morning as I was listening that it programs its vehicles to block bike lanes in order to prioritize the experience of Waymo customers, and it didn't indicate that it plans to change that behavior. I don't think AV companies should be allowed to pick and choose which laws to follow, particularly when they're choosing not to follow rules which protect vulnerable road users simply for convenience. If AV companies are given the flexibility to prioritize speed and efficiency over safety, a lot of the promised safety improvements may not ever come to pass. As it stands, I think the act is not as strong as it should be in prohibiting the intentional disregard of local traffic and parking laws, and I would like to see that change before I personally support the bill. Some recommendations could be to add a provision to section 3A1B, which currently requires which could require AV companies to disclose the conditions under which its vehicles are programmed to violate applicable traffic and parking laws, and to keep the city updated when that programming materially changes. Another place to make some modifications would be 3A2F, which currently asks AVs to make every effort not to idle in a traffic lane while unloading passengers or goods. I would prefer to see stronger language prohibiting AVs from stopping in bicycle lanes or crosswalks except in exigent circumstances or if necessary to serve customers with mobility impairments. I would also like to see the bill plan for a future in which enforcement efforts against these companies have to contend with the biggest companies on the planet lobbying against them. Transportation policy is going to look very different in DC when Safe Streets advocates have to fight against Google rather than a pugnacious civic association. Section 3F provides a good starting point for oversight, but leaving enforcement entirely up to local agencies creates a major vulnerability for the regulatory scheme. The council should consider adding enforcement mechanisms that would allow private citizens to seek relief directly for flagrant legal and safety violations by these companies. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Rochelle Nigro. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Chairperson Allen and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Rochelle Nigro, and I'm speaking as a resident of Washington, D.C., not in my capacity as an advisory neighborhood commissioner. I'm here today to support Autonomous Vehicle Deployment Authorization Amendment Act of 2026. This bill finally moves the district from years of a stalled pilot program into real regulated deployment framework that prioritizes safety, transparency, and accountability. The bill's introduction notes that autonomous vehicles present an opportunity to improve traffic safety, and that proponents claim AVs are safer than the average human driver. National data backs this up. Autonomous systems have a lower crash rate per mile, especially in dense urban environments where distraction and human error dominate collisions. I also want to speak from personal experience. I own a Tesla equipped with full self-driving supervised. While it is not the same as a level 4 or level 5 autonomous vehicle, it is part of the same technological family. It is level 2, and I share my data with Tesla. The car drives daily in the district, including New York Avenue, 395, 295, the tight grid of Shaw, and areas like Navy Yard with many pedestrians. It is rare that I need to disengage. The system handles lane centering, turns, and complex intersections with a consistency that frankly outperforms many human drivers. It is absolutely amazing. Because of this, I strongly believe that all qualified AV companies, including Tesla, should have the opportunity to deploy vehicles in the district, provided they meet safety reporting and operational requirements in this legislation. And the truth is, DC is falling behind. Cities like Phoenix, San Francisco, Los Angeles, and Las Vegas already have commercial autonomous vehicle service operating. I'm headed to Las Vegas soon, and I will not hesitate to use Zoox when I'm there. Residents in other cities have already experiencing 21st century transportation. DC should be a leader in this, not a laggard. This bill, the bill's guardrails, 250,000 miles of safe testing in DC, first responder interaction plans, 5 million in liability coverage, and strict quarterly reporting are among the strongest in the country. In short, this legislation is a safety first, accountability first framework that positions DC to finally enter the 21st century. Autonomous vehicles can make our streets safer, more accessible, and more predictable. And I've been on this hearing since 9 a.m. or whenever, and I can tell you these AVs will save lives. I use it every day, and it is the bus lanes, the bike lanes for Tesla, what I use, it follows the rules of the road. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nigro. Next, let me turn to Michael Cohen, who's also joining us online.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Allen. My name is Michael Cohen, and I'm a Ward 4 resident, a DCPS parent, and the ANC Commissioner for 4B07, which oversees parts of Manor Park, Lamond, and Tacoma. I'm actually testifying in my personal capacity today in support of Autonomous Vehicle Deployment Authorization Amendment Act of 2026. And I'll note that ANC4B has not taken a position on this bill, so I'm, again, testifying in my own capacity. So just last night, I came upon the aftermath of a serious car accident. A driver who was impatient with his stop card at an intersection in Ward 4 crossed the double yellow to pass and forced an oncoming vehicle off the road and onto a neighbor's property. Inside that car was a parent and several children. From what I understand, no one was seriously hurt, but that was by luck. Luck that no one was on the sidewalk, no one was walking a dog, no one was pushing a stroller. Luck that a fence stopped the car before it reached a neighbor's living room. I have 2 children. We walk that sidewalk every day. My family and district residents shouldn't have to rely on luck when it comes to safety. I want to be clear. I support this bill. I want to see autonomous vehicles in the district. Software doesn't get impatient, doesn't cross a double yellow line because it's running late, and it's not prioritizing replying to a text message over the operation of a 2-ton vehicle. But communities have to have a voice when it comes to autonomous vehicle infrastructure and when that lands in the neighborhood. This isn't abstract for me. In my SMD already, we host a Lift and Motivate operation on Blair Road, which is under a DDOT contract for Capital Bike Share. We've had some real issues at that location with workers coming to me about the conditions that they work in, neighbors coming to me about employee behavior spilling into the surrounding blocks, enough so that neighbors have repeatedly called the police. I've raised these concerns through every channel available to me, but there's been a little lasting resolution. So my point isn't that this is a company behaving badly. It's that when residents raise the alarm, there's no real process waiting for them, no mechanism, no 311 drop-down option, no requirement that anyone responds. So I think that's a design problem, and it's something that the committee can fix before the first AV facility opens here in the district. So I have 3 asks. First, I'm hoping that the committee will let the public comment on permitting and renewal decisions involving AV infrastructure, depots, charging sites, and maintenance facilities. Second, I'd love to see this bill give ANCs notice before a facility is sited in a neighborhood. We're the ANCs are the people that your constituents call first, so let us be useful on the front end instead of having to clean up issues on the back end. And lastly, let's hold DDOT accountable as well and give them authority on these types of issues. My neighbors and I deserve to know on a regular basis what the agency is doing to keep them safe. This bill seems to hold companies and autonomous vehicle companies to a high standard when it comes to reporting. It should do the same for DDOT, the agency that's overseeing them. So thank you again for the time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Next, let me turn to Greg Rogers.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Chairperson Allen, and members of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment. Really appreciate you holding today's hearing on this important topic. My name is Greg Rogers. I'm the founder and executive director of The Innovation Majority, a nonprofit advocacy organization that fights to ensure that technology tangibly improves everyday life in our communities. So I've spent over a decade in transportation policy on the Hill, at think tanks, advocacy groups, and even inside of the AV industry, both at Waymo and Neuro. And I'm even a former rideshare driver. So I have firsthand experience of the challenges of providing rides on our streets. And look, I'll say this plainly. This is the most robust and rigorous autonomous vehicle bill I have seen in the past decade at the local, state, local or state levels. It is absolutely the most ambitious in terms of addressing issues of safety, issues of sustainability, issues of equity, and issues of investing in the workforce and in our local economy. I do want to name what makes this debate so hard because, Chair Allen, as you've noted, people tend to either be on one side or the other of this, and I've seen that throughout my time in this industry. I think of autonomous vehicles as the policy version of Rorschach's ink blot test. People look at this technology and they see one of two things. Either they see their hopes on the cusp of being realized, safer streets, independence for disabled neighbors, or a ride that actually shows up, or they see every fear and frustration with our transportation system, with our politics, and with our economy as they exist today, and it's just manifested and put onto that one technology. But the reality of how this technology is going to work is somewhere in between. And the policy choices that we make today and that we make throughout this year, hopefully if this bill is passed, is what is going to shape the future of this technology, and it will have real consequences. So if we want to steer towards those benefits instead of the fears, we have to focus on sound regulation and sober policymaking rather than, I think, getting dragged into these concerns about the what ifs, when in fact the status quo is costing us way more in terms of lives lost, people injured, in terms of the people who can't access jobs today and economic opportunities. And of course, when we're looking at writ large, how do we connect people within our region to new opportunities and diversify our economy in this challenging period for all of us? And so first, on safety, I do want to say I was quite honestly puzzled to hear some testimony today suggesting that this bill lacks accountability or reduces road safety, because it is exactly the opposite. Compared to every other state and local regulatory framework for AVs, this is far more robust and gives the regulatory authority far more powers to take action. And I'm a parent of 2 young boys. When I look at AVs, I know that they're going to be safer because AVs are going to help to reduce the amount of distracted, reckless, and impaired drivers who I have to keep them safe from every single day. And the data to date, based on hundreds of millions of miles, shows that AVs are already demonstrating this and will continue to get better. I do want to say, though, that I know there are doubts. So let's just walk through a few mechanisms the bill has for safety. Crash reports. When a human driver crashes, DDOT might get a police report at best. But under this bill, a company with an AV permit would have to submit a crash report within a certain number of within several hours and publish safety data every single quarter to operate within the district. Number 2, insurance coverage. A human driver on DC streets today is required to carry about $25,000 of bodily injury coverage. This bill requires AV companies to carry $5 million of coverage. That's 200 times more than people driving their own car today in DC. And number 3, addressing unsafe driving behavior. Our region has one of the highest rates of hit and run crashes in the nation. Nearly 20% of those traffic deaths in DC actually involved a hit and run from 2017 to 2023, according to a recent AAA report. One of those tragedies occurred just this morning. Around 3 a.m., a human driver struck and killed a person on 295 in Southeast. Hit and run. Police are still searching for a green SUV. This will not be the case with AVs. Under this bill, DDOT has a robust permitting process and the oversight authority to address unsafe behaviors and respond to incidents. DDOT has the authority to suspend or revoke an AV permit, which is very hard to do with human drivers today. Negative externalities, you hear a lot that AVs are just cars. This is Uber all over again. I wish I'll share more of my thoughts there in the written testimony on that, but I'll just say that the economic structure of a TNC with disaggregated choices between all the drivers and robotaxi service where you're optimizing for the economics of the vehicles, completely different story. Saw it as a driver myself. We have a few recommendations for improvements that we will send over, but I just want to thank you, Chair Allen, for your work on this issue, for this ambitious scope of this bill, and for moving this discussion forward. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rogers. And then last on this panel, I've got Talithia Washington here in person.
Thank you. Chairman Allen and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on the Autonomous Vehicle Deployment Authorization Amendment Act of 2026. My name is Dr. Talitha Washington. I am a district resident and a professor of mathematics at Howard University, executive director of the Center for Applied Data Science Analytics, and I also co-chair our President's AI Advisory Council. My testimony is offered for informational and educational purposes. I am not appearing as an advocate for or against this legislation, nor am I presenting a position on behalf of Howard University. Rather, I hope to share my own independent perspective as the district considers the next phase of autonomous vehicle activity. The question before us is larger than whether a vehicle can drive itself. It is how emerging technologies can be understood, evaluated, and integrated in ways that serve the people of the district. I would like to highlight 3 areas: research, data, and workforce development. First, research can deepen our understanding of how autonomous vehicles operate in a complex urban environment. Howard University leads the research and education in promoting safety, or REPS, which is a Tier 1 university transportation center supported by the U.S. Department of Transportation. Through this work, Howard researchers study transportation safety, human-machine interaction, travel behavior, demand modeling, and automated systems. This work reinforces an important point. Autonomous vehicles are not solely a technology issue. They also involve human behavior, infrastructure, emergency response, accessibility, public safety, and trust. Questions involving construction zones, changing roadway conditions, communication with remote operators, and interactions with pedestrians and cyclists will require continued observation and evaluation. Second, data can support evidence-based decision-making. With appropriate privacy, security, and governance protections, autonomous vehicle data may be examined alongside crash records, roadway conditions, land use information, demographic data, and community input. Such analyses may provide greater insight into safety, mobility, accessibility, and operational outcomes across different neighborhoods and population. Third, autonomous vehicles create opportunities to strengthen the workforce. This emerging ecosystem will require expertise across mathematics, engineering, computer science, data science, artificial intelligence, transportation, the social and behavioral sciences, and public policy. As transportation becomes increasingly connected, automated, and data-driven, both today's workforce and future generations of professionals will need to understand not only how these technologies function, but also how they affect the communities where people live, work, learn, and travel. In closing, I'm not here to recommend a particular policy outcome. Rather, I hope to provide context that may inform future discussions. The district has long been a place where innovation, public safety, public service, and knowledge come together to address complex challenges. The future of transportation will be shaped not only by advances in technology, but also by our ability to understand those advances, prepare people to work alongside them, and use evidence to inform decisions. As these technologies continue to evolve, our shared goal should be to ensure that technological progress translates into safer streets, greater opportunities, and stronger public trust for all residents. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much, Dr. Washington. Thanks to everybody on this panel. I'll try to follow up with a few questions. Mr. Salim and Faith Gibson Hubbard, both of you talked about jobs, and I think we've talked about this a lot today, that there is economic opportunity that is an option here. There will be jobs that do get created, but as I also said, it will be a disruptor in the workforce, and that there will be other jobs that people have today that will be impacted. We heard earlier from folks who are actually in drive sharing space right now who are opposed to this because they're concerned about what it means for their jobs. And so both of you, I know, are people who work really hard and are thoughtful around that workforce development and job creation. In what ways are you helping look also about the disruptive effect and the loss or change in jobs that people will have, and then some of the strategies we take to help people, either from a workforce training perspective or other ways to help support working folks who very likely will have an impact if they are in this driving space?
I listened to earlier testimony where a young lady spoke about that she's a insecurity, and she was working a part-time job at Uber. And if you look at what Waymo have done, in a good example in Atlanta, which my granddaughter's in school down there, and in Phoenix, that they have taken Uber drivers and given them full-time jobs. That's really reasonable, where they won't have to work 2 jobs, that can pay them a decent salary. And the same thing with, if you look at DC, for a good example, folks who may not have jobs, who may not have a skill set to a certain degree. Just like with Metro, when I first started, you can go in there with maintenance, and then you have the ability to work with a technician and work your way up without going to school. And I think Waymo will provide those opportunities from my conversation with them. You can start off with maintenance, you end up in customer support, you end up in fleet maintenance and operations, and next thing you know, you're a technician working for Waymo that pays you a decent salary, a real good salary. When I started, for a good example with Metro, it was a low-level salary as a cleaner. When I left there, I left as a diesel mechanic leading the inspections, and it provided a good platform for me to buy my own house at an early age. And so I think the same opportunity would afford some other people the same opportunity.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Gibson-Hubbard?
Yes, thank you so much for the question. So I was just in Atlanta this weekend, and I did get the chance to be in a Waymo, and it is quite an experience. Not that that's an endorsement, but it is quite the experience. But when I think about jobs, I want to make sure that we're not just talking about the jobs that are on the lower end of the spectrum that will make it harder for district residents to be able to stay in the District of Columbia, but across the entirety of the spectrum around both again, like I said, the building, the maintaining, the deployment, the technology of it all. And as someone who has a middle school age child and also an elementary school child, they're talking a lot about their interest in other areas of technology. And so I think thinking about how to partner with our public schools around these emerging areas of industry, also thinking about our adult public charter schools, which have really robust workforce programs that can really help to equip district residents to be ready for the jobs that are available. But also, as I highlight in my testimony, really some parameters around ensuring that there is local hiring and training of folks to be ready for jobs. We've done lots of things around apprenticeship and other career pathways, opportunities, both at the DOES level, at the Workforce Investment Council, at all these different other experiences, but also at the Greater Washington Urban League. We have programs here around both entrepreneurship as well as other career pathways that we would like to be a part of those experiences and making sure that district residents are ready for the jobs and the contractual opportunities. We want to make sure that, again, it's not just other folks coming here and creating, but that we are really building from within and creating. So I think leveraging, again, our Marion Barry Summer Youth Employment Program, organizations like the Greater Washington Urban League, our public schools, our public charter schools for adults, and many, many others will help us ensure that the opportunities are really focused on Washingtonians and those who have been not as close to the opportunity. I do think that this, as Mr. Sling just mentioned, I do think that it will provide great opportunities too for those who have been just drivers, for other opportunities for them to expand their careers. But I think, again, making sure that they are partnering with organizations that can help them be thoughtful about the workforce creation and ensuring that it is specific to district residents.
Okay. All right. Dr. Gibson-Hubbard, thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. Let me turn to Aman George. Appreciate your testimony. And one of the things you talked about is ways to strengthen the legislation around making it stronger around traffic safety. Earlier today, when I had both Waymo representatives and Tesla here, I kind of asked two of those kind of questions. One was, if it's an autonomous vehicle, you can just set it to not ever exceed the speed limit, right? And Waymo said, yes, that's correct. Outside of a discrete kind of safety maneuver that has to happen, they program it to not exceed the speed limit. I was a little startled that Tesla said, well, unless flow of traffic's going faster, like that shouldn't count. Like, you should set the speed limit. That's the way we do this. I also asked about our bike infrastructure. Can you set it to make sure it does not go into a bike lane? Waymo said, correct. We will have it so it does not go into a bike lane. And so I think that there are ways that we can, in the legislation, make sure it's very clear, because I think that is an important part of managing our roadway in a way that, as we kind of had this whole conversation earlier today, now at this point it feels like it was 10 hours ago. But we're not looking for somebody just to be safer than the worst driver, because that's a pretty low bar. This has to be safer than the safest driver, and that's our expectation. Just, is there anything else you wanted to add on that? But I thought you laid out some very specific recommendations there, which I appreciated.
So I'll just say I might have missed it, but what I heard the Waymo representative say was not that they would program it to not block the bike lanes, but rather that they were like excited to continue the conversation about curbside access, which is not an answer to that question. I think, you know, if they're willing to make those sorts of commitments, I think you're right that our goal should be that these cars are like rigorously rule following. And if the rules need to change, that's a question for this council and for DDOT, not for the companies to take upon themselves by programming the cars to comply with the laws that they like and not comply with the laws that they don't. In terms of, you know, ways to strengthen the bill, I suggested a few where I just think the language could be a little more explicit and clear. I think it would be worth, like I said, having part of the licensing process involve the companies proactively disclosing upfront the situations in which the cars are programmed not to follow existing traffic rules. I think that's not currently considered to be part of the application, but I think that would be a very reasonable ask from this city and any other that's considering licensing these companies. And like I said, to the extent that there can be enforcement mechanisms that allow private citizens to take it upon themselves to either enforce through administrative mechanisms or go straight to court when the companies are regularly violating existing traffic laws and rules, rather than leaving it to what seems to me a kind of very discretionary and multi-step administrative enforcement process. That would be very helpful, because I really do fear a world in which you know, our regulators could be captured by the, you know, biggest companies in the world.
Yeah. Okay. I will say, at least in the room, I heard it differently in our conversation around programming it not, you know, having the program not be such that it is to just pick and choose which laws to follow, and that it would not, because I specifically asked about blocking a bike lane. I think what we talked about, I had a conversation earlier about how do you distinguish between the precise language around not exceeding the speed limit, not parking in a bike lane, but at the same time, in the same way that I would expect my Uber or Lyft driver to stop, basically double park in front of my home, I'm getting in and out, there's kind of a reasonableness standard there. And so I think part of what we talked about of the conversation afterwards is finding that line between the precision and then what most passengers would expect to be the reasonable expectation that you're going to pick up and drop off in front of my house and you're going to double park for a moment. But certainly something we'll go back to, but I definitely take your point. I don't want to have a system that's just, maybe we're following the laws today, maybe we're not. That's the whole promise of this, is that it can be safe. And that's what we're going to focus on. So we'll follow up on that. Ms. Nigro, now you scared me a little bit when you started talking about how you just have your Tesla drive you around town. So we had an interesting conversation earlier today. So Tesla will offer you something that they say is level 2, but in reality, it's level 3, which is not allowed. So if you're driving around, we can follow up later, so I don't want to get you in trouble. But if you've got your Tesla driving you around town, making turns and all of that, we'll follow up. But
okay,
I'd be a little careful.
Me and all the other hundreds of other people that you're using it in the city.
Yeah, because if you're doing that illegally, I don't think you're intending to. But let's not get ourselves in trouble here at the hearing.
Okay, because they told me it was level 2.
That's the trick, apparently, is what we've heard, is that they like to tell people what a level 2 is, but in fact, you're going through level 3. But we're going to make sure we don't get you in trouble here. We're going to follow up. All right, but I appreciate your support for the overall legislation. And I think your overall point you're trying to make is you have confidence in a safe experience, and you see that safety kind of as one of the big driving factors here.
That is my number one point. It is from my perspective, as I use it every day in the city. And I also used it up and down the East Coast and in New York City, where there's even more pedestrians. So it is impressive. It updates continuously, all the time, frankly, I have to be honest with you. So, and there's not a hesitation with me because I would not put myself or any of my passengers in jeopardy. And it is, I use the phrase very pro pedestrian. It'll stop on a dime when someone literally steps in a crosswalk constantly, daily.
And I appreciate you sharing all your hypothetical level 3 operations up and down the East Coast. And so we'll follow up afterwards too. Okay. Let's see, Michael Cohen, can you say a little bit more? I think you mentioned that you were recommending more public comment, and I want to make sure I understood which section you were referring to there, that you think we should change that to have more public comment. And then you also talked about having the ANCs be notified about a facility being cited in your SMD. Maybe I'll let you say a little more about what you mean by that, and kind of what would your hope be that?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the challenges that I've seen, and I'm relating this to a Lyft Motivate location that is in my single member district. But there's not really there's not really a good mechanism in order to report workplace concerns, understand workplace concerns. DDOT has been responsive, but there's not a good way for residents to report these. And this is more on the infrastructure side, right? They're charging maintenance depots and that sort of thing. I think that there's an opportunity to get this right when it comes to putting these locations in the district. And so that's really what I'm looking for, is an opportunity for district residents as well as ANCs to be able to say, hey, there's something's off at this charging station, or something is off. I've witnessed, poor business practices or whatever. I want to report that to DDOT, or I want to report that to the city, and having some sort of mechanism in order to do that is really what I'm after.
Got it. Okay. Happy to follow up more on that too. I guess trying to strike the right balance between what do we put. I don't think an ANC, I love my ANCs. I don't think it's an ANC like approval process for citing though. That would have me concerned that we may never get to a decision. But at the same time, making sure you, neighbors, others, if you're seeing something that's not correct, or traffic patterns, or many other issues, that there's a clear outlet for that is important. So maybe we can follow up afterwards to dig deeper into that. And then Mr. Rogers, appreciate your testimony. I take it as a compliment. You said this bill is one of the most comprehensive you reviewed so far. Are there any specific weaknesses that you see in the legislation that you think need to be addressed, or perhaps other things that have been highlighted over the course of the day that you feel like need to make sure that those are continuing to get attention?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do think that it is certainly an example of an excellent bill. The fact is that the bill contemplated. Can you hear me now? What's that?
You're giving me a compliment, so I was saying.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, the fact of the matter is that back in 2016, 2017, I was at a think tank that wrote some of the first recommendations on robust regulations for autonomous vehicles at the local, state, and federal level. And a lot of the things that are included in this bill were all recommended 9-10 years ago that no legislature had picked up and put into one package, including a VMT fee, including looking at a worker transition fund, while acknowledging that the fact of the matter is it's going to take a long time for there to be any displacement from this technology. These things happen over the course of many, many, many years, especially when you're looking at scaling up a fleet. And more broadly, just looking at what does the future of urbanism look like in a way that we can imagine something that's new and something's better. If autonomous vehicles do make it to where we can feel safer walking with our kids and biking on the streets, which cyclists in San Francisco and Los Angeles and Phoenix have all said as much, then that's incredible, right? And I want to also address one point, and then I will get to my recommendations. One key point here is that it's not just that AVs are being driven on the stroads of Phoenix. Waymo and Nuro and a lot of other autonomous vehicle companies are testing in London, which is a far more complex roadway network than here. And we're also testing in Japan, in Tokyo. And for us to think that we're any more complicated than Tokyo, I mean, hey, look, I was a rideshare driver here. I've navigated the circles. It is tough, but it ain't anywhere close to Tokyo. In terms of recommendations, I think that, and I've been happy to see it discussed here, we have to be really conscious of when our goals and the policy mechanisms we use to achieve them conflict. And vehicle caps has been discussed here quite a bit on that front in terms of how you have to spread out a smaller fleet across more and more wards. To this end, the sister organization of the Innovation Majority, which is called the Innovation Majority Institute, did create an interactive website, mobilitymayor.com. Again, that's mobilitymayor.com, where you can go and you can actually test out this bill against some hypothetical directions for how changing the fleet size would affect service in each ward. We modeled this based upon recent research to understand that based on density, based on number of people in any ward, based on just what we've seen so far in the data of AV and rideshare deployments, what it would look like to scale up or down, both in fees and vehicle caps, to see what the impacts of those will be. These aren't scientific estimates, but it's a great way to help you understand just what fleet caps do and caps the number of operators do to how we deploy AVs. And I can stop there. I'll have more thoughts on the hybrid model as well.
Okay, excellent. Well, I appreciate that. And then happy to follow up after the hearing as well to keep going. And I think we did see that website and the tool you created. So thanks for helping put that together as well.
Happy to hear it. My pleasure.
Absolutely. And Dr. Washington, appreciate again your testimony. And I know you'll be available if we need to follow up with some additional questions too as we wrestle with this. I know we've still got a lot more witnesses, so I'm going to move to our next panel as well. But thank you all very much. So next, let me call up Zach Reinstein, who I believe is here online. David Alpert, who I think is also online. Michael Petricone, Senior Vice President, Government Affairs at Consumer Technology Association. Jeb Ori, who's joining us online. David Kasten. Okay, and then we also have Kathy Chase online. All right, let me check to see, do I have Abigail Olvera here? August Rame, right, come on up. Ramiz Tace. All right, and then hang with me. I'm going to go ahead and call a couple more names to see who else we got here. Is Corinna Lathan here? Lucas Pombo. Oh, all right, Pombo, come on up. Isaac Wilkins. All right, Mr. Willis. All four chairs are filled now. Excellent. All right, so we've got a couple folks online on Zoom. We've got 4 people here. Perfect. So Zach Reinstein, we're going to start with you online when you're ready.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Appreciate you holding this hearing. I just want to say I am here in my personal capacity as a DC resident who has used Waymo in both Phoenix and San Francisco as a trusted tester. So I've been able to use it on the freeway when it was on the freeway. My most impressive use of it, when I was most impressed, was in a Costco parking lot, and I managed to navigate the hell that is a Costco parking lot very well, and it stopped and was incredibly sensitive to all the pedestrians and children darting out and carts. So anyway, just incredible technology. As a capital bike share user, I find that the drivers in DC are incredibly dangerous due to their impatience and distracted driving. I would much rather be dealing with a autonomous vehicle that I know is programmed to stop at all stop signs and go the speed limit and not try and run me off the road. The only issue I've ever had with Waymos is that they do not, or is that they do pull into bike lanes occasionally. However, I've heard from previous panelists that you have taken that into account and will be ensuring that Waymo does not do that in the district, which I'm a huge fan of. I do agree with some of the previous panelists that 200 vehicles is too few. And I know that you said 1,000 might be too many. So I think 500 to 750 might be a good compromise to start with. I do understand the timeline that you laid out where you thought that 2028 might be the earliest, but I don't see why we have to resign ourselves to 18 months from now to get everything taken care of. I think maybe setting you know, an optimistic timeline for next summer might be doable. I would also highly encourage the council and staff to ride in an autonomous vehicle if you haven't, to better understand how they drive on the road while interacting with vehicles, cyclists, and pedestrians. My experience with them has been nothing but positive, and I look forward to having them in the district.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Next, let's turn to David Alpert. David, I think you're still on mute.
Thank you, Chairperson Allen and members of the committee. My name is David Alpert, and I support this bill and have a number of suggestions. Overall, the district now has an opportunity to work with companies to shape how this emerging technology operates in urban areas such as DC. We need to balance their benefits and potential harms and ensure the public policy has an active hand. In 2019, DDOT contracted with DC Sustainable Transportation, which I led at the time, to study the impact of AVs. The study concluded that AVs are poised to provide real benefits to district residents and businesses, including safety. However, especially if unmanaged by public policy, AVs have the potential to cause significant harms as well, such as by increasing vehicle miles traveled in the district by 60 to 150%. After all, the downside of a long car trip is far less when nobody has to drive. If widespread public ownership of AVs becomes common, people may live far from the city and endure extreme commutes since they can simply work from their mobile offices all day, or send vehicles circling around while at a lunch meeting. The bill today is not about private ownership, but taxi-type services also bring significant benefits and potential harms. So do AV food deliveries, something I recommend this bill address. I encourage the council to pass this bill with the following additions. First, require all AVs to be fully electric. The ones that are under testing right now from these companies are fully electric, but we should ensure that that is guaranteed as more companies become a part of the AV marketplace. Two, prohibit any company from programming cars to break traffic rules. You talked about this a bunch in the last panel and earlier in the day. Current AVs are quite law-abiding, but also slow. When there's a competitive market with many companies, one might see an advantage in programming vehicles to be more aggressive, to speed, to push through a yellow light or nose through a line of pedestrians. In fact, we heard this morning, as you talked about, that Tesla's vehicles may already do this. Three, ensure AVs serve riders with disabilities. That's been discussed a bunch earlier. Four, require the similar data disclosures as with ride-hail vehicles. Current law requires transportation network companies to disclose trip data to DFHV. AV companies should be required to make all of the same disclosures now and in the future. Five, clarify that vehicles may not stop in crosswalks or bicycle lanes. Also discussed a bunch earlier. But as the bill's language is read right now, which says not to stop in a travel lane, it could be misconstrued to be saying the opposite, that vehicles should stop in bicycle lanes if people don't understand that travel lane includes bicycle lanes. Six, allow DDOT to use some of its deployment fund to prepare the curbside for AVs, such as by building pickup drop-off zones. Looking ahead, the district must plan for a world of rising traffic congestion. The AV report considered 2 mitigations: a broad network of lanes for high occupancy vehicles such as buses and shared vans, and congestion charges. The council should continue to consider and fund future analysis into these and other solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. All right, next, let me turn to Michael Petricone. I may have mispronounced that, so please correct me. All right.
Chairman Allen and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Chairman Allen, I especially appreciate your thoughtful leadership on this issue and the time and care you've devoted to this hearing. Sitting through 10 hours of testimony shows an extraordinary commitment to getting this right. I am the Senior Vice President of Government Affairs of the Consumer Technology Association, or CTA. We represent more than 1,200 technology companies, from startups to some of the world's leading innovators, including companies developing autonomous vehicles. The Council's leadership today is important because autonomous vehicles are no longer a future technology. They are already making roads safer and providing benefits in communities across the country. And I would like to associate myself with the powerful testimony of Colin Mortimer and Colleen Hawkinson and Eric Heller and others who I heard this afternoon regarding the proven safety benefits of autonomous vehicles. And their testimony underscores why this issue matters. More than 40,000 Americans lose their lives every year on our roads, including 22 tragedies this year in DC alone. And the overwhelming majority of those tragedies are caused by human error. Autonomous vehicle technologies that eliminate human distraction, frustration, fatigue, and impaired driving are already saving lives and deserve thoughtful policies that encourage their safe and rapid deployment. While AVs are rightly viewed as a transportation innovation, they should also be recognized as a major public health breakthrough. As Colin said earlier today, they have the potential to be the most significant advance in traffic safety since the airbag. More, AVs are expanding independence for seniors and people with disabilities, increasing consumer choice, and supporting more efficient movement of goods. They have the potential to strengthen the district's economy, making it easier for residents and tourists and visitors to reach restaurants, hotels, entertainment venues, and local businesses. Over the years, DC has worked hard to position itself as a leader in technology and innovation, and being among the first East Coast jurisdictions to successfully deploy autonomous vehicles would reinforce that reputation and demonstrate the district welcomes emerging technologies while maintaining strong public safety standards. I have a strong personal interest in this as a decades-long resident of DC. My family and I drive, walk, bike, scooter, skate, and run on these streets every day. Like every DC resident, I want our neighborhoods to be as safe as possible, whether someone is behind the wheel, crossing the street, or riding a bike. That is why I hope the district embraces autonomous vehicle technologies that are already reducing crashes and improving quality of life in communities across the country. I've used and shared streets with Zoox in Las Vegas, Uber in Austin, and Waymo in San Francisco, and my experience has been extraordinarily safe and positive. And I also join those other witnesses who encourage everybody, all the stakeholders in this debate, please ride in an AV like when you can, just so you can see what the experience is like. I think it will be educational. And under the council's leadership, DC has an opportunity to be one of these leading communities. We appreciate the council's leadership in developing a regulatory framework. We support the objective of creating a pathwork for safe deployment in the district. As drafted, however, this bill, there are several provisions that would make deployment more difficult than in other leading jurisdictions. And we believe the bill can achieve its public safety goals while making the district a more attractive place for autonomous vehicle innovation. We encourage the committee to make targeted changes that lower unnecessary barriers to entry, recognize the extensive testing and commercial experience companies have already accumulated in other states, keep costs low, avoid duplicative reporting requirements, and provide clear liability standards. We urge you to ensure the framework supports the full range of autonomous vehicle applications, including passenger transportation, goods delivery, and autonomous trucking. The council should be business model agnostic and ensure that AV companies meet the bill standards, have the flexibility to choose the deployment model that best works for them. While different CTA members have different business models, some prefer direct, others prefer hybrid networks, the point is that autonomous vehicles represent a huge public health and transportation breakthrough that will benefit all DC residents. The district now has an opportunity to establish one of the nation's leading frameworks for AVs. Throughout its history, the council has positioned DC as a leader in embracing innovation, and this legislation provides another opportunity to demonstrate that leadership. Thank you again, Chairman Allen and members of the committee, for your leadership on this important issue. I appreciate the opportunity to testify and look forward to working with the committee to make AVs in DC a reality.
Great, thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Jeb Ori, who's joining us online.
Thank you very much, Chairman Allen, and members of the committee. Appreciate the opportunity to testify. My name is Jeb Ori, and I'm a resident of Ward 6, an entrepreneur, parent of 2 children, and been in the district for nearly 15 years. I want to commend you, Chairman, for bringing this bill up to the committee for this discussion, because I think it's critically important. And I think echoing some points we heard before, like from Michael, we're always outside walking, biking, running, driving, and to have the opportunity to do that in a safer way is something that I think everyone can embrace. And autonomous vehicles have clearly demonstrated that they are much safer than vehicles that you or I drive. Waymo's data, recently published data, shows that there are 94% fewer crashes causing serious or fatal injuries, 93% fewer pedestrian injury crashes, and 84% fewer cyclist injuries, which is hugely beneficial to our society. But perhaps most importantly, what bringing in autonomous vehicles into DC would do was change how people think about DC. Michael mentioned that we would be one of the leaders in the East Coast by embracing this. And I think that's something that we should very much lean into. There's an opportunity for DC to be a lighthouse for technology on the East Coast. And this is exactly how we do that. And I think this is especially critical because we need to offset so much of the federal job loss that's happened over the last years with DOGE and other things like that have greatly impacted our neighbors, our community, our friends. So I think there's an opportunity for us to transform how people think about DC. I first took a Waymo 2 years ago in Phoenix with my family. We stepped out of the airport, and it was like walking into the future. But that was 2 years ago. So there's a real opportunity for us to kind of level up and meet the opportunity today. There are a few things, I think other people have mentioned these, to make this bill even more effective. One would be reducing the taxes. The per mile tax on top of the existing fees would make rides roughly 30% more expensive before a trip even starts. That's one thing that could put more money into people's pockets. The second, this was mentioned before, lifting the vehicle cap. 200 seems to be an arbitrarily low number. If 1,000 is too high, maybe we could look at something like 500 or 750. And then the timing. Is there a way that we can do this sooner than January 2028? What do we need to spend all that time for? Can we move more quickly to be able to bring this technology, the signaling effect that we'll have into DC much sooner? Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much. Let's see. Next, we had Kathy Chase, who I think is also joining us online.
I am. It's not letting my video turn. There we go. Perfect. And just checking, the timer says 3 minutes, but as representing an organization, do I get 5?
You do. We'll adjust that here. Thanks.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chair Allen and council and members of the council. I'm Kathy Chase, president of Advocates for Highway and Auto Safety. Headquartered in DC, Advocates is an alliance of consumer, medical, public health, law enforcement, safety groups, and insurance companies and agents working to advance policy, laws, and regulations to prevent crashes, save lives, curb injuries, and reduce associated costs. Thank you for holding today's hearing and for the opportunity to testify on B260684, the Autonomous Vehicle Deployment Authorization Amendment Act of 2026. I would like to say at the outset that Advocates is not for or against the deployment of autonomous vehicles or AVs. Our focus is on ensuring that they are safe for all road users and deliver on promised societal benefits, including accessibility, equity, preserving consumer and worker rights, and ensuring sustainable transportation, among others. Currently, AV safety performance and reliability are largely unknown to the public. Our main data sources are the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, or NHTSA's Standing General Order 2021-1, or SGO, and the media. According to data collected by the SGO, there have been approximately 2,574 crashes involving automated driving systems, or ADS, and 3,896 with advanced driver assistance systems, or ADAS, through May 15, 2026. These include 59 crashes resulting in a fatality. Some of them are under investigation by NHTSA or the National Transportation Safety Board, or NTSB. From media sources, we know that in San Francisco, AVs have caused congestion, crashes, and consternation. They have driven into work zones, emergency responders, and active police scenes. Most recently, over the July 4th holiday, an AV drove into live fireworks with passengers on board. Another caught on fire after driving over fireworks, and a swarm of AVs caused massive congestion by blocking a key parking area. City officials, emergency responders, and local transportation leaders have raised serious safety concerns. And this was all done during a planned holiday event. As you're well aware, the district has numerous similar planned events, as well as many unique to the district, such as protests, motorcades, and national celebrations, resulting in road closures. Other cities have experienced AVs illegally passing stopped school buses and blocking an ambulance responding to a mass shooting. Just last week, NHTSA issued a call to action noting numerous documented incidences of AVs that blocked the paths of ambulances and firefighters or failed to recognize and respond to basic safety conditions like flashing lights, flares, smoke, fire, and traffic cones. The letter noted, quote, "An AV that cannot safely interact with first responders is a danger to the general public," unquote. We agree. The collection of data is essential to make informed policy decisions. We cannot rely on claims by the AV industry that their vehicles will be safer than humans. As the saying goes, trust but verify. Additionally, AV proponents often claim that AVs are safer because they don't get tired, distracted, or drive impaired. While that may be true, they may cause other types of crashes that no otherwise sober, alert, engaged human drivers would easily avoid. AVs, which are essentially billion-dollar pieces of equipment with years of research, should be compared to the best drivers, not the worst or average drivers. In addition to comprehensive data collection, necessary policy to safeguard AV operations, which must include setting minimum safety standards for ADS performance, has not been set. This inaction underscores the vital role of states, cities, and the district in taking action to protect road users. It also informs our policy position against preemption on localities' rights to do so, and especially in the absence of robust federal standards. With regards to B260684, we submitted a letter to the hearing record with recommendations to improve the level of safety, including DDOT should determine an appropriate threshold for assessing AV risks. Testing should be done in a representative and appropriate sample of locations, times, and conditions. Crash and incident reporting and transparency should be improved. Any permit for driverless operation should be predicated on safe operation during the testing phase that requires a human operator. Similarly, authorization for commercial operations should be predicated on safe operation during the driverless testing phase. And providing more information regarding remote personnel and what safety deficiencies they are addressing, along with restrictions on the number of vehicles an individual is managing and limits on hours of service. Absent these minimum protections, we risk both the safety of road users and their acceptance of what AVs may be able to accomplish. In closing, advancing safety and technological innovation can and must be compatible goals and not trade-offs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's see. Next, let me turn to August Rame.
It's August Ramey, council member. Chairman Allen, members of the committee. I'm August. I'm a pro-DC resident and transit rider. Although I'm testifying as an individual today, my work as a transit organizer with Metro DC DSA heavily influenced my testimony. DC voters made it clear last month in the primaries that they believe in the public sector's ability to build a better city with bold democratic socialist principles and dignified union jobs to implement those principles. This bill could not stray further from those beliefs. I think this bill hands billion-dollar rideshare companies, including Lyft and Uber, autonomous vehicle ammunition to assault the dignity of rideshare workers and further underpay them. This bill also opens the door for AVs to replace professional union transit operators and commercial truck drivers with driverless vehicles. A labor impact study to be published 180 days after passage of this bill, and 7.5 cents per AV miles traveled towards underspecified, unstudied worker displacement programs. That's completely insufficient in my view. What will thousands of workers who have so much to lose, who will lose their livelihoods, say about this bill? On equity for riders, this bill would let Waymo and its allies serve only the wealthiest residents of our city, while leaving behind residents that have long been ignored or punished by our transportation system. Councilmember Allen, I'm glad to see the equity, the geographical equity provision in your bill. I think is very important. But how exactly are these prohibitively expensive Waymos supposed to serve Ward 7 and 8 residents who have been underserved by transit significantly for decades and decades by first racist urban highways and who continue to disproportionately suffer from traffic violence, economic insecurity, and insufficient transit coverage? How will wheelchair and accessible Waymos serve wheelchair users who, even after years of advocacy in front of this very committee, continue to lack basic dignified service? I think working class people in this city deserve so much more than an unattainable price tag on their freedom of movement. Chairman Allen, you were here when Uber first came to our city, and you've seen this exact innovation playbook before. The truth is that under this bill, any benefits autonomous vehicles may bring to our city will be for the few and not the many. And the impacts of massive job loss and the further entrenchment of cars in our urban fabric will be disastrous. More cars on our street has never been the solution. The fact that these driverless cars will be inaccessible, unaffordable, and harm workers in our region makes this all the more true. I urge this committee to work on funding a study on congestion pricing, to work on making buses fast, frequent, and free, to work on building a world-class transit system for the working class, rather than passing legislation that will enable Waymo to pay Google shareholders with private profits made off our public streets. If this committee feels it truly must pass this legislation, I urge it to work closely with advocates like Kelly Mack and Cafuato, with unions like ATU Local 689 and SEIO 32BJ, with policymakers and legislators in the Department for Hire Vehicles and the Committee on Public Works and Operations. As one of my fellow Metro DC DSA organizers likes to say, we deserve way more than Waymo. I urge this committee to return an unfavorable finding on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I have Lucas Pombo.
Hello. Good morning or good afternoon, Chairman Allen and committee members. My name is Lucas Pombo, and I'm a research fellow at the Foundation for American Innovation, a think tank where I work on transportation policy, although I'm testifying here in my personal capacity. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on this bill, the AV Deployment Amendment Act of 2026. I'll be submitting more detailed written testimony, but today I want to focus on the timeline for the creation of testing and commercial AV permits. I support the passage of this bill, but with some changes. So in 2020, the Autonomous Vehicles Testing Program Amendment Act of that year directed DDOT to both submit a report on how to safely deploy autonomous vehicles within 2 years, which would have been by October of 2022, and to create a testing framework and permitting process for autonomous vehicle testing in the district. For reasons that are still unclear, DDOT submitted a report which included a summary of testing conditions in other places, but did not make the required recommendations. And it also submitted that report in April of this year, which would have been almost 4 years late. The AV testing process and permits just never really happened, which is why they're in this one. And I would like to further add that the proposed bill that this bill recognizes that administrative bodies may need motivation to respond in a timely fashion to their requirements. The proposed bill states in the amendment to the official code on line 399 that if the Office of Administrative Hearings fails to hold a hearing within 90 days of a DDOT determination, then the appeal is successful and the enforcement action is automatically reversed. And it also requires DDOT to extend testing permits if an applicant has applied for renewal and not received a response in a timely fashion on line 179. Those sections of the bill mirror permitting efficiency best practices at the federal and state levels. In California, for example, the Permit Streamlining Act requires any body issuing a development permit to deem a permit complete or name specific deficiencies within 30 days. And furthermore, a permit is presumed approved after 60 or 180 days, depending on size of the permit, if not explicitly approved or denied. The Federal Communications Commission also imposes shot clocks on local governments, with wireless providers able to take local governments to court if they fail to respond or deny new wireless structures in a reasonable amount of time, generally 60 to 150 days. On the permit creation process, DDOT has a record that has created a justification for this council to impose FCC or California-style shot clock measures. I ask this council to treat the creation of the permit process the same way it treats the handling of the permits themselves. If the district fails to make available a driverless AV testing permit within 60 days or a commercial permit within 180 days, then those activities should be presumed lawful, subject to all other statutory requirements of safety and insurance and testing already written into statute, until DDOT completes that process, at which point it reverts to their new regulations. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions or follow-ups. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then Isaac Wilkins. Good afternoon / evening.
Yeah, I was under impression I had a little bit more time, so I'm going to try to get through this quickly. Good afternoon, Chairperson Allen and members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to testify here this afternoon and the willingness for the committee to try to address this issue. My name is Isaac Wilkins. I am a gig worker or a gig economy driver and independent researcher on app-based work and labor policy. I've worked in the gig economy for over 6 years, completing over 6,000 rides throughout the district and across many regions in the country. Today, my testimony is not about whether autonomous vehicles should exist. Rather, it's about how government should govern technological transitions. Innovation has the potential to improve mobility and transform transportation. My question is whether the district has given the same level of consideration to the people who will experience this technological transition as it has to the technology itself. First, I remain concerned about safety. While the legislation contains significant safety provisions, autonomous vehicles have experienced well-publicized incidents involving emergency vehicles and roadway obstructions. How will autonomous vehicles respond when blocking an ambulance, fire truck, or police officers responding to an emergency? How will they safely navigate the unique traffic patterns, pedestrian activity, construction zones, and roadway conditions that make Washington, D.C. unlike any other city? These are questions that deserve continued attention as commercial deployment is considered. My second and the biggest concern is the workforce displacement and transition. According to the data from the Flex Association, approximately 35,000 app-based workers have earned income through app-based platforms in the district, generating an estimated of $1.1 billion in economic activity for the district. Despite this significant economic contribution to the Workforce Development Fund outlined in this legislation remains surprisingly underdeveloped. The bill outlines broad goals for workforce development such as vocational programming and training, but provides few implementation details regarding how workers will actually be supported. Even more concerning, the legislation directs DDOT to publish a report evaluating workforce impacts 180 days after commercial AV deployment begins. Workers shouldn't have to wait 6 months after deployment for the government to begin evaluating workforce impacts. The question is not simply how we respond to workforce displacement once it occurs. The question is, how do we ensure the workforce considerations are sufficiently integrated into the policy-making process before deployment ever begins? That question becomes even more important when examining the overall structure of the legislation. The legislation establishes approximately $30 million in application and permit fees with the district's current 5 participating AV operators, while also creating a recurring 15-cent VMT tax. My point is not the exact amount of the revenue the district may ultimately collect. Rather, it is the legislation carefully defines how revenue will be generated while providing comparatively few implementation details regarding how workforce development fund will support the workers affected by the transition. One question I continue to think about is how the committee evaluated the experiences of other jurisdictions while developing this legislation. For example, New York City oversees one of the nation's largest for-hire transportation systems, yet has taken a more cautious approach to commercial AV deployment. What lessons did the committee draw from jurisdictions like New York City in determining that the district is prepared to move forward? This leads to my 4 quick questions. Did DDOT conduct a work impact analysis? How many app-based workers are projected to be affected? What workers or their representatives consulted during the development of this legislation? How did the Drive for Hire vehicle help shape the workforce provisions of this bill? My recommendations are broken down to 3. First, establish a permanent autonomous vehicle workforce advisory task force composed of workforce drivers, AV operators, drive for hire vehicle, and stakeholders. Second, require DDOT to complete a comprehensive workforce impact assessment and transition plan before large-scale commercial deployment. And third, dedicate a defined percentage of Workforce Development Fund revenues to support current and future app-based workers through transition assistance and worker-specific benefits, including things such as paid sick leave, stronger minimum wage earning standards, and other workforce protections. In closing, I believe AVs have a place in the future of transportation. However, the success of this legislation should not be merely measured solely by whether AVs operate safely or efficiently. It should also be measured by whether the district governs this technological transition in a way that intentionally considers the people affected by it. The district has demonstrated that it knows how to prepare technology for deployment The question before us is whether our policy-making process gives equal consideration to the people whose lives and livelihoods will be shaped by that transition. Innovation and worker protection should advance together, not on separate timelines. Thank you so much, and I welcome questions.
Excellent. Thanks, everybody, for your testimony. I might kind of work backwards actually a little bit. Mr. Wilkins, I might start with you. Thank you for your testimony. The introduced version of the legislation, when it comes to what is, you rightly point out that the workforce fund is broad. It is intentionally so, actually. So when we introduced it, we wanted to say that there is a fund. The actual implementation details, part of the goal of holding a hearing is to get feedback. Like your recommendations I wrote down, those are the types of things that we look for. So I take your point, but I also want to say that the little bit of intentionality actually is to intentionally have that be broad so we can get feedback from a lot of folks. And then in addition, the legislation requires DDOT along with Department for Hire Vehicles and with DOES, our Employment Services Agency, to come up with a report and set of recommendations that would then also help inform that. So you are correct that it is a little bit open, but that was a little bit intentional so that we get feedback and suggestions like yours and others, and as we've had over the course of the day, to help fill that out so that when we move a committee print forward later, hopefully it will reflect a lot more details in that. So your recommendations are actually a very welcome at this stage in that. Well, I'll give you a chance if you wanted to respond to that at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I work in policy as well. I work in environmental policy, a little different. I understand the being broad because there's particulars to work out. However, I think that the district has not developed the infrastructure in regards to regulations yet to be able to make this introduction to have AVs on the commercial side of things. I think that when we're talking about displacing 35,000 drivers, and we have such vague language around what a workforce fund, if the estimates are right, you say $30 million that the program is set to have for the 5 different AV operators. We should have a little bit more specifics around, or I would hope to have more specifics around what the fund is going to be dealing with, because it's displacing a lot of drivers. I think that, and I guess a follow-up question would be, would this be in a form of a regulation? If there was no workforce impact analysis done before the set date for deployment, then what is the confidence that the residents should have around this being a smooth transition?
Yeah. So one of the recommendations we had from an earlier panel was the workplace impact report that we have in the bill should be pegged to a date prior to permits being issued. So we're kind of taking that back to take a look at what would be the order of things. But again, the intention was to have that report that is going to bring in different stakeholders to help have a voice in shaping what that would look like. So that could come in prescriptive legislative language. It could also come in regulations that come from different agencies. So it's kind of a mix, and that's why we hold the hearing, to get the feedback about what people recommend. So your testimony is well-timed and very valuable to hear. So I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. I just, if I can, I appreciate that you guys are taking the time to do that. Expressing a little concern because there has been, the Drive for Hire Vehicle Agency has made some advancements in regards to giving legislation to support the transition to have we now have carry for hire operators now under the jurisdiction of the Drive for Hire Vehicle Agency. However, I think that things are moving increasingly fast, and not considering the workers are really the core part of this. And I understand the impact report and all that, and that's great, but I think that this really deserves some detailed solutions. My question, I guess, and I won't belabor this, I can put it in my comment I send, but it's, what are some, they say vocational training, what does that look like? What are some vocational trainings that you have for some of the gig workers that are like 65 and older? Not saying that it's not possible, but I think that we have to recognize with technology, we're like kids sometimes, so eager for the new toy that we don't recognize that we have other problems that we need to first, deal with. And I'm not saying that I'm against AVs coming at all, but I think that there needs to be a slowed, phased approach in order to consider the workers.
Yeah. I definitely appreciate that. We've had a lot of witnesses today tell me how slow we are moving and how painful it is, and it's got to move faster. That probably means that maybe we're about right in terms of our timing. If I've got a bunch of folks tell me we're going too slow, folks saying we're going too fast, but all that's part of the feedback that we're getting. So I appreciate and would welcome your testimony in writing too, so we can add that into the official record. Mr. Pombo, appreciate your testimony. I will say, on one hand, I like the idea of having kind of that shot clock that's ticking down for an agency to take action. On the other hand, this is such a big deal. I would not be comfortable with an idea where if an agency doesn't get something done, they just automatically get a permit to operate. I think the stakes are too high to allow that. So I think part of my job is oversight to make sure agencies are doing what they're supposed to do. And I think the spirit of what you're recommending is keep compelling action. But I think the specifics of allowing a permit to move forward would make me very uncomfortable, at least, that this is such a big deal. I can't just affirmatively just let the permit go and start operation if we don't have these pieces in place. I'll give you a chance to respond.
All right. I mean, I definitely understand that. And in part, that kind of is the philosophy behind shot clocks, which is that, you're more likely to do your job in a timely fashion if the consequences for not doing that is something that you don't want. And I understand that as pertains to DDOT, you would not want the shot clock to actually expire and allow AVs kind of without the rules that you would want to be promulgated. But if you are truly that uncomfortable with it, that you would not want to have a shot clock, then I would like to see some kind of more guardrails or consequences for DDOT or whatever if they fail to do their job. Because my concern is that given the last time that this committee instructed DDOT to create a permit, they didn't create any permits. And so I guess that now there's a deadline to create a permit, but also I think that any reasonable reading of the previous attempt to require permits to be created would have been less than 6 years. And so I'm not really all that consoled by, we'll tell them a little harder to do their jobs this time, because at the end of the day, if there's a private company that's doing something, you can find them, you can pull their permits, whatever, but nobody can really pull DDOT's permits to be DDOT. And so I would like some kind of more consequences that would be uncomfortable for this committee or for DDOT or for whoever to try and make sure that we actually get the permits that we're asking for.
I hear you. And the nature of the competing legislative and executive co-equal branches of government are a constant struggle. I hear you. August, appreciate your testimony. Did you submit it yet for limbs?
No, not yet. I will after this.
Okay. Yeah, if you could, I appreciate it. To Kathy Chase, somebody has to make a determination if AVs can operate safely in the district. And so your recommendation is that DDOT be empowered to make that determination. Regardless of who's making the determination, they need to have some kind of standard against which we're measuring safety. We had this conversation earlier today. What is the measurable quantitative thing that we are saying this is safer than? Because my point was, I got a bunch of dangerous drivers out there on the road right now. And if my goal is to say, are you safer than that driver out there? It's a pretty low bar. And so if the promise is, these are going to be so safe. Do you have any thoughts on a requirement for AV safety to be quantified in a way that they must exceed safety by 10 times, by 100 times? What is an objective and quantifiable metric that you would be recommending?
It's a good question, and it's a difficult one to answer. Otherwise, it would have been answered already, right?
Correct.
So what our recommendation is for DDOT to take the data of crashes that are happening in the district and take away the impaired, the distracted, the speeding crashes. See how does that driver perform, and then it should exceed that, because at a minimum, autonomous vehicle companies are saying, as I mentioned earlier, their drivers don't drive while doing these things that humans do. Optimally, I mean, if their companies are claiming that they're performing 93% better, then that should be a minimum if they're already doing that now.
Yeah, and part of I think we also wrestle with is what do we specifically outline in legislation versus what do we say to an agency who's supposed to have the expertise? You guys set what that measurement is. But on the flip side, I don't think it's overly prescriptive at all for me to say you can't allow autonomous vehicles to exceed the speed limit. You cannot allow autonomous vehicles to, park in a bike lane or to run through a crosswalk or to run through a stop sign. Like we can be prescriptive in some of the ways, but I also will have to kind of work on this over the next couple of weeks and months around what is the discretion between allowing an agency to set regulations and what is it that we set to determine how we define that safety.
I agree with you, and I really appreciate how thoughtful you're being in your deliberations and that you are really listening to the input that you've sought today. And we are more than glad to continue to work with you and your staff in furtherance of our shared goal of making these as safe as possible.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Ori, thanks for your testimony. And I think some of the recommendations you had was consistent with some of what we heard from a few other people over the course of the day. Especially when it comes to what should an initial fleet size be. I think there's been a good conversation around, are we able to achieve our overall policy goals with a fleet cap of 200, or should that go up? I think there's a compelling argument that 200 might mean that you can't reach, especially some of the equitable response times geographically across the entire city with a fleet. So we're going to take a look at that one. I will say I'm not convinced that a vehicle miles tax is going to somehow be cost prohibitive for entrance in the marketplace. I think we've got some pretty big companies that are pretty major international corporations that really want to see them operate in the district. So I'm not as compelled on that, but I do think the fleet cap makes some sense and some of the other pieces. I don't know if you wanted to respond to that, but we're talking about Amazon, Tesla, and Google, and so these aren't tiny companies.
Yeah, no, fair, but we're talking about Jeb Ori and Charles Allen and everyone else is taking, riding. Some of those prices will inevitably be passed on. That's just what tends to happen with taxes. So I do think that finding the right mix, a price that would make it possible for people to be able to ride across the district is very important. I think your points about equity are great. And I think that as AVs can create opportunities for people to be able to hail these cars from across the district in places that have historically been challenging to get taxis, Ubers, Lyfts, and whatnot. But yeah, I think that ultimately finding the right mix is very important there. Thank you.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Let's see, David Alpert, thank you very much you had some very specific recommendations. Have you had is your testimony already submitted? Oh, I think we accidentally moved you onto a different side. We'll get you back while I do that. Mr. Petricone, thank you very much for your testimony as well. I will say, I think in your testimony, you mentioned freight. And I am not prepared in this legislation to move towards autonomous freight delivery. We're talking about, your UPS and FedEx trucks, your 18-wheelers. I don't think there's been any testing of that in the district at all. So I'm not comfortable with that element. I'm more focused on the passenger vehicles thus far. But I take your point that you're looking at the bigger picture. But I think that the introduced version of the bill didn't actually specify that. So I think it's reasonable. Some folks looked at that and said, okay, that means freight. No, I think it's one of the areas we got to clean up and clarify because I'm not prepared to move forward with freight.
That's a question for me. I missed it.
Oh, wait.
Well,
sorry, David.
But no, and I know it's it's a process, right? And it's a step-by-step process. But the goal, I think everybody's goal, is to eventually realize the full economic and public benefits of autonomous vehicle technology, and that includes all of the applications.
Possibly, I may not be there on all the applications. Okay, all right, and then Mr. Alpert, sorry, we accidentally moved you. You were in the attendee section for a second, so I got you back. You had laid out a series of very specific recommendations I appreciated. Have you submitted your testimony yet in writing?
Yes, a more lengthy version with graphs and more specifics on the submitted testimony page.
All right, thank you very much. We'll make sure we look through that. I love graphs, so I appreciate it. I think the accessibility, and you highlighted that, I think is really important. We had a good conversation with that earlier today with several panels. And I don't pretend to have the exact solution yet, but we're going to have to work on that because I think it's very important. And then, Mr. Ryan,
comment about your earlier question about the freight thing. I wasn't testifying about the freight, but I did mention that in the past, years ago, companies were talking about having also like the ability for an autonomous, pizza van or something to pull up and, maybe you punch in a code and open it up. And it seems like nobody's trying to launch that right now. But perhaps at least the legislation to speak to, presumably that's not yet legalized, but it may be something that at some point companies may want to do. At least 5-10 years ago, they were talking about it.
Yes, yeah. And then Mr. Renstein, thank you for your testimony as well. And I think you kind of had a couple of recommendations that echoed a few of the folks that we've heard from today as well. Did I capture that correctly?
Yeah, on the fleet size and the bike lanes, as well as the trying to bring the timeline forward if possible. I know you're kind of pessimistic on that, but I like to be optimistic.
I'm an optimistic guy too. My point was more realistic around the timeline, and that's really more from the legislative calendar. So what I mean by that is, even if this council in the fall votes to approve this, we go through 2 readings. You then have to have the mayor sign it for DC laws. Unfortunately, Congress likes to Congress, and they don't meet very often. And so it would actually, the congressional review period would take us easily into the spring, if not late spring, before it would ever become actual implemented law, which then means you're down to, 8-9 months maybe for DDOT and for others to do all the pieces. So the January 1st, 2028 is somewhat of just a realistic time frame, as well as to provide some certainty for people, because I think if anything, the last couple of years around this issue have been defined by uncertainty. And but we certainly will take a look at that. Your testimony kind of echoes what we've heard from a couple other folks taking a look at that timeline. So we will look at that.
And I'd also like to echo one of the previous panelists who said that DDOT was directed to do some of to give out some of these permits by the executive branch, and they didn't do that. And I don't know if there's a stronger way for you to compel them to. But I would really hate to see DDOT sit on this again.
Got it. Okay. Thank you very much. All right. Well, thank you everybody for your testimony today, and appreciate your time. Thank you. All right. Let me turn to our next panel. I've got Philip Wilcox, Amanda Wilson, Cesar Toledo, who I think is joining us online, Jennifer Cooper, it's online, John Morris, Sol Uraker, Naya Wilson, Brandon Wu, Michael Ludgardo, thanks online, Jason Odom, Deshay Paris, and Heather Foote, who I see right there. All right, Ms. Foote, if you want to come on up and grab a chair. All right, so Mr. Wilcox, and then Ms. Wilson, is that right? Okay, all right, so Mr. Wilcox, we'll start with you when you're ready.
Thank you very much, and Chairman Allen, as well as the rest of the members of the committee. I really appreciate you taking time to hear our testimonies. My name is Phil Wilcox, and I recently wrote and published a book called The Future is Autonomous, which broadly speaking covers the competition between companies in the US and China to develop and deploy autonomous vehicles. It also deals sort of like the politics beside, so both with the local level, like the DC bill for, we call it sort of the laboratories of democracy, Then you have at the federal level, the struggle of trade policy in that level, and then the international space with the China and competition in that regard. Self-promotion aside, so we've heard a lot over the past like 10 hours about the safety benefits of AVs. For example, AVs, over 40,000 people a year are killed on road accidents in the US. And whether you're for or against this bill, we can all agree that's completely unacceptable. And, you know, AVs are never drunk, distracted, or drowsy. So they have that benefit for them. But enough has been spoken about that. So I don't have much to add on that. I became interested in AVs after in 2012, after an accident left me with low vision. And I quickly became aware of the lack of accessible, affordable, and safe transportation options for people with low vision in the blind community, as well as people in the bar disabled community as well. We've learned a lot of positive benefits from people in the blind and low vision community, but I think AV companies have some work to do with people with vision impairments. But I think that they have, AVs have the potential to really offer people a lot more freedom and expand opportunities for all of their educational, career, or social goals in life. And AVs can also be used in conjunction with public transit options for people like me who do not live within walking distance of the metro station. One example I've seen is from like the Dunloring metro station, which has an AV shuttle to a local shopping center. So that's one option of something that could be used for AVs to connect people to the transit system. So the Americans with Disabilities Act provides the baseline for accessibility standards within the United States. However, this is just the base and not the ceiling. AVs have the potential to raise the ceiling of what people can accomplish within their lives with disabilities. So thank you very much, and I look forward to hearing some of your questions.
So thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Amanda Wilson.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen, and thanks to the committee for the opportunity to speak. I am a resident of Ward 4, and I came here today as a daily DC cyclist to ask the committee to authorize the deployment of autonomous vehicles on DC streets. Every day, I see drivers speeding, plowing through yellow and red lights with pedestrians in the crosswalk, and turning right on red, even if a no right turn on red sign is clearly posted. And even though this is supposed to be a citywide rule that was implemented years ago, they speed past me within a few inches when DC law requires 3 feet passing distance. The other day in Petworth, I saw a driver in an SUV speed aggressively past a cyclist at a close distance because she was upset that the cyclist was using the road. The angry driver was protected by 4,000 pounds of metal. We cyclists and pedestrians are not. We are subject to the emotions of drivers who drive angry, tired, desperate, stressed, and even vengeful. After more than 12 years cycling on DC streets, I am convinced that it is the norm rather than the exception for drivers to push their limits and break the road rules, especially if they know that they are not being watched and there's not enough enforcement, and with fatal consequences. Autonomous driving technology is different. After getting familiar with this technology through my work, although I'm here in my personal capacity, I learned that it can be designed to follow road rules like speed limits, see other road users through its 360-degree vision system, and keep a safe distance. It does not drive distracted or drunk. And best of all, this technology does not bring emotion to driving. I have also witnessed this firsthand riding bikes beside Waymo as it tests in DC. For me, this technology provides a methodical and consistent predictability that make cycling feel safer. We must make decisions based on data. And if data shows the promise of increasing road safety, authorizing this technology could be or is in the public interest. And as an active multimodal transit system user, I also wanted to add that in addition to being a cyclist, I also use Metro and other ride-hailing services. I would just love to have the choice of occasionally hailing an autonomous ride. I would continue using many other modes of transit in DC as I always have, including bike share and the Metro. And now more than ever, the dream of Vision Zero, no more traffic fatalities, is within reach. Let's see how safe our roads can be. Please authorize the deployment of this potentially life-saving road safety technology. And I also support what the other witnesses have said regarding cyclist safety. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Cesar Toledo, who's joining us online, I believe. There we are. Good afternoon.
Yes, hi. Good afternoon. Cesar Toledo here. Good afternoon, good evening. I should say Councilmember Charles Allen. My name is Cesar, and I'm a member of the commission. I'm a member on the Commission on Poverty, and also Ward 6 resident. I'm here to express my deep appreciation for your leadership in safely and equitably bringing autonomous vehicles to DC. I've submitted my full testimony for the record, and we'll be kind of summarizing it as you've had quite a marathon of testimonies today. So congrats to you and the team. So, as a child, my relationship with cars was mostly defined by instability and fear. That really changed when I got into an AV for the first time in 2024. When I was a child growing up, my father was obsessed with vehicles, which led to an unsustainable debt within our family. Worst of all, my childhood was marked by a terrifying reality of riding in vehicles driven by family members under the influence. No one, especially a child, should have to face the fear of consistently having to put their life in the hands of a driver who simply should not be behind the wheels. Unfortunately, that trauma shaped my life, and that's one of the reasons why I chose to move to DC, a multimodal city. In 2024, on the deployment for the Harris for President campaign to Phoenix, Arizona, I was introduced to Waymo and quickly became obsessed with that service. I really enjoyed the safety, the comfort, and the reliability. And in fact, I ranked in as one of the top 3% riders for Waymo nationwide that year as well. So for someone who grew up terrified by the unpredictability of human drivers, riding a vehicle programmed never to drive drunk, be distracted, or enraged at fellow drivers was really transformative. Several organizations represented impacted communities, including Mothers Against Drunk Driving, already recognized the immense potential of AVs to eliminate human error and curb the crisis of impaired driving on the roads. Really, now is the time to bring AVs safely and equitably to DC. And just for context, I don't view our transit gaps through an abstract lens. I've biked over more than 1,500 miles across the district. I've logged more than 600 ride shares and ridden the formerly X2 bus for many years. So, I've seen the best, I've seen the worst of our transit ecosystem. And lastly, as you all consider this bill, I really would love to encourage DC Council to fund a universal basic mobility initiative, similar to the one that LA did to support low-income constituents in being able to have universal access to all transportation options, everything from public transit from the city's public transit to being able to purchase bikes at a local shop, really kind of building a universal transportation system. So thank you, Charles Allen, again for your leadership. Really appreciate you for your time and for taking lead on this effort.
All right, thank you very much. Next, let's turn to Jennifer Cooper, who's also online, I believe.
Hi, thank you, Councilmember Allen, and everyone else for having a very long day. My name is Jennifer Cooper. I'm a former resident of Parkview, where I lived for more than a decade, and I'm a recent transplant to Baltimore, where I work as a nurse. I'm affiliated with both the DC and Baltimore chapters of Families for Safe Streets, though today my statements are my own. I'm a nurse, I'm a former community journalist, and I've walked 3,000 miles across the United States to write a book about poverty in the US, so I know a few things about transportation in this country. But I'm here today because in November 2020, I was hit by an SUV while I was jogging in my Parkview neighborhood. I was fortunate the SUV that hit me was traveling less than 20 miles an hour. I want to thank everyone for the time and energy they have devoted to determining whether AVs are safe for our streets. I encourage everyone to take a moment to appreciate being human, because our ability to think, to move, and to act on our own is slowly being taken away. I believe my statement is important, but I also hope you take a moment to take your eyes away from your screen and give them a rest, to shrug your shoulders a little bit and to give your neck a rest, or even get up and stretch and walk around. Our health, your health, is important and it should be valued. I understand the need to get ahead of technology and the value of regulation. However, this proposal falls short and conveniently ignores the elephant in the room, which is climate change. As many have stated today, AVs will increase energy consumption, use precious water supplies, and increase the number of vehicles on the road. Further, the testing timeline outlined in the bill is too short. There is no public comment nor environmental review, and there is no guarantee of service for those with disabilities. Those with disabilities often need door-to-door service, not curb-to-curb service. Improved service for people with disabilities won't happen because of AVs. It will happen with a commitment by this council to value their life and their contributions. A report by Families for Safe Streets found that public transit is 70 times safer than private vehicles. Despite the potential for increased mobility independence for some with disabilities, it is too soon to release the technology onto our busy streets. Anything that increases the number of vehicles on the road is associated with poorer health outcomes. We need more public transportation, not more private vehicles. If companies want to release AVs onto our streets, they should start with shuttles, buses, and vans. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, there were 39,254 people killed in crashes in 2024. So that's approximately 40,000 people killed from crashes. But that same year, there were 41,800, so about 2,000 more killed as a direct result of vehicle pollution. When we talk about safety, I urge the council to look at the big picture. It concerns me that this is viewed as a technology that exists, so we just must accept it. I don't support this bill without substantial modifications, including an environmental review. Once we release this technology without due diligence, we cannot be undone. So I urge you all to take the time necessary, and I do appreciate the time that you are taking. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cooper. Next, let me turn to Michael Ledgardo, who I think is also online. Yep, there we go.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairperson Charles Allen and members of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment. And thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding Bill 260684. Again, my name is Michael Ledgardo, and I serve as the Director of Philanthropy and Communications at New Futures DC. I'm a proud New Futures alumnus, and years ago, New Futures invested in my future through a scholarship and individualized advising. That support helped me earn my college degree and ultimately return to the organization where I now have the privilege of helping other young adults pursue their educational and career opportunities. For those who may be unfamiliar with New Futures, we are a Washington, D.C. based nonprofit that invests in young adults with financial need by providing scholarships, advising, career development, professional connections that help students earn degrees, complete workforce credentials, and launch meaningful careers. Today, New Futures supports approximately 200 individuals, and we have over 410 alumni. Every individual that we serve comes from a household earning less than 80% of the district's area median income, and many are first-generation college students balancing school, work, and family responsibilities while pursuing opportunities that can transform their futures. While New Futures is not a transportation organization, we see every day how transportation affects economic mobility. At New Futures, we often say scholarship open doors, but students also need to be able to walk through those doors. Transportation is one of those critical links between opportunity and success. Many of our district scholars live in wards that have historically experienced disinvestment and fewer pathways to opportunity. Others travel into the district for college, workforce training, internships, and advising appointments, networking events, and employment opportunities. For students without convenient access to transportation, the challenge is not only the financial cost, but it's also the time cost and the opportunity cost. Longer commutes can mean less time to study, work, care for family members, or participate in career building opportunities. Sometimes transportation challenges become the reason a student misses an advising appointment, declines an internship, or is unable to take advantage of a professional opportunity. As the Council considers Bill 260684, we encourage continued attention to how emerging transportation technologies, including autonomous vehicles, can complement existing transportation options and expand access to education, employment, and community resources. Transportation innovation alone would not solve every barrier young adults face. However, when implemented thoughtfully and equitably, it can become one tool within a broader effort to expand opportunity. As someone whose own life changed because others invested in my potential, I know that success is built through many moments: getting to class, meeting with an advisor, interviewing for a job, and beginning a career. When transportation barriers are reduced, more young adults can reach the opportunities that change lives. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Absolutely. Thank you. Then next, let's go to Heather Foote, who's here in person.
Thank you. My name is Heather Foote. I live in Ward 1 and am testifying in my personal capacity. Although this testimony is presented as a public witness, it's informed by work as a member of the Pedestrian Advisory Council and my transportation options workshops for older adults in Ward 7 and 8 and with Spanish speakers, as well as by my participation in a disability senior group, which has met weekly since the advent of COVID, and several of those group members have testified here today. Thank you very much for tackling this complex issue, Chairman Allen and your committee director. I'll flag 3 issues that require close attention as the Council considers this legislation rather than after its passage. The 3 issues are detection, monitoring, and wide public awareness among all DC residents. As for detection, others have spoken to the imperative of adequate commercial company testing and data collection that enables AVs to detect the widest range of movements and features. Detection must include detection of infrastructure design and traffic enforcement activity. It is vital that an emergent AV program not set back the very slowly won gains for pedestrian safety. In my testimony for the record, I raised 3 detection examples. One is uncontrolled crosswalks, the second is rectangular rapid flashing beacons, and the third is hawk signals. AVs must be able to recognize that a pedestrian stepping into a crosswalk where there is no traffic light has right of way over moving vehicles. The PAC has worked with MPD Sergeant Terry Thorne for this on years. The AV detection imperative is all the more critical for those using wheelchairs and other assistive devices. As for rectangular rapid flashing beacons, a pedestrian taps a curb button to trigger small flashing yellow lights. Vehicles must cede to pedestrians. For example, DDOT installed 2 such signals on Columbia Road in Adams Morgan, the second where 24-year-old Nina Larson was hit and dragged and killed under a car when she crossed the road. As someone who lives a few blocks away, I'm encouraged to watch how vehicles learn about and increasingly understand and respect this pedestrian device. And the third example is hawk signals. I think many in the room now are familiar with the hawk signals, and DDOT has on its YouTube channel a hawk signal operation video featuring a former and forthcoming PAC member, Amin Beal. The second issue I want to raise is monitoring. I look forward to Department of For-Hire Vehicles testimony. That agency has highly relevant depth of experience in handling on-demand vehicle compliance with DC law. Such monitoring and experience in that activity enables the agency to track and address illegal behavior and scofflaws. In addition, a key issue raised in other testimony and by Department of Hire Vehicles is that there should be whether there should be an entirely separate set of rules and regulations for AVs, or whether they should be regulated under across-the-board rules for for-hire vehicles, including AVs. Under its current director, the DFHV has sought out views and experiences of those in the disability communities and worked to incorporate and address the concerns raised into program planning. The final of my 3 issues is public awareness among particular audiences. I flagged the issue of DC's growing older adult or senior population and the vital need for proactive, audience-appropriate handouts now that lay out what the district government is thinking and planning around AVs, rather than after the fact downstream when legislation has passed. The majority of older adults I interact with do not track this committee's hearings, nor do many know what the letters AV might stand for. A quickie DDOT presentation to the Commission on Aging, set up at the Commission's request, does not suffice. Government accountability to its electorate includes timely information sharing. And then I go into the federal plain language initiative on how government communication must be tailored to particular audiences in ways that are accessible and understandable to them. Though potentially monumental, the advent of autonomous vehicles in the district is only the latest technology-driven transportation innovation to arrive on district roadways. An important exercise would be to analyze issues and problems that arose with the advent of TNCs, especially for older adults and persons with disabilities. Some of those lessons learned can be found in testimony by other witnesses in today's hearing. Finally, in thanking the committee again for its valuable work in researching, preparing, and organizing this hearing, I also want to flag the welcome testimony by fellow Pedestrian Advisory Council member Cheryl Adams, a Ward 6 resident who testified in the morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We also have Brandon Wu, who joined us, and so you will be our last witness. Welcome.
All right. Good evening, Councilmember Allen. Thank you so much for letting me come testify, and I apologize for my tardiness and also being underdressed today. I am speaking today as a Ward 1 resident, as a transit rider, as a capital bike share user, and as someone who really wants autonomous vehicles to be implemented in a manner that is safe for me as a bike rider and in a way that prioritizes everyday working people and equity in the district. So I'm here speaking on 3 specific areas and hoping that the bill is amended on those 3 areas to ensure that we have the strongest bill possible if this were to pass out of committee and go to the full council. On safety in particular, I would echo the points made by Families for Safe Streets, specifically their guard and gain framework, which I'm sure was mentioned today, holding autonomous vehicles to standards akin to the aviation industry, such as requiring that autonomous vehicles are 10 times safer than human-driven vehicles on average, and eventually scaling up to 100 times safer in all or almost all operational design domains. In addition, I think there should be a pooled fund for AV crashes without requirements for lengthy legal process to ensure that any victims of AV traffic violence can afford care. And I would cite FSS's white paper for more details on their policy solutions. Finally, on the safety piece, I think that remote operators should be passing DC driving tests, including the DC road skills test, since current law only specifies a very broad requirement for a remote operator training program, but doesn't specifically outline them having to pass that test. I think that needs to happen before any AVs are on the road without any drivers. On the labor piece, I think that this bill could investigate labor impacts before the passage rather than after, working with labor organizations, everyday rideshare workers, and regulators to propose concrete programs and spending to address worker displacement by using the AV miles traveled tax before the passage rather than after. And I think that we should be prohibiting government entities and entities funded by taxpayer dollars, especially public transit entities, from putting out requests for proposals from autonomous vehicles to protect dignified union jobs. And on the equity piece, I think that the provisions in this bill could definitely be strengthened to ensure that we're protecting working class communities, especially Black working class communities destroyed by urban freeway and other road construction projects, and disabled riders who have long been denied taxi and rideshare service through inaccessible vehicles. So I believe that permittees should be subsidizing AV service for those who can't afford it. We should be mandating that most or all robo-taxis are built to accommodate people in wheelchairs and folks who rely on this for their travel, ensuring that technology inside of AVs, not just in hailing applications, are accessible to disabled riders, including deaf and blind riders, and heavily fine permittees for failing to equitably serve DC residents, not just on geography, but also on the basis of race, disability, and any other protected class. I would also echo the DC Multimodal Accessibility Advisory Council's recommendations. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify. I look forward to your questions.
Excellent. All right. Thank you all very much. I also want to note several folks on this panel also shared stories about being hit, by being struck, by being injured. And I know that's it's not something that's always easy to talk about. And so I just appreciate that several of you brought that up, shared your own personal experience. And I think it's a reminder for all of us that on our roads in DC, any one of us is just one step, one moment away from an injury or worse. And so again, for those of you that shared that, just really appreciate that, because that's, again, not an easy thing to share. When you're the last panel of the day after 9 hours, we've asked many of the questions along the course of the day. So forgive me if we end up being a little bit brief, but I do want to touch on a couple of things. To Brandon Wu, you lay out several recommendations, and I hope that you're going to submit your testimony for the record so we have that. But one of the things you said was that the equity components of the legislation could be stronger. So I was going to ask if you can kind of elaborate a little bit more on that. So one of the things we are attempting to do in the legislation, for example, because right now, depending upon where you are, if you go hail an Uber or a Lyft, you're going to get very different wait times for that ride if you're, smack downtown in Ward 1, or if you're on the outer edges of Ward 8. You're probably have a very different experience, right? So within the legislation, we try to craft it in a way that the wait times have to be equitable across the city, so that we don't see an AV operator, for example, just concentrate all their vehicles in one spot. It's one way we're trying to get at it. What are some of the other ways you think that we can help strengthen the equity?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a fantastic question. I think number one is like holding hearings in Ward 7 and 8 east of the river, in communities in Ward 5, places that we haven't had, meeting constituents where they're at and hearing out, what are the concerns you have right now with rideshare? How have the wait times been impacting you? And like listening to what they want, right? I think that there are some riders who may just want their bus service to run every 15, 20 minutes rather than every 30 or 40 minutes. And I think that doing something like expanding the vehicle's mile travel tax, or raising that tax to provide a dedicated fund for WMATA to achieve the visionary bus network could be a very great way to ensure that we don't use AVs as the end all be all. I think the biggest point I want to sort of bring across is that this should be a both and. It should be that we are expanding transit access if we're going to legalize AVs, but I have some concerns that with other witnesses and with folks who have opinions on this legislation, they certainly don't want to pay that tax. And so I would say that really listening to constituents on the ground, hearing out what they have to say on how their transit journeys could be improved is really critical. I think it is a good start to work on lowering wait times, but I have concerns about where we're going to put this parking lot that all of the AVs are going to be at. It's probably going to be not in Ward 3, probably not in Ward 4 either, in the wealthier parts of the district. And I think neighbors next to that parking lot are probably going to be disproportionately impacted as well. So I think that conducting studies, talking to those constituents, holding hearings in their neighborhoods, and reaching out to them directly, I think it will be critical.
Yeah, okay. Appreciate that. And I appreciate you bringing up the vehicle miles traveled tax, which is intended to do two things. One is these are electric vehicle fleets, which means there is no gas tax paid, so we're losing that. But secondly, it's an attempt to help work on congestion. We had some people over the course of the day say, it's just going to pass on the costs to low-income riders. I don't start from the presumption that these companies are just going to pass that on. We had one person who said, well, you should just do a per-trip fee. That will get passed on to the rider, I guarantee you. But if you take a look in other cities, a AV ride, on average, is more than an Uber or a Lyft ride. So this is going to be a competitive marketplace. So they are going to be trying to compete for business. And they're going to be competing with other ride services that are, at least based on other cities' experiences, less expensive. So I don't think that it's in their interest, as they're trying to build market share, to put all these costs on. And so anyway, I have not been convinced that we need to move away from a vehicle miles traveled tax. And in fact, I think it's one of the ways we manage how we try to disincentivize congestion and riderless travel that just kind of keeps going. Mr. Toledo, you mentioned your testimony about a micromobility initiative. Can you just share a little bit more about what you meant by that? Trying to think through, make sure I understood what you were suggesting there.
Yes, so the city of LA has a universal basic mobility initiative supporting low-income residents with $150 a month of financial support through a mobile wallet to be able to access any and all transportation options that they would like to. So really providing that freedom and universal access, everything from Amtrak to be able to go purchase stuff from bike stores. There's been really good research by UCLA, UC Davis, and a number of institutions kind of like showcasing some of the positive impacts. And one of the interesting facts is that folks actually who were on that program, I think it was about maybe like 2,000 residents or so, 55% of them actually used Metro, bus, or rail. And so most of the benefits are actually being used for everyday, bus and transit. So thinking that that's a unique model and initiative that DC could look at to replicate using the funds that are being raised through the bill.
Got it. That helps me understand it, what you're suggesting. I appreciate it. I agree with you, actually. I tried a couple years ago something called Metro for DC, so that every DC resident would have $100 per month of a Metro benefit. I think perhaps after January 2nd, we get another shot, we can come back to that. But I think that in the same way that this committee, for example, worked with our adult learner transit subsidy program, we increased it from $70 per month to $100 per month. It's deeply meaningful to a lot of our adult learners to be able to have the transportation costs for their education. So I like what you're saying. Let's have more conversations about it to see how we can kind of think what that looks like. So thank you. Let's see. Ms. Wilson, I appreciated your testimony. As a cyclist myself, I know exactly what you're describing when you talk about driver behavior and the unchecked sense of what happens there. I think we've had a lot of conversation in the course of today. It's going to be important to me with any bill that moves forward. It's very clear that you can't convince me that these vehicles are safer than other drivers if we don't have built into the language protections for preventing AVs from driving into the bike lanes, parking in the bike lanes. Like that is just part of our ecosystem of our transit. And so that's something we will definitely be working on. And I take your testimony wasn't just about making sure we get those rules right, but the inherent risk that you've seen from just other humans that are driving aggressively and dangerously. Yeah, okay, I appreciate it. At this point, I don't think I have any further questions. I appreciate everyone's testimony. For those of you that have not yet submitted it for the record, please make sure we do that so we can get it fully as part of the legislative record for the hearing today. So thank you all very much. All right. It's been 9 straight hours that I've been sitting in this chair. So what we're going to do here is take a brief recess. We're going to move to our government witnesses next. But I'm going to take maybe, I don't know, just a 5-minute recess, just stretch my legs for a second, and then we'll reconvene. So the time is right now 6:40 p.m., which magically is exactly what time my committee director said we would be transitioning to the government witnesses. He called that 10 hours ago. So we're going to take a brief recess here at 6:40, reconvene in about 5 minutes or so, and then we'll pick back up with our government witnesses. All right, good evening. We took a short recess. It is now 6:47. So just a quick 7-minute recess. We're going to be reconvening now with our government witnesses. Thank you all for being here. I'm going to read out, and I guess maybe we'll go in the order in which we had people on the witness list if that works, but tell me if you had a plan otherwise. We have Stephanie Dock, who's the Innovation Branch Manager with the District Department of Transportation. John Thomas, who's the Chief of Performance and Innovation with the District Department of Transportation. Jonathan Rogers, the Director of the Department of For-Hire Vehicles. And Peter Steffen, who's the Interim Director for the Office of Disability Rights. Good to see you all, and thank you very much. So Stephanie Dock, are you kicking us off?
I am.
All right. Good evening, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairperson Allen, members of the committee, staff, and district residents. My name is Stephanie Dock, Manager of the Innovation Branch at the District Department of Transportation, commonly referred to as DDOT. I am a white woman with brown hair tied back, wearing a beige suit. On behalf of Mayor Muriel Bowser, I am presenting testimony on Bill 26684, the Autonomous Vehicles Deployment Authorization Amendment Act of 2026. DDOT recognizes the highly complex nature of regulating autonomous vehicles, or AVs. AVs have the potential to eventually reshape urban mobility by improving road safety, optimizing traffic flow and reducing congestion, extending transportation access to underserved neighborhoods, and expanding mobility options for residents with disabilities. But realizing these potential benefits requires making careful policy choices. We also acknowledge this new technology may bring workforce changes, as we saw with new ride-hail models that upended the traditional taxi industry. As AVs enter local marketplaces, there will be trade-offs. New jobs will be created, but existing jobs may be drastically changed. While this evolution will not come at once, it is important that we consider these impacts now before AVs are deployed at scale. There are many lessons to be learned from other jurisdictions as we consider the next steps with AVs. In April, we released an AV research report that reviewed the literature and how other states and cities have regulated this new industry. That research, available on our website, informed our next report with our recommendations on commercial AV deployment. This report will be available later this summer and will focus on district government agency roles and responsibilities, how to enact a staged and gated approach to deployment, how to build from existing frameworks, and recommendations for using legislation versus regulations to govern AV deployment. Turning to the bill at hand today, the legislation would allow AVs to deploy primarily for ride sharing in the district through multiple DDOT certifications, an AV testing permit, an AV commercial deployment permit, an AV ride-hail certification separate from the existing Department of For-Hire Vehicles certification process, and registration for personally owned AVs. The bill also creates an AV deployment fund with fees on AV companies, including a $5 million permit fee and a tax on vehicle miles traveled. A key lesson learned from other jurisdictions is the value of a staged and gated approach to AV deployment. The bill has only one stage, requiring companies to test for 180 days and over 250,000 miles before they apply for an AV deployment permit. We recommend this be changed from a statutory mandate to a regulatory authorization, so DDOT can take into consideration things like whether the testing miles are driverless, the locations and circumstances of the testing miles, and what would disqualify a company from moving to the next phase. Allowing companies to move through the steps without significant consideration to what each step entails could result in companies and the impacted district agencies being unprepared for full-scale district-wide commercial service. Similarly, general accountability provisions should be included in the legislation, with the details fleshed out in regulations. Fines are currently capped at $1,000 per offense, which is far less than our normal public space fines that are progressive depending on the severity of the offense and whether it is recurrent. DDOT also recommends that the legislation authorize restricting or geofencing AVs for emergency situations, which is currently only specified during the testing phase. The bill's suspension and revocation provisions raise concerns on whether the district would be able to effectively pull the permits of unsafe or uncooperative operators. We are also concerned that the bill allows personally owned AVs to be registered in the district. DDOT believes AVs should be fleet operated rather than personally owned at this stage of the technology's relative nascency. Non-fleet vehicles would be very difficult to regulate and ensure they're being operated safely on our roadways. And the technology's self-driving capabilities can be easily oversold to drivers, presenting a safety hazard both to the vehicle occupants and other users of the roadway. Finally, DDOT sees an opportunity with AV deployment to improve data collection and standardization requirements for all kinds of for-hire services, which DFHV Director Rogers spoke about at the June 26 DFHV Roundtable and will speak about today. We similarly hope that DFHV, rather than DDOT, can set their own standards for AV ride-hail and carrier for hire services, as this is within their regulatory scope. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I am available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Thomas, were you testifying separately or just available for questions? Okay, got it. All right, then Director Rogers will turn to you.
Thanks. Good evening, Councilmember Allen, members of the committee and staff. I'm Jonathan Rogers, Director of the Department of For-Hire Vehicles, DFHV. I'm a white male, brown hair, wearing a gray suit. Thank you for the opportunity to share DFHV's perspective on Bill 26-684, the Autonomous Vehicle Deployment Authorization Amendment Act of 2026. The framework the district establishes to govern for-hire autonomous vehicles will have far-reaching impact on how we move and live in our city. I'm glad we are together today hearing from a range of stakeholders. DFHV strives for safety, accessibility, and affordability in the services we regulate. Today, that includes for-hire services for passengers and the delivery of goods. Both of these activities are already happening in some capacity in the district using autonomous technology. Whether these services are operated by a human or automated, the actions of our agency will reflect our commitment to safety, accessibility, and affordability. This is why the burden to prove safe, accessible, and affordable operations must be on AV operators. A graduated approach makes sense for growth and deployment and passenger service in terms of fleet size, operating on local streets versus highways, or geographic requirements for service. All phases of deployment must prioritize equity and accessibility. Without specific requirements, operators are likely to begin their service in neighborhoods and with vehicles that are convenient for them instead of filling gaps in mobility or adding wheelchair accessible service to our transportation system. While we expect many operators to utilize hybrid fleets that are both automated and human-driven in the near term, it is important to recognize and prepare for the adverse impacts AVs will have on transportation providers, such as the district's taxis, which have demonstrated the most reliable commitment to accessible service. We must be honest with the public on the impacts AVs will have on our local for-hire industry's wages and viability. Undoubtedly, new jobs will be created, but AVs are not a win-win for everyone involved. Some people will lose out in reduced or lost wages or a drastically changed livelihood. Our responsibility to those whose livelihoods we regulate is to be honest and upfront with them about the potential impacts this new industry will have on them. That does not mean we don't move forward with AVs, but it means we have honest conversations about the likely and foreseeable trade-offs. Lastly, the District Department of Transportation, DDOT, remains the expert on transportation planning and operations, yet today many consequential activities affecting our transportation network originate in the for-hire space, and DFHV directly permits, regulates, and enforces them on the street. Core transportation issues such as traffic congestion, mode shift, competition with public transit, vehicle miles traveled, and environmental impact are all already at play among the millions of annual trips rideshare companies perform and DFHV regulates. Commercial autonomous services have huge potential to affect these elements, just as the original rideshare companies did when they arrived more than a decade ago. DFHV believes strongly in the value of the conversations that took place last month among the for-hire industry and the Committee on Public Works and Operations. Many areas of potential reform were identified, and a holistic view of for-hire services will yield the most effective regulatory framework. Creating a new silo with another unique set of rules would hinder regulation and enforcement, burden operators, and slow any mobility benefits to the public. Rather than further fragment the rules and regulations governing for-hire service, there's opportunity to align requirements, consolidate roles, and expand responsibilities where necessary to accommodate autonomous operations and improve outcomes across the industry. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to address any questions you have at this time.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Director. And Mr. Stefan.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Chairperson Allen, members of the committee, and staff. I'm Peter Stefan, Interim Director of the Office of Disability Rights. Thank you for the opportunity to share ODR's perspective on Bill 26684, the Autonomous Vehicle Deployment Authorization Amendment Act of 2026. And I should add, I'm a middle-aged white person with long curly brown hair, dark suit, and yellow tie. ODR supports the district's goal to safely introduce autonomous vehicles, or AVs, and recognize this is an opportunity to transform ride-hailing and mobility. However, the bill as introduced does not ensure accessibility of vehicles, rider and bystander safety alerts, or boarding. It only addresses app accessibility. These shortcomings must be addressed to ensure compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act, the ADA, the DC Human Rights Act, and related disability rights laws. So ODR recommends embedding clear, enforceable accessibility and communication requirements into the permit framework at the outset, and placing the Department of For-Hire Vehicles, DFHV, in charge of creating a holistic set of regulations pursuant to the bill to align requirements across all for-hire services. At present, rideshare companies in the district do not provide wheelchair accessible vehicles. Instead, they outsource accessible ride requests to a small fleet of wheelchair accessible taxis they neither operate nor staff. So this regularly leaves wheelchair riders with excessive wait times, trip denials, and a lack of reliable service, particularly after hours. AVs should not reproduce these inequities. So we have several recommendations to improve the bill. First, require commercially deployed AVs to provide the same service standards for wheelchair riders and be equipped for independent use by riders with mobility, sensory, and cognitive disabilities. These wheelchair accessible vehicles may not be driverless at first, given the current fleet, but companies cannot just continue to rely on limited taxicab-based fleets. Concrete vehicle accessibility requirements and timelines for AV companies to expand their fleet provide the opportunity to add more wheelchair accessible vehicles to the for-hire industry. Regardless of the vehicle, AV companies should report regularly on rides requested, rides fulfilled, and wait times for passengers with disabilities, along with the date and time to ensure equitable service. Second, require pedestrian and passenger safety alerts. Vehicles must detect and communicate externally with pedestrians who are blind and low vision, deaf and hard of hearing, wheelchair riders, people using service animals or canes or mobility devices, and they must provide internal multimodal inputs and alerts that indicate like arrival, movement, and impending departure. The District Department of Transportation, DDOT's recent AV policy research underscores the importance of accessible operations and safety oversight. Third, require reporting from AV companies on their testing with people with disabilities, plans, results, and usability findings as part of the permit approval and renewal processes to ensure safety. Prior to deployment, AV companies must work with the district government. That means not only DDOT and DFHV, but the Multimodal Accessibility Advisory Committee, other committees like the PAC, and the Commission, Mayor's Commission on Disabilities, to identify where pickup and drop-off zones should be established. These accessible, predictable locations help many different users with disabilities, so that, for example, people who are blind know where they'll be picked up and dropped off. These locations can also prevent lane blocking. We recognize questions may arise about cost. In enacting the ADA, Congress explicitly placed this on the businesses as a part of doing business. Accessibility is not cost prohibitive when designed from the outset and phased in. AVs can and should expand independence for residents and visitors who cannot or choose not to drive. They can enhance safety for our most vulnerable road users and increase opportunities by providing reliable, equitable access across all 8 wards. Those outcomes will not materialize, though, if accessibility is left to chance. It never has in the past. ODR respectfully urges the committee to amend the bill so that accessibility is guaranteed in AVs at the curb and throughout operations from day one. We stand ready to assist the council to ensure the district leads the nation in transportation accessibility. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to address any questions you may have.
Right. Thank you all very much. I guess let me start we'll take one big step back. Throughout the day, we've kind of heard different witnesses, and I know you and your teams have been paying attention to the testimony. Folks kind of would say, you know, DC didn't get it right when Uber and Lyft came in, disrupted the marketplace, and we're really got to learn our lessons from it. So what do you believe, like what would the executive want to do differently if we view this as an opportunity to be deliberate, to be intentional, to take a lot of actions before something actually goes into effect? What are some of the main criteria? And maybe this is for Ms. Dock and for Director Rogers, but anybody, please feel free to jump in. But what are some of the main things you would want to say, looking back on that, here's how we would do this part of the conversation differently?
I can start. I think it's not just the arrival of the TNCs that we are looking back on. We're also looking at our learnings from the arrival of car share, whether it is the point-based or the fixed-based, point-to-point car share. How did we align the curb to the use of that? How did we set up the structures? We've also had the arrival of scooter and dockless bikes. And we are also currently dealing with personal delivery devices, right? So we have a whole range of technologies and emerging options that have come into our space, and each of them has brought us different lessons. Thinking through, in this case, as you've touched on, we have somewhat the unique opportunity that we see this one coming and we can prepare for it. But we also recognize that the dangers of this one are much higher, right? Something goes wrong when there's no human in the car to help take over, and there are problems with trying to kind of rearrange things. And we recognize that once something moves to deployment, it is much harder to pull it back. That is something we have certainly learned from all of the modes that we have dealt with. Once they're here, we kind of have to deal with them as they are. So the more we can get right at the outset, the better. I'd also say, though, that every one of those has gone through an iteration of regulation and oversight in that process. And so recognizing that this field in particular is changing quite rapidly and that we need to maintain as much flexibility as possible, I think is one of the key items that we are interested in kind of taking from those past learnings and figuring out how we set ourselves up to be able to iterate effectively so that we can keep the pace without necessarily having to come back. The second one would be not missing out on asking for the data now. With Uber and Lyft, we did not. With the transportation network companies, we didn't get the data, right? That got negotiated, and we have some data coming in, but as we'll talk about, that it doesn't quite fit the, it doesn't fit the need in full. There's a lack of specificity in curbside that relate to curbside management. We don't know much about the workforce that's involved, and all of these are things that could be fixed, but once the regime was set up, it was very hard to change it. So essentially, start by asking for a lot, and then pare down from there, but also maintain that flexibility as much as possible within the agencies where we then can pivot and adjust what we're asking for within the broad authorization that we receive from council. So.
Yeah, I would just add on to that. I think we do have the opportunity now to set a high bar for what we require. And so I think that was a common theme we heard from sort of all sides of the conversation today, that we really want to ensure, and we have the opportunity, that there can be a true benefit to what AV passenger service would look like. And so why not require those things that we really want to see? It's easy for me to think about, the comparison to what we do require with our public vehicles for hire when it comes to passenger transportation, the taxi side, a lot of conversations we had in the Public Works Committee. And it's just such a stark contrast to what is required today on the private rideshare side. And I think that's something we should not repeat. We can really sort of, again, set a high bar and just make sure that we are getting the benefit. We heard a lot about the potential safety benefits and equity benefits and mobility benefits, but those all did not come to fruition with what we've seen the past decade with the rideshare companies. And so I think that's my biggest target is to require what we collectively are optimistic about for AV passenger service.
Yeah. The data elements, I think, certainly echo. We heard several witnesses talk about that today. And I think you're absolutely right. Like in that regard, helping be clear about what data do our agencies need. And then we even heard from WMATA talk about the relationship that they've got their MOU with DDOT, but that it actually helps WMATA with their service planning when that data is coming in. So I think that's a really important one. Mr. Thomas or Mr. Steffen, did you have anything else you wanted to add on this?
No, I was just going to add the whole gated approach, right? And keeping with just working your way through that testing phase and into deployment, and potentially going back to testing when you have a change, when going back to deployment, and having that flexibility to work between those two, right? Where we're not just in deployment and stuck, that we have the ability to slide back, test, fix, and then go back.
And I would just add, like I said earlier, that it should be a requirement that these companies establish a wheelchair accessible fleet at the outset. We saw what happened when that wasn't required initially of TNCs, and yeah.
Yeah, no, you hit that really well. Thank you. All right, let me ask a couple of quick questions. This is gonna be a little bit of just current landscape. So how many AV operators, companies are currently operating / testing in the district?
So we have 2 current testing entities, Waymo and Zoox. You heard Waymo testify today. They have 25 vehicles in the district. Zoox has a much smaller fleet.
Is that like 5? Like how many do they?
Less than 10.
Less than 10. Okay. All right.
They do generally consider that confidential business information. So I would suggest that you ask them so that I don't get in trouble for telling you on the public record.
I think less than 10 feels vague enough, but it gives us a sense of scale. Okay.
We have also had 3 entities pass through and give notification, but they are not actively testing right now.
Got it. Okay. You mentioned that the second report, don't know if I'm using the right terminology here, is going to be published at the end of the summer. When at the end of the summer could be like a 3-month window. And the reason why I'm not trying to bang the drum from why isn't it here yet, but I do believe the quality of work and the expertise that's going to come from that report is incredibly important for us in our policy making and decision making. I was very hopeful that we'd see it today because I think that the work product is going to help the committee and the council do a better job of crafting what is a final bill. So if you say to me, the end of summer is, Labor Day in September, you are going to make it really hard on the council because our schedule. We're in the second year of a 2-year council period. If legislation is not moving through really by mid-October, it doesn't stand a chance from just a calendar perspective to get through the process. So what does the end of summer mean?
Yeah, I think we had to make, we had some slowdowns, but we had also went back and did some revisions and corrected some things and tightened it up. End of summer, I think, is end of summer, not
like July 15th.
As soon as possible. How's that? Summer. We still have some cleanup to do, but we are really, really close. Like we are ready to soon submit it for final kind of approval and review.
End of August. I mean, I just want to be very upfront, not just with you guys, but with the public. Like if it comes in September to us, it's getting to the point where we're unable to do much with it. And again, I believe there is expertise that's going to be in this report. Give us a draft. I don't have to publish it, but like we will create a better product by having the benefit of that work product.
We understand. Can we get back to you? Like,
we are passing the message on to the people that understand the rest of the flow.
Yeah. All right. Friday. Got it. Yeah. Okay. Does this report take a look at, for example, our EV charging infrastructure? I'm curious how much you've been able to take a look at what is the impact on our EV charging infrastructure. We've gotten, every now and then we get a complaint that sometimes the operators are using publicly accessible EV chargers to the detriment of residents who are trying to use that. Is that a component of what the report's looking at? And then if not, what are the other elements you're seeing as part of the EV charging infrastructure impacts?
So we are not specifically digging in on the question of where are the EV chargers. We have certainly been involved in conversations with DOEE, who I believe is going to be submitting some written testimony as well. We are following this. It's an evolving space that also has to do with the regional aspects here. because it is very possible that, given our lack of industrial past, that the availability of the land needed for the scale of charging that would come with deployment may not be entirely encompassed within the district. So our understanding is that some of the companies are looking regionally for where they would put their depots, and that it may be smaller facilities here in the district. I think that all depends as well on what happens in Maryland and Virginia with their legislation. So there's a range of impacts that are possible. So we haven't specifically dug in on the question of where should you put that, though we do think that the control of how that happens aligns well with this idea of using agencies for where they already are in the processes we have. So between the development review process and zoning, I think there's opportunities to weigh in there and think about what those facilities might look like within the district. But without knowing the exact nature of the types of fleets and the scale, the size of those fleets, it's difficult to answer the question of what would we want. The report is very much focused on the policy levers that you might employ to achieve the outcomes that you want. So less into the deep, deep weeds of, well, how should we get that specific outcome, but rather, what would you want to require and what should be done in legislation versus what should be enabled in legislation so that regulation can maintain the flexibility. And in some cases, that will actually go all the way down to the terms and conditions that apply to a permit rather than being codified fully in the regulation, right? The nuances of data reporting might not fully go into the regulation. It might come through in the specific definitions that we require in the terms and conditions because we have more flexibility to respond to changes there. With the broad framework set. And so we're trying to think about how we fit this into what we already have so that we're not creating something anew, but actually leveraging the structures that are already in place to support this.
Okay. And you probably heard over the course of the day, any number of things where we want to be prescriptive and we want to legislate, but I also believe some of what we want to be able to do is enable the agencies to be able to make regulations because sometimes it's to my benefit to be prescriptive. Sometimes I actually am tying your hands by being prescriptive in a way that you can't then have that flexibility. So I want to work with you to make sure we land that in the right way. Okay. We've also talked over the course of the day a little bit about what's DDOT, what's for-hire vehicles, how do we navigate this, right? So DDOT, primary traffic safety, roadway design, curbside management agency. When it comes to managing congestion or parking spaces, those are efforts I want DDOT to lead on. Similarly, I think DDOT's probably best positioned to holistically assess how safely autonomous vehicles operate in the district. But I also kind of hear your testimony as requesting the business of regulating for-hire vehicle service. So that means our customer experience, accessibility would be where for-hire vehicles would take the primary role. What agency responsibilities currently delegated to DDOT in this legislation, or have you in your testimony outlined specific pieces that say this should be a Department of For-Hire Vehicles and this should stay in DDOT? Walk me through where you see a distinction or where things need to be shifted if you believe.
So I think the general idea with that, looking at all use cases for autonomy, it is helpful to have one central point of view, to your point about assessing safety, determining the operational impacts on our roadways, and we believe that should stay within DDOT. But when it comes to actually offering the direct service, that would be DFHV's responsibility when it comes to passenger for hire and carrier for hire services. There are other cases where something might be outside of DFHV's oversight. Larger than 10 passengers is technically under WMATS's oversight. So partnering there or thinking about if some sort of microtransit service were to come in that maybe had a 15-passenger vehicle, where does that fit in? But that DDOT is not in the business of overseeing that type of service. DFHV has the right enforcement officers and training to be able to respond to those challenges, the right regulations for that. So really the autonomy generally through DDOT and the specific use cases with their appropriate partners, if that makes sense.
Okay. Director Rogers.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I don't see our role changing very much from what it is today in terms of what we do on a regular basis to, receive applications for operating authority and review those applications, monitor the company's performance on a daily basis, do on-the-street enforcement, handle complaints from the public, all those sorts of functions. Of course, there are going to be things unique to the AAV version of this, but that same role for our agency in just regulating and enforcing the passenger service, and if the delivery service, becomes autonomous as well.
Okay. All right. We moved into kind of the conversation around phased deployment or tiered deployment, whatever term of art we want to use here. So your testimony recommends a more phased approach. Now, I think you said the legislation looks at one phase. I feel like we're skipping, though, the fact that we have a testing phase. So in my mind, it actually has multiple phases to get there. I asked earlier today, for example, when we're testing, is it just sheer number of miles? Should it be testing certain number of miles in each ward? Should there be requirements set forth of it should be a certain number of miles driven in daylight, in sunlight, in rain, in snow? Or do we just trust that they say, yeah, we tried every condition? How prescriptive do you think, just quickly on the testing phase, are you currently, or do you believe we should be in saying, just because you drove every block in Ward 8 doesn't mean you actually tested effectively in Ward 8? I mean, Waymo has 25 vehicles. I guess I've seen all 25 on my own block. I don't know if they're coming up and down my block because they know it's my block, but I think I've seen at least 25 Waymos just in the last month or two. So how prescriptive do you believe you should be in terms of what it looks like to adequately test that all miles aren't the same?
Certainly agree that not all miles are the same, and that there is a certain amount of just, do you have enough time? Have you encountered enough things? I think I don't know that we have a prescriptive list in the testing phase that would move, for example, someone from driver-in testing to driverless testing. But we are looking to make sure that the indications are there that there's enough experience that they can do that. In testing, there's also, I think, a little bit easier of an opportunity that if we do move someone too quickly, we can also pull them back. That makes the step to deployment a little bit trickier, because once you get there, it's a little trickier to pull them back. But I think big things that we're looking for, yes, are just exposure to enough types of streets. And importantly, it is possible that we will see people coming in and their original operational design domain will not include all roads in the district. Most of the passenger services right now are not testing on freeways, or they might be testing, but they're not preparing to deploy on freeways per se. We've also can easily imagine a scenario where someone comes in and says they need to have a center line on the road. This came up with the bus that came through and tested that USDOT helped bring in. It needed lines. They did not want to drive down a road. That was one of the we wouldn't have sent it down one of the local roads anyway, but with weighing in on their route, was looking specifically for that. And so there may be cases where someone comes in and doesn't have, they aren't able to do all of that. So we want to see that they've explored their planned zone or types of roadways enough, and that they've encountered a range of scenarios and things that we know are going to be problematic in the district. If you're planning to think about operating downtown, have you encountered a protest? Because they're going to happen. You're going to have to be able to respond to that. Have you encountered a motorcade, and what types of motorcades? So I think we are working towards this idea of enough of a laundry list of the kind of key edge cases that aren't so edge here in the district, but might be edge someplace else. And really working with the companies to identify that. But in the move from driver in to driver out testing, I don't know that we have a specific threshold. It's partly company readiness and showing that they've got the operational infrastructure to support the move towards that, and some real expectations of what will happen once you're there, right? What would constitute not doing a good job beyond the obvious safety concerns, but vehicles getting stranded. Do you have the infrastructure to go, like the people and the equipment to go get your vehicle unstuck in a timely manner, or is it getting stuck in the roadway and blocking traffic for 2 hours while you try and get a tow truck there, for example? So trying to think about the balance there, but at this stage, we don't have a fixed set of numbers to work with, in part because this keeps changing around us with their exposure in other cities and other places to what's happening. Some of that burden may become lower here in the district, though we do definitely think that there will always need to be the step through testing stages here in the district because we are unique.
Yeah. So by my count, it's at least a 3-step phasing, right? So we have the driver in testing, then we have the driver out testing, then we have the fleet cap testing before we ever get to full deployment. Is there additional steps that you're recommending, or you're just kind of looking at the tweaks within those phases? That's what I'm trying to understand.
I think I would add one more in the driver out testing. It could be done with driver in. The regulations that we proposed back in November 2024 did recommend or did allow for testing with passengers or goods movement after a period of time, so that the first time that they try and do the curbside pickup or drop off is not in deployment. We would like to have seen evidence of how they're going to handle that in advance, and that whatever use case they're working towards, that we can see that even before they get to full commercial activity in that sense, have they, for a small group of folks or a small group of services, not for fares, just for testing, been able to demonstrate how they would do that, so that we have some confidence when they say, yep, we aren't parking in bike lanes, or we have figured out how to do the pickup and drop off for passengers with disabilities. We can get to the curb so that they can unload at the curb ramp. Those are things that then they have actually shown us. The other piece is that in deployment, I think what you're getting at with the fleet cap of 200 aligns with what we're thinking, which is that you don't just completely launch your service in full with every single vehicle that you think you might need, which is where we heard people asking for 1,000 vehicles like San Francisco has. We can think about how we get there, and I think the bill envisions that. But if that is the appropriate number, which I don't think we have a set number that anyone's aiming for right now, but that starting with a smaller zone, that maybe the whole district is ambitious, and that going from 25 vehicles testing on the streets to 200 vehicles in one fell swoop that are then trying to cover the whole district could be a lot. And so trying to think about, could we also set some smaller launch areas where you start small with strong equity provisions built into that, so that they're not just serving downtown or someplace but they're actually meeting the needs of the transportation needs of our population, and then build up from there so that we increase the fleet, we increase the service areas, but in a more stepwise fashion, so it's not all at once.
So how many Waymos operate in San Francisco, approximately?
I think it's actually the whole service area, basically the South Bay, from San Francisco into the South Bay. And I believe I think we've heard it's 1,000.
I mean, we could round up, give or take.
Yeah, I mean, the California Public Utilities Commission does have the numbers on this. California is one of the rare states where you do actually know the numbers.
Yeah, I guess why that at least a ballpark or approximate number is important. If the intention of the legislation with the 200 going from 25 to 200 is a big step up.
Yes.
Hearing folks say, let's have an initial cap of 750, that feels like you're awfully close to just the full operation anyway. And if we believe that a phased approach is the right one, that would argue for something closer to 200. If that's the exact number, I'm not sure, but it's somewhere in that ballpark, right? But I do think there was an argument that holds a little logic, which is if we're trying to have an entire citywide equity in that delivery time, capping that at 200 will make it very hard to deliver that. And so what I'm kind of hearing you say, and you're not laying out a specific proposal, it's more of a thought exercise right now, is if you keep the 200, you might have to say, all right, what's a different way that I'm trying to measure equity or have a zone approach so that I can both have enough that I can achieve that policy goal, but not dilute it so much that we've set a goal that we can't actually achieve. Am I hearing that correctly, the way you're saying?
So basically you can put more of them in a smaller zone. You don't need as many because you're serving a smaller area. I think critically also this is an opportunity then to make sure that what they're promising that they'll be able to do in their operational plans, that we can observe that without having to be watching the entire district, right? So that the issues that might arise become clearer faster, so that we can kind of nip them in the bud if we're having problems. Whereas trying to get to a point where you've got enough coverage for the whole district does result in a very large starting fleet. And if something goes awry, that's a lot of vehicles to potentially go awry with.
Yeah, okay. We also heard, as we talk about this phased approach, obviously in the legislation, we talk about January 1, 2028. We heard folks say, gosh, we need to go a lot faster than that. For me, January 1, 2028, well, it may sound like it's far away. It's not very far away. And purely from a realistic standpoint, of legislation, let's assume for the sake of argument here, a bill gets passed sometime in the fall. For the sake of argument, let's say it passes and the mayor signs it. Now have to go through congressional review. Congress is not in session a whole bunch when they're off campaigning and before the midterm elections, nor over the holidays. So by the time you can get through the congressional review, it is easily late spring. So the effective date isn't even until then, which then means you've got 8 months maybe to get to January 1, 2028. And from an implementation agency, that actually sounds pretty ambitious, actually. How did you react to hearing some of the testimony about saying, got to move faster than January 1, 2028?
No, I think we're tracking it the way you're tracking it. It would be 2028 or maybe the next quarter after that, but that seems the quickest, right? To be able to do it well and do it right. I think that's the key to this, right? We want to get it right as much as we can the first time. So rushing is not gonna, and there's just gates that we have to get through that we don't control.
Okay. I just think it's fair to, to the companies that are looking to pilot or invest, as well as the public, we got to be kind of clear-eyed about what a time frame actually looks like.
One thing we have heard quite a bit is that having a clear pathway to deployment is a lot of what industry has indicated to us that they are looking for. That even if as long as they know what's coming and what the pathway will be, that gives them more clarity for investing. I would defer to them as to whether that is still the case, but in past conversations, that's what we've been told is really just knowing how to get there and what it's going to take is more important.
I think to be fair to companies, the uncertainty that has existed for the last couple of years has been the biggest part for them of saying, should I even be trying to invest here? I'm sure they will always want a time frame that is faster than we can provide. But giving a pathway and certainty, I do think is a big deal and allows them to make better decision-making around what they want to do. It's our job then to say, this is the time frame and we can deliver that time frame.
I would add too, I think some of the potential negatives we've talked about today, whether that's impact on current drivers, thinking through if there is sort of a limited geographic area that a launch happens, how do we actually plan to make sure there's an equity benefit and a transportation benefit? Those things take time to plan as well. Those are not easy problems to solve. So to the extent we have less time to do that before, we're moving on in stages of implementation, it makes those challenges more difficult as well.
Okay. Yeah. Safety obviously is supposed to be primary consideration here. So how would DDOT propose measuring safety? We had a good conversation around this over the course of the day. If I was to tell you these things could operate safer than the worst driver out there, pretty low bar. And if the promise is supposed to be held up, then it's safer than even you or me, who are clearly we're the safest drivers here. How would DDOT go about assessing, or how would you want to assess, this is what we mean when we say safe. Here's how we are determining and measuring against safety.
Yeah, I can just chime in. I think it's important to, like, some of the potential reductions in, serious crashes or fatalities I kind of heard mentioned earlier. We're not, with passenger service and, this ride sharing format, we're not comparing the national average of, traffic fatalities. We should be talking about the safety record of the professional drivers in the for-hire industry today. Those are the trips that are either going to be replaced or augmented by autonomous passenger service. So it's that safety record, I think, that is actually much better than.
And is that I mean, you make a good point. Is that a quantifiable, knowable safety metric to then measure against?
I mean, it brings me to the point of the data we all wish we had, a decade ago for the private ride sharing side, which is millions and millions of trips more than the good data we do have on the public vehicle for hire side. So we probably couldn't tell you an exact vehicle miles traveled to serious injury. And I think it's interesting that with these fleets that will be owned by autonomous vehicle operators, they actually have a lot more technology, but a lot more insight into when a crash happens. So they could meet that bar much easier than the argument that actually, taxi companies can make it too, but Uber and Lyft have had for decades is we don't employ those drivers, we don't own those vehicles, so it's difficult for them to detect, when a crash occurs. But that's not going to be the case with an autonomous fleet. So I think, again, a really high bar for notification and monitoring any incidents that happen for safety.
Okay.
I think as we've thought about it, particularly in the testing phase, and we've been speaking with national experts on this topic, a big recommendation is looking for the patterns in the behavior to see, for example, right now there are there's a test operator in the vehicle who can take over. Because we don't have permitting right now, we don't actually know the data of when they're taking over or not, but understanding the circumstances where there are interventions by the human. And then that will, with driverless testing, will be the interventions by a remote assistance or the part where the vehicle needed to be rescued. And all of those, we're looking for a pattern of declining intervention, right? That the vehicle is able to handle the context more and more correctly. We also, at least hopefully for the foreseeable future, have a robust network of automated safety cameras. And as we've had a lot of discussion today, I certainly would argue that one of these vehicles setting off one of the speed cameras would be highly problematic. It's a pretty high bar you've got to pass to set that off if your vehicle is supposed to be programmed not to go above the speed limit. And red light cameras, there's always a little bit of nuance. Making left turns, these vehicles do have a tendency to hesitate a little bit more. Maybe there's a case there where that gets set off, but more for a blocking the box problem, but all for fodder for conversation. But I think what we're looking at is how do we use the monitoring systems that we already have in place, and how do we use the data that we will have for them to look for a pattern of declining intervention such that it's clear that the vehicle is handling things well. That said, this is also going to be an ongoing monitoring need. The vehicles go through software updates. Things change around them. The roadways change. Do they have the mechanisms to make sure that their base map is staying updated? Do they understand what's going on with our construction? Have they made some change that has resulted in the vehicle behaving slightly differently? And so even having said that the vehicle passed the test once may not be fully sufficient on its own. This is something that will require ongoing monitoring, much in the way, honestly, that if you do the driver tracking types of insurance, like the Drive Safe and Save or whatever the Progressive Snapshot, whatever the different companies call their services, and you hear about them in advertisements, I'm sure, same as I do. But that's an ongoing monitoring by the insurance company to say, how is your driving behavior doing? It gives you a score. I think we're going to have to think about watching AVs in the same manner because it's the brain that's in there continues to evolve. And it's not that you get to be kind of a fully fledged automated driving system set loose and nothing changes again, right? So it's also it's understanding their safety structures and how are they doing in making sure that what they're putting out on the street, their validation and verification processes, such that they can do that. And frankly, I think we will need to be keeping some experts on retainer to help us with advising in this process because there are changes going on. Going to the AV conferences with the manufacturers, it's a very complex process that they're doing, and it's not as simple as saying don't break the speed limit. There's a lot more into what kind of feeds into how these systems work.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, I would just add to like Simon was saying, if they also change vehicle type, they need to go back because that's a new vehicle with different size, different dimensions, right? So there's a lot of factors that will change, and I think we can't really collaborate their data right now because they have a person behind the wheel, right? So once we can get out of that, we'll understand how they're actually doing, right? They say they're at 94%, but we don't have it.
Let me switch gears to a couple other items. So when it comes to restricting ADS development, deployment. So the bill requires autonomous vehicles to register, which I think is what we want. Otherwise, we don't know that they're there. Doesn't necessarily permit the operation. Do you have any feedback on the limitations that we've established, specifically as looking at lines 94 through 105 on limits on the engagement of ADS systems into certain contexts? And if that is overly specific, you can get back to me.
We'll get back to you.
Okay. I guess I'll break it in this way. Think about level 1, level 2, and I don't know if you were here when one of our witnesses talked about if not actually level 3, sounded awfully close to just operating level 3 on the roads in the district, which is not allowed. What are your thoughts around vehicles equipped with level 1, level 2?
Those are not autonomous vehicles, to be clear. Those are advanced driver assistance systems.
Yes, but there's elements of autonomous driving in level 1 and level 2, right? Is it like my vehicle right now? I have a Subaru Forester. So I've got these two little eyeballs that occasionally, it'll beep at me if I'm going out of a lane without my marker on. When my neighbor who doesn't trim some of the branches that hang over the alley and we're coming in the alley and it thinks there's a car there, it slams on the brakes every now and then because it thinks it's protecting me. It's jarring for me, but it's automated in terms of what it's doing, right? So I'm using a little bit of level 1, level 2 from an automation standpoint in that.
Right. I mean, J3016 from the Society of Automotive Engineers, that standard does define this. And so level 1, 0 through 2, well, 0 has no automation. There are automation features, but those require that the human continue to be engaged, right? The car slams on the brakes, but you're going to then override and say, nope, that's just tree branches. Nothing's coming at us, right? So they're very helpful features. They're great to have. And we are definitely facing a period right now where there are a lot of level 2 vehicles that are being sold as level 2++ is, I think, the term that people are referring to them. The authors of J3016 would remind you that there is no 2++ in the standard. You are either 2 or you are 3. And the key distinction in many ways right now between 2 and 3 is whether the driver needs to remain engaged in the process the entire time. So the 2s can do a lot. The 3 should mean that you are able to tune out almost entirely during when the car is doing the driving.
Right. And is that allowed in DC right now?
Completely tune out? No. You need to stay engaged. There was only one company that was marketing level 3 vehicles here in the US. Mercedes had their Drive Pilot system down in Southern California and over to Las Vegas. They are no longer selling that system. Everything else that is on the road today that is being sold directly to consumers is a level 2 vehicle. Okay. The human needs to pay attention. The human cannot be impaired. Don't go to sleep. Don't watch your phone. Please watch what your car is doing.
Got it. All right. So at least as of right now, the regime that we're in and the regime that DDOT supports, but correct me if I'm wrong here, level 3 systems should not be allowed to operate in the district for a private vehicle.
For a private vehicle is our stance, yes. We think that it should be fleet operated, and in that context, you're generally going to see people pushing for level 4 vehicles.
Got it. Okay. We had some conversation earlier today too about remote operators and about whether or not a remote operator should be required to take the district driving test. Do you have any thoughts about that?
It's an interesting element here. I would note there is a distinction between a remote operator and a remote assistant. And almost all of the companies we're dealing with only have remote assistance, which is that the vehicle, the person remotely, in most cases, they can drop breadcrumbs for the vehicle, but when the actual movement of the vehicle occurs, the automated driving system is still doing the driving, maintaining situational awareness. We are not supportive of remote driving. We want the vehicle, it's either the vehicle is driving or a person in the vehicle is driving, not someone watching through a camera, playing a video game on our streets. There are teleoperations companies who kind of sit in that space, and I think I'm safe saying that we don't support the idea of those coming in.
Do you think the legislation needs to be specific about that so that it's very clear what is a remote operator, what is a remote assistance, so that we kind of don't end up with anybody trying to play games with how they're defining different criteria?
Potentially. I don't know the full range of, it would be helpful to do a reskim of the market as to whether anybody is actively using remote driving in the ADS context. But I would generally say that'd be fine. My only recommendation would be to make sure to use if possible, reference the definitions that are coming out of SAE, because they were built up with industry and there's a lot of clarity about what exactly that term means in the the industry standard.
Okay, got it. What are the anticipated staff needs for reviewing permits related to commercial AV operations and monitoring compliance afterwards? In other words, does DDOT have all the existing staff you need to be able to move into this entire space? Have you been able to kind of map out what you think those staffing needs would be if you don't think the staffing levels are what you need today?
Yeah, we currently we have Stephanie and we have 2 other dedicated positions. Obviously, as we learn where this is going, we would definitely need to increase that based on like scale it, right, to whatever. If they're going to have 2 companies, 3 companies, are we going to have 200 vehicles out on the street or 1,000, right? As that scale builds, we will need support to manage that, right? Okay. So we are thinking about what that looks like in understanding like what the demand would be on us and our part of it and what we would need to do to
right.
be
And
ready.
what does that look like with Department of For-Hire vehicles and pulling in Director Rogers on that?
Yeah, I would say the same. It would be, helpful to have a better indication of the volume of activity we would need to do. But I think generally speaking, we're not overwhelmed currently with, the application and renewal process for our private for-hire operations. So we, I'd expect we would need maybe a slight increase in, a position maybe, but there aren't that many private operators that, what we call digital dispatch and private stand business. It's not a high number today. So
okay.
we could probably accommodate, a few more applications a year.
Got it. And then, Ms. Dock, did you have any thoughts or feedback on the proposed either VMT costs, or as we also heard testimony about, not necessarily a vehicle miles traveled, but a vehicle hours traveled, recognizing we're a compact space, and so maybe miles isn't actually the best way to measure that. But did you have any thoughts on that?
I think it's one that we'd like to give more thought to. I will obnoxiously note that there is a National Cooperative Highway Research Program report number 1165 that just came out. I chaired the panel that produced that report, and it is about revenue-related models for new mobility. And I think it has a great framework laid out that I think we would love to chat through with you. But a key thing here is really thinking through the objectives of what we're trying to achieve with the fees that we're imposing. And I think there's some elements of the fee that we think could be approached a bit differently. I think the VMT as a straight gas tax replacement, I'm not sure the number we've gotten there aligns to that, but I also don't think that the VMT fee is one that we're solely doing for the purposes of the gas tax.
No.
Right? We're using it to achieve other objectives around encouraging efficiency, dealing with congestion, and in that sense, there may be benefit. It makes it more administratively complex. So as the agency, I should probably not want this perhaps. But in terms of achieving the objectives that we both want for this system, or that we all want for this system, I think thinking about the nuances that can be applied within that. Is it looking differently at when and where the miles are driven, who's in the vehicle, what types of services are being provided, and how do we use the tools that we have to incentivize the behavior we want, as well as disincentivize the negative impacts and the negative externalities. So whether that is some combination of a vehicle hours or a vehicle miles fee, I thought those were very interesting suggestions. Don't have a direct comment right now, but that I think there's a lot to think through there.
Sure.
Yeah, I just think it's another policy area and potential policy lever that would benefit from being uniform across the for-hire industry. We talked about that in the Public Works Committee. And I think just like Stephanie said, focusing on the negative externalities you're trying to discourage, something like a VMT or a miles or minutes maybe, is probably a better tool to do that than a per trip, whether it's a flat fee like you pay for a taxi trip or a 6% gross receipts, which I think is probably the least directly tied to those behaviors you want to change. I think having it uniform across all these trips is the way to go. So.
Okay. All right. Director Stefano, I was going to turn to you for a little bit. We had a large amount of conversation today around accessibility, and you highlighted in your own testimony. Earlier today, when we asked some of the AV operators, how will you help make sure you're creating wheelchair accessible vehicles? One representative said, well, we actually make the purpose-built, we're working on a purpose-built vehicle. Other was, we're a technology company, so we don't actually build the cars, and we can't find it in a way to make it work. That was an unsatisfactory answer for what we need, and it felt very familiar from a few years back. You mentioned that essentially rideshare companies that don't provide wheelchair accessible vehicles, they'll just outsource rides, and that ends up a worse experience for everyone. So what does it look like just to say you don't have an option if you want the permit to operate, you have to meet this? And I think you mentioned phasing though. So is there a phased approach that you recommend? Is there a best practice or a model?
So I think the North Star on this, you can refer back to the ADA and the DC Human Rights Act, right? Where we're talking about equal service, equitable service across the board. So if you're providing a wait time of a minute for someone without a disability or who doesn't need a wheelchair accessible vehicle, we want to see something similar to that for someone who does need a wheelchair accessible vehicle. So I'm not recommending a certain fleet size or anything specific like that, but parity in terms of service when we're talking about what's accessible for people. And to your point, yeah, we heard that some companies said they don't produce the vehicles, and but we understand that they're the ones that are still providing this service to district residents and visitors. I think they need to be held responsible for acquiring those accessible vehicles. And while we've heard previously from other testimony that there are those autonomous vehicles that are accessible currently, at least one company that makes them, in the meantime, we're not asking that those be deployed immediately, right? We can have drivers who are operating wheelchair accessible vehicles. And I don't want to just emphasize those either. We also are asking that these vehicles be accessible for people who are blind or low vision, people who are deaf or hard of hearing. And so that requires, multimodal input and communication devices. So, and we heard about that as well. So I think when we talk about phased in approach, we're talking about parity in service is my thought. And I would leave it at that.
Yeah. What's our current accessibility requirements for TNCs?
In my opinion, there barely are any. Given what you noted, that bottom line, they can kind of refer you elsewhere. I believe that's pretty much what Lyft does. Uber is outsourcing it more. But I would just second everything Peter said, that it's just as difficult for a taxi company who doesn't manufacture its own vehicles or even own many of the vehicles to acquire or try to make available a wheelchair accessible fleet just on that particular point. So again, I just think it's an area we can reach higher. It's also another potential role for a human to play in the near term, where if you don't have the fully, human-less technology to secure a wheelchair and assist someone in and out of the vehicle, all the other, issues you might encounter, well, maybe that's, a former rideshare driver's role that's actually something similar to what they were doing as a gig employee. So I don't think it's something we should shy away from. I do like thinking about the performance-based metric. Like it's been very difficult for us to quantify and enforce a fleet-based metric. And you heard about kind of inherent loopholes that a vehicle could exist but might not be doing much service. We don't measure it that way anymore. We've kind of stepped up our game too, I think, with the taxi requirement to make sure that it's actually active. But it's sort of hard to measure the demand and not punish companies for not doing a trip that was never requested. But we do think, there are plenty of people trying to get wheelchair accessible trips for hire. And so we're holding, the only group of operators that are required to do so. We're trying to hold them accountable and help work through that. So I think, there are examples in New York and other places where they're doing exactly what you heard. They have a performance standard, whether it's wait time or a fulfillment rate, and it's, on par with, the average for anyone else. that's probably a better approach than trying to say you need 20% of whatever number of vehicles as wheelchair accessible.
And I just want to add that also, this is why data reporting is critical, both in the deployment and also before that, and when we're testing and permitting before the permit, just to ensure that those wait times are not extremely long, like we've seen with TNCs that are then, we've seen what doesn't work, which is outsourcing that demand to taxi fleets that have to absorb that demand, and which increases those wait times.
Yeah. Okay. And then Director Stefan, you mentioned something in your testimony. I didn't quite hear it or understand it, but I think I wrote it down. You talked about external alerts. Can you maybe just help walk through what you were describing there? Were you saying that the recommendation is that autonomous vehicles need to have some type of external alert for all rides? I just didn't quite follow. If you could help.
Sure.
More what we're saying.
And I think this comes from, I think you see it already in electric vehicles, right? Where they're operating below 25 miles per hour. They have an artificial sound they're eliciting or, creating so that people are aware, even if they're not seeing the vehicle, right? If you're low vision or blind, but you know that vehicle is approaching. Whereas without that sound, they're virtually silent. And with all the competing noise, it's sometimes hard to disambiguate, even if you can hear it, where it's coming from. So things like that could be really helpful.
Thank you. All right, now I understand. I was trying to follow, but that makes total sense to me now. Okay. All right, and then let's see. Let me go back to Director Rogerson for a moment. Beyond revenue generation, what are the goals or incentives you think that fees or surcharges should be trying to accomplish? We talked a little bit maybe congestion management, maybe curbside management. What are some of the other goals rather than just saying, hey, let's raise revenue, that we're actually trying to use that revenue as a way to help achieve a policy goal?
Yeah, I mean, I think those are the two big ones. I think, usually you think about kind of impact on the infrastructure, just, wear and tear that all those miles create. So I believe those were the ideas council had in mind when the TNC law was created. I just think the mechanism with just this flat 6% of, I guess that's not flat, but 6% a per trip charge on the gross receipts just aren't tied directly to those negative externalities. So if you are trying to reduce environmental impact, emissions, or traffic congestion, encourage safety even, I think those are the big goals along with the equity we've talked about. And so to the extent that that's the right lever to do that, that's what we should be aiming for.
Yeah, okay.
I think I'd also add things that we've heard today that people are saying, the late night service of getting people home, or when they're coming off of, for example, service work or third shifts. And I think also thinking about the linkages to transit. We heard some good ideas there, I think, but also just trying to imagine how you might also use the fees as a way to incentivize certain behaviors. So it might be a lower fee if you are operating in these times or these places in order to encourage the availability of the system there. And I think this is something that we somewhat learned in the car share example, where we had originally set the fees matched mostly to the cost of essentially parking in a parking space for the entire time that they were using the curbside. And in the end, we've realized that those vehicles are also a really important part of a car-free lifestyle, that it's car light, right? And so if it enables people to not own their own personal vehicle or go from 2 cars to 1 car, there is a benefit to that, and that our fees should not make it so difficult for those vehicles to operate at a fleet size that actually makes it a reasonable offering in the district. Right. So I think there's been conversations around the challenges of that and recognition that the way that we structure our fees also needs to reflect what the value of the service that's being provided.
Yeah, okay. Director Rogers, we heard the criticism of the initial fleet cap at 200 in the proposed legislation. Is there, just for context and for, again, a sense of scope, what are the fleet sizes of our major taxis in DC or rideshare companies? Like, can you help put some of that in scope for us?
Yeah, taxis probably don't give the best, they're on the smaller side, right? So we have around 1,400 probably registered taxis in the district that are active. how often they drive or out on the street is probably, a smaller number daily. We don't have, as precise data from the Ubers or the Lyfts of the world, but it's, significantly higher than that. I think in our hearing last month, I heard, in the tens of thousands is sort of a daily, ballpark.
But we don't actually know that.
Right. For wheelchair accessible vehicle trips, they have to provide more like vehicle information, but today we don't, I can't go through a list of these tag numbers are, all the Ubers that I know are operating, same for Lyft, and then I can't tell which I would be double counting either if somebody drives for same vehicle driving for both services.
So it's a really big problem. Like the lack of data here, why I have some folks come telling me there's tens and tens of thousands of Ubers and Lyfts operating on the streets today. I don't actually know that, or they could be double counting. And that's because we don't have the reporting requirements the right way.
And it surely fluctuates. But yeah, we just don't have access to that.
Okay. Some of the witnesses have also talked about, does allowing autonomous vehicles put more cars on the road overall? But we also heard witnesses who said at full deployment, San Francisco, for example, I think we heard witnesses say that essentially that has meant that for every one autonomous vehicle that's out, that's 4 drivers that are being impacted and are not making trips. Is that consistent with what we've seen? Like, does that number make sense or line up at all with what you've seen as part of your review, or I have to wait till the end of the summer, then I'll find out?
I think we have to wait to see a bit more. Well, the review of that is largely already in the research report. This is coming off of what we've heard from elsewhere, but we are certainly watching the updated stats and data and research coming out of California. This will essentially all be coming out of California. That is the only place that is getting sufficient information to try and get a handle on this. Texas, we now know how many vehicles are deployed statewide across multiple markets for any one company, but it's very hard without actual data reporting requirements to get anything. So we're really lacking data points on this one, even just from other jurisdictions that already have it.
Okay. I mean, if for every autonomous vehicle, that meant 4 drivers no longer were driving, from a workforce perspective, that would be deeply significant, obviously, and very disruptive from a workforce standpoint. From a traffic congestion standpoint, however, if one autonomous vehicle means now 4 cars have been removed from the roadway, then autonomous vehicles aren't actually adding more cars to the roadway. Again, we are in the position of trying to think through what are our varied and multifaceted policy goals that we're trying to achieve. But that number jumped out to me as we also are concerned about adding to congestion.
Yeah, I think trying to get a handle on what's going to adjust and also the nature of the behavior that's adjusting. How much are we seeing people who do this less than 20 hours a week as just kind of a side activity versus people who do it more fully as a, kind of their day in, day out employment? We think more people do it on the side, but how and when that behavior changes will affect whether it actually impacts congestion. I think in the discussions of the hybrid model, we've heard that the benefit to having both autonomous and human-driven vehicles is the human-driven vehicles can help to fill the surge demand in a way that it's hard to scale your autonomous fleet. This is the premise of what we've heard from Uber and Lyft. That raises interesting questions about how many trips are you actually taking off during the peak period if that's when the demand is occurring, because then we're just scaling up to meet the demand and it's just changing which types of vehicles are out there. But we didn't necessarily change the number, and that's when the workforce impacts become more pronounced than the congestion impacts.
Yep. Okay.
I think too, at the root of all of this is the pricing that these operators choose to use, like what's obvious to me, maybe not everyone, the big difference between our public vehicles for hire, that the fare is regulated, right? So the taxis aren't choosing what they charge you if the metered rate is being used. And that's what the big, change with Uber and Lyft coming in a decade ago their prices were very low at the beginning. And so all these different side effects of that, like if that meant more trips, if they're stealing trips from transit, I
They're
guess.
still a lot lower than a taxi fare today, right? I'm kidding.
Oh, no, sir. Quite the opposite. So,
It's amazing how that happened, right?
Right. Especially, to be fair, when it's busy, like they're surge pricing, the taxis are not. And so, we heard some of the companies today say we're aiming for a certain price per mile. I think if their goal is to be the cheapest transportation option, then they could do that if they want. Or they could ask, they're asking, don't, put these fees and it'll be passed along to the customer, but do you want to be a public vehicle for hire? Do you want to have your fare regulated? But that has a massive impact, obviously, on, employment opportunities, how many trips, how many miles. So if
you can call me skeptical if you want. I just have a hard time believing that a company owned by a world's trillionaire really is focused on the most affordable ride for that working family in Ward 8. There's a lot of money to be made here. And so that's what these companies are thinking about. And our goal is not to think through solutions that benefit them. It's trying to think through what are the policy goals we're trying to achieve, what connects our residents and puts our city in the most advantageous possible, not chasing after something like that. So that's part of what I think we would try to do throughout the day. All right, a couple of more quick questions. It's a little after 8, so I want to wrap us up too. I've lost my train of thought now that it's after 8 o'clock as well. In terms of how prescriptive versus regulation, from a safety perspective, did DDOT have any, or anybody else, specifically stating you cannot go above the speed limit in law, specifically saying you can't block a bike lane outside of some, exigent circumstances, like maybe, you're having to drop somebody off who has a mobility challenge, and so there's a temporary element, but making sure that it is not routine and it's going to be very rare when it takes place. Should we put that into legislation so that it's very clear and not kind of maybe we do our best to follow the laws?
Somebody on the policy team can correct me as I try and remember what's actually in the law versus the regulations, but I know in the testing side, definitely have in the regulations as proposed that you must follow the traffic laws. And I strongly suspect that we picked that one up straight from the legislation. That's just mirroring over from the code. So I think the expectation would be set there. I think the question is maybe what gets put into, how does that impact your ability to continue to hold your permit? And does a pattern of non-compliance lead to
And your
suspension
point
or
around
revocation?
enforcement, if our automated cameras aren't gonna capture speeding until you're over 10 miles per hour, and if our Tesla folks said, yeah, no, they can absolutely go over the speed limit just to stay with the flow of traffic up to a certain, well, they still went over the speed limit. But our tools won't necessarily capture that. Back to our issues around reporting, very important that we have that system. So you have the type of reporting and enforcement, because otherwise there are some ways you can kind of game that system a little bit to go above the speed limit, which I don't think, if safety is the name of the game, we're not supposed to allow that to happen. Okay. I think we've exhausted almost every question that we can, or at least I'm exhausted at this point. Anything that I missed that you want to highlight before we wrap up?
I just want to stress the data point. Like that is, you can't do a lot of these things if we don't get good data, right? Otherwise, we're kind of guessing too, right? And we really need them to give us some good data so we can actually keep them honest.
And I think that's, you've all very effectively talked about that's like one of our key lessons learned as well. And so if we're not learning some of those lessons, then that's us not figuring out how to do better each time.
Say just that we'd be very happy to continue the conversation. And I'd also encourage you to take a look at our AV observation zone, which we're getting ready to kick off. The actual figuring out which side of the tech we're going to do with that. But we're excited about the opportunities for public engagement down in Southwest and Navy Yard with the Mobility Innovation District as part of that. And I think that will address some of the items that we heard today with people asking for input, and would welcome your engagement since it covers Ward 6 as part of it.
Thanks. I will echo the need for data. I think I already talked about data for testing and for reporting on wait times and trip completions. But I think also working with, like I mentioned, with the companies in all phases on the data around curb management and understanding where those need to take place, because that benefits not only the autonomous vehicles, but also TNCs and paratransit. Those services need those accessible places to pick up and drop off as well.
Yeah, great, thank you.
I might as well add my closing
You're going to
thoughts.
have to, yeah.
Yeah, I just think, like we said, aiming for a higher bar than we have today and requiring it, not just hearing promises about that, whether that's accessibility and equity. And then I think allowing DFHV to kind of streamline what we can by having the functions we do in regulating for hire service remain within our agency. And just lastly, I think it's going to be a challenge to try to limit the adverse impact to the current rideshare drivers today. I think it's a little bit of deja vu with we saw what happened to taxi drivers over a decade ago. The companies coming in did not have them or their interests at heart, and so we want to avoid that as much as possible if there's a round two, so to speak. So
Absolutely. All right, I appreciate it. We're closing in on hour number 11, so I think we're going to wrap it up here. This is going to conclude conclude the committee's public hearing on Bill 26-684, the Autonomous Vehicle Deployment Authorization Amendment Act of 2026. I want to thank all of our public witnesses today who had really great comments, great questions, and again, help us flesh out what the committee is going to be doing, and appreciate all of your testimony as well. Got a note as well for our government partners. You're staying late into the evening, so I appreciate that. I know you have family and friends as well, so thank you very much for being here for that. As a reminder, the record for today's roundtable is going to close on Monday, July 27th, 2026. So you can submit written testimony to the council's hearing management system at lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings. Until then, there being no further business for the committee, the time is now 8:09 p.m. and this public hearing of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment is now adjourned. Thank you, everyone.